I was originally the strongest alchemist who could dominate the world by concocting poisons. Yet for a full 10 years I tirelessly developed various enhancing potions, just to train my sister to become the world's most powerful awakener. However, in the end I was tragically betrayed by her, along with her boyfriend. They ripped out my heart because his archer profession required the heart of an alchemist for his second awakening. So I was reborn. Naturally, the first thing I did was to awaken my professional abilities ahead of time. Using the memories of my past life, I seized the initiative and gained more opportunities, eventually becoming the strongest poison master in the world. Upon returning home, I quickly drew a complex array on the floor. Standing in the center of this array, I felt the mysterious power around me beginning to awaken. A sense of nervousness took hold inside me. Suddenly that power fully awoke. An ancient array lit up beneath my feet, the surging energy stirring up a fierce wind, wreaking havoc in the room. In the next moment, that energy poured into my body, accompanied by a notification sound in my ear. Ding! Congratulations on your successful job change to Alchemist. Alchemist, a mad scientist born for alchemy, capable of concocting a variety of potions with bizarre effects. Skill 1, Alchemy Level 1, can summon a cauldron to refine the prepared materials into potions with various magical effects. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2, Gathering Level 1. Gather materials within 1 meter in front of you. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Skill 3, Mastery of Alchemy Level 1, currently able to concoct Level 1 and below potions. Potions receive a 10% enhanced effect. As a game panel appeared before my eyes, my face filled with excitement. Indeed, still an alchemist, it seems everything is still on its original course. Just as I was feeling fortunate, another notification sounded. Ding! A heart of an alchemist has been detected in your body. Integration in progress. Congratulations on successfully integrating the heart of an alchemist. You have gained a passive talent skill, Infinite Evolution. Also, you have a chance to earn evolution points when concocting potions, which can be used to upgrade learned skills. Current evolution points, 3 points. Seeing the system notification, I was somewhat surprised. I hadn't expected the heart of an alchemist, which I had toiled over for 10 years in my past life, to also be reborn with me. You must understand. The heart of an alchemist is not merely an organ but an existence that transcends all the laws of nature. Lin Bei couldn't wait to open his skill panel. With only 3 evolution points, he decided to first try evolving his alchemy mastery. The biggest limitation for an alchemist was the alchemy mastery skill. Level 1 Alchemy Mastery only allowed the creation of basic Level 1 red and blue potions. After evolving the skill quality, the skill description indeed changed. You have spent 1 evolution point. Alchemy Mastery Iron Tier 1. Current evolution points, 2, Alchemy Mastery Iron Tier. Level 1 currently can produce Level 1 and below potions. Potions receive a 2x effectiveness boost. A 2x effectiveness boost. Lin Bei was slightly startled, taking out 3 Level 1 heart-nourishing herbs from the starter gift pack and immediately activated his alchemy to draw the 3 herbs into the cauldron. 3 heart-nourishing herbs could produce 1 small red potion, which after use would recover 10 health points per second for the user, a highly sought-after healing potion in the early stages of the catastrophe. With the 2x effectiveness boost, that would mean recovering 30 health points per second if he continued to evolve. Lin Bei was extremely excited, unable to believe the sky-high price this potion could sell for. The palm-sized cauldron vibrated in the air, lighting up with flickers of luminescence. Item obtained, small red potion *1 evolution points *1. Lin Bei quickly opened his backpack to check the properties of the small red potion. Small red potion, after use, recovers 30 health points per second for the user, lasting 30 seconds. Even the duration received a 2x boost. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, eager to continue evolving. You have spent 3 evolution points. Alchemy Mastery Iron Tier 1. Alchemy Mastery Iron Tier 4. Current evolution points, 0. Alchemy Mastery Iron Tier 4. Level 1 currently can produce Level 1 and below potions. Potions receive an 8x effectiveness boost. Indeed, 8x. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Bei was thrilled. If he could keep evolving, the effects of the potions could be amplified by thousands, even tens of thousands of times, a truly invincible form. Indeed, a reborn person is doomed not to be low-key. Lin Bei excitedly opened his backpack. The starter gift pack had given a total of 6 herbs. Besides the initial 3 heart-nourishing herbs, there were also 3 soul-nourishing herbs that could be used to make small blue potions. In his previous life of 10 years of research, he had developed many potions with unique effects. For example, one small red potion plus 2 soul-nourishing herbs could create a chaos potion causing everyone in the area to enter a state where they lose 10 health points per second, and with an 8x boost the chaos potion could cause a staggering 80 points of damage per second. Not just level 1 monsters, even level 5 monsters couldn't withstand such high damage per second, making it the best choice for leveling up by farming monsters in the early stages. Time to start crafting. Lin Bei activated his alchemy, drawing the small red potion and 2 soul-nourishing herbs into the cauldron to begin making the chaos potion. The cauldron's vibrations intensified and it emitted a dull thud. Item obtained, Chaos Potion *1. No evolution points gained this time. He opened his backpack to check the potion's properties. Chaos Potion, upon use, causes all beings in the area to enter a chaotic state, losing 80 health points per second lasting 40 seconds. The Chaos Potion wasn't very useful before, but with an 8x boost in effectiveness it had become a very powerful weapon. Time to head out of the city to kill monsters and level up, and maybe gather some materials along the way. Putting the Chaos Potion into his backpack, Lin Bei changed his clothes, put on a hat and left his home. The city was as lively as usual, everyone immersed in the pleasant nightlife, completely unaware that danger had already descended outside the city. Welcome to the Divine Demons confrontation, enjoy your game. Current location, Ning City, a peaceful zone. This area does not spawn monsters. Monsters are prohibited from entering due to regulations, and attacking other players within this zone will mark one as a slayer with no penalties for other players who attack the slayer. Lin Bei had just stepped out of the building when the game's notifications echoed in his ears. Just like in his previous life, the city was divided into peaceful zones where one could escape the slaughter of monsters simply by taking refuge within the city. Lin Bei hailed a taxi to the eastern suburbs of the city. If his memory served him right, there was a school here named Ning City's Second Advanced Vocational School, and beyond the school lay the wilderness area. Warning, you have left the peaceful zone. Ahead lies the ruined lands where players will be attacked by monsters. Death will have your lifespan, so please enter with caution. Here, killing monsters does not yield gold but lifespan instead. Players too upon death will drop 50% of their lifespan, and exhausting one's lifespan results in immediate death. Ignoring the game notifications, Lin Bei stood firm at the boundary between the peaceful zone and the wilderness. He opened his attribute panel. Codename, Lin Bei, modifiable, profession, alchemist, level 1 experience, 0 out of 100 health, 100 constitution, 10 strength, 10 inch agility, 10 spirit, 10 free attribute points, 5. All professions start with an attribute of 10 inch, gaining 5 free attribute points with every level up, which can be distributed according to preference. Constitution correlates with health and dual resistance. Each point in Constitution adds 10 health points and 1 point of dual resistance. Strength corresponds to physical attack, with each point adding 2 points of physical attack. Agility is linked to attack speed and movement speed, with each point in agility adding 2% to attack speed and 1% to movement speed. Lastly, spirit relates to elemental attack and magic value, with each point in spirit adding 2 points to elemental attack and 5 points to magical value. Most alchemists in his past life would add free attribute points to agility and constitution to increase their margin of error, as recovery is extremely crucial in dungeons. A strong team without recovery would struggle to pass the dungeon. Constitution plus 5, Lin Bei chose to add his free attribute points to Constitution, with the ability of infinite evolution continuously enhancing potion quality. He was never short on damage. Increasing his constitution to boost his margin of error was more crucial instead. After all, in these chaotic times, staying alive was what mattered the most. He also needed to change his codename, Lin Bei thought to himself, as the game would activate the leaderboard function in 7 days, announcing rankings for each profession, and by then he would definitely be listed, so he couldn't use his real name. After some thought, he decided to use his codename from his previous life, not for any particular reason but simply because he was used to it. Lin Bei looked at his attribute panel and changed his codename to I am not the medicine god. The change was successful. Current codename, I am not the medicine god, modifiable after 30 days. Next on his agenda was grinding, killing monsters to level up, gathering materials to concoct potions, waiting for his skills to evolve to their ultimate form. By then, even the most ordinary venom potion could deal damage 1,000, even 10,000 times greater. Even the toughest warriors would be killed instantly. A large patch of heart-nurturing herb and soul-nurturing grass should be enough to make several dozen bottles of chaos potion. Following his memories, Lin Bei quickly found a large patch of herbs, but before he could start gathering, he had to deal with the mutated wild chickens digging around in the grassland, which were the most common level 1 monsters near Ning City. Despite their small size and seemingly harmless appearance, their attributes were more than double those of a level 1 professional. Time to draw aggro. Lin Bei attacked the mutated wild chickens, using a chaos potion for an area attack on a single monster would be too wasteful. A ghostly light emanated from his medicinal cauldron, striking the foraging mutated wild chicken at high speed. Cluck cluck cluck. The chicken, hit by the attack, immediately turned and charged at Lin Bei. A blood bar appeared on its comb and a red number popped up. -10. With 200 health points, a normal attack dealt 10 points of damage. After drawing its aggro, Lin Bei turned and ran. His attack strength was 40 points, but hitting the mutated wild chicken only dealt 10 points of damage, indicating that the chicken had 30 points of armor. Including basic health recovery, relying solely on normal attacks would require 21 to 22 hits. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even manage 3 hits before being killed by the mutated wild chicken. Minutes later, Lin Bei was chased out by a dozen mutated wild chickens. If he were caught by them, he would be killed instantly. That's enough. Lin Bei immediately took out a chaos potion and hurled it behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large cloud of gray mist erupted and a string of red numbers appeared above the chickens' heads. -80, -80, -70. The health bars above the mutated wild chickens dropped rapidly, and before they could leave the chaotic area, their lives were taken. Killing mutated wild chicken, level 1, gain 20 experience points. Killing mutated wild chicken, level 1, gain 20 experience points. As the dozen wild chickens fell, streaks of white light flashed and several palm-sized patches of lingering white mist appeared on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's experience bar rapidly increased. Congratulations on reaching level 3 in current experience. 30,225 level up, and there's more lifespan. Lin Bei's face brightened and he hurriedly went to pick them up. Due to the high attributes of monsters in the Divine Demons confrontation game, the drop rate was also higher than other games. 14 mutated wild chickens actually drop 6 clumps of lifespan, nearly a 1 in 2 chance. Gain 2 days of tradable lifespan, gain 3 days of tradable lifespan, 15 days of tradable lifespan. Equivalent to the purchasing power of 30,000 yuan, it wouldn't be long before tradable lifespan would replace existing currency, becoming the new darling of the market. All potions and equipment can only be bought with tradable lifespan. In this life I must be at the forefront. Lin Bei clenched his fists, not daring to waste a moment, and immediately began gathering herbs. A few minutes later, all the herbs were safely stored in his bag, since the monsters here hadn't respawned yet. Lin Bei simply sat down under a large tree and began concocting chaos potions. He gained a small health potion, a chaos potion, and 1 evolution point. Another few minutes passed, most of the freshly gathered herbs were used up, replaced by 18 bottles of chaos potion lying quietly in his backpack, along with 3 evolution points. This bolstered Lin Bei's confidence. Just then, distant curses, faint yet discernible, reached his ears. Someone else was here? At this hour, besides himself, it was mostly top-tier players around. Lin Bei stealthily approached and soon a 3-person squad came into view, struggling against a level 2 mutant black scorpion. Overconfident fools, Lin Bei thought with a hint of mockery. A level 1 team daring to take on a level 2 monster was sheer stupidity. As expected, it didn't take long for the trio to falter. Their attacks were too weak to break through the mutant black scorpion's armor, dealing only a measly point of force damage, while they couldn't withstand the monster's strikes, forcing them to retreat. However, just as they were pulling back, the mutant black scorpion suddenly charged forward, its powerful claws swinging swiftly, depleting the trio's health bars. Damn, this monster can use skills. It's over, I don't want to die. As the screams abruptly stopped, 3 clusters of white mist fell to the ground. Seeing the white light, the mutant black scorpion rushed over, greedily absorbing the lifespan dropped by the 3 players. Such was the cruelty of the game, survival of the fittest, life always at risk. An elite monster? A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Below level 5, only elite monsters could cast skills, and this mutant black scorpion was indeed an elite. He immediately threw a chaos potion at it. Killing elite monsters could yield lots of experience and possibly drop equipment. -80, -80, -80, -80, -60. The mutant black scorpion, disturbed while feeding, turned angrily towards Lin Bei, its stinger poised to give him a taste of its venom. but as it stepped out of the chaotic area it fell to the ground dead, just a minor elite monster, nothing more. Killing the robust mutant black scorpion, level 2, you gain 200 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Inch current experience 5338. Lin Bei quickly moved forward, collecting the loot dropped by the mutant black scorpion as well as the bound lifespan exploded from the 4-man squad. He gained 16 days of tradable lifespan. Item acquired, mutant scorpion carapace. You have gained a 15-year binding duration, a 40-year binding duration, a 13-year binding duration, a 2-year binding duration. National announcement: I am not a medicine god. Achieved the first national kill of the elite monster robust mutant scorpion, securing the first national piece of equipment mutant scorpion carapace, activating the national equipment leaderboard. At this moment a national announcement resonates in the minds of all players who have changed their class across the vast nation of Daxia. In Ning City, outside a small tavern called Rivers and Lakes, 3 recently revived players were about to call their junior to drive them out of town when the national announcement completely baffled them. Someone killed an elite monster. Could it be true? We were among the first batch of players to change classes, and we couldn't even break the defense of a level 2 monster who could possibly be strong enough to kill an elite. The robust mutant scorpion, wasn't that just a scorpion we were fighting just now? Could someone have capitalized on our efforts? It must be. If I find out who dared to steal our kill, I'll tear him apart. The warrior among the trio couldn't help but curse out loud. In frustration, far in the suburbs, Lin Bei sneezes, unaware that he's being cursed at. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He's busy collecting herbs, not even bothering to fight monsters, fully immersed in gathering medicinal herbs. Lin Bei knows well that the current multiplier effect of his abilities is not enough. Only by continuously refining medicine to earn evolution points and evolving his skills can he kill monsters faster and more safely. All night long Lin Bei didn't stop at all. He scoured the entire forest, not only harvesting a large amount of nurturing heart grass and nurturing spirit grass but also collecting 2 level 2 rejuvenating herbs, 132 nurturing heart grass, 157 nurturing spirit grass and 2 rejuvenating herbs. Excited, Lin Bei processed all these herbs into potions, earning at least 5 evolution points. Adding to the 3 evolution points from last night, he could now create potions with a 24x multiplier effect. Imagine that. This means that the chaos potions he will craft can cause a massive instant damage of 240 HP. Even level 5 elite monsters couldn't last a few seconds against Lin Bei. Suddenly a rustling sound comes from behind. Lin Bei, without a second thought, immediately throws a chaos potion over his shoulder. He didn't need to look to know it was the sound of a mutant scorpion. Having casually killed over a dozen the previous night while gathering herbs, he was familiar with their sound. Killing mutant scorpion, level 2, gain 35 experience points. Killing mutant scorpion, level 2, gain 35 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Current experience 22507. National announcement: I am not a medicine god has reached level 5, successfully activating the level leaderboard. Just as he reached level 5, another national announcement rang out in Lin Bei's mind. Huh? Isn't the level leaderboard supposed to activate only after 7 days? Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, in his past life, the reason why the level leaderboard was activated on the 7th day was not because of the game's setting but because it took that long before anyone reached level 5. He had already reached level 5, unlocking the level leaderboard ahead of schedule. It's a good thing he changed his handle in advance, or there would have been trouble. Indeed, his guess was right. At this moment, the entire elite circle of Ning City was in an uproar. They immediately utilized all their resources to investigate the background of I am not a medicine god. I want all his information by this evening. How did he do it? As soon as the game rules were set, we switched our jobs and fought hard all night, yet we only reached level 2. How could he reach level 5? Why can he kill elite monsters and even get equipment drops? He reached level 5 overnight. He must know some bugs that we don't. Who knows who I am not a medicine god is? I'll pay 10 million. Haven't you noticed he's the only one on the leaderboard? That means. Are you saying he soloed it? The top players of Ning City were stunned. They were the first batch to switch jobs, yet they were far behind. No, it's impossible. We all know how tough the monsters outside are. It's simply not feasible to solo them. Some were visibly upset, unable to accept that Medicine God could solo his way to level 5. Their full team had to be extremely cautious when fighting monsters. A slight mistake would send them back to the respawn point. How could anyone solo that? And even get to level 5? In a field area, 3 players who had just been sent back to the respawn point by a mutated black scorpion were attacking a level 1 mutated wild chicken. As the wild chicken fell, a bright light rose from all 3 players. Leveled up, level 2, we've stabilized. The trio was greatly encouraged, especially the archer with the handle chop a bamboo and sell it home, who laughed and said, "We were just too careless before. As long as we play steadily, we can definitely be at the forefront of Ning City's professionals. If I'm not wrong, others should be similar to us, at most just over level 2. Just then a national announcement rang in their ears and they stood frozen. What, Brother Bamboo, that guy Medicine God is already level 5. He reached level 5 so quickly, and he activated the level leaderboard too. How much? Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had fought all night and only barely reached level 2 while someone else had already reached level 5. Was the gap really that big? Quick, open the leaderboard and look. Brother Bamboo's face was filled with despair. They were confident in their gaming talents, having played no fewer than 20 or 30 online games and always being prominent figures on the leaderboards. It was the first time they had been left so far behind right from the start. The national level leaderboard. This board only includes players of level 5 and above. Number 1. I am not a medicine god, LV5. Number 2. Vacant. Number 3. Vacant. Brother Bamboo, he's the only one on the leaderboard. The equipment leaderboard also shows only him. Looking at the empty leaderboard, the trio didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. The good news was that they didn't seem to have been left behind by the main group. The bad news, damn it, someone was cheating. Especially after seeing that the profession of I am not a medicine god was an alchemist, they immediately started cursing. This was definitely cheating. How could a support profession reach level 5? They had seen the official data, knew the difficulty of leveling up was extremely high, and even the official prediction was that reaching level 5 in 7 days was considered passable. This I am not a medicine god reaching level 5 in 1 day, if not cheating, then what? At this moment, in the wilderness area outside the great capital of Dacia, fireballs slammed into the ground, depleting the health bars of the mutant scorpions. A woman dressed in a white tracksuit put away her staff and moved forward to pick up the items and lifespans dropped by the mutant scorpions. A mage soloing level 2 monsters would certainly surprise anyone who saw it. This not only indicated that her positioning and kiting had reached insane levels, but also showed her absolute confidence in her own skills. Ordinary people, even with such skills, wouldn't have the courage. If a seasoned online gamer were here, they would surely exclaim in recognition of Shallow Dream. Shallow Dream, a famously skilled mage player in the country, considered the top female mage in Dacia, revered as a queen by countless veteran gamers. Her mastery of the mage class, whether in positioning or skill control, was impeccable. However, at this moment Shallow Dream frowned. First she glanced at the leaderboard, then at her own experience bar, her pretty face filled with confusion. Strange, is there some special mechanism I don't know about? I soloed all night and barely reached level 3. How in the world is this? I am not a medicine god already level 5. Meanwhile, in another of Dacia's super cities, Modu, another top online gamer who had also job changed to an alchemist, looked at the leaderboard and a large pile of herbs in front of him, somewhat doubting his life choices. Am I doing it wrong? An alchemist at level 1 can only make minor health and mana potions, not other potions. Could it be that alchemists get special bonuses in the wilderness areas? A 24x boost. Lin Bei, hidden in a tree hollow, excitedly slapped his thigh. Just as he expected, after finishing the last chaotic potion, he successfully gained another evolution point. Evolution. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei chose to evolve his Alchemy Mastery skill. Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 1, Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 2, Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 2, able to concoct potions below level 5 inch, gains a 24x boost effect. Opening his backpack, suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Bei opened his backpack. Inside the backpack displayed 5 different types of chaotic potions. Although the icons and names of these potions were identical, the details and the effects differed. 12 bottles with a 14x boost, 8 bottles with a 16x boost, 9 bottles with an 18x boost, 6 bottles with an 18x boost, and 9 bottles with a 20x boost. Time to refine them once more. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and immediately refined the potions again. A total of 44 bottles of potions with various effects were all transformed into chaos potions with a 24x enhancement effect after refinement. With these potions, he was confident that he could level up to level 10 within a day. he continued to hunt for monsters, despite not having slept all night. Lin Bei was full of energy. He briskly moved through the forest searching for worthy targets. Ordinary monsters were no longer worth his effort. Only those above level 5 or elite monsters warranted the use of a 24x chaos potion. Unfortunately, the suburban wilderness was filled with low-level monsters, making it difficult to find any above level 5. Lin Bei decided to give up and began using basic attacks to lure the lower-level monsters. These monsters were too low-level and it was a loss to use a chaos potion on single targets. Fortunately, the chaos potion caused area damage, allowing him to pull groups of monsters together and destroy them. He killed a mutated wild chicken, level 1, gaining 10 experience points. He killed a mutated black scorpion, level 2, gaining 25 experience points. He killed a mutated centipede, level 4, gaining 60 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 6, current experience 18760. Monsters below 3 levels of your own reduce experience gain, but thankfully there were enough low-level monsters that under the high area damage of the chaos potion a large number of monsters were slain by Lin Bei and his experience bar still rose quickly. In less than an hour Lin Bei had reached level 6 and had exploded a lot of materials and tradable lifespan items. Just as he was about to continue, sudden shouts came from behind him. It seemed other professionals were grinding monsters too. Lin Bei quietly moved closer and was thrilled to see a monster rampaging through the woods. It was an elite monster and it was level 4. Unexpectedly, such a fierce monster could still be found in the suburbs, which also highlighted the danger of the wilderness because you never know what terrifying monster might pop up next. A robust mutated centipede, level 4, over 2 meters long and as wide as an adult's palm. Its numerous sturdy short legs gripped the ground like hooks, charging through the woods like a giant python chasing 3 professionals, 2 men and 1 woman. Fortunately, its movement speed wasn't fast, so the trio were not in immediate danger. However, facing the elite monster, they could only run for their lives as their attacks couldn't break its defense. "Don't look back and fight, roll and just run," shouted the team's sword and shield warrior, a burly man holding a shield in one hand and a great sword in the other, as he sprinted while talking to the female mage beside him. The female mage would turn back every few steps to cast a skill on the mutated centipede, which seemed to pull it successfully, but unfortunately it hardly caused any damage, and by the time the next attack came the robust mutated centipede's health had fully regenerated. "It's okay, it can't hit me," the female mage confidently said, turning back again to hit the mutated centipede with a fireball spell. A fireball struck the mutated centipede, inflicting a mere 10 points of damage, hardly making an impact. The centipede roared in anger and suddenly lunged forward, its sharp fangs aiming for the female mage who had attacked it. Whoosh! However, with a swift roll, the female mage elegantly dodged the centipede's attack and took the opportunity to sneak in a hit. She skillfully kited the mutated centipede around. If only her damage was higher, she might have been able to kite this elite monster to death. Unfortunately, her basic attacks could barely scratch the tough armor of the mutated centipede, dealing only 1 point of mandatory damage. Just then, the warrior and priest running ahead suddenly stopped. 2 mutated black scorpions had spawned ahead, waving their massive pincers as they charged towards them, launching a double collision attack as soon as they got close. Bang! The shield warrior immediately raised his shield to defend, taking the brunt of the impact. -80, the hit took away 80 points of the shield warrior's health. The guardian, more agile, dodged the black scorpion's charge attack and quickly healed the shield warrior. Though they withstood the attack, it halted their advance, bringing them within the attack range of the mutated centipede. "Be careful, Rualin." The guardian shouted a warning and quickly cast another basic skill, placing a protective shield on the female mage. Venom attack. The robust mutated centipede targeted the female mage, opening its massive fanged mouth to spray venom. The foul black venom covered the female mage, who clearly had a penchant for cleanliness. She quickly downed a small red potion and then frantically shook her arms as if electrocuted, trying to rid herself of the disgusting black venom. Her figure was striking, especially her impressively large chest, which heaved tumultuously as she shook her arms. Seeing an opportunity, Lin Bei, who had been following from behind, noticed that the robust mutated centipede had paused and quickly pulled out a bottle of chaos potion from his backpack. He also recognized the female mage. Even though all three had their faces covered, he identified her from their conversation as one of the top 10 mages in Ning's city from his previous life. Chao Ruolin, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Chao Corporation. The foremost among the three great mages of Ning City, she was known as the strongest female professional. Lin Bei had conducted numerous transactions with her, selling her a large amount of potions and utilizing her family's corporation to acquire many scarce materials. Their relationship had been quite harmonious. This person was not bad. Leveraging her family's Chao corporation to sell enhancement potions could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. As an alchemist, the potions he crafted were not only for his use but could also be sold to other professionals, while ordinary potions were one thing. His potions had a high multiplier effect, far surpassing ordinary potions. If he were to sell them himself, it would certainly attract the covetous eyes of those with intentions. Collaborating with powerful forces can help avoid these troubles. The Chao Corporation, being one of the four major groups in Ningxing and having had many collaborations in my past life, was naturally the prime choice. Chao Roland is quite reliable, and her father, Chao Shaoqin, also has a good reputation. This was also a way to help them. Lin Bei muttered to himself as he threw the chaos potion he had in hand. Pop! The potion landed precisely next to the robust mutated centipede, immediately releasing a thin wisp of smoke. -240, -240, -180. The robust mutated centipede took damage and its aggro was instantly pulled by Lin Bei. It turned around to roar and attack Lin Bei, but before it could even leave the chaos area, it was annihilated by a high damage boosted 24 times, clearing its health bar completely. The 2-meter-long robust mutated centipede fell to the ground with a scream, and 2 beams of white light flew out from its body and landed not far away. Killed the robust mutated centipede. Level 4. Gained 300 experience points. Who was there? This sudden scene startled the three people. They saw a glass bottle flying over, and the elite monster's health bar began to drop rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it was killed. How is this possible? The female mage Chao Roland exclaimed in disbelief, her face under the mask filled with astonishment. Her fireball spell could only take 10 points of health from this elite monster. What was that thing that could cause such high damage to the elite monster? Even though the damage number wasn't visible, the rapidly decreasing health bar of the large centipede indicated that the potion had inflicted extremely high damage. Such damage, not to mention elite wild monsters, even bosses probably couldn't withstand it. Could it be the top-ranked alchemist on the leaderboard, with the elite monsters? Threat gone. The team's life and death crisis was temporarily resolved. However, the 2 level 2 mutated black scorpions were also challenging, but the three people held their ground, their eyes fixed on the spoils on the ground. They wanted to know who had just killed the elite monster in an instant. If it really was the only listed alchemist, then who exactly was this alchemist? Curiosity killing them. Zhan Tu continued to pop health potions, raising his shield to withstand the attacks of the mutated black scorpions while facing 2 level 2 creatures, his health rapidly decreasing. Damn, suddenly 2 level 2 creatures are too much pressure. The guardian quickly waved his staff, topping up Zhan Tu's health. Just then, a dark figure appeared from behind a tree, quickly picking up the spoils on the ground at an incredibly fast pace. This person was Lin Bei, who, after collecting the spoils, looked up at the three people, hesitated for a moment, then took out another chaos potion from his backpack and threw it at the 2 mutated black scorpions. Get out of the way, Chao. Roland's complexion changed, and she quickly warned. She also rolled to increase the distance between her and the mutated black scorpions. Zhan Tu and the guardian, hearing this, also reacted immediately, rolling to the side without caring about the monsters behind them. Pop! With a crisp sound, the potion fell to the ground. A thin mist rose up, instantly enveloping the 2 mutated black scorpions. -240. -240, that was a high amount of damage, instantly killing 2 mutant black scorpions. Unfortunately, the 2 monsters didn't drop anything this time. Chao Roland got up and looked towards Lin Bei. You're the famed pharmacist from the leaderboard, right? My name is Chao Roland, and my father is Chao Shaoqin, the head of the Chao Corporation. After witnessing Lin Bei's formidable abilities, Chao Roland made a quick decision and pulled off her mask, hoping to make an acquaintance with him. However, Lin Bei only paused briefly to glance at her stunning face before quickly turning and disappearing into the woods without uttering a single word to the trio. Truly, he was a master capable of instantly killing elite monsters. Lin Bei's reaction didn't anger Chao Roland. Instead, it increased her admiration for him. No man had ever treated her with such indifference. Most would at least give her a second glance, not treating her as if she were not a peerless beauty but rather an ordinary ugly monster. That guy, Was he the pharmacist from the leaderboard? Holy smokes, was that a potion he just threw? Is the alchemist profession really that powerful? I mean, are we even from the same batch of career transitions? Jean too, and the Guardian couldn't help but whisper among themselves, especially the Guardian, who fell into deep self-doubt. Was there such a huge gap between the two branches of the priest profession? But he remembered the data provided by his family, which clearly stated that the Guardian profession was supposed to be stronger than that of an alchemist. Stop dazing around, focus on recovering, Chao Roland's voice brought them back to reality. With a determined look in the direction Lin Bei had left, she gritted her teeth and said, "The strong never complain about their circumstances, we should focus on leveling up." She wasn't disheartened by the pharmacist's significant lead. Instead, it sparked a competitive spirit in her. Although she was far behind the pharmacist, she was well aware that most ordinary people were still clueless about career transitions and remained among the top professionals in Ning City. Plus, her summoner mage profession was one that gained strength during the mid to late stages. Being behind early on didn't mean she couldn't overtake him in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Bei opened his backpack. He hadn't expected the elite monster to drop a piece of equipment. Looking at the equipment lying in his backpack, a flash of excitement crossed Lin Bei's eyes. The drop rate of equipment in the battle between gods and demons was low, and with monsters being extremely difficult to kill, equipment was very scarce. Especially in the early stages, a decent weapon or defensive gear could even be traded for a small apartment in a decent area of Ning City. Mutant Centipede's cloth shoes, white movement speed plus 30% armor plus 10 level requirement 4 and above, sprint, gain a burst of movement speed that decreases over 10 seconds, starts at 100%, decreasing by 10% each second. The attributes were quite good, not only providing a movement speed bonus but also 10 points of armor, which could significantly enhance the damage resistance and survival ability of a warrior class profession in the early stages. Unfortunately, the 10 points of armor were of little use to Lin Bei, but the increased mobility was certainly a significant advantage. In the epic battle between gods and demons, all players start with a fixed movement speed, which is excruciatingly slow in both movement and attack at the beginning, causing impatience to brew within. Gear up. As Lin Bei dons his equipment, he strides towards the distance. His speed indeed increases significantly, and he no longer has to walk at a snail's pace. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he then looks at his lifespan panel. His Baum lifespan has now reached an astonishing 140 years, and his tradable lifespan is also up to 343 days. Level up to 10 first. Lin Bei quickly heads deeper into the forest, recalling that once someone reaches level 10, not only do bosses refresh in the wilderness, but a peculiar equipment merchant appears. With just 999 days of tradable lifespan, one can exchange for a limited edition item. Unfortunately, in his previous life, everyone at level 10 was still exploring and unaware of this hidden plotline. This merchant only existed for a day, and even if someone encountered him, they didn't have enough tradable lifespan, leading to the awkward situation where no one in the country could make the exchange. As the only one privy to this information, Lin Bei naturally aims to accumulate enough tradable lifespan to see what this so-called limited edition equipment truly is. It shouldn't be a problem. In this life, his combat power is formidable, and even if he doesn't gather enough tradable lifespan by the time he reaches level 10, he should be able to make up for it by defeating a few minor bosses. If not, he can still earn tradable lifespan by selling potions with dozens of times the benefits are highly sought after, and 999 days of tradable lifespan is hardly a challenge. Whether in the early, middle, or late stages, potions are an essential logistical support for professionals, enhancing their combat effectiveness significantly, because in the battle between gods and demons, killing monsters is truly too difficult. Take Ning City for instance, where after an entire night the first batch of professionals to change classes have mostly only reached level 2. This was the result of good fortune combined with relentless grinding throughout the night, but any slightly relaxed professionals were still stuck at level 1. Of course, there was one exception. It was then that someone noticed a change in the level rankings and gasped in astonishment. Damn, the potion master has reached level 6. How long has it been, and he's already leveled up again? Is the alchemist profession really that powerful? Hurry, contact the family to recruit alchemists. This is a divine profession. After a night of grueling monster hunting, they truly understood how terrifying the creatures outside were, even more ferocious than advertised. But the potion master was far ahead, having reached level 6 overnight, far surpassing the predicted competent line. There was no doubt this wasn't a matter of skill. those who were the first to change professions had all been top-tier practitioners in advance. There were no weaklings among them. Since it wasn't a matter of skill, it had to be the profession itself. It must be that the alchemist profession's strength far exceeded other professions, leading to this significant lead. Unknowingly, Lin Bei delved deep into the jungle. Lin Bei was taken aback when the game's alert suddenly rang through the air. You are about to enter the twisted jungle, LV10. Your current level is too low and the danger level is extremely high. Please leave immediately. Lin Bei was just seriously hunting for monsters. Why had he wandered into the twisted jungle? He paused for a moment. He knew about this place. It was an outdoor area for level 8 to 10 monsters, teeming with level 8 Traiants and a level 10 Traiant boss. But had he really walked that far without realizing it? Quickly he opened the game map and saw a narrow path leading from Ning City right up to his current location, shrouded in black fog. His combat strength was so overwhelming that he had steamrolled his way here, defeating everything in his path effortlessly. With a grin, Lin Bei thought to himself that in this life his combat strength was formidable, turning every wild monster into a mere underling before his 24x buff. Since he had arrived, there was no reason to turn back. Ignoring the warning, he strode forward, knowing well that the experience from level 8 monsters was much more rewarding than that from level 5 ones. As he stepped into the twisted jungle, the game prompted him again to leave due to the high danger level. Along with the warning, the surroundings dimmed suddenly. It had been bright after daybreak, but now the dense canopy turned it as dark as dusk. Groot! Suddenly, a large tree in front began to twist, accompanied by a raspy and angry voice. The tree transformed into a Traiant, swinging its thick branches at Lin Bei. Snap! Lin Bei didn't hesitate. He dodged while throwing a chaos potion at the Traiant. The potion hit the ground with a crisp sound, creating a chaotic zone. A red health bar appeared above the Trent's head, rapidly decreasing. 1,000 hit points. This Traiant sure has a thick health bar, Lin Bei couldn't help but remark. Even a full team of level 8 players would find it hard to stay long in the twisted jungle. Having had a tough experience here in his past life, Lin Bei was deeply aware. But this time he had no fears. 1,000 hit points might be tough for others, but it was a piece of cake for him. The Traiant, slow and clumsy, couldn't catch Lin Bei, who was now equipped with boots. It just spun around in the chaos zone. -240, -240. 5 seconds later, the giant body of the Traiant crashed to the ground, becoming ethereal. 2 pieces of loot glowing with white light fell to the ground, and Lin Bei immediately scooped them into his backpack. Killed twisted Traiant, level 8. Gained 120 experience points. Received items with 12 days of tradable life. Item gained: Twisted Trent's staff. Lin Bei was thrilled, not expecting to get a drop right away. Twisted Trent's staff. White Mage's gear. Intelligence plus 30, health plus 100. Comes with skill, enchantment, passive, required level 5 and below. Enchantment, passive increases skill damage by 5%. A nice piece of magical equipment that should be worth quite a bit of tradable life. The attributes of this equipment are quite impressive, and what's more critical is that equipment is currently very scarce. Even if someone manages to get their hands on it, they are reluctant to sell it. At this moment, if he decides to auction it, it will certainly fetch a good price. There's no need to worry about the first batch of professionals who have switched jobs having no tradable lifespan. After a night of fierce battles, everyone should have accumulated a few dozen days of tradable lifespan, and these individuals are affiliated with major powers from all over the country. They just need to pool their tradable lifespans together. With that thought, Lin Bei immediately opened the game's auction system. Starting bid: 100 days of tradable lifespan, buyout. Seller does not agree to instant buyout. Minimum price: 300 days of tradable lifespan. Transactions below this price are automatically cancelled. Each bid must increase by at least 50 days of tradable lifespan, and the auction duration is 24 hours. List it. Lin Bei threw the staff into the auction system. He then closed the auction system and took a bottle of chaos potion from his bag, heading deep into the twisted jungle. Soon, the major powers across the country discovered the newly listed item in the auction system, and when they opened the item details, all the powers went crazy. Level 5 equipment. Immediately contact everyone to transfer the tradable lifespan back to the corporation. We, the Tian AO group, must secure this equipment. My god, it's level 5 equipment. These attributes, if we get it, it will greatly increase our monster slaying speed. Quick, gather everyone back, we must secure this equipment. send people to buy tradable lifespan no matter the cost. We must win this auction. This equipment can significantly increase my damage output. I must find a way to compete, and if I can get it, I will be far ahead of the first tier. Wow, level 5 equipment. Dad, can you buy it for me, please? If you get me this equipment, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. In no time, powers from all over the country were mobilized, all pooling funds ready to take a shot at securing this nation's first piece of equipment. Player Majestic and Uplifting bid 100 days of tradable lifespan. While many powers were still pooling funds, a mysterious player suddenly made a move, directly bidding 100 days of tradable lifespan. This made the other powers panic, issuing urgent recall orders, commanding all members to transfer their tradable lifespans back to the group, determined not to just watch as the equipment was snatched by someone else. Soon a fierce competition began. Player Tion Ao's strongest bid 150 days of tradable lifespan. Player Zhao's Invincible bid 200 days of tradable lifespan. Player Old Lee's Family is absolutely powerful bid 250 days of tradable lifespan. Although the competition was intense, because everyone had limited tradable lifespan on hand, the smokeless war soon came to a stop. As the 2-hour countdown came to an end, the Twisted Treyant staff was successfully purchased by the player named Heroic and Majestic for the sky-high price of 650 days of tradable life. Ding. Notification popped up in the upper right corner of Lin Bei's system panel. Your item, Twisted Treyant Staff, has been successfully auctioned. Please check it as soon as possible. Curious about the selling price, Lin Bei opened the email. Item, Twisted Treyant Staff, sold for a final auction price of 650 days of tradable life after deducting a 10% operational fee totaling 585 days of tradable life. Would you like to withdraw now? Withdraw. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with this price. It was significantly more than he had anticipated. He wondered which power had secured this piece of equipment. With that thought, Lin Bei checked the auction records. Player Heroic and Majestic bid 100 days of tradable life. Player Top Warrior of Tion Ao bid 150 days of tradable life. Player Invincible Zhao bid 200 days of tradable life. Player Absolutely Fierce Old Lee Family bid 250 days of tradable life. Player Heroic and Majestic made the final bid of 650 days of tradable life. Damn, that's the code name for a high-ranking officer from the Daxia military. Lin Bei's mouth twitched. This Heroic and Majestic was one of the top 5 players in his previous life. Commander, we've secured the equipment. In a secret military zone, a soldier in green camouflage excitedly declared. He was the one who had used 650 days of tradable life to purchase the Twisted Treyant staff under the alias Heroic and Majestic. As soon as we level up to 5 and equip this, our squad's combat power will significantly increase. We will definitely be ahead of others, and by leveling up we can also support our fellow troops by continuously farming monsters for equipment. Check out this player named Medicine God on the leaderboard. See if we can make contact. It would be best if we could bring him into our team, but if not, we should at least try to establish good relations. He's currently far ahead in levels, and cooperating with him could help us quickly build up a high-level team. Instructed an elderly man with white hair sitting on a sofa and sipping water from a thermos. Understood. The tech department is already looking into his details. We should have results soon. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was blissfully unaware that he had caught the military's attention. He was currently hidden in a hollow of a large tree on the outskirts of the Twisted Jungle, crafting new potions with the high-grade materials he had just gathered. While monster farming earlier, he had stumbled upon several 5th-level purple blood vines. By adding a piece of purple blood vine to a regular red healing potion, he could transform it into a potent corrosive poison potion, far more damaging than the confusion potion, though it was only effective against single targets, making it ideal for boss fights. As he crafted the corrosive poison potions, he earned 1 evolution point, advancing from Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 2 to Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 3. Soon Lin Bei had processed the 12 segments of purple blood vine he collected into 12 bottles of corrosive potion. He also earned an evolution point, successfully upgrading his potion mastery skill to Bronze Level 3, enhancing its effect from 24 times to 26 times. Checking his attributes, Lin Bei opened his backpack and examined the properties of the corrosive potion. Corrosive potion causes corrosion damage to anyone it touches, dealing 1300 damage per second for 5 seconds. Normally, a corrosive potion deals only 50 damage per second, and with just 5 seconds duration, its cost effectiveness isn't high. However, with a 26 times effect boost, it could inflict 1300 damage per second on enemies. With these potions, not to mention a level 10 boss, even a level 20 boss could be easily handled. Taking a bottle of corrosive potion in his left hand and a bottle of chaos potion in his right, Lin Bei left the tree hollow and strode deep into the twisted jungle. With the corrosive potion, he felt confident enough to seek out the level 10 boss of the twisted jungle. Defeating the twisted treant, he gained 120 experience points. Congratulations, you have risen to level 8, current experience 80/1708. After using all his chaos potions, Lin Bei finally reached the deepest part of the twisted jungle. There stood a massive tree that would take 10 people to encircle, with rugged bark and a canopy that blocked the sun, surrounded by 100 meters of barren land, almost describable as devoid of any vegetation. Whoosh! As soon as he approached the tree, Lin Bei was attacked by its branches. Fortunately, he was still some distance away and dodged the attack with a roll thanks to his boots. Twisted Tree Demon, level 10. This was the strongest monster in the twisted jungle, a level 10 boss. Unlike randomly spawned world bosses, the Twisted Tree Demon only spawned in the twisted jungle, but its attributes were not low, even slightly stronger than a typical level 10 world boss. Die! Lin Bei didn't hesitate and threw his corrosive potion directly. The Twisted Tree Demon had a thick health bar, but under the corrosive potion's severe damage of 1300 per second, it was not enough. -1300, -1300, -400. In just 3 seconds, the Twisted Tree Demon fell to the ground with a dull groan. Its massive body shook the ground, stirring up a whirl of fallen leaves and dust. Meanwhile, streaks of white light flew out from its body, killing the Twisted Tree Demon. Lin Bei gained 1000 experience points, acquired 50 days of tradable lifespan, and received items. Twisted Tree Demon's breastplate, green. Twisted Tree Demon's wristguard, green. The player, not the medicine god, has completed the first kill of the boss, rewarded with the title 1,000 Li in 1 day, unique. Because the player, not the medicine god, has killed the boss, Twisted Tree Demon, the world boss has been awakened. Please all players take note. Simultaneously, 2 server-wide announcements appeared in the minds of all professionals who had changed their class. Lin Bei didn't mind, but the other professionals were once again stirred up, their eyes turning red as they looked at the leaderboard where Medicine God had already reached level 8. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised as he checked his title. He hadn't expected that killing the twisted treant would grant him one, but why? Hadn't he heard about this 1,000 miles in 1 day title in his previous life? 1,000 miles in 1 day, unique, wearing it grants plus 100 to all attributes, a brutally simple boost that made Lin Bei take a sharp breath. A full 100-point increase in all attributes was somewhat monstrous, but considering it was the only title of its kind in the world, it seemed reasonable. The strong stay strong, a rule perfectly exemplified in the struggle between gods and demons. This unique title, offering plus 100 to all attributes, was a case in point. Without extraordinary strength, one wouldn't acquire the 1,000 miles in 1 day title, and those already invincible would only become more formidable upon acquiring it. He also examined 2 pieces of equipment which were quite decent, though he couldn't wear them yet. The attributes of the equipment were a notch above those of the Twisted Trent's staff. Twisted Trent's breastplate, green, grants 30 points in dual resistance, plus 20 strength, and reduces damage taken by 10 with a level requirement of 10 or above. Twisted Trent's bracers, green, plus 50 strength, plus 3% damage dealt, with a level requirement of 10 or above. Lin Bei packed away his backpack and sat down at the respawn site of the Twisted Treant, closing his eyes to meditate. The area around the Twisted Treant, where not a blade of grass grew, proved a fine resting spot, its fearsome presence deterring other monsters from spawning and causing disturbances. Half an hour later, a dull roar sounded. A shadow fell from the sky, transforming into a towering ancient tree that took root in the area. The Twisted Treant had respawned, without a second thought. Lin Bei threw a bottle of corrosive potion at the newly respawned Twisted Treant. -1,300, -1,300, -400. The Twisted Treant had never felt so frustrated. It hadn't even finished taking root before being sent back to oblivion. Killing the Twisted Treant, Lin Bei gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have risen to level 9, current experience 372-2562, gained 50 days of tradable lifespan, item acquired. Twisted Trent's bracers, your actions have attracted the attention of a certain entity in the Twisted Jungle. Just as Lin Bei stepped forward to collect his spoils, the game notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. What did this mean? he was puzzled. Could there be other monsters hidden in the Twisted Jungle? No, he had farmed the Twisted Jungle countless times in his previous life, and with so many professionals across the country passing through, he had never heard of such a notification. After a long while, all remained quiet, leading Lin Bei to wonder if he was hallucinating from not sleeping the previous night. Forget about it. Pushing his doubts aside, Lin Bei prepared to use this free time to purchase some materials. His chaos potions had run out and the corrosive potions couldn't be used for area attacks. Using them to clear the peripheral Twisted Tray ants was too wasteful. Leaving the Twisted Jungle to gather materials himself was a waste of time, so it was better to spend some money at the auction house. After all, he had plenty of tradable life left. Sharpening the axe will not hold up the work of cutting wood. Opening the auction interface, the first thing that caught his eye was rows of small red potions. A bottle of small red potion tradable for 3 days was priced the same as in his previous life. Lin Bei had anticipated this. Small red potions were crucial for grinding monsters early in the game, and their prices hadn't skyrocketed yet. When the era of mass job transitioning arrived with merchants hoarding potions, the prices would soar even higher. After flipping through several pages of small red and blue potions, Lin Bei finally found the materials he was looking for. Nurturing Heartgrass *30 starting bid, 1 day of tradable life, buyout price, 5 days of tradable life. Nurturing Heartgrass *11 starting bid, 1 day of tradable life, buyout price, 2 days of tradable life. Nurturing Spirit Grass *88 starting bid, 1 day of tradable life, buyout price, 10 days of tradable life. Lin Bei scrolled 2 more pages. Only Nurturing Heart Grass and Nurturing Spirit Grass, these basic materials, were listed. That was normal given that other adventurers were barely level 2. The regions they were in wouldn't spawn higher tier materials. No choice, he had to buy some Nurturing Heart Grass and Nurturing Spirit Grass first. Buyout Nurturing Heart Grass *30, buyout Nurturing Heart Grass *45, buyout Nurturing Heart Grass *67. In total, spending 25 days of tradable life, he purchased 208 stalks of Nurturing Heart Grass and 88 stalks of Nurturing Spirit Grass. There were still some Nurturing Spirit Grass left in his backpack, enough for a while. After completing his purchases, Lin Bei began concocting chaos potions. His movements were extremely skilled, and he quickly produced a large batch of chaos potions. However, whether it was due to a higher level or something else, this time he only gained 1 evolution point from concocting. Evolve, Alchemy Mastery Bronze 3, Alchemy Mastery Bronze 4, a 28-fold increase. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Bei refined all the potions again. 69 bottles of Chaos Potion, enough to clear the entire Twisted Jungle, but he wasn't in a hurry to grind monsters. Instead, he looked towards the spawn area of the Twisted Tray Ant, estimating that it was almost half an hour and the Twisted Tray Ant should be respawning soon. 5 minutes later, a roar came from the sky. Here it comes. Lin Bei's mouth curved into a smirk as he directly pulled out a bottle of corrosive potion. Following that, a shadow descended from the sky, transforming into a large tree that rapidly took root in the ground. Just like last time, the Twisted Tray Ant hadn't finished rooting before it was hit by the corrosive potion, sending it straight back to the void. Killing the Twisted Tray Ant, he gained 1000 experience points, accompanied by a white light falling to the ground. The game notification sound appeared again. Your actions have incited the fury of a being within the Twisted Jungle. For having killed the Twisted Tray Ant instantly 3 times, the millennia-old Twisted Tree Demon has now awakened. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a vine as thick as a bowl lashed towards Lin Bei at lightning speed. Caught off guard and swearing, Lin Bei immediately slapped a small red potion on himself. Bang! A vine whipped across Lin Bei's body, taking away more than half of his health. 355 points lost. Lin Bei's face turned pale, but thankfully he had invested all his free attributes into vitality, otherwise that strike would have sent him back to the respawn point. A small red potion, enhanced by a 28-fold increase, quickly restored him to full status. It was then that Lin Bei got a good look at the creature that attacked him, about 2 or 3 zhang tall, approximately 20 to 30 feet, humanoid in shape but with twisting vines for hands. It looked utterly bizarre. The vine that had just struck him was indeed from this monster. Twisted Tree Demon Bronze, level 15, a bronze boss. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. This was a real boss. In comparison, a Twisted Tree Sprite could at best be considered an elite monster. Its attributes were not even close to being on the same level. Corrosive Potion, he couldn't afford to underestimate it, immediately throwing a bottle. Then he quickly ran to the side, using his high speed to dodge the monster's vine attacks. The corrosive potion was still effective, with a 28-fold enhancement dealing 1400 damage per second, and even the level 15 bronze boss's health visibly dropped rapidly. The Twisted Tree Demon roared in anger, furiously lashing out with its vines at Lin Bei. The ground was smashed into dust clouds, but Lin Bei's positioning was excellent, evading attack after attack. After 5 seconds, the Twisted Tree Demon let out a reluctant roar of defeat. Twisted Tree Demon Bronze defeated. 3,000 experience points gained. You have leveled up to level 10. Current experience 810-3844. You have gained 99 days of tradable lifespan. Item acquired. Curse of the Twisted Tree Demon, green. Item acquired. Crown of the Twisted Tree Demon, green. Item acquired. Invitation to the Rift of the Void *1. As he leveled up, beams of light shot down from the sky, scattering shimmering spots all around. National announcement. Player I am not a medicine god has leveled up to 10-inch, initiating the era of career transformation for all citizens, and career transformation invitations have been sent to all legal residents. Lin Bei hadn't expected that defeating this hidden boss would directly boost him to level 10. It seemed that in this life, the world structure was about to undergo a significant change. In his previous life, the top powers had remained firmly in control because they were well informed and had undergone career transformations early. When they reached level 10-inch, ordinary people were just receiving their transformation invitations, a gap as wide as a chasm firmly suppressing those at the bottom. But this time, because of Lin Bei's rapid leveling, ordinary people received their transformation invitations early. Even those who transformed last night were at most level 3, nowhere near able to continuously oppress ordinary people. However, all this had little to do with Lin Bei now. He only wanted to head into the wilderness to seek out the strange equipment merchant to exchange for the legendary limited edition equipment. No sooner said than done. Lin Bei left the twisted jungle and ran towards the city. He remembered that the strange equipment merchant was in a decrepit temple in the suburbs, not too far from the twisted jungle. Half an hour later, Lin Bei arrived at the dilapidated temple. Young hero, would you like to exchange some equipment? Fair prices, absolutely no deception. As he approached the dilapidated temple, he was greeted by a burst of hearty laughter. A merchant in tattered clothes, carrying a pole on his shoulders, staggered out from the ruins. He was indeed the one. Exchange. Lin Bei quickened his pace towards the merchant. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, limited edition. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. Azure Dragon Saber, limited edition. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. Black Tortoise Armor, limited edition. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. White Tiger Dagger, limited edition. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. Thundering Bow, limited edition. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. Cloud Piercing Arrow, limited edition. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. Wishful Empty Hand, special. Price, 999 days of tradable lifespan. So many limited edition items. Lin Bei was momentarily dazzled by the list of 7 items. Just by hearing their names, one could tell these were divine level items. He wanted all 7, but his strength wasn't enough. He only had enough tradable lifespan to exchange for 1.5 items. First, let's check the attributes. Lin Bei took a deep breath and began to inspect the properties. He needed to see if these 7 items were worth the risk. If the attributes were truly unbeatable, perhaps he could manage to exchange for a couple more limited edition items by listing a few bottles of 28x boost red potions in the auction house right now. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan, limited edition. 0-100 Mage Class Weapon, Intelligence plus 99, acquire skill. Vermilion Bird's Power, required level 10 and above. Vermilion Bird's Power, passive. Attacks cause a scorching effect, increasing damage by 10%, and gain the Vermilion Bird's effect, increasing magic recovery speed by 50%. It's a piece of equipment that can grow, and these attributes are indeed a bit overpowered. Lin Bei was quite envious. The equipment even had a phoenix effect, truly a tool for showing off, but alas, it was restricted to mages. He continued to look further. Azure Dragon Saber, limited edition. 0-100 Warrior Class Weapons, strength plus 99, acquire skill. Azure Dragon's Power, required level 10 and above. Azure Dragon's Power, passive attacks cause severe wounds, increasing damage by 10%, and gain the Azure Dragon's effect, increasing attack speed by 20%. Another piece of growth equipment could all 7 be like this: Black Tortoise Armor, Limited Edition, 0-100 Warrior Class Equipment Strength plus 99 Acquire Skill, Black Tortoise's Power, Required Level, 10 and above, Black Tortoise's Power. Passive: when attacked, gain a shield equal to 10% of the damage received lasting 10 seconds and reduce damage taken by 10%. Attacks: gain the Black Tortoise's effect, White Tiger Dagger. Limited Edition, 0-inch 100 Assassin Class Weapon, Agility plus 99 Acquire Skill, White Tiger's Power. Required Level, 10 and above, White Tiger's Power. Passive: attacks cause a tearing effect. Each layer increases damage by 5% and attack speed by 10%. Can stack up to 5 layers. Attacks: gain the White Tiger's effect, increasing movement speed by 50%. Thundering Bow, Limited Edition, 0-100 Archer Class Weapon, Agility plus 99 Acquire Skill, Hoyi's Power, Required Level, 10 and above, Hoyi's Power. Passive: each attack charges the weapon and after charging 5 times it enters the sharpshooter state, gaining 99% attack speed and 30% attack range, with attacks gaining a meteor effect. Piercing Arrow, discontinued, 0-100 Treasure Strength plus 99 can be combined with the Sky Shaking Bow to form the Sky Shaking Sunset set, requires level 10 and above, Sky Shaking Sunset, gain 30% armor penetration. Attacks: gain double shot. Damned, no equipment for priests? After reviewing the attributes of these discontinued items, Lin Bei was somewhat dumbfounded. The attributes of these items were strong and they were all growth-type equipment that could be worn until the end, but these items surprisingly did not suit the priest class. There were only 5 classes in total and 4 had specific equipment. Even the warriors and archers had 2 unique items per class. Were priests really treated like stepchildren? What is this Rui empty hands? Lin Bei muttered a few curses toward the planners of the gods and demons showdown, then shifted his gaze to the last item. Special class equipment was rare, usually functional. Rui empty hands, special. 0-100 crafting treasure. There's a 40% chance of obtaining an identical item. When crafting potions or weapons, requires level 10 and above, a 40% chance to obtain an identical item. Although it was a simple attribute, Lin Bei was overjoyed. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? Each time he crafted potions, there was a 40% chance of obtaining an identical potion, which would greatly increase his potion crafting speed. I'll take it. Without a second thought, Lin Bei exchanged for the Rui empty hands. Item received: Rui empty hands, discontinued, minus 999 days trading life. Equip. As Lin Bei thought about it, 2 pale golden gloves appeared on his hands. These gloves were thin as cicada wings. Wearing them felt like wearing nothing at all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he looked back at the list of other equipment. While the attributes of these items were strong, they did not suit his class and he was unsure if they could be traded. If trading was possible, taking a risk to buy them could work, whether for personal use or selling at a high price. Checking personal panel, codename, not the medicine god, modifiable, profession. Alchemist level, 10 experience, 810, 3844 health, 1600 constitution, 160 strength, 110 agility, 110 spirit, 110 free attribute points, 0 equipment, rusty cauldron, weapon, Rui empty hands, treasure, mutated centipedes, torn shoes, Rui empty hands, discontinued, not tradable. Seeing the words not tradable, Lin Bei completely gave up. Those 6 pieces of equipment, even if exchanged, couldn't be worn nor traded, so forget it. Leaving the broken temple, Lin Bei could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately opened the auction house and bought 30 heart-nourishing herbs to test the effects of the Rui empty hands. Meanwhile, the entire Great Xia was already in an uproar. As the era of mass job changing dawned, every legal resident received a job change invitation from the game gods and demons conflict. Min, did you receive the job change invitation from the gods and demons conflict game? Lin Shirshir and her best friend Tian Min were on their way to class when suddenly a game notification popped up in her mind, leaving her bewildered, thinking she was hallucinating. Tian Min looked just as confused, and only after hearing Lin Shirshir did she snap back to reality. You received the job change invitation from the gods and demons conflict game too. It's so strange. That voice appeared directly in my mind. I thought I was hallucinating. Quick, Min, check your phone. Lots of people have received this job change invitation, and changing jobs even grants special abilities. Breaking news: the city outskirts have been overrun. Monsters are everywhere, killing people. Oh my gosh, is this real or fake? Both of them covered their mouths, unable to believe what was being said on their phones. How could a game descend into reality? Min, wait for me, I'm getting a call. Just then Lin Shirshir's phone rang. It was her boyfriend Su Chen. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly answered. Shirshir, did you receive the game's job change invitation? We've entered the era of mass job changes. Quickly summon the job change circle. I've already changed into an archer. You'd better change into a healer, then I'll take you to the outskirts to slaughter our way through. Su Chen's voice came carefree through the phone. Lin Shirshir nodded eagerly. Su Chen, you're amazing. I'll summon the job change circle right now. From now on, I'll follow you, Su Chen, and heal you. Did Su Chen call you again? Tianmin asked with a smile, watching Lin Shirshir. Lin Shirshir hung up and nodded with a sweet smile. Yes, Su Chen has already changed into an archer. He's asking me to join him so he can take me to the outskirts to fight monsters and level up. You're so lucky to have such a good boyfriend. Hearing this, Tianmin showed envy. Although she hadn't played many games, she knew that archers were always powerful and crucial in games. Lin Shirshir chuckled softly, instinctively opening her phone to check her messages. There were several unread messages, but she quickly scanned them and didn't see Lin Bei's name. He still hasn't apologized. Lin Shirshir's eyebrows furrowed, her mood suddenly sour. She had been waiting for Lin Bei to apologize. After their argument yesterday, Lin Bei used to always chase after her to admit his mistakes, but this time Lin Bei had been silent, not even a single message. With such a big thing happening and he still hasn't come to find me. Lin Shirshir scoffed lightly, then her face softened into a sweet expression. I knew I couldn't rely on him. Thankfully I have Su Chen to depend on. Lin Bei, you just wait. Even if you come to apologize, I won't forgive you, unless you kneel down and apologize to Su Chen. Thinking she would reach out to Lin Bei? Impossible, not in this lifetime. And it was clearly Lin Bei's fault, so why should she have to apologize? It's not like she just skipped class to hang out with brother Su Chen at the bar. After all, what's school compared to brother Su Chen? Bad grades won't kill you, but without brother Su Chen, she really didn't want to live. Xiaoman, why don't we go find brother Su Chen together? Let him take us both, Lin Shirshir asked Tianmin. Tianmin quickly nodded her head. Yes, she too was fond of the unrestrained Su Chen, but since he was her good friend's boyfriend, she could only keep her feelings to herself. The two tossed aside their books and stealthily climbed over the school wall to escape. By the time they reached the outskirts, the area was packed with cars, and everywhere there were professionals gathering in groups of 3 or 5 at the edge of the peace zone, eagerly looking at the monsters in the wilderness area. Shirshir Su Chen with his long hair came forward to greet them. Xiaoman is here too. Quickly summon the class change circle and see what classes you can change into. Once you're done, I'll take you out of the city to hunt monsters. I promise to boost your levels. Su Chen was very confident, as he had heard through the grapevine that the game was actually quite simple, with some managing to reach level 10 overnight, and in terms of gaming talent he had never met his match. Once he got into the game and set up a permanent team with Lin Shirshir, it wouldn't take them long to catch up with those who had changed classes earlier. At that moment, 2 beams of white light flashed down upon Lin Shirshir and Tianmin. I've changed into an elemental mage. Brother Su Chen, how's this class? Lin Shirshir's pretty face was filled with tension. She had always played support roles and had never been a mage before. Mage? Su Chen slightly frowned. It's okay, it's a class with high output, but right now we don't lack damage dealers, we need tanks and healers. I think I'm a healer. My class is Guardian. At that moment Tianmin waved her fists excitedly. Hearing that Tianmin was a guardian, Su Chen immediately showed a brilliant smile. Great, with a healer it's easier to manage, just need a couple of tanks and we can go out to farm monsters. I'll boost your levels. Yeah, Lin Shirshir and Tianmin curiously fiddled with the system panel in front of them. Suddenly Tianmin exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, who is this? I am not a medicine god, already at level 10, and why is he the only one on the leaderboard? Level 10, Lin Shirshir quickly asked how to open the leaderboard. Seeing the number 10 behind I am not a medicine god, envy was written all over her face. We are just level 1 and he's already level 10. This medicine god is too amazing. Just level 10. Hearing the two of them, Su Chen immediately felt displeased and couldn't help mocking that speed isn't fast in the battle of gods and demons. Once our team is set, we'll surpass him within 3 days. Wow, brother Su Chen is so amazing. Lin Shirshir immediately gave a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiring little stars. Then she thought of Lin Bei and her heart filled with even more disdain. Nowadays it's the era of everyone switching careers through games. What's the use of studying hard? Just like Lin Bei, that bumpkin, he surely can't play anything well. But brother Su Chen is amazing. He used to take her to play King's Glory and would just slaughter wildly in God mode. However, Lin Schercher could never have imagined that the only one who made it to the leaderboard, the top medicine god, was the very bumpkin she disparaged. It's so quick how we've entered the era of career switching. Lin Bei, looking at the numerous news about career switching on his phone, muttered to himself that Lin Schercher must have switched her career by now. She's probably with Su Chen at this moment. In his previous life, when he learned about the nationwide career switching, he immediately went to apologize to Lin Schercher for her safety. By that time, Lin Schercher had already teamed up with Su Chen and they had been killed in the wild and sent back to the respawn point once. To help Lin Schercher level up better, he could only act as the laborer, making potions for the whole team. But in this life, he would never be so foolish again. If these two clueless ones happened to run into him, he wouldn't mind using his potions to send them straight back to the respawn point. Die then die. What does it matter if their lifespans run out? What's it to him? A cold glint flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. He had already shown the greatest mercy by not specifically hunting them down. Achoo! Lin Schercher, standing on the boundary line between the safe zone and the wild zones, sneezed. They had already formed a fixed team which included a giant sword warrior and a shield and sword warrior along with Lin Schercher herself. Let's go, move out. Su Chen, with a grand wave of his hand, led the group boldly into the wild zone. He was full of confidence, believing that if I am not the medicine god could level up to 10 overnight, he had no reason to fail. He should level up even faster. Look, there's a level 1 monster over there, and there's a level 2 mutant black scorpion over there. The two warriors in the front shouted, each pointing in different directions. With the 5 of us fully equipped, there's no need to fight level 1 monsters. We should be careful, but fighting level 2 monsters shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen made a quick decision to lead the team to fight the level 2 mutant black scorpion. Alright. No problem, make sure your damage output keeps up, brother Su. Shen is mighty and powerful. All 4 nodded in agreement. The experience from level 1 monsters was too low. Fighting level 2 monsters might be slower, but they offered more experience. Eat my sword. The giant sword warrior, being rather dramatic, charged forward and struck the mutant black scorpion with his sword. -1. The huge sword hit the mutant black scorpion but couldn't break its defense. The mutant black scorpion roared and turned around with a pincer attack. -35. The damage was so high, the giant sword warrior cried out as a third of his health bar disappeared. The mutant black scorpion wasn't joking around. It struck with another pincer and his health bar was almost depleted in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events caught the giant sword warrior off guard, and he quickly gulped down a small red potion while Tianmin also provided a healing skill from behind. But he still couldn't withstand the attacks of the mutant black scorpion, and with a scream he was sent back to the respawn point. The remaining 4 were not lightly frightened. Their formation was instantly disrupted by the mutant black scorpion, and Su Chen no longer cared about Lin Schercher as he ran off into the distance. Brother Su Chen, Lin Schercher's pretty face turned pale with fright and she screamed as the mutated black scorpion knocked her health bar down to 0 with a single charge. How are these wild beasts so freakishly strong? I'm going to die again. Damn it, even the level 1 creatures are this monstrous. What's the point in playing? Lin Schercher cried out in misery as she and her teammates, including Su Chen, were sent back to the respawn point by the wild creature once again. This time, they had intentionally chosen a level 1 monster, yet they still couldn't defeat it. Their damage output was decent, but the 2 tanks couldn't withstand the monster's attacks at all. Without the tanks to absorb the damage, the 3 of them with their fragile builds could only be instantly knocked down when facing the monster. Weren't you supposed to carry us? After being sent back to the respawn point twice in succession, the 2 friends Su Chen had called were not happy. When they changed their jobs, the system had warned that death would result in the loss of half of their bound lifespan. Originally, they had nearly 40 years of lifespan bound to them, now less than 10 years remained. If the game system could physically manifest on their bodies, continuing this loss would mean dying on the spot once their lifespan ran out. This was no longer a doubt in their minds after gaining their job skills. How was I supposed to know that the monster's stats would be so freakish? Su Chen's face was grim. He had played online games for many years, but he had never been as embarrassed as he was today. You saw the damage that monster did. You 2 couldn't even hold it off, and before we in the back could even start dealing damage, you 2 were already dead. A single squad simply can't farm these monsters. We held it off for nearly a minute, isn't that enough? Clearly, it's your backline's damage output that's lacking, not that a single squad can't farm the monster. How Come Yaoshin can farm it alone then, I kindly invited you to team up and now you're blaming me. Mention of Yaoshin immediately set Su Chen off. Just earlier he had casually claimed he'd surpassed Yao Shen and now he was being slapped in the face with reality. The mention of Yao Shen was clearly intended to embarrass him in front of the two girls. Brother Su Chen, please don't fight. Lin Shishir hurriedly intervened between the two. Perhaps today was just bad luck. How about we try farming monsters another day? Having died twice in a row and lost a substantial amount of her bound lifespan, she had no desire to continue playing today. No, we can't stop now. Everyone else is leveling up, and if we give up, we'll fall behind the main group. Su Chen immediately shook his head, rejecting Lin Shishir's suggestion. The early stages of the game often set up certain tasks and events, and falling behind could mean missing out on important missions. Look, Yao Shen has already reached level 11, just then Tian Min couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the leaderboard. What, Yao Shen has reached level 11? The four of them were shocked, envy filling Lin Shishir's eyes. Having personally experienced the difficulty of the game, she now understood just how significant Yao Shen's solo achievement to level 11 was. He's a real pro gamer. It would be great if we could team up with Yao Shen. Lin Shishir sighed, knowing it was an impossible dream. After all, she had no idea who this legendary medicine god was, nor did she have any connections to this esteemed figure. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had reached level 11. After exchanging his items for some rare equipment, he returned to the Twisted Jungle. Although the monsters there were a bit low level for him now, with only the bosses meeting his needs, the oasis was abundant in basic materials crucial for his trades. He couldn't afford to use all his tradable lifespan just to exchange materials. He had to gather what he needed with his own hands to ensure he had enough supplies. As he collected, he found not only heart-nurturing grass but, to his surprise, a plant called iron tribulus amidst the vast heart-nurturing grass. This plant, rare in the early stages of the game, was a level 8 material crucial for creating high-level potions such as an iron concoction that reduced damage by 30% when mixed with 10 heart-nurturing grass and 2 spirit-nurturing grass, or a wide-range toxic tribulus poison potion when combined with another level 8 material, the gut-breaking herb. Unfortunately, the iron tribulus before him was small, yielding only a few fruits. He decided to gather them and managed to collect 3 tribulus fruits. He then proceeded to prepare an iron concoction. With the materials at hand, that was all he could manage. Other level 10 potions were beyond his current capability. The potion took longer to brew compared to the simpler heart-nurturing grass. After half a minute, his battered alchemy cauldron finally glowed green. The concoction was ready, and surprisingly, due to the 40% chance activation of his skill Wishful Empty Hand, he received an additional iron concoction as the potion bottle flew out of the cauldron to him. The iron concoction, a level 10 potion, provided a 100% reduction in damage for 10 seconds, number 28-fold increase this time. It seemed 100% damage reduction was the limit for the iron concoction. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. With 100% damage reduction, he was invincible for those seconds, making the numerical value of his stats irrelevant. These 2 bottles significantly increased his margin for error, ensuring he no longer had to worry about making mistakes while fighting bosses. He decided to save the remaining tribulus fruits for later to create the tribulus poison potion. Keeping the 2 iron concoctions as insurance was more than enough. What he really needed now was a potion that could enhance his ability to quickly grind through monsters and level up. Too tired to continue, Lin Bei decided to stretch and head home to sleep. Rising to level 11 in a day and a night was a satisfying progress. The average player was likely still stuck at level 1, and those who had managed their first job change last night might have reached level 3 at most. With his current progress, Lin Bei was confident no one could catch up to him anytime soon. He left content with his day's achievements. Lin Bei, ever impulsive, decided to leave in a hurry, but not before throwing a bottle of corrosive potion and taking down the boss of the Twisted Jungle, the Twisted Treant. Defeating the Twisted Treant, level 10, he earned 1,000 experience points and gained 30 tradable days of lifespan. Among the loot was the Twisted Trent's breastplate. After grinding all day, Lin Bei was too lazy to even check its attributes and simply stashed it in his backpack. His bag was filled with several pieces of gear dropped by the Twisted Treant, which he planned to auction off later. When he got home, he locked the door and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep sleep out of sheer exhaustion. He slept for a full 10 hours, waking only as the dawn light began to seep through his window. Curious whether anyone had climbed up the rankings overnight, Lin Bei checked the leaderboard only to find it still empty except for himself, which brought a satisfied smirk to his face. just as expected. Someone sent me something? At that moment, a notification for a new mail caught his attention. He had turned off notifications for messages from strangers when he sent his gear to the auction house the previous day, but there was a glitch in the game's mailing system where notifications for mails with attached items would still appear. This glitch wasn't supposed to be known until the second year of the game, and here it was only the second day since the game's release. Surely nobody should have discovered this yet. Opening the mail system, he saw a new message from a player named Xiongjiu Qiangong asking him to check the attached item. Surprised to see it was from Xiongjiu Qiangong, Lin Bei hesitated but then remembered the sender represented the military. Opening the mail, he read, Xiongjiu Qiangong. Hello medicine god, I was the one who bought your Twisted Trance staff. No hidden intentions, I just want to make friends. If you have more gear in the future, contact me directly and I assure you the price will be satisfying. This Bohemia flower was something I stumbled upon in the mountains and I collected it without thinking much of it. Since you are a pharmacist, could you please take a look at it for me? Attachments. Bohemia flower *4, Bohemia flowers. Lin Bei was surprised. These were not ordinary low-level materials like heart-nurturing grass. They were even rarer than the iron thistles he collected. Logically, Xiongjiu Qiangong shouldn't have been able to gather Bohemia flowers at just level 3. Was it just luck? He shook his head. Such materials didn't spawn in the suburban areas, so luck was irrelevant. But then, considering the identity of Xiongjiu Qiangong, he relaxed. The military was a formidable entity, the bedrock of Dacia's stability. Having special means was nothing unusual for them. Considering this, Lin Bei did not hesitate any longer and accepted the attachment. Receiving item, Bohemia flower *4 level 10. Since it was a gift from the military, he decided to accept it. Maintaining a good relationship with the military could do no harm. He then replied with a message, I'm not medicine god, I appreciate your gesture. I will list 2 pieces of equipment on the auction system in an hour. Feel free to check them out if you're interested. Everyone was so sincere he should reciprocate, especially since he was planning to sell the equipment in his backpack. Sooner or later, it was an opportunity to return a favor. At the military command center, Chen Jianzhu, dressed in a military uniform, had a look of surprise on his face. The medicine god has responded to us. Oh, what did he say? What exactly did he say? Several high-ranking military officials immediately stood up and turned their attention to Chen Jianzhu. Taking a deep breath and with a delighted expression, Chen announced, he said he has accepted our goodwill and he will list 2 pieces of equipment on the auction house in 1 hour. What? 2 more pieces of equipment? This guy is incredible. Where did he get all these items from? Hearing Chen's words, everyone exchanged looks of astonishment. At that moment, a previously silent elderly man with gray hair spoke solemnly. Chen Jianzhu, this task is yours. No matter what equipment he lists, regardless of the cost, we must acquire it all. Don't just stand there, go and coordinate with the various districts to gather the necessary funds. These pieces of equipment are crucial for us to lead the masses. If we fall behind, the consequences are unimaginable. The higher-ups have just issued a strict order to lead the forefront. Only with absolute power can we maintain social stability. If we are surpassed by other forces, it could lead to chaos. Yes, sir. The officials did not dare to delay and immediately left the command center to arrange the funds. The elderly man then said to Chen Jianzhu, we've finally made contact with that medicine god. We must maintain a good relationship with him. Without my orders, do not reveal his information to anyone, nor should you investigate him on your own. This person managed to solo level up to 11 in 1 night. If we can have him on our side, it would be a great asset for our stability. Yes, Commander. Chen Jianzhu nodded and saluted properly. Ding, heroic and resolute requests to add you as a friend. Lin Bei, who was checking out several pieces of equipment, received the friend request from Heroic and Resolute. Lin Bei didn't reject it and accepted the friend request. Becoming friends with Heroic and Resolute would make future sales much easier, allowing for private transactions. Where the breastplate, Lin Bei muttered to himself, putting on the Twisted Trance breastplate. He had looted several pieces of equipment from the Twisted Trance yesterday, including 3 Twisted Trance breastplates and 2 Twisted Trance plate armors. Both were types of armor, but he could only wear one. The breastplate was lighter but offered weaker defense. The plate armor was stronger but somewhat cumbersome. Twisted Trance plate armor. Green provides 50 points of resistance plus 20 strength, reduces movement speed by 5% and reduces incoming damage by 15 with a level requirement of 10 or higher. movement speed was valuable, but for professions that struggled with early game monsters, sacrificing some mobility for strong defensive capabilities was still cost effective. He also put on the wrist guards. Lin Bei then turned his attention to the other two pieces of equipment, expecting them to have even better attributes from the Twisted Tray Ant. The Curse of the Twisted Tray Ant, Blue Mage class equipment, intelligence plus 100, inflicting damage puts the enemy in a cursed state, reducing their elemental resistance by 20 points, level requirement 10 and above. The Crown of the Twisted Tray Ant, Blue, all attributes plus 20, gain a magical shield 40 seconds after disengaging from combat, which can block an enemy skill once, level requirement 10 and above. These are also level 10 equipment, but the quality is much better than that dropped from the Twisted Sprite. Lin Bei nodded in approval. This was his first encounter with the Twisted Tray Ant and he didn't expect it to drop blue quality equipment. Usually level 10 equipment is green, blue quality level 10 equipment is rare and its attributes are clearly superior to those of the same level green equipment. Unfortunately, only the crown could be worn. The staff was a mage class exclusive weapon, unusable by other classes. He decided to keep the staff for now, as they couldn't afford it if he listed it immediately. After some thought, Lin Bei decided not to list the Curse of the Twisted Tray Ant right away. Such blue quality equipment was exceedingly rare in the early stages, and this piece alone was worth at least 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. However, selling required strategy. Flooding the market all at once could actually decrease the urgency of buyers, and a steady, gradual approach would prove more sustainable. List the breastplate of the Twisted Sprite, green, starting bid, 200 days of tradable lifespan, minimum increment 50 days, buy-up price, 1,000 days. Twisted Sprite's plate armor, green, *2, starting bid, 200 days, minimum increment 50 days, buy-up price, 1,000 days. Twisted Sprite's bracers, green, *2, starting bid, 200 days, minimum increment 50 days, buy-up price, 1,000 days. Although the attributes of the three pieces of equipment were different, Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to adjust the prices and listed them all at the same rate. Early stage equipment was extremely scarce, and even if he set the lifespan at 2,000 days, there would still be eager buyers. However, considering the need for a long-term cooperation with the military, he couldn't afford to be too ruthless. At that moment, Chen Jianxi and a group of executives were sitting together, incessantly refreshing their auction systems. They were eager to see what new equipment the medicine god had acquired. It had been almost an hour. Why hadn't it been listed? Chen Jianxi, are you sure medicine god said it would be listed in an hour? He wouldn't be fooling you, right? I don't think so. Medicine god is probably just busy. Chen Jianxi shook his head, his instincts telling him that medicine god was a reliable person, not one to deceive him. It's listed. Just then one of the executives shouted excitedly. They all hurriedly refreshed the auction system, and upon seeing 5 pieces of equipment listed, they immediately stood up. Wow, this is not just 2 pieces of equipment. Chen Jian has really put us in a tough spot. Quick, make a call and gather all the tradable lifespans available from every department. A flat rate of 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. Hurry, let's secure 2 pieces first. They thought there were only 2 pieces of equipment, so they gathered a total of 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But unexpectedly, the auction god listed 5 pieces of equipment, and now we only have enough for 2. This auction has set a flat purchase price, and it's highly possible that someone might snap them up straight away. So, without hesitation, they used the gathered 2,000 days of tradable life span to buy 2 pieces of equipment. The plate armor has the highest defense, so let's go for that plate armor. With a majestic and confident bid of 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, they purchased the Twisted Trent's plate armor. Chen Jian did not hesitate and immediately bought the 2 pieces of Twisted Trent's plate armor. Twisted Trent's plate armor, green, grants 50 dual resistance, plus 20 strength, minus 5% movement speed, reduces incoming damage by 15, requires level 10 or above, with 50 dual resistance, 20 points of strength, and a solid 15 points of damage reduction. This is definitely a divine defensive gear. With this equipment, our fighter can stand on the front lines and take hits without fear of being killed, though it's a pity it can only be worn from level 10. Jin, tell the departments that whoever reaches level 10 first gets to use this equipment. We need to hurry and get them to level 10 and equipped so we can quickly widen the level gap with the general populace. Yes, I'll inform them right away. Shen Jian nodded. Even he himself was quite envious and wanted a piece of the Twisted Trent's plate armor. Meanwhile, other powers also noticed the newly listed equipment at the auction house, and it immediately caused an uproar. Level 10 equipment, a flat rate of 1000 days of tradable lifespan is a bit pricey, but with such strong attributes, it's worth it. Let's gather some more tradable lifespans, just enough to buy one piece. Who exactly is that powerful entity that secured two pieces as soon as they were listed? Let's find out their background. Top leaders from various major powers quickly issued orders mobilizing their subordinates to urgently gather tradable lifespans. The emergence of these pieces of equipment will definitely disrupt the domestic balance. It's no exaggeration to say that whichever power manages to secure these items first will rise rapidly, and those powers that are too slow, no matter how glorious they once were, are destined to become mere footnotes in the era's stepping stones for the rapidly rising powers. The strongest in Tian Ao bought the Twisted Trent's breastplate with a flat rate of 1000 days of tradable lifespan. Zhao's Invincible secured the Twisted Trent's bracers with a flat rate of 1000 days of tradable lifespan. The formidable Oldley family also snagged the Twisted Trent's bracers with a flat rate of 1000 days of tradable lifespan. Before long, the three top powers in the nation had each taken one of the remaining three pieces of equipment. Unlike the previous equipment auction, this time when the items were listed, it marked the era of mass profession change, with many ordinary people becoming professionals. News that I'm not the god of medicine had put up 5 green items quickly exploded on the internet. For a while, this was the hot topic of discussion everywhere, with many expressing deep admiration for I'm not the god of medicine. Everyone was curious about this legendary figure who managed to level up to 11 in just one day and night and even burst out so many items. You should know they struggle to fight level 1 monsters, yet the medicine god can already farm level 10 bosses. If only they could team up with the medicine god. I'll pay $1 million just to team up with the medicine god for a day. Gosh, $1 million a day. I'm even tempted to become a paid companion myself. Someone in the thread clarified, are you talking about becoming a companion or really just playing together? Everyone look, the heiress of the Jingcheng Bailey group is posting a high reward for teaming up, offering up to 30 million. A message popped up on the hot search live feed, igniting the excitement of netizens across the country, and that post from the Bailey Group heiress climbed its way through the hot searches, securing the top spot. Ma Bailey, this game is so hard. If Medicine God sees this post, please DM me. I'll pay 10 million for a day of monster farming. Ma Bailey, didn't expect my post to hit the hot searches. Medicine God, if you see this, please make sure to DM me. I'll add another 10 million, no extra conditions, just to farm monsters for a day. Ma Bailey, Medicine God, did you see my post? I'm offering 30 million, just hoping that the great Medicine God could team up with me. Ing. These three continuous updates sparked widespread discussion online. 30 million inch an amount most people wouldn't earn in 2 lifetimes, yet Ma Bailey spoke of it so casually. Just for a day's companionship in the game, she was willing to pay 30 million. The thoughts of the wealthy are truly different from us common folks. 30 million for a day of gaming companionship. Poverty really does limit my imagination. It's just a game, is it really worth that much? You don't understand. Now that the game has merged with reality, it will coexist with us for a long time. Spending 30 million to get the medicine god's help in farming seems a lot, but in fact it's a clever investment. I don't believe it. Even if I don't play this game, how would it affect my monthly salary of 3,500? As people entered the era of mass profession changes, they had yet to realize the revolutionary changes the game would bring to their lives. Only a few visionaries realized this was an opportunity. By gaining the upper hand in the battle of gods and demons and entering the top tier of game levels, one could transform into a darling of the new era. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was agonizing in front of a decrepit temple. It had been 7 or 8 hours since the strange merchant disappeared, and he was torn whether to use his newly acquired tradable lifespan to exchange for those rare equipment items. Should he exchange them, these items he couldn't wear himself, purely wasting tradable lifespan? But if he didn't, what if someone else did? Those 6 discontinued items had outrageously powerful attributes. If someone were to acquire them, they wouldn't just catch up, they could potentially surpass others dramatically in terms of power levels. In the long run, this would not be favorable for monopolizing equipment sales. In the past, no one had exchanged for them, but this lifetime was different because of his influence. People were willing to spend 1,000 tradable life days to purchase the equipment he listed. If these powers were to discover the existence of the discontinued items, they would definitely do everything possible to gather enough tradable life days to exchange for them. No, he couldn't let them have these items. In the end, Lin Bei made a decision, gritting his teeth and buying all 6 pieces of the discontinued equipment. To exchange for these 6 items, it would cost 5,994 tradable life days. He had just earned 4,500 tradable life days from selling other equipment and had over 800 of his own, still short of nearly 600 days. The auction system was truly a rip-off, so stingy. Initially he had sold enough for 5,000 tradable life days. With a little more he could have made it, but the system also deducted a 10% operational fee, leaving him short of over 600 days. If only he had known, he would have sold the Curse of the Twisted Treant as well. First exchange for 5 items. The cloud-piercing arrow without the matching heaven-shaking bow was useless. In the end, Lin Bei decided to first exchange for the other 5 items, the remaining cloud-piercing arrow, which needed to be paired with the heaven-shaking bow, wouldn't be of much use if someone else got it without the set. He exchanged for the vermilion bird feather fan, the white tiger dagger, the azure dragon warblade, the black tortoise armor, and the heaven-shaking bow. After briskly exchanging 5 discontinued items, Lin Bei looked at his nearly depleted tradable life days, feeling a hollow emptiness inside. All the hard work gone in an instant. It was like returning to square one. Being broke was truly distressing. However, Lin Bei wasn't worried. Proper preparation doesn't hinder the work at hand. The investment now would return 1,000-fold later. Wait, not bound. Suddenly Lin Bei's eyes widened. After exchanging the equipment, he instinctively checked his backpack. To his surprise, these 5 discontinued items didn't have a non-tradable tag. He realized what was happening. These discontinued items would bind to the wearer upon use, and unless dropped upon death, they couldn't be traded with others. But the 5 items he just exchanged weren't worn due to being incompatible with his class, so they could still be traded. Nevertheless, Lin Bei dismissed the idea of selling these items. Such rare equipment was best kept in the hands of his own people, and if he were to sell them, it would only be to someone he trusted completely. For instance, if the military expressed a need for them later, he might consider contributing to the nation for the right price. Simultaneously, the detection of the power of the 4 divine beasts triggered a hidden quest. The secret of the 4 symbols. The secret of the 4 symbols. In ancient times, 4 divine beasts dominated the heavens: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, known collectively as the 4 symbols. The forces of the 4 symbols generate and overcome each other. Divided, they cannot stand together, but united, they are invincible in the world. Only with the blood of the 4 divine beasts can the powers of the 4 symbols be merged into one. Mission objective: collect the blood of the 4 divine beasts. 0/4. Suddenly a game notification sound rings in his ears. Lin Bei frowns. A hidden mission? Collecting the blood of the 4 divine beasts? He had never heard of such a thing, but he did know about the sacred level boss Qinglong from the nightmare level dungeon East Sea Monster. In his past life, a team of top players live-streamed their attempt at this dungeon and spent numerous high-level items only to reach the boss, where Qinglong with a calamity-level skill sent the 5-man team straight back to the resurrection point. At that time, many professionals broke into a cold sweat at the sight of Qinglong's terrifying form, recognized officially as the only sacred level boss. Subsequently, many top players attempted the dungeon, but to no avail. Even military teams couldn't withstand Qinglong's calamity level skills. There were suggestions to let 5 full damage assassins stealthily approach and launch their strongest attacks, possibly killing Qinglong before it could react. However, this was utterly impractical. A team of 5 assassins couldn't even get past the minor monsters, until Lin Bei was backstabbed by Lin Shishir. He had never heard of any team clearing the nightmare level East Sea Monster dungeon, and later, knowing it was unbeatable, very few attempted it. After all, now that the game and reality were merged, it wasn't like ordinary online games where death simply meant waiting for revival. It still wasn't feasible now. At least 100-fold amplification was needed for a chance. Lin Bei dismissed the idea of attempting the dungeon at his current level. Even with a potion that provided a 28-fold increase, he was no match for Qinglong. Since the hidden mission wasn't timed, there was no rush. He decided to quickly grind for more green gear to auction off and also exchange the piercing arrow. Perhaps it would trigger other hidden missions. Considering that the powers of the 4 symbols could trigger hidden missions, the sky-shaking bow and piercing arrow being part of a set might likely do the same. The only pity was that these items didn't suit his class, but who knows if they might be useful later. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei headed straight for the Twisted Jungle. besides grinding for gear and levels, he hoped to chance upon the purple blood vine, the 4 bougainvillea plants given to him in a grand manner along with the purple blood vine and a small red potion could be used to concoct a level 10 potion called blood activating powder. This potion could significantly increase attack speed for a short duration. A highly sought after auxiliary potion in the early stages. A 28-fold amplified blood activating powder would probably make weapons smoke with its power. Lin Bei himself didn't need it. Corrosion potion and chaos potion were far more effective, but he wanted to gain evolution points through potion crafting to improve his potion mastery level. Monster grinding time. Upon reaching the twisted jungle, he plunged in and began pulling monsters. 2 minutes later, Lin Bei stood in a clearing, turning around to throw a chaos potion. Over a dozen twisted treants brandishing their vines had just caught up when a string of red numbers appeared above their heads and their health bars began to rapidly decrease. Killing twisted treants, level 8, earned him 100 experience points each. Among the loot was a twisted treant's dagger. The twisted jungle is becoming unsuitable for me, Lin Bei sighed. Now at level 11 he was experiencing diminishing returns from killing these level 8 treants. After clearing out these twisted treants, Lin Bei made his way unobstructed to the center of the twisted jungle where a massive twisted tree demon was lazily sunbathing. Corrosive potion. Sensing an adventurer's approach, the twisted tree demon immediately swung its vines towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei quickly dodged to a distance, and as the corrosive potion took effect, the demon's health bar plummeted. Seconds later, the twisted tree demon thunderously fell to the ground. Killing the twisted tree demon, level 10, granted him 1,000 experience points and 44 days of tradable lifespan. Just experience and tradable lifespan, no equipment, he noted and continued on. Lin Bei walked in another direction using a chaos potion to continue farming minor monsters while waiting for the twisted tree demon to respawn. Killing another twisted tree demon, level 10, granted him another 1,000 experience points and 35 days of tradable lifespan, and this time he looted a twisted tree demon's wrist guard, green. After slaying the twisted tree demon 3 times, he finally got a piece of equipment. Due to his consecutive rapid kills of the twisted tree demon, the millennia old twisted tree devil had awakened. As the system notification arrived, Lin Bei immediately retreated to dodge. The next moment, a vine whipped down viciously at the spot where he had just been standing. Corrosive potion. Calmly, Lin Bei threw the potion into the deep pit where the twisted tree devil was emerging, its humanoid form climbing out but already having lost a third of its health. With the experience from the first encounter, Lin Bei casually strolled through the woods, anticipating the twisted tree devil's attacks. Each time, 5 seconds later, the twisted tree devil let out an unwilling roar as Lin Bei banished it back to the void. Killing the twisted tree devil bronze earned him 3,000 experience points. He had now reached level 12 with a current experience of 289,5767 and had gained 99 days of tradable lifespan. Among the items he looted were a twisted tree devil's cloak and an invitation to the void. Checking his inventory, Lin Bei began to tally his spoils of war. Over the course of more than 2 hours he had accumulated 208 days of tradable lifespan, 1 white twisted treant's dagger, 2 white twisted treant's greatswords, 1 green twisted tree demon's wrist guard and 1 blue twisted tree devil's cloak. Sticking to his earlier plan, he decided to list the white and green equipment for sale first, their value sufficient for him to exchange for a cloud-piercing arrow. The white twisted treant's dagger offered plus 30 agility, increased attack power by 10 points, and came equipped with the sharpness skill requiring a minimum level of 5 to use. Sharpness. Passive. Each attack reduces the enemy's armor by 2 points, stacking up to 5 times and lasting for 5 seconds. Starting bid, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Each increment must not be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price. The seller does not agree to a buyout transaction. Minimum price. 500 days of tradable lifespan. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. The twisted treant's greatsword. White strength plus 30 increases attack power by 10, comes with the skill overbearing, level requirement 5 or higher. Overbearing. Passive attacks grant a temporary shield. The shield value is 5% of the actual damage dealt, lasting for 5 seconds. Starting bid, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Each increment must not be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price. The seller does not agree to a buyout transaction. Minimum price. 500 days of tradable lifespan. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. The twisted treant's bracers, green. Starting bid, 200 days of tradable lifespan. Each increment must not be less than 50 days of tradable lifespan. Buyout price. The seller does not agree to a buyout. Transaction, minimum price, 800 days of tradable lifespan. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically cancelled. This time Lin Bei did not set a buyout price. He still felt that letting various forces compete for the price was more realistic. Afterwards Lin Bei sent a message to the proudly spirited Xiong. I'm not a medicine god. I've put up a few pieces of equipment. You might want to take a look at the auction house if interested. Proudly spirited Xiong. Alright, thanks for the heads up, medicine god. Lin Bei did not reply anymore. He closed the chat box and quickly walked towards the ruined temple. More than an hour had passed and it wouldn't be long before the strange merchant at the temple disappeared. He had to get there first, and as soon as the tradable lifespan was credited he would immediately exchange it for the piercing arrow. At this time, in front of the Riverside Tavern, 5 white figures appeared one after another, eventually transforming into 3 men and 2 women. Damn it, I died again. I'm done playing. If I keep teaming up with you guys to fight monsters, I'm going to run out of lifespan. I'm leaving too, it's too hard to team up with you. The 2 guys called by Suchen angrily quit the team. Let them go, brothers. There are plenty of people who want to team up with me, Suchen. I'm not short of these 2. Tianmin wanted to stop them, but Suchen stopped her. Suchen stared at the departing figures, his face extremely ugly. They had just managed to figure out some monster fighting techniques, but then they encountered an elite monster and a misstep sent him straight back to the respawn point. It was just one mistake, right? These jerks, they showed him no respect at all. You two don't worry, I'll contact a couple of tough guys. Suchen snorted coldly and took out his phone to contact his usual friends on WeChat. However, Suchen's face quickly darkened. These fair-weather friends usually called him Brother Su all the time, but now that they heard he was only level 1, they outright refused his team invitation. These people, they've leveled up to 2 so quickly. Suchen, filled with rage, threw his phone to the ground. Not a single reliable one. I must have been blind to befriend these people. Brother Suchen, don't be upset. Why did you smash your phone? Lin Shishir quickly patted Suchen on the back, pouting her lips and asking. The phone was a gift she had given to Suchen, and seeing it smashed made her feel quite upset. Suchen shook his head. It's nothing. Do you guys have any level 1 friends? See if you can find a couple to team up with. My buddies all have their teams. They said they would come over, but I refused. It's not right to just pull people out of their teams. He looked at Lin Shishir and Tianmin. Hearing this, they quickly took out their phones to start shaking for available friends. But overnight, many had already formed teams and a large portion had even reached level 2. Normally, both of them had plenty of followers, but this time for some reason, they couldn't find anyone after a long time of trying. My neighbor Ma Shan is a sword and shield warrior. He said he can join our team. Just as they were about to give up, Tianmin's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from neighbor Ma Shan. She excitedly waved her fists and shouted, "Sword and shield warrior, great, let him come over." Suchen's eyes lit up. What they needed most now was a frontliner. Then he looked at Lin Shishir again. Shishir, how about your side? Lin Shishir bit her lip tightly. Seeing Tianmin finding a teammate, she felt even worse as she couldn't find anyone from her list of over 100 friends. Why? She was clearly prettier than Tianmin. Why could Tianmin find someone but she couldn't? In fact, her list was almost all girls, and although there were quite a few followers who used to check in on her, Suchen had deleted them. She didn't know how to respond to Suchen, feeling utterly embarrassed. By the way, what is your brother's profession? Suddenly Suchen remembered Lin Bei and said to Lin Shishir, why don't you ask your brother? He listens to you, let him come and be our frontliner. Lin Shishir's eyes brightened, but then she shook her head. I don't know, after the way he treated brother Suchen a few days ago, I got so mad that I blocked him. Lin Shishir bit her lip, clutching her phone tightly, feeling a bit guilty. She had lied to brother Suchen, but thinking about how Lin Bei hadn't come to see her for so long, she felt a surge of unexplained anger. Anyway, she would definitely not lower her face to find Lin Bei unless he took the initiative to call and apologize. Why did you block him? You should have let him come and tank the damage for us, Suchen said with a smile. Lin Shishir frowned. I told him to apologize to you, brother Suchen, but he didn't agree, so I blocked him. You're not mad at him anymore. Suchen had been punched by Lin Bei, and thinking about it made her angry. How could brother Suchen have already calmed down? That's too magnanimous. Humph, that day, if it weren't for the fact that he is your brother, I would have had my guys take him down. Suchen huffed coldly. Lin Bei had punched him in front of so many people, making him lose face in front of his friends, how could he not be angry? What I mean is, let him take the front line and absorb the damage for us, and just when the monster is about to die we kick him out of the team. Suchin sneered. He listens to you like a fool anyway. Even if we don't share the experience points with him, he won't leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir's eyes lit up. Brother Suchen is really clever. This would teach that jerk Lin Bei a lesson. But, to call Lin Bei herself? Her proud nature strongly resisted the idea. Well, consider it done for Brother Suchen's sake and to properly teach that jerk a lesson. With that thought, Lin Shishir took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to call Lin Bei. Although it was unusual for Lin Bei not to have come to apologize after so long, she believed that with just a beckoning of her finger Lin Bei would come running to her like a lapdog. Soon the ringing tone of the phone played. She was determined to give that jerk a piece of her mind once he answered. Lin Shishir clenched her silver teeth, already planning how to scold Lin Bei once the call connected. However, just then a female electronic voice suddenly spoke in her ear. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. What did that mean? She had just dialed and now it was busy. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Puzzled, she dialed again. The ringing tone sounded once more. She was certain the call reached Lin Bei's phone. But after 5 seconds the female electronic voice repeated, sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. How dare he? Lin Shishir then realized that Lin Bei had hung up on her. A surge of anger rose within her and she dialed again immediately. The familiar ringing tone sounded again, and this time, instead of being hung up, it connected with a beep. Lin Bei, how dare you hang up on me? Lin Shishir, are you out of your mind? Call me again and I'll kill you. Get lost, you. Lin Shishir's face darkened, her jade-like hand gripping the phone so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Had Lin Bei just said she was out of her mind, and told her to get lost, and he dared to hang up on her? How dare he? Didn't he fear that she might never forgive him? So Shishir, when can Lin Bei come over? Don't let him dawdle. Suchen, oblivious to Lin Shishir's grim expression, confidently assumed Lin Bei would come running over as he always did. Meanwhile, Tianmin, noticing Lin Shishir's unusual demeanor, quickly asked Shishir, are you alright? Can't your brother make it because he's busy? Let him come or not, I find him annoying anyway. Do you really think that without Lin Bei we can't find someone else? The world turns just the same without anyone. Lin Shishir huffed, glaring at Tianmin before adding, and he's not my brother. He's not coming? What did he say to you? Suchen frowned. Now is not the time to hold on to personal grudges. Leveling up by killing monsters is what's most important. I've already predicted that in the future whoever has the higher level will have the say, and whether we can turn the tables in this new era depends on this period. Lin Shishir shook her head. Brother Suchen, you should find someone else for the team. I don't want to see Lin Bei. Where am I supposed to find someone now? Talk to him again, Suchen pleaded, holding Lin Shishir's hand. If he could find someone else, would he need to rely on that useless Lin Bei? However, upon hearing this, Lin Shishir's expression turned sour and she briskly shook off Suchen's hand. Impossible, you talk to him. I'm feeling unwell, I'm going back to the dormitory. With that, Lin Shishir, visibly upset, stormed off towards the school. Why hadn't she noticed how annoying Suchen was before? He was completely inconsiderate of her feelings. Couldn't he see that she was angry at Lin Bei and didn't want to see him? And Lin Bei, the jerk, had the audacity to hang up her call and curse at her. Humph. I want to see who really can't live without whom. Lin Shishir snorted angrily and kicked a pebble on the ground. She decided never to forgive Lin Bei again, even if he came kneeling down to apologize. Unlike Lin Shishir, who was sulking, Lin Bei simply blocked all her contacts after hanging up the phone. They had agreed to go their separate ways. He would take his sunny path and Lin Shishir could walk her plank bridge, and she still called him crazy. And if it wasn't for the more pressing need to level up by killing monsters, he would have liked to camp outside the safe zone, making sure Lin Shishir and Su Chen were forced back to the respawn point 10 times to soothe his anger. Ding! The item Twisted Trent's dagger has been sold, the final auction price being 550 days of tradable lifespan after deducting a 10% operational fee, leaving 495 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it now? Just then a notification sounded by his ear. As he opened his mailbox, a series of new emails popped up. The item Twisted Trent's greatsword has been sold, the final auction price being 750 days of tradable lifespan with a 10% operational fee deducted, leaving 675 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it now? The item Twisted Trent's Greatsword has been sold, the final auction price being 700 days of tradable lifespan with a 10% operational fee deducted, leaving 630 days of tradable lifespan. Would you like to withdraw it now? The item Twisted Trent's Bracelet has been sold, the final auction price being 1,150 days of tradable lifespan with a 10% operational fee deducted, leaving 1,035 days of tradable life span. Would you like to withdraw it now? They sold so quickly, Lin Bei didn't hesitate and immediately withdrew the tradable lifespan of the sold equipment. In total, 2,835 days of tradable lifespan, adding to the 208 days from killing monsters and the remaining 316 days of tradable lifespan he already had, totaling 3,351 days of tradable lifespan. Exchange. Lin Bei immediately stepped forward and exchanged for the last piece of discontinued equipment from the peculiar merchant, the piercing arrow. Announcement: all discontinued equipment has been sold and the peculiar merchant has left. Detection: you possess both the sky-shaking bow and the piercing arrow, triggering a special quest, The Secret of the Ancient Artifact. The secret of the ancient artifact: the bow and arrow contain the essence of an ancient artifact. Using a fusion stone to merge these two pieces of equipment might awaken the spirit of the ancient artifact that has been dormant for 10,000 years. First, a national announcement was made, followed by a special quest notification appearing before Lin Bei. Indeed, there was a quest, though not a hidden one. Lin Bei had anticipated this and was not too surprised at the moment. Moreover, unlike the secret of the four symbols, he was familiar with the fusion stone. World bosses above level 20 drop fusion stones and refining stones, and in his past life over 90% of people had obtained these stones. Refining stones can refine equipment attributes with a very small chance of refining rare attributes, while fusion stones can merge set equipment. For instance, the Twisted Jungle set Lin Bei had previously obtained could later have all its attributes merged into a single piece of equipment using a fusion stone. Upon reaching level 20, he would see what this bow and arrow could merge into. Lin Bei decided to level up to 20 as quickly as possible, get 2 fusion stones, and merge the sky-shaking bow and piercing arrow to complete this special quest. No sooner said than done. Lin Bei immediately ran towards the Twisted Jungle. At this moment, he wore a crown on his head and a cape on his back, with a semi-transparent cauldron floating beside him, looking both handsome and formidable. Meanwhile, as the national announcement echoed, tens of millions of professionals across the vast Daxia were dumbfounded, who exchanged for the discontinued equipment. Not me, buddy, I haven't even reached level 2 yet. How could someone already exchange for discontinued equipment? This must be a heavy pay-to-win game. It's over. Reality combined with a pay-to-win game. Us at the bottom have no chance to turn things around. Stop talking nonsense. Where is the recharge entrance? Tell me where. The recharge entrance is. I'll try throwing in 20,000 to test the waters. This start is too hard. 20,000. You guys don't know yet, the currency system in this game isn't money, it's lifespan. Don't believe it? Just open the auction system and you'll see. Suddenly, all social media platforms were buzzing about this. Some major forces even dispatched a large number of people to find the player who had exchanged for the discontinued equipment and they had been looking for. That peculiar merchant for days, but to no avail. Discontinued equipment once obtained can absolutely crush other forces. They must find out who made the exchange at any cost to get their hands on the discontinued equipment. Even the usually steady military couldn't sit still anymore, coordinating with local authorities to send out a large number of active professionals to find the civilian expert who had exchanged for the discontinued equipment. If they could buy the equipment back with money, that would be best. If not, they would even consider absorbing the person along with the equipment. In short, things that could potentially disrupt balance must never be left scattered about. As several senior executives looked on with worried expressions, Chen Jianxi suddenly said, "What do you think? Is it possible that those out-of-print equipment were exchanged by the legendary medicine god? With his high level, he might know where that peculiar merchant is, and since he has sold so much equipment holding a large amount of tradable lifespan, if anyone is likely to have exchanged for out-of-print equipment, I think he's the most probable. Otherwise, things that we can't find shouldn't be accessible to others either. It's possible, whether it's in Medicine God's hands or not, we shouldn't directly inquire to avoid annoying him. Yes, establishing a good relationship with Medicine God is most crucial. We don't necessarily need to have the out-of-print equipment in our hands as long as the person who owns it is on our side." The senior executives rarely agreed so unanimously on an issue, mainly because Medicine God's leveling speed was terrifyingly fast, making it difficult to surpass him. The only way was to absorb him into our ranks or at least maintain a friendly relationship and not antagonize him. In this new era where the game merges with reality, they must firmly hold the power of speech to ensure societal stability. Medicine God's overwhelming leveling speed gave them hope. As long as Medicine God was willing to stand with the military, the difficulty of maintaining stability would be greatly reduced. I say let Jianxi reveal his identity directly. I think it's feasible. Just tell him straightforwardly that we from the Daxia military want to cooperate with him and see how he reacts. We can offer him protection and convenience. With his terrifying leveling speed, he should be smart enough to understand the benefits of working with us. Indeed, Lin Bei had considered cooperating with the military in his previous life. Someone had tested it for him, and the upper echelons of the Daxia military were very trustworthy and credible partners. However, now was not the time. Once he cooperated with the military, he would have to spend a lot of time gearing up, and currently leveling up was more crucial. He would consider cooperation after reaching level 20. Trials were still needed to unlock the next maps. Lin Bei stood at the edge of the twisted jungle gazing at a towering high tower in the distance, the Trial Tower. At the end of each region stood such a 9-story high tower, and only by passing through the Trial Tower could one unlock the next new region. Although gods and demons' battleground merged with reality, the areas that truly existed on Earth were mostly beginner areas. To explore higher-level areas, one had to pass through the Trial Tower, a sort of fold in space. The Trial Tower was a destination, but not for now. Lin Bei found a clearing to sit down and opened the auction system to start buying materials. He planned to enhance the effects by more than 40 times because the 5 difficulties in the Trial Tower corresponded to different rewards. The rewards for normal mode were some level 10 green and blue equipment, and with some luck, a green skill book, which 99% of professionals chose in the previous life. The rewards for the hard mode are much more generous, guaranteed to include 2 level 10 blue items, and some have even obtained blue skill books, skyrocketing their combat power by several times. As for the terrifying modes like Horror, Nightmare, and Hell, no one has yet managed to clear them, so their rewards remain unknown. With the current 28x effect of the potion, Lin Bei thought he could manage the normal and hard modes without much issue, but his target this time was Hell mode, or at least Nightmare mode. Otherwise, just clearing the normal mode like before would be too shameful for his identity as a reborn individual. Mainly, he wanted to see what divine rewards clearing Hell or Nightmare mode would yield. With a 40x potion, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Bei took a deep breath and began crafting the chaos potion with the materials he had purchased. According to some videos leaked from his previous life, the regular monsters in Hell mode were roughly equivalent to the elite Twisted Treants in the Twisted Jungle, and a 40x chaos potion should suffice. Moreover, a 40x corrosive potion could deal 2000 points of instant damage, which should also be enough for the later bosses. 2 hours whisked by. Lin Bei stretched his somewhat stiff back looking at the hundreds of bottles of chaos potion in his backpack and chuckled bitterly. Chaos potions, being lower-level potions, had too low a probability of granting evolution points. After crafting over 140 bottles of Chaos potion, he had only gained 6 evolution points. He was still 1 point short of reaching 40x effectiveness. With no other choice, Lin Bei opened the auction system again. To his surprise, someone had collected purple bloodvine. As soon as he opened the auction system, he spotted a standout material, the purple-red icon of the purple bloodvine. Particularly striking among a bunch of heart-nurturing herbs, caught his eye, and he immediately bought it at a fixed price. A 20-day tradable purple bloodvine totaling 10 segments cost him 200 days of tradable life, which was actually a bit pricey, but Lin Bei needed the evolution points, and it was worth it if it yielded those. Excited, Lin Bei started crafting the blood-activating powder. With purple bloodvine, he could combine it with little red medicine and bohemia flower to make blood activating powder. Blood activating powder is a level 10 potion, definitely having a higher probability of yielding evolution points than the little red medicine. Little red medicine *5 plus purple bloodvine *2 plus bohemia flower *1 equals blood activating powder, yielding 1 blood activating powder and 1 evolution point. Indeed, much higher. The first batch gave him evolution points, and Lin Bei was overjoyed. He then used the remaining 3 bohemia flowers to make more blood activating powder, and it yielded another evolution point, indeed a much higher rate. Containing his excitement, Lin Bei directly added all the evolution points to his potion crafting mastery. Potion Crafting Mastery Bronze 4 level, Potion Crafting Mastery Silver 1 level, Potion Crafting Mastery Silver 1 level, can craft potions below level 10 achieving a 42x effect, done. With a 42x effect he should be well prepared for the leveling trials. Lin Bei refined all his potions once more, and now besides the small red and blue potions in his backpack he also had 146 bottles of Chaos Potion, 6 bottles of Corrosive Potion and 2 bottles of Steel Mixture. Ready to go. With these potions Lin Bei felt confident enough to enter the trial tower. Without hesitation he strode towards the tower. The trial tower was an ancient stone tower with a base diameter of at least 100 meters, looking mysterious and imposing. You are qualified to enter the trial tower, would you like to enter now? A prompt appeared just as Lin Bei reached the base of the tower. Enter. Lin Bei thought silently. Warning, it has been detected that you are not in a team. Entering the trial tower alone can be extremely dangerous. Do you still wish to proceed? Yes, Lin Bei chose to enter once more. This time, the system didn't stop him, and as the world went dark, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. The next moment, glowing letters lit up the darkness. Please select the difficulty level for this trial. Normal, recommended for teams of 2 to 5. Hard, recommended for a team of 5. Terrifying, highly dangerous. Nightmare, extremely dangerous. Hell, certain death. Facing the 5 options representing different difficulties, Lin Bei took a deep breath and lightly touched the option for Hell level. Warning, Hell level difficulty is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to enter this level of the trial? Warning, once entered the probability of death is 999%, enter. With Lin Bei's voice echoing he found himself in a primeval jungle. Level 10 advancement trial, the Void Nest. Crack crack crack. Just as he entered the void nest, a strange crackling sound reached his ears and Lin Bei immediately became alert. Slapping a small red potion on himself, he quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the noise. He knew the sound all too well. It was the sound of a low-level void creature, the void crawler. Swoosh. The next moment, a whooshing sound by his ear. Instinctively he dodged to the side, and a purple arrow clanged into the spot where he had just been standing. Then, a purple monster over 2 meters long crawled out from the jungle, its body covered with purple spines, looking like a giant porcupine with huge eyes that were all white, devoid of irises, giving it a very eerie appearance. Void Crawler, level 10. Hell level difficulty was indeed different. He encountered a void crawler right upon entering. Lin Bei's expression grew serious. The purple arrow that had just missed him was one of the void crawler's abilities. Void creatures had attributes far more twisted than normal creatures. Although this level 10 void crawler was just a regular monster, its real attributes were comparable to those of elite monsters like the twisted tree spirit. Just this one void crawler could easily overturn a fully equipped professional team, and if he remembered correctly, there were many void crawlers in the void nest and probably even more at hell level difficulty. Fortunately, Lin Bei had enough chaos potions in his backpack. He immediately took out 2 potions, one in each hand, and threw them at the void crawler. Crack, crack. 2 sharp sounds rang out in succession as one bottle smashed on the body of the void crawler and another landed right in front of it. Instantly, chaos ensued around the creature and its health bar finally became visible. -420. -420. Its stats showed 2,660 out of 3,500, insignificantly stronger than in the normal mode. Lin Bei was taken aback by the void crawler's hefty 3,500 health points. Although its attributes could rival those of the twisted Treyant, in normal mode it only had 2,800 health. He hadn't expected that in hell mode it would have an extra 700 health. This additional 700 health was enough to terrify any mage equipped in all green items and drive assassins in prime condition to despair. Fortunately, the Chaos Potion lasted long enough for Lin Bei to breathe a sigh of relief. With the potion's damage of 420 per second, it would only take 8 seconds to send the creature packing. Click click click. Under attack, the void crawler emitted a strange clicking noise again. Lin Bei tensed up and immediately ran to one side, though he didn't go far, instead starting to circle around the void crawler. Confused, the void crawler continuously turned around in the chaos zone, its health bar visibly dropping rapidly. Suddenly, the void crawler moved, lunging towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei couldn't help but curse. He remembered that the void crawler only had the bone spike arrow skill. How did this one also have a charge attack? Luckily, the charge had a long wind-up and he barely dodged it. With no time to think further, Lin Bei quickly pulled out another chaos potion and threw it at the void crawler. -420, -420. The Void Crawler not particularly agile with significant delay in its movements and attacks. Hadn't even managed to turn around after the charge when the Chaos Potion depleted its health bar. Purple flames sparked eerily from its body, and with a loud bang it fell to the ground, disintegrating into purple sparks that vanished without a trace. Beams of white light flew out from its corpse, dropping to the ground. Lin Bei exhaled in relief and quickly moved forward to collect the items. He was curious about what kind of loot this Hell Mode monster might drop, killing the Void Crawler. He gained 500 experience points and a 48-day tradable lifespan. He obtained an item, Void Leggings. It was actually Void equipment. Lin Bei hurriedly opened his backpack to check. If he remembered correctly, only the boss, the Void Plunderer in the Void Nest, would drop Void equipment. Unexpectedly in Hell Mode, even a Void Crawler could drop Void equipment. Could this mean there was a chance to put together a complete set of Void armor? The lowest quality of Void equipment was blue, and wearing a set provided additional attribute bonuses. However, each person could only participate in the Ascension trial once, and once worn Void equipment could not be traded. In his previous life, no one had managed to assemble a complete set of Void armor. Void Leggings. Blue gain 100 points of dual resistance, all attributes plus 20, when worn together with Void Boots, Void Bone Armor, Void Bracers and Void Mask. An additional set attribute Void is activated. Requirement: level 10 and above. Void reduces damage from Void monsters by 30% and increases damage to enemies by 10%. The Void set is very formidable, offering both damage reduction and increase, making it the strongest equipment set before level 20. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Suddenly, the clattering sound of Void monsters snaps Lin Bei back to reality. He quickly looks towards the direction of the noise, spotting a Void Crawler poised to attack not far away. Whoosh! In the next moment, a purple arrow slices through the air. Having seen the Void Crawler, Lin Bei was already prepared, now dodging to the side. Anticipating the attack, cackle, cackle, cackle. Just as he pulls out a potion of chaos, another eerie clattering comes from the opposite side. Another Void Crawler appears on the right, both monsters quickly advancing in a pincer move towards Lin Bei, intent on tearing this intruder into pieces. Meanwhile, more Void Crawlers are rushing over from the distance. Lin Bei scans the scene and quickly stashes the chaos potion, instead running swiftly towards the back, having killed a Void Crawler. With 3 bottles of chaos potion, fighting them one by one was too slow and wasteful. He plans to exploit a positioning strategy, recalling a guide from a past life about a spot in the Void Nest where one could trap Void Crawlers and slowly grind them down. Although the monsters in Hell difficulty have greatly enhanced attributes, the map layout is identical to that of the normal mode. Soon, a group of Void Crawlers surrounds him. Lin Bei's expression is grave. So many Void Crawlers, not even a fully equipped level 10 squad, perhaps even a level 20 professional squad, could handle this. This Hell difficulty leaves no room for survival. Fortunately, armed with 42-fold potions, Lin Bei feels a bit more at ease as he quickly reaches a natural stone cave. This cave, formed of various oddly shaped boulders, features a narrow passage that extends deep underground. Bang, bang, bang. The angered Void Crawlers chase into the cavern, bashing against the boulders with muffled thuds. But these boulders are indestructible, unmoved by the Void Crawler's relentless assaults. As he moves deeper into the cave, the passage suddenly opens up and then narrows dramatically, forming a bottleneck. Lin Bei stops, turns around and begins hurling chaos potions like grenades all around, quickly turning the whole passage into a chaotic zone. Then he steps into the narrow entrance of the passage, ready to savor this deadly feast. In the next moment, a dozen Void Crawlers rush in, fiercely competing to get through. As they enter the chaotic zone, their health bars begin to drop rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The leading Void Crawlers continuously slam into the narrow passage entrance, but because the entrance is too narrow, no matter how hard they try, they cannot even touch a corner of Lin Bei's clothing. Despite their continuous loss of blood in the chaotic zone and their hatred locked on Lin Bei, they could neither advance nor retreat. Trapped in this single gourd-shaped terrain, they could only furiously spin in place. After 8 seconds, more than a dozen Void Crawlers were dead. Killing a Void Crawler earned 500 experience points each time. With each system notification, a burst of bright white light flew out from the bodies of the dead crawlers, flashing dazzlingly. The drop rate was impressively high. Lin Bei picked up the loot, his face breaking into a broad smile. Surprisingly, the dozen Void Crawlers had dropped 3 pieces of equipment, a rate almost matching that of elite monsters. Indeed, it was a Hell level advancement trial. Although the monster attributes had greatly increased, the drop rate was fittingly outrageous. Lin Bei opened his backpack to check the equipment. Void leggings. Blue, gain 100 points of dual resistance, all attributes plus 20. When worn with void boots, void bone armor, void bracers and void mask, it grants additional set properties. Void, level requirement, 10 and above. Void bracers. Blue, gain 100 points of adaptive attack power, all attributes plus 20. When worn with void boots, void bone armor, void bracers and void mask, it grants additional set properties. Void, level requirement, 10 and above. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, 2 were void leggings. Lin Bei furrowed his brows. It seemed that only the leggings had a higher drop rate, making the collection of the complete void set more challenging than anticipated. Putting on the bracers, Lin Bei quickly made his way deeper into the jungle. Besides these 3 items, the void crawlers had also dropped a good amount of tradable lifespan. However, Lin Bei was not in the mood to tally the loot, his expression extremely grave. This was just the beginning, and already he had encountered so many void crawlers. Who knew what other void creatures lay ahead, or even if the final boss would be a void plunderer? Soon Lin Bei emerged from the dense forest. A huge mountain loomed before him, at its center a pitch-black cave that seemed to extend endlessly. Crack, crack, crack. Just as he approached the cave, a strange clicking sound reached his ears. Lin Bei immediately went on guard, focusing intently towards the depths of the cave. A giant mantis, its body dark purple and robust, slowly emerged from the darkness. A void plunderer, level 10, an entity with even higher attributes than the void crawlers. Lin Bei could not afford to be careless and immediately threw a bottle of chaos potion towards it. The zone of chaos materialized and the void reaver began to lose health. 420, 2,500, and 83,000. Although the void reaver's health bar wasn't as robust as the void crawler's, Lin Bei's face remained tense. This creature, known for its agility, had other attributes that were outrageously high. Suddenly, a swift strike. The reaver's large scythe traced a purple arc through the air, moving so quickly it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Lin Bei's expression changed as he felt a sharp pain. He had no time to dodge. Ignoring defense, minus 699. This attack took away more than half of Lin Bei's health. If he hadn't allocated all his free attribute points to vitality, this blow could have been fatal. He quickly slapped a small red potion on himself, instantly restoring his health to full. Only then did Lin Bei breathe a sigh of relief and threw a chaos potion at the feet of the void reaver. He then began to move strategically, dodging attacks while holding another chaos potion ready to throw it. After half a minute and the expense of 5 chaos potions, he finally managed to send the void reaver back to its origin with a roar. With a thunderous fall, the creature hit the ground. Killing the void reaver, he earned 800 experience points and gained 78 days of tradable lifespan. Among the loot was an item, void spike. Lin Bei opened his backpack. The void spike was apparently an assassin-type weapon. Void spike. Blue, attack plus 100, agility plus 50. Every 30 seconds gain the power of the void. The next attack ignores enemy defense. When worn with the void set, it grants a special effect. Void Slayer, required level 10 or above. Void Slayer reduces damage from void monsters by 30%, increases damage to enemies by 10% and to void monsters by 30%. Lin Bei hadn't expected that pairing the weapon with the void set would unlock new set effects, and the properties of Void Slayer were indeed twisted. Dealing an additional 30% damage to void monsters might seem niche, but it's actually very practical, especially in the later stages where many divine-level bosses are void creatures. This attribute was incredibly precious. It would definitely fetch a good price on the market. Continuing deeper into the cave, Lin Bei navigated a relatively spacious, dimly lit passage with narrow side paths branching off intermittently, their complex layout obscuring their destinations. However, Lin Bei knew that by following the main passage he would reach the trial boss of the leveling dungeon, nestled in the lair of the void creatures. On normal difficulty, a void reaver typically guards the nest, and defeating it would allow passage through the leveling trial, unlocking new maps for those above level 10. But having already encountered a void reaver at the cave's entrance, Lin Bei wasn't sure if the trial boss would still be another void reaver or a stronger void creature. Hastening his pace, he encountered several more void reavers lurking in the shadows along the way. Fortunately, Lin Bei remained vigilant and, with a 42x boost from his red potions, could quickly recover even from a surprise attack that halved his health. It turned out to be a close call, but not only did he acquire 5 pieces of blue quality void equipment, his level also rose to 12. he continued to allocate all free attributes to Constitution, with potions amplifying his strength by 42 times. He lacked no damage and merely needed to stack Constitution to ensure a margin for error. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Bei suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. The once solid ground collapsed and he, along with a mass of sand and soil, fell into a huge cavern. 3 uniquely shaped luminous stones were embedded in the ceiling, casting a soft light that illuminated the entire cavern, which resembled an upside-down bowl placed on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Lin Bei steadied himself, a series of rapid cracking sounds echoed around him, not just once but a continuous overlapping series from all directions. Damn it! Lin Bei cursed as he surveyed his surroundings. The cavern was still the cavern he remembered, but now its walls were densely covered with purplish-black egg sacs tightly stuck to the surfaces. Numerous skeletons, both animal and human, lay scattered on the floor, creating an extremely eerie sight. What made Lin Bei curse, however, were not the dense egg sacs or the void crawlers and void marauders guarding them, but rather a gigantic purple vertical eye floating in the air directly in front of him. It had no body, just an eye. Instead of a pupil, a dazzling white light flickered within it. As Lin Bei looked at it, the eye seemed to gaze back at him. A chilling sensation ran down his spine and goosebumps covered his body. He had never imagined that the boss of this hellish trial would be it, the Eye of the Void, Gold, a level 10 gold class boss. In its presence, the Void Marauders were nothing but fodder. Now he was really in trouble. The situation was extremely dangerous. Ahead was the gold class boss, the Eye of the Void. Behind were numerous void crawlers and marauders guarding their nest. Any minor mistake could lead to instant death by the terrifying abilities of the Eye of the Void, or being torn apart by the swarm of void creatures. No wonder the system rated this difficulty as virtually unsurvivable. Not even the strongest 5-person team of the era could face such a formidable force without flipping over. Aside from the gold class boss, just clearing these void crawlers and marauders was a huge challenge unless one's level far surpassed these void creatures. Even if he somehow managed to clear all these creatures, he would still face the Eye of the Void, whose attributes far exceeded those of the void marauders, and any slight error would be fatal. And this was the ideal scenario, assuming the boss wasn't alerted by the clearing of the minions. Realistically, that was impossible, because as soon as Lin Bei fell into the cavern, the giant Eye of the Void had already locked onto him. Whoosh! The Eye of the Void launched an attack without warning. A beam of purple light shot towards Lin Bei. Void Evil Gleam. Lin Bei's expression changed with no time to dodge. Fortunately, he had taken out a bottle of iron mixture beforehand and held it in his palm. Without hesitation, he crushed it and a golden bubble enveloped him. Minus 9,999, a gray damage number floated above Lin Bei's head. A single strike, just one strike, the Eye of the Void dealt a massive damage of 9,999. If not for Lin Bei's quick reaction, if not for the iron mixture's 100% damage reduction, this attack would have been fatal. Attack. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei pulled out 2 potions and threw them, one corrosive potion and one chaos potion. The combination of these negative effects was able to inflict a total of 2,520 immediate damage. At this moment, the health bar of this golden level boss finally appeared before Lin Bei. 27,480, 10,000, 30,000 health? Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. The physical attributes of the Eye of the Void had reached an astonishing 1,000 points, indicating that this monster possessed 1,000 points in dual resistance. Such a thick health line and resistance were despairing for archers, tear-inducing at this moment indeed. Fortunately, his potions, which were unaffected by dual resistances, dealt fixed damage no different from true damage, except that they could not ignore shields or critical hits. Minus 2,520, minus 2,520. With the iron mixture's 100% damage reduction, Lin Bei simply didn't move. Instead, he stood his ground against the damage from the Eye of the Void and began throwing potions around. At this moment, he was like a mobile bunker, continuously throwing biochemical bombs. Within a few breaths, the entire void nest was covered in chaos potion, plunging the whole area into chaos. This also angered the void crawlers and void plunderers guarding the void nest, who emitted piercing clicking sounds and rushed towards Lin Bei. 5-inch 4 3 2 1 down. The duration of the iron mixture was almost over, but Lin Bei was calm, counting down aloud and snapping his fingers as he finished. As his countdown ended, all the monsters in the void nest let out unwilling roars and beams of white light flew out from their bodies, scattering on the ground, illuminating the entire cave like daylight. Killing the Eye of the Void gained 2,000 experience points. Killing the Void Plunderer gained 800 experience points. Killing the Void Crawler gained 500 experience points, acquired 55 days of tradable lifespan, acquired 72 days of tradable lifespan, acquired 63 days of tradable lifespan, acquired item, Blood of the Void, gold, acquired item, Void Bracers, blue, acquired item, Void Mask, blue. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Eye of the Void, gold, and unlocking new maps. Ghostface Stone Forest, level 15, Sludge Swamp, level 15, Ancient Ruins, level 20, National Announcement, Player Not. The God of Medicine has passed the Hell Difficulty Upgrade Trial, becoming the first professional in the universe to clear the Hell Difficulty Upgrade Trial, awarded with the exclusive title Scourge of Hell, National Announcement. Due to the player I am not a medicine god successfully clearing the Hell difficulty of the trial, new maps have been unlocked. Ghostface Stone Forest, level 15, Mud Swamp, level 15, and Ancient Ruins, level 20. Players below level 10 receive a temporary 30% increase in experience points. As countless spoils of war were collected and the upgraded dungeon cleared, Lin Bei only felt darkness before his eyes. Returning to the base of the 9-story stone tower, a pale blue light shone from the tip of the tower, gradually dispelling the void ahead and revealing a faintly visible deep forest. At the same time, 2 national announcements echoed in the ears of all professionals. Lin Bei showed no surprise. Clearing the normal difficulty also grants a title, and since his first clear was on Hell difficulty, an exclusive title was not unusual. Checking his attributes, he opened the title column, and sure enough, above the thousands of miles in one day title, there was a new title, Blazing with Hellfire, Hero of Hell's Purge. Gain 10 times your level and all attributes, a reward for the brave. It's also a growth-oriented title. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. Indeed, the exclusive series never disappoints. Don't just look at the addition of over 100 points in total attributes now, which is similar to what the thousands of miles in one day title adds, but this title has high growth potential with more attributes added in the later stages. Closing the personal panel, Lin Bei took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that clearing the upgrade trial would also grant all players in the Great Xia an experience boost. In fact, this temporary 30% increase in experience was meant to help newly transitioned professionals catch up with the level progress, a special buff that had appeared in a previous life and originally wouldn't affect much, but now with the Divine Demon Conquest arriving just under 2 days ago, all players have received this temporary buff, effectively lowering the game's leveling difficulty for Great Xia. Lin Bei didn't mind this, not to say giving others a 30% experience boost, even a 100% wouldn't allow them to catch up with his progress. However, other countries might have objections. After all, not only Great Xia is integrated with the Divine Demon Conquest system, the entire world has merged with this system, and all national members are exploring and leveling up. Initially, everyone started on the same line and the progress was not much different. Now, with a 30% experience gain for all of Great Xia, it won't be long before they surpass other nations, becoming the leader in global level progression. What does leading in level progression represent? It represents supreme authority. If other countries knew this, they would certainly unite and try everything to suppress Great Xia. However, Lin Bei could foresee that as long as Great Xia could withstand external pressures, once it grows, the world's discourse power would completely fall into the hands of Great Xia. He felt a strong sense of belonging to this country. This was also a contribution to the nation. At this moment, the entire Great Xia was in uproar due to these 2 national announcements. Damn, the medicine god is at it again, a rare title, Brave Earth Cleansing Hell. This is just too awesome. Wait, I'm struggling with level 2 monsters and the medicine god is off cleansing hell. On what basis? Cheater. Definitely a cheater from the Wind Moon sect. Compared to the astonishment and complaints of ordinary professionals, the major powers quickly grasped the key points of the announcements. A 30% experience boost. What kind of heaven-defying effect is this? It means that their leveling speed would significantly increase. And it's not just a simple 30% boost. The medicine god is too fierce. I have friends on the other side, their leveling progress is similar to ours. Now they will probably be left far behind. Indeed, this 30% experience boost is too attractive, but the medicine god is really fierce, already at level 13, and it's only been a couple of days since he opened a new map. If I didn't know the game rules have gone haywire, I'd suspect he was an insider. Indeed fierce. Now he has created a huge gap between us. Catching up to him is impossible, but with the medicine god here we don't have to worry about our leveling progress or future national confrontations. Some top forces descendants are talking. They are already demoralized by the medicine god, no longer harboring any unrealistic dreams of overtaking him by a shortcut. Now their only wish is to get to know the medicine god and maybe exchange some items that could be useful for them. Meanwhile, at the military base, several high-ranking officials were in an urgent online meeting. What do you think about the medicine god passing the leveling trial and unlocking a new map? Commander Hu Xinjian sat in the conference room, his face solemn as he looked at his colleagues on the big screen. Chen Jianqi stood by, equally solemn-faced. With the 30% experience boost, we should be able to quickly widen the gap with other countries. Yes, according to the information relayed back by our external personnel, the upgrading progress of countries worldwide is similar to ours, all still stuck at level 3 or below. Now with the 30% experience boost created by the medicine god, we are confident we can create a gap in a short time. I have already instructed to cut down on rest time to achieve a breakthrough to level 10 as soon as possible. Our reconnaissance department is already surveying the new map, but so far we haven't found any system prompt about where this new map is. Leader, should we let Jianqi contact the medicine god? We suspect that the new map is not nationally unlocked but only in the area where the medicine god is located. The high-ranking officials expressed their opinions one by one and Hu Xinjian nodded. The medicine god has helped us activate the experience boost effect. We must seize this opportunity to quickly level up, as no one knows when this effect might disappear. It's going to be hard on the kids for a while, they must work overtime. This is also our opportunity to hold sway globally. In the reconnaissance department as well, temporarily set aside your scouting missions and first try to push our levels up. Yes, understood. The officials nodded hurriedly, disconnecting the line. Hu Xinjian turned to Chen Jianqi. After a moment of contemplation he said, notify all districts to raise their levels as soon as possible and check which jurisdiction has opened the new map. Although we have no intention of probing the secrets of the medicine god, we still need to be informed. Also, you should reveal your identity and have a proper talk with the medicine god. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, try to absorb him into our system. Yes, Chen Jianqi saluted military style, yet his face betrayed a hesitancy to speak. What is it? Hu Xinjian raised an eyebrow, scratching his head sheepishly. Chen Jianqi chuckled, boss, if I'm to talk to the medicine god, I need to show some sincerity, right? I remember the Northeast District sent over some level 8 materials not long ago. You kid can't chat without a bribe, huh? Hu Xinjian snorted but still opened the trading system. Fine, we don't have much use for these items anyway, but if you can't exchange them for useful information you'll be demoted to guard duty. Wise leadership. Chen Jianqi hurriedly agreed to the trade request and received several high-level materials. This came from the Northeast District an hour ago. They also have pharmacists, but their level is too low to concoct potions. It's better to give these to the medicine god. Maybe it will earn his favor. Items received: frost tree leaf *8" heartbreak grass *6 jus fruit *1. With the items in hand, Chen Jianqi immediately opened the system chat box. He had many friends, but only one was pinned at the top. I am not the medicine god. With a bold and vigorous spirit he messaged, medicine god sir, I have a few items for you to take a look at. Item information sent: frost tree leaf, level 10, heartbreak grass, level 8, jus fruit, level 10. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, dressed in a void suit, was gathering materials in the new map, the Ghost Face Stone Forest. The Ghost Face Stone Forest, the easiest of the 3 dungeons, consisted of numerous giant stalagmites standing on the ground, inhabited by many ghost-faced spiders which liked to perch atop the stalagmites, hence the name. Besides the level 10 Ghostface spiders, the most valuable things in the Ghostface Stone Forest were the various level 10 materials growing at the base of the stalagmites. Items obtained: spotted poison mushroom *3. As Lin Bei activated his gathering spell, 3 dark mushrooms with several white spots appeared in his hands. Another 3, Lin Bei stored the spotted poison mushrooms in his backpack. In just half an hour in the Ghostface Stone Forest he had collected a total of 30 spotted poison mushrooms. These harmless-looking mushrooms actually contained potent toxins essential for crafting the level 25 poisons potion. The 5 poisons potion is the most potent toxin available under level 30, capable of inflicting 180 damage per second on enemies. With a 42-fold amplification, this equates to a staggering 7,560 damage per second, coupled with the Iron Elixir which grants 10 seconds of invincibility. Even a level 30 golden boss stands no chance. Ding, a friend Xiong Juju Qiangong sends 2 new messages. Just then Lin Bei receives a system notification. Xiong Juju Qiangong. Lin Bei opens the message list and clicks on the red dot beside the name Xiong Juju Qiangong. Xiong Juju Qiangong, Medicine God, I've got some items for you to check out. Item information: Frost Tree Leaf. Level 10, Heartbreak Grass. Level 8, Ju Fruit. Level 10. Seeing these 3 item details, Lin Bei's eyes light up, not to mention the level 10 Frost Tree Leaf and Ju Fruit. The Heartbreak Grass is precisely what he needs. He had journeyed all the way to the Ghostface Stone Forest without encountering even a single piece, only to find that the military had collected this rare material. It had to be the military. No matter how strong one is alone, it can't compare to the power of the military. I'm not a medicine god. How much? Lin Bei is straightforward. Since Xiong Juju Qiangong sent him the item details, he clearly intends to sell them. It's just unclear what the military might want in return. Xiong Juju Qiangong quickly sends another message. Xiong Juju Qiangong, silly smile, if the medicine god likes them, just take them, no talk of selling. Xiong Juju Qiangong, not to hide from medicine god, I'm actually from the Kyoto military district. My name is Chen Jianxi and I want to collaborate with you medicine god to explore the new world integrated with the game. Xiong Juju Qiangong, our military is a reliable partner and the energy we can provide is incomparable to other corporate groups. I hope Medicine God will consider giving us a chance to cooperate. Chen Jianxi finishes, his face showing nervous tension. I'm not a medicine god. How do we cooperate? Lin Bei had already considered collaborating with the military and Xiong Juju Qiangong's words align with his intentions, but like dating, one cannot simply rush in eagerly at the first opportunity. Strategy and tactics are crucial. Since the military is now seeking his cooperation, playing it cool might elevate his status. Seeing that the medicine god did not outright refuse, Chen Jianxi's face brightens and he hurriedly replies, Xiong Juju Qiangong, medicine god must be an alchemist, right? I wonder if you could provide us with some high-quality potions. We can purchase in bulk and the price will definitely satisfy you. Xiong Juju Qiangong, also if you could prioritize selling equipment to us, we can offer higher prices. If we collect high-level materials, we can also prioritize providing them to you medicine god. You should be aware of our military's power. In this regard we definitely surpass an individual's efficiency in exploration and collection. Seeing Xiong Juju Qiangong's message, Lin Bei pauses slightly. Potions, he indeed has many. The effects of these potions are somewhat terrifying. Selling them to the military could drop many jaws. I'm not a medicine god. I can give you some basic health and mana potions, but I don't want money. You'll need to trade with materials. Aside from the basic healing potion, he wasn't ready to reveal any other potions just yet. He strongly agreed with the bold assertion that when it came to gathering materials, his solo efforts couldn't possibly match the entire military's resources. Rather than laboriously collecting them himself, it made more sense to trade with the military. Right now his primary focus was on leveling up and potion making. As long as he could enhance his level and the effects of his potions, he would be unbeatable in this world. Bold and confident. Don't you have anything else? Chen Jian's mouth twitched. The zones they managed had plenty of alchemists and they weren't short on basic health or mana potions. Trading away so many high-level materials for just a few basic potions would have the old leaders scolding him to death. Seeing the message from bold and confident, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile slightly and promptly sent over the item details for the basic health potion, which was only level 1. Chen Jian was puzzled. What was so special about a basic health potion? It was just a system-given basic potion with very low healing power, hardly enough to withstand monster attacks. Still, he instinctively clicked on the potion details sent by the potion master. Basic health potion. Level 1, upon use, restores 420 health points per second to the user, lasting for 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Chen Jian's eyes widened in disbelief and he slapped himself hard. He hadn't drunk anything yesterday. How could his eyes deceive him like this? The pain on his face was sharp as he hurriedly looked at his system panel. When he saw the potion details on the panel, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. What was this madness? 420 health per second, and for over 10 minutes, was this really a basic health potion, not some ultra mega super health potion? Chen Jian checked the potion's name again. It indeed was just a basic health potion. His breathing became rapid. No wonder they called him the Potion Master. The potions he crafted were terrifying. It was no surprise that the Potion Master had leveled up to 13 so quickly. With such potions at his side, not only reaching level 13 but even level 5 would be no challenge. He absolutely had to secure this. Chen Jian's lips curled up in anticipation of his old leader's shocked expression upon seeing the potion's properties, bold and confident. We'll take as many of these potions as you have. How do you want to sell them? I'm not a potion master. 3 level 10 or higher materials for 1 bottle. Bold and confident. Deal. Chen Jian didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. This basic health potion was too overpowered. With it, who would worry about leveling up or not being able to gather materials? And if the potion master could concoct such powerful basic potions, he surely could produce other formidable ones. They couldn't let small gains ruin the relationship. I'm not a potion master has requested to trade with you. The system notification snapped Chen Jian back to reality and he quickly agreed to the trade, placing the 3 materials into the trade box and locking them in. Lin Bei, seeing this, also placed 3 bottles of the basic health potion into his trade bar. Both parties then pressed the confirm button simultaneously. Transaction successful. For our first collaboration, I have some news for you. I will list 2 blue quality level 10 items tomorrow, so make sure you're prepared with tradable lifespans. Leaving that message, Lin Bei closed the chat window and opened his backpack. He looked at the 3 types of materials inside, then quickly exited the outskirts of the Ghostface Stone Forest and sat down behind the trial tower to start crafting. He was about to concoct the poisonous Tribulus potion. The potion covers a wide area and deals significant damage, inflicting 28 points of immediate damage per second to enemies in the area, which increases to 1176 points per second with a 42-fold enhancement. It's a very useful potion for clearing mobs over large areas. Perfect. For the 3 new maps, unfortunately he only had 2 Tribulus fruits left. Even triggering the wishful empty hand passive, he could at most produce 4 bottles. The crafting began. Tribulus fruit plus heartbreak grass equals poisonous Tribulus potion. Item obtained. Poisonous Tribulus potion *1. Crafting again. Item obtained. Poisonous Tribulus potion *1. Wishful empty hand triggered. Poisonous Tribulus potion *1. Lin Bei was delighted. 3 bottles were a great result, although he regretted not earning any evolution points. It was a good time to check his loot. Storing the 3 bottles of poisonous Tribulus potion, Lin Bei began to organize the items in his backpack. After leaving the leveling trials and heading straight into the Ghostface Stone Forest for exploration, he hadn't had the chance to tidy up his backpack, which was now cluttered and running out of space. He decided to dump these items at the auction house soon. Looking at the equipment stripped from his body, Lin Bei muttered softly. He was now decked out in pure void blue gear, having amassed a complete set of void armor in the void nest earlier. The attributes of this void set were impressively high. Void leggings. Blue provides 100 points of dual resistance plus 20 to all attributes. When worn with the void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guards and void mask, it grants additional set properties. Void level requirement 10 or above. Void wrist guards. Blue provides 100 points of adaptive attack power, plus 20 to all attributes. When worn with the void boots, void bone armor, void leggings and void mask, it grants additional set properties. Void level requirement 10 or above. Void boots. Blue plus 100 movement speed, plus 30 agility, grants the skill Void Shuttle. When worn with the void leggings, void bone armor, void wrist guards and void mask, it grants additional set properties. Void level requirement 10 or above. Void bone armor. Blue plus 100 dual resistance, plus 50 constitution. When worn with the void boots, void leggings, void wrist guards and void mask, it grants additional set properties. Void level requirement 10 or above. Void mask. Blue plus 50 to all attributes. When worn with the void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guards and void leggings, it grants additional set properties. Void level requirement 10 or above. Check out the profession panel. Code name. I am not a medicine god. Modifiable. Profession. Alchemist. Level 13. Experience 89012974 health points, 4300 constitution, 430 strength, 330 agility, 360 spirit, 330 current free attribute points, 0 points. Slipping into these 5 pieces of equipment, the 4-dimensional attributes skyrocket. Plus, this set of gear reduces damage from void monsters by 30%. This set attribute is kind of monstrous because the further you go, the more void monsters there are. wearing such a set can greatly increase his fault tolerance. Comparing it to the previous gear I wore, what garbage were those? What is this void blood for? At that moment Lin Bei turned his attention to the pool of golden blood in his backpack. It was an item burst from the void I killed in the void nest, which he hadn't had the chance to check earlier, only remembering it was of golden quality. Void blood, gold. When used on a weapon, it infuses the weapon with the power of the void, forging it into a random quality void weapon. Random quality. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. This could be interesting. A weapon plus a void set could form a stronger set, the Void Slayer. Initially in the leveling trial only an assassin's weapon, the void dagger, burst out, and he was a bit regretful for not being able to form a complete set. Unexpectedly, the void blood burst from the void. I could forge a professional weapon, and it's of random quality, which means it could be as bad as the lowest tier white weapon or as good as the top tier colorful sacred weapon. Forge it. Lin Bei immediately took out the rusty iron cauldron and merged it with the void blood. The golden blood immediately transformed into a mass of blood bubbles enveloping the rusty iron cauldron, accompanied by dazzling white lights. A blood-red three-legged cauldron gradually appeared before Lin Bei's eyes. This cauldron was entirely crimson and carved with extremely exquisite patterns, looking mysterious and majestic, a myriad times better than the rusty iron cauldron. Void magic cauldron, red quality. Lin Bei was delighted, quickly opening up the equipment properties. Void magic cauldron, red. When concocting potions, infuse them with void power, doubling the effects of the original potions. When worn with the void set, it possesses special effects. Void Slayer level requirement 10 and above. Although there were no attack enhancements, Lin Bei's face was filled with surprise. As an alchemist, whether it's attack, defense, or healing, everything depends on potions. This void magic cauldron could double the potency of potions. Could this stack with his mastery in alchemy? After stacking, would it be 44 times or 84 times more potent? Lin Bei's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. The double potency was a rare attribute indeed. He immediately took out a bottle of chaos potion and refined it with the void magic cauldron. With the void cauldron emitting a dazzling red glow, Lin Bei acquired a brand new potion, chaos potion. Magical. Upon use, it causes chaos in the vicinity, draining 840 health points per second from all creatures for 40 seconds. Damn. Seeing the attributes of the chaos potion, magical, Lin Bei couldn't help but curse. It was an independently stacking double boost. This meant that the potency of the potions he would concoct in the future would jump directly from 42-fold to 84-fold. Moreover, with each level up in his mastery of potion making, the potency of the potions would increase fourfold. Incredible. The idea of independent stacking was frightening. Lin Bei immediately refined all his potions except for the small red ones. As for the remaining 48 bottles of the 42-fold enhanced small red potions, they were reserved for trading with the military, as even the 42-fold boost was already daunting enough. Giving them the 84-fold enhanced versions might just shock everyone's jaw off. With such a huge temptation, it was unpredictable what the military might do next. He never tested human nature because human nature often fails under pressure. Indeed, the military was shocked by the 42-fold enhanced small red potions. At the command center of the Kyoto military district, Hu Xinjian's face showed more drama than a full rendition of Farewell My Concubine. He clutched a bottle of the small red potion tightly, hardly believing it was real. How is this possible? Hu Xinjian was in disbelief. Their district was not devoid of alchemists. On the contrary, there were many alchemists working overtime to supply the various departments with small red and blue potions. However, their alchemists could only produce small red potions that were just like the system-given ones, restoring 10 health points per second for 15 seconds. How the heck did the potion master make these small red potions with a recovery rate of a staggering 420 points per second and lasting for 10 minutes? This isn't just a small red potion, it's like a miraculous pill capable of bringing the dead back to life and fleshing out bones. The total amount of health restored by a regular small red potion in 15 seconds was less than what these potions restored in just 1 second. Who else has seen this thing? After a long pause, Hu Xinjian suddenly stood up. Chen Jianxi quickly shook his head. Other than the potion master himself, only our old leader and I have seen these small red potions. Good. Hu Xinjian took a deep breath and said gravely, classify these 3 bottles of small red potion as 5-star secrets. Assemble a team of alchemists to see if they can decipher the method of concoction. Also tell everyone in all departments to keep an eye on the ground for herbs during their monster hunts, collect everything no matter if they recognize it or not. Hu Xingjian was incredibly excited. With such potent medicine, how could they not thrive in this game world? No wonder the potion master leveled up so quickly. It was with the help of these powerful potions, if they could overcome the technical challenges of these small red potions, Daxia would become the new global hegemon of the new era. Unfortunately, only the potion master knew the method to create these potions, and for now the military had no way to demand anything from him. They could only try to break through the technical challenges on their own. Unlike the military's reverence, ordinary professionals worship the medicine god even more. In the wild areas of Ning City, the prowess of the medicine god is truly formidable. He has leveled up again. Su Chen, who previously looked down on the medicine god for leveling up 10 times in a single day and night, now wore no trace of arrogance on his face. As he attacked the monsters ahead, he sighed, after 2 whole days of torment, I've finally stopped being stubborn and accepted the high difficulty of this game. Originally, upon seeing the medicine god level up 10 times in a day, he thought the game was not challenging. With his talents, even if he couldn't manage 10 levels a day, he should at least manage 9. However, reality proved far too cruel. The attributes of the monsters completely surpassed his understanding. Their team of 5, including tanks, damage dealers and healers, couldn't even defeat the lowest level mutated chickens. They were chased around in humiliation. It's no wonder he's considered the top player in our great Xia. He's just too powerful, Su Chen admitted. Lin Shishir, whom Su Chen had coaxed to return, also showed admiration and envy. These past 2 days had been tough on her. Being bullied by level 1 monsters at the start was bad enough, but now at level 2 they were still unable to beat level 1 monsters. Even with a full team, they had to be extremely cautious, as one small mistake could lead to a total wipeout. Thankfully, Tianmin's sycophantic neighbor Ma Xiaoshan had decent skills. Along with a healer fangirl that Su Chen had called over, they barely managed to scrape their way to level 2 by continuously healing and shielding Ma Xiaoshan. He really is formidable. If only we could team up with the medicine god, we wouldn't have to be in such a sorry state, sighed another healer fangirl. If the medicine god was willing to take her in, she'd do anything, but unfortunately she didn't personally know him. Just then, as Ma Xiaoshan was battling a mutated black scorpion, he shouted, stop chatting and heal me. What's the rush? The skills are on cooldown. If they weren't, would you even need to tell me? Responded the new healer, afraid of thunder, frowning. She only had 2 skills, which were not enough to keep up with the rate at which Ma Xiaoshan was losing health. This guy's defense is too low. Afraid of thunder huffed in annoyance, her face flashing with disgust. If not for the difficulty in finding good fighters, she would have suggested that Su Chen kick Ma Xiaoshan out and find a higher level fighter instead. Tianmin also shook her head. My skills are cooling down too. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshan's face changed, and after taking 2 more hits from the black scorpion's pincers, he made a snap decision to retreat. No good, I'm out of potions and can't hold on run, having died once. Already Ma Xiaoshan knew the game's rules. Dying meant losing half your lifespan, so he chose to flee without hesitation. Seeing Ma Xiaoshan run, although the others looked displeased, they could only follow him out. Why are you running, Ma Xiaoshan? Lin Shishir asked, frowning. Su Chen also looked displeased. The mutated black scorpion was nearly dead, and a few more minutes of effort would have finished it off. But because of Ma Xiaoshan's sudden retreat, all their previous efforts were wasted. Tianmin furrowed her brows slightly and turned to Ma Xiaoshan. What's going on with you? Can you still fight? I'm out of potions, only 1 health skin left. You guys don't have any healing skills, and I can only take a few more hits before I go down. Hearing the questions from the group, Ma Xiaoshan frowned, clearly annoyed as their health bars were visible to all. Can't you sacrifice a bit for the team? Tianmin scoffed coldly at his words. Great, all our efforts today have been for nothing. Okay, my bad, Ma Xiaoshan sighed, trying to calm Tianmin. Min, don't be mad, I promise I won't run next time. But without potions you two can't keep me healed. Does anyone still have any small red potions? No, I'm all out, one replied. Me too, I've used up all mine, another added. I don't have any left in my backpack either, the last one declared. All 4 shook their heads in unison. The few small red potions gifted by the system had long been used up. What do we do now? I can't hold up without potions, Ma Xiaoshan said with a troubled expression. Just then Su Chen chimed in, potions are too expensive, we can't afford to buy them. Sure, why don't you check what class Lin Bei is and ask him for some small red potions? Lin Bei always obeyed Lin Shishir's requests. If he hadn't used up his system-gifted small red potions, he would definitely scurry to deliver them upon her asking. However, upon hearing this, Lin Shishir's face soured. Lin Bei had just hung up on her not long ago, even calling her crazy over the phone. Now to ask her to request small red potions from him was too much. She would rather die than go. Sure, I know you don't want to see him now, but think about the bigger picture. We are now in an era where everyone is switching jobs and leveling up fiercely. If we fall behind, catching up will be tough, Su Chen urged. Plus, he must have been upset when he said that over the phone. After all, he's your brother and it's normal for him not wanting his sister to date so early. Just be generous and forgive him this time. Although Lin Bei had always opposed Lin Shusher being with him over the years, Lin Shusher had managed to extract quite a few things from Lin Bei for him. It would be a shame to lose such a long-term benefit over a fallout. I don't want to, Lin Shusher huffed, cursing Lin Bei in her heart. Just thinking of him calling her crazy and hanging up on her made her blood boil. I'm not dependent on Lin Bei. The world doesn't stop for anyone, I'll show him that. Lin Shusher can thrive in this game without him, and I'll level up just fine. Brother Su Chen, if we need potions, let's just buy a few. I still have plenty of my allowance left for this month, Lin Shusher declared, disregarding the fact that the small red potions were too expensive and required a tradable lifespan to purchase. Su Chen shook his head. He was nearly out of money and was relying on Lin Shusher for meals. Besides, Lin Shusher's living expenses came from Lin Bei, so spending Lin Bei's money on the little red pills was practically the same as asking Lin Bei directly for them. Sure, no matter what, he is your brother. Love without the blessing of family is never perfect. Even though he always thinks he knows best and believes I can't make you happy, I don't really care about how he sees me. As long as you believe in me, that's enough. You don't need to strain your relationship with your family because of me. Actually, Lin Bei treats you quite well. He must be really upset with the current situation, just waiting for you to lower your head first. Upon hearing this, Lin Shusher hesitated. With her proud nature, it was almost impossible for her to show weakness to Lin Bei voluntarily, but she felt there was some truth in Su Chen's words. Maybe she should call Lin Bei again. Don't hesitate. In the past, it was always he who apologized first. This time, just indulge his vanity a little, Su Chen urged as he saw her hesitation. This game was too difficult. Rising in this new era was hard enough on his own. If Lin Bei was willing to sacrifice his ego to support them, perhaps they could catch up with others and even overtake them. Then I will call him again, ask for his support this time. Lin Shusher nodded. She was actually a bit scared that Lin Bei might really ignore her. She was not yet capable of supporting herself. Her entire lifestyle depended on Lin Bei. Previously, all she had to worry about was shopping. Whenever she was short of money, a message to Lin Bei would ensure funds transferred within half an hour. But this time Lin Bei had been ignoring her for days. What if Lin Bei really decided to cut her off? And she had been planning to save up to buy Su Chen a new model wristwatch too. Since Su Chen wasn't angry with Lin Bei and had spoken so generously, she might as well swallow her pride this time. Go out, I'll await your good news, Su Chen said, relieved. In his view, as long as Lin Shusher was willing to lower her head and admit her wrongs to Lin Bei, he would surely soften and treat her warmly as before. Then getting a few bottles of the little red pills would be easy, and perhaps they wouldn't have to worry about them ever again. Lin Shusher pulled out her newly bought top-model fruit phone, found Lin Bei's number and walked aside to make the call. Although Lin Bei always interfered with her relationship with brother Su Chen, he was quite kind to her in other aspects. For instance, when she mentioned wanting the latest model of the fruit phone not long ago, Lin Bei had immediately bought it for her on installment. Thinking of this, Lin Shusher took a deep breath, having already decided how to approach Lin Bei later. She wouldn't even need to bow her head, just a little pout would surely make him unable to resist, prompting him to apologize and come running back to her. Beep. The number you have dialed is busy, please try again later. Lin Shusher was slightly startled by the prompt from her phone. Had she heard it wrong? She just heard a beep, so why did it change to a busy signal? She frowned, hung up and redialed. Beep. The number you have dialed is busy, please try again later. The message was exactly the same as before. Lin Shusher's eyebrows knitted tightly. She hung up, opened WeChat, found Lin Bei's avatar and initiated a voice chat. However, the next moment Lin Shusher's face showed a look of shock, and within 1 second her expression changed several times, from shock to stupor, then to disbelief, and finally to anger. You are not friends with the recipient. Voice call cannot be initiated. The white prompt box on the phone screen made Lin Shusher feel dazed. How could this happen? Lin Bei had blocked her. Where did he get the courage? How dare he? Does he not fear that she would never ever forgive him and never ever return home? Lin Bei, you just wait. I'm going to sever our sibling relationship. I will never return to that broken home again. Lin Shirshir momentarily lost control of her emotions and let out a shrill scream, about to smash her phone, but then remembered it was worth over 10,000 yuan and she only had 6,000 yuan left for living expenses. She reluctantly lowered her hand. Lin Bei, I Lin Shirshir swear today, I will never forgive you, even if you kneel down and beg for my forgiveness like before. I will never look at you again. From now on we have nothing to do with each other. Far below in the trial tower, Lin Bei sneezed, completely unaware that Lin Shirshir, who had just told him they would go their separate ways, was cursing him because she couldn't reach his phone. He had long since forgotten about her, his mind focused only on leveling up. After tallying his spoils, Lin Bei stood up. His harvest in the leveling trial was substantial. Not only did he gain a complete set of void armor but also 7 or 8 separate pieces, although most were void leggings. Besides, there was a large amount of tradable lifespan. With the previous 3,000 plus days of tradable lifespan, he now had a total of 4,889 days. This was quite wealthy for the early stages. However, Lin Bei was not satisfied. This amount of tradable lifespan seemed substantial now, but at level 20 she would need it for various purposes. Mounts, pets and second-tier job changes all required a large amount of tradable lifespan. He was also saving up to buy a residence in the main city after reaching level 20 so he wouldn't have to pay rent daily and could obtain citizenship, which would be more cost-effective in the long run. If I remember correctly, after unlocking the main city at level 20 there will be a 3-day trading fair. However, the cost of residences in the main city is incredibly high. Even the most dilapidated houses on the outskirts require 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. For slightly larger and better decorated residences, the cost can rise substantially. The advantages, though, are quite clear. Firstly, there's no need to pay daily rent. Ordinary professionals entering the main city must pay 10 days of tradable lifespan each day. If it's detected that their tradable lifespan is insufficient, they will be expelled from the main city. 10 days per day amounts to 3,650 days per year and 36,500 days over 10 years. In the short term it may not seem like much, but in the long run buying a residence outright is more cost-effective. Secondly, owning a citizen status in the main city allows one to freely use and trade various facilities within the city, such as teleportation arrays. While ordinary professionals need to spend hundreds of days of tradable lifespan to activate a teleportation array, once citizens of the main city can do so for free once a day, the benefits are numerous. After disposing of unnecessary equipment at the auction house at original prices, Lin Bei packed up his backpack and headed to the Ghostface Stone Forest to lure monsters. Chaos Potion. He then started his monotonous routine of monster hunting. Fortunately, the Ghostface spiders in the Stone Forest don't have much health. Coupled with the 84x boost effect of his Chaos Potion, Lin Bei could easily kill them in one hit. Killing a Ghostface spider, he gained 750 experience points and 60 days of tradable lifespan. After clearing the spiders on the periphery, Lin Bei stood at the center of the Ghostface Stone Forest, near a huge stalagmite that towered over the landscape like a king. A giant Ghostface spider perched on top of the stalagmite, and upon noticing Lin Bei, it immediately jumped down. Venomous Ghostface Spider, level 15, Chaos Potion. Lin Bei didn't take this venomous elite monster seriously. It was just an elite, not much stronger than a regular Ghostface spider. The real challenge was hiding beneath the stalagmite. The silver tier boss, the Ghostface Spider Queen. Not only did she deal incredibly high damage and could trap enemies with webs and silk, but her health was relatively low. However, this was in relation to Lin Bei. If a typical level 10 professional team were to fight the Ghostface Spider Queen, they would struggle for a long time. Killing the venomous Ghostface Spider, Lin Bei gained 1,000 experience points and 100 days of tradable lifespan. The elite venomous Ghostface Spider didn't even reach Lin Bei before it was instantly killed by the high amplified damage of the 84x boost, accompanied by a shrill scream. The ground exploded, and a huge spider 2 to 3 meters tall emerged from beneath the earth. This giant spider had a human-like upper body but 8 spider legs below. It resembled a spider spirit from TV dramas that hadn't cultivated enough to fully transform into human form. Ghost-faced Spider Queen, Silver, come forth. Lin Bei finally perked up, first slapping a small red potion onto himself before hurling a vial of corrosive potion at the ghost-faced Spider Queen. Smash! The potion shattered and immediately a string of red numbers appeared above the Spider Queen's head, -4,200. Her health dropped by nearly half in an instant. Whoosh! the Spider Queen let out a fierce roar and spat out a large web towards Lin Bei. Void transit. Lin Bei activated the skill of his void boots, vanishing into the void and reappearing 2 meters away. It was a blink-like skill, extremely useful, though it had a long cooldown, 5 minutes before it could be used again. At that moment another string of red numbers popped up above the Spider Queen's head, minus 4,200, from 1,600 to 10,010,000 health points, yet under Lin Bei's corrosive potion she couldn't last even 3 seconds. The next moment the ghost-faced Spider Queen let out a mournful scream, red numbers appeared again above her head and the last bit of her health was wiped out by a chaos potion, causing her massive body to collapse twistedly to the ground. Killed the ghost-faced Spider Queen. Silver. Gained 1,500 experience points, gained 150 days of tradable lifespan. Item gained. Ghost-faced Spider Queen's leather armor. Green. Lin Bei glanced at the new equipment and immediately lost interest, tossing it into his backpack. Ghost-faced Spider Queen's leather armor. Green grants 30 points of dual resistance plus 20 to constitution. Enemy attacks will be smeared with slime, reducing enemy attack speed by 20% for 2 seconds. Level requirement 15 and above. The attributes weren't terribly bad, just not impressive at all. Compared to his void set it was far inferior, almost not on the same level. The experience was still decent. Storing the equipment, Lin Bei moved to the periphery to start another round of mundane monster clearing. Although the monsters in the stone forest of faces didn't drop great equipment, they provided decent experience. A normal monster gave 750 points, elites 1000 and bosses 1500. With 2 hours left until nightfall he should be able to reach level 15 before dark. Congratulations, you have reached level 15, Lin Bei smiled, finally having reached level 15. As more experience would be required in the later stages, leveling up would progressively slow down. It was only because his damage was high. For an average person, leveling up once a week would be good. Over the next 2 days Lin Bei mostly stayed in the stone forest of faces. At noon that day, having just reached level 18, Lin Bei had just sent the ghost-faced Spider Queen back to her maker when Xiong Jojo Qiangang suddenly sent him a message. Assuming it was about trading new materials for potions, he opened Xiong Jojo Qiangang's chat box only to be slightly surprised. Xiong Jojo Qiangang, medicine god, interested in exploring a hidden dungeon? Hidden dungeon. Lin Bei's interest was piqued. In the battle between gods and demons, there were many hidden dungeons, each with rich rewards. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary pharmacist, so he had never entered any hidden instances. He only heard others mention them occasionally. Unexpectedly, the military had discovered such an instance, and he genuinely wanted to see what was inside it and what rewards would be given upon clearing it. I am not a medicine god. A hidden instance? Tell me more about it. Heroically, in the northeast region a cave was discovered. When our people entered, they found a completely different world inside, abundant with unfamiliar herbs. We initially wanted to collect some and ask for your expert opinion. However, to our surprise, a giant snake hiding inside turned out to be level 10, while we are only at level 5, no match for it, not to mention other potentially stronger monsters. So we're hoping you could join us to explore this hidden instance. Heroically, don't worry, this matter is top secret within our ranks. Your whereabouts won't be disclosed. Heroically, consider it, medicine god. If you agree to cooperate, we can split the findings from the hidden instance 50-50. Upon receiving the message, Lin Bei frowned slightly. The northeast region, that hidden instance was far, not just a little but very far from him. Before the teleportation function is unlocked at level 20, moving from one city to another is troublesome, as the wilderness is full of monsters. Although these wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lin Bei, they would significantly slow down his travel. Nowadays, leveling up was the most critical thing. Traveling to and from the northeast could waste a lot of time. I am not a medicine god. To be honest, I'm quite far from the northeast. Heroically, if it's just a matter of distance, you needn't worry, medicine god. I can personally come to pick you up in a helicopter, and the round trip won't take more than 2 days. A helicopter? Lin Bei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about that? The person named Heroically represented the military, and dispatching a helicopter was a trivial matter for them. I am not a medicine god. If there's a helicopter to ferry me, I might consider making the trip. I am not a medicine god. I have one condition: you can keep the equipment, but I want all the materials inside. Lin Bei added a condition. He had no need for equipment. What was most important to him now, besides leveling up, was acquiring a large amount of materials for his alchemy. After all, evolution points were fundamental to his strength, and an 84x multiplier might seem substantial, but who would complain about having even higher damage? Heroically, no problem. Heroically, just send your address and I'll arrange the helicopter to pick you up right now. I am not a medicine god. Ning City, Wanda Plaza. Heroically. Got it, I'm heading over in the helicopter right now. Xinjian with a slight smile had already figured out that the medicine god was in Ning City. He asked not to give a bad impression to the medicine god about the military. Now that the medicine god had willingly disclosed his location, it showed that the military had gained his trust. Soon a silver-gray large helicopter took off from the military district in Kyoto, speeding towards Ning City. 3.5 hours later, under the cover of night, the helicopter arrived above Wanda Plaza in Ning City. Although we have now entered an era where everyone is changing careers, there are still many professionals who aren't in a hurry to level up and remain in the city center. Wanda Plaza, as the largest commercial street, is naturally bustling with people. A figure dressed in purple emerged from the street and made his way to the center of Wanda Plaza. Under the illumination of the lights, his purple attire looked both handsome and imposing, instantly attracting a lot of attention. It's the medicine god. The medicine god, his outfit is so cool. Oh my, the medicine god is actually from our Ning City. Although Lin Bei wore a mask and his face was not visible, the words "I am not the medicine god," level 18, above his head were especially conspicuous in the night. Medicine god, can I have your autograph? Did you know someone offered 50 million for you to play with them? Oh, my medicine god is so cool, can I take a photo with you? Can the medicine god take me under his wing? A crowd immediately surrounded him. Some starry-eyed girls couldn't wait to get closer to Lin Bei. Lin Bei frowned, just about to tell these people to get lost, when suddenly the sound of helicopter rotors came from above. A silver-gray large helicopter hovered down and a long ladder was dropped. Lin Bei, without a second thought, grabbed the ladder and quickly climbed up. The helicopter quickly ascended and soon disappeared into the clouds. If I'm not mistaken, was that just the Wuji 20 from our Dacia military? What's Wuji 20? Ignorance is scary. You don't even know what Wuji 20 is? It's a helicopter model specifically used by our Dacia military, known as the King of Low Altitude, comparable to a fighter jet. SSS. Does this mean medicine god is with the military? Lin Bei left, but the crowd of onlookers was stunned. Everyone was wide-eyed, never expecting that the medicine god was actually a military man, and a mere game had even involved the military. Clearly these people hadn't yet realized what the integration of reality and the divine demonic battle meant for the world. The news that the medicine god was a military man spread quickly. It soon spread throughout Ning City and rapidly fermented online, especially a photo of the medicine god in his purple-black attire hanging from the helicopter ladder, which was wildly shared by numerous professionals. Some female professionals even switched sides to become fans, from mere curiosity to fervent worship. Medicine god is so handsome, I want to have his babies. Damn, I really want medicine god's autograph. So medicine god is a military bro, so handsome and cool, my eyes are pregnant. Similar phrases continuously rolled across various forums, everyone discussing this matter. The news of "I am not medicine god" appearing at Wanda Plaza and leaving aboard a Wuji 20 topped the trending search list. On the helicopter, Chen Jianxi looked eagerly at the mysterious young man beside him. It's true what they say about young heroes. I didn't expect the medicine god to be so young. Although he couldn't see Lin Bei's face under the mask, he could roughly guess from his physique and demeanor that Lin Bei was probably not over 30 years old. Lin Bei remained silent. Chen Jianxi cleared his throat and asked, "Should we first go to the zone to pick teammates and form a small team, or head directly to the hidden dungeon in the northeastern zone?" He certainly preferred forming a team, not only to let the team members gain some experience, but also because with just the two of them, there was no frontline fighter to absorb damage or a priest to heal, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Let's go directly to the hidden dungeon. More people might just be a burden. Lin Bei shook his head. The monsters in the hidden dungeon were quite powerful, and currently, the highest level among professionals was only level 5. Having Chen Jianxi was burden enough. Adding 3 more would be too troublesome, and he wasn't sure he could protect them all. Okay, Chen Jianxi said, somewhat surprised by Lin Bei's calm demeanor. Truly deserving of a level 18 powerhouse, he faced the hidden dungeon without a trace of nervousness and equanimity that even he couldn't match. 4 to 5 hours later, the helicopter landed in the northeastern zone. As expected, it was the coldest place in the country. Although it wasn't winter yet, the temperature was already very low, especially now at dawn, which was at least 10 degrees colder than in Ning City. Fortunately, the equipment in the demons and deities battlegrounds provided good insulation. Lin Bei and Chen Jianxi disembarked, and a group of professionals in military attire who had been waiting at the airport immediately came up to greet them. Jianxi, the leader, a square-faced man with a resolute gaze, saluted them militarily before turning to Lin Bei. "This must be the great medicine god. Medicine god, let me introduce you. This is Lao Ma, the commander of the northeastern zone." Shen Jianxi introduced the square-faced man, then addressed him. "Lao Ma, this is the top player in our great Xia, the medicine god. It's an honor to meet you, medicine god." Lao Ma didn't put on the airs of a commander but instead kept a very low profile. Stepping forward to shake Lin Bei's hand, "This is the highest leveled medicine god in the country. Now, with the game merging with reality and firearms being completely ineffective against monsters and professionals, level meant everything. How could he, a mere level 2, act pretentious in front of a level 18 powerhouse?" After shaking hands with Lin Bei, Lao Ma turned to the professionals behind him and said with a smile, "The highest level elites of our northeastern zone are all here. The decision to choose team members will be left to the medicine god. No need to choose. Having too many people is not necessarily a good thing." Lin Bei shook his head. The same old principle, adding one more person meant one more burden. Their levels were too low. They were not only of no use but could even possibly make things worse. Upon hearing this, Old Ma was slightly taken aback and instinctively glanced at Chen Jianxi. "The medicine god means just the three of us are going in?" "Jianxi must have told you right. The attributes of the monsters inside are extremely perverse. Our level 3 teammates were wiped out in an instant. Just the three of us without a healer, I'm afraid." Lin Bei remained silent, also turning his gaze to Chen Jianxi. "3 people? Wasn't it agreed it would just be the 2 of them, medicine god? After all, this dungeon was discovered in the Northeast Division. It wouldn't make sense if Old Ma, as the commander of the Northeast Division, didn't participate." Chen Jianxi was somewhat troubled. The dungeon was discovered by Old Ma, and not allowing him to join the team seemed unjustifiable. 3 people can work, but let me make it clear. Once we enter the dungeon, I'm in command and you must follow my orders. Moreover, I can't guarantee your safety completely." Lin Bei nodded, then shook his head, giving the 2 men a preventive warning. He still didn't know what kind of hidden dungeon this was, nor what monsters were inside. If they encountered exceptionally high-level or bizarrely attributed monsters, he couldn't ensure their safety. There was only 1 bottle of steel mixture left, and he would definitely prioritize his own protection. "No problem." Old Ma nodded first. Seeing this, Chen Jianxi also nodded, indicating his agreement. After reaching a consensus, Old Ma immediately summoned a jeep and the trio set off. Half an hour later, they arrived at the edge of the twisted jungle next to a giant stone over 2 meters tall. A gray vortex hidden in the bushes beside this large stone was barely noticeable unless one looked closely. It truly is a randomly appearing hidden dungeon, Lin Bei mused, preferring to call it a random dungeon because such dungeons could appear anywhere at any level and their duration was not fixed. The entrance might disappear after 3 days or might remain here for 3 years. No one could say for sure. "Let's go." Lin Bei moved towards the gray vortex. The moment he stepped into the vortex, his vision darkened, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. When light appeared before his eyes again, he found himself in another dimension. Whoosh! 2 beams of white light flashed, and Chen Jianxi and Old Ma also entered the dungeon. Upon entering, both immediately readied themselves for combat. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma, both wielding giant swords, stood on either side of Lin Bei, gripping their swords tightly with vigilant expressions. They were in a forest surrounded by tall ancient trees, with a faint mist rising in the air, adding a touch of mystery to the forest. "The Lost Lands?" Lin Bei frowned, looking up at the sky. Through the overlapping branches of the ancient trees, he could faintly see a gray sky with a pallid sun hanging, seemingly devoid of any warmth. A gray sky, a pale sun, a silent and eerie environment. These were the classic characteristics of the Lost Lands. In the world of battle of gods and demons, the Lost Lands are corrupted by the void, with creatures here being significantly stronger due to the influence of void powers. In past lives, there were a few instances of the Lost Lands, but those were mid-game content. This time, just as we've entered the era of universal job transitions, a Lost Lands dungeon unexpectedly emerges. "The herbs are just up ahead." Old Ma pointed towards the front left. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately headed in that direction, while Chen Jianxi and Old Ma felt slightly uneasy. Although Lin Bei, the medicinal god, was a level 18 powerhouse, having an alchemist at the forefront could be risky if monsters ambushed them. However, considering Lin Bei's high level, they swallowed any words of caution they had initially wanted to express. "Let's see how it goes." after all, someone who could reach level 18 must have his ways. Soon a large herb garden appeared before Lin Bei. Unlike the wild herbs found in other areas, this garden was neatly organized and the herbs were well tended, clearly cultivated and not wild. Intestine breaker and poisonous tribulus, Lin Bei was thrilled at the sight of the abundant herbs. With so many materials, he could make at least 100 bottles of poisonous tribulus potion. This was a fortune in the making. Hiss! Just then a strange noise reached Lin Bei's ears. Following that, a thick emerald green worm lunged from the herb garden, swiftly slithering towards the trio. A mutated bamboo viper, level 10. A level 10 mutant creature, confirming this place as the Lost Lands. Heal potion. Lin Bei quickly slapped a bottle of heal potion on himself, then threw a bottle of chaos potion at his feet. The mutated bamboo viper was incredibly fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye. As soon as it entered the chaos zone, its health bar appeared with a string of red numbers floating above it, -840, 1160, 2000. Seeing the health bar of the mutated bamboo viper, Lin Bei smiled. Although its attributes were stronger than normal monsters, they were nothing compared to void creatures. It didn't even get a chance to touch him before it was doomed to die. As expected by Lin Bei, just as the mutated bamboo viper reached him and opened its mouth to attack, its health bar was depleted by the chaos potion and its thick body collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Killing the mutated bamboo viper earned 300 experience points. Since the experience was divided among the three of them, it wasn't much, but it was enough to astonish Chen Jianxi and Old Ma. What, it's dead already? A level 10 creature, how did it suddenly die like that? Staring at the vanished greenworm, both were filled with question marks. They hadn't even seen clearly how Lin Bei had acted. They just saw him seem to throw something on the ground, and as soon as the mutated bamboo viper approached, it dropped dead as if struck by a sudden heart attack. Gained 63 tradable lifespan days. Lin Bei picked up the tradable lifespan that burst from the ground and went to the herb garden to start harvesting. Lin Bei harvested 6 tribulus fruits, then another 3. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma looked at Lin Bei with a bewildered expression, their minds filled with nothing but shock. After all, that was a level 10 monster that had just been effortlessly defeated, but upon deeper reflection it made sense. As a level 18 medicine god, defeating a level 10 monster was completely reasonable. It's just that they had been tormented too much by mutant chickens and black scorpions and were not used to such a fast pace of defeating monsters. Stop dawdling, help out, Lin Bei said, furrowing his brow as he turned to look at them. With 2 large medicine gardens containing at least 200 to 300 herbs, it would take him forever to gather them all by himself. Sighing, the 2 men no longer dallied and immediately stepped forward to assist. Within 15 minutes, the medicinal garden was completely harvested. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma handed all the collected herbs to Lin Bei as they had agreed before entering the dungeon. All herbs would go to Lin Bei and they would split other loot 50-50. Let's head this way, Lin Bei directed after gathering the materials, pointing towards the left front. The dungeon, known as the Lost Land, looked somewhat familiar to him, resembling a dungeon from his past life called the Lost Labyrinth. However, he couldn't be sure yet and needed to verify it further ahead. If it really was the Lost Labyrinth, then they were in for a treat. The dungeon boss, the spirit of Xiangyu, not only dropped Lost series equipment but also had a secret chamber next to the boss room with a hidden treasure chest. In his past life, a warrior stumbled upon it and obtained a hidden profession scroll, which enabled him to unlock a hidden profession as a magical warrior at level 60 during his 3rd class change, catapulting him from an unknown ordinary professional to the top warrior in the Great Xia, ranking in the top 3 in the Great Xia combat power leaderboard and top 10 globally. If they could get their hands on the hidden profession scroll, it would be perfect to use at level 20 for the 2nd class change. Soon, under Lin Bei's leadership, the trio arrived at a village. However, the village was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard, not a soul in sight. The houses in the village were also dilapidated, giving the trio a feeling that they might collapse with just a gust of wind. Is this really the Lost Labyrinth? Lin Bei took a deep breath. It was just as he remembered, a forgotten village. The entire Lost Labyrinth dungeon consisted of 6 areas, 5 of which were villages surrounding the central Lost City. Each village housed a level 20 elite monster. Be careful, there's a level 20 elite monster here, Lin Bei whispered to the others. Hiss, a level 20 elite monster. The 2 men were startled. They were barely level 3, such a monster could wipe them out with a single slap. Moreover, they hadn't even seen any sign of the monster. How did Lin Bei know about the level 20 elite monster? Had he been here before? Or was it because his level was high enough to detect information they couldn't? What should we do? Should we head back, old Ma? Whispered, lowering his voice. A level 20 monster was not something they could handle, even though Lin Bei was at level 18-inch, relying solely on him, a potion maker. Without a warrior to take the frontline damage, it was impossible to defeat a level 20 monster. Over the past few days, they had suffered quite a bit and understood very well how bizarre the monster attributes in the War of Gods and Demons could be. Chen Jianxi didn't speak but turned his gaze towards Lin Bei. Actually, he too thought it was best to go back first. The monster's level was too high, and among the three of them only Lin Bei had a high level. If they really started fighting, he and Lao Ma would just be burdens, not helping at all. The best strategy was to return level up and then come back to tackle this dungeon in a few days. No need, just keep close to me, Lin Bei said, shaking his head after hearing Lao Ma. A mere level 20 elite monster was nothing in his eyes. In the entire Lost Mist City, only the soul of the guardian boss Xiang Yu deserved a second glance. With that, Lin Bei stepped forward into the village. Medicine God, no. The two men opened their mouths to speak, but Lin Bei had already entered the village and they had to swallow their words back down. They exchanged a look, worry evident in their eyes. This was not like any ordinary game. It was fully integrated with reality, where dying once meant losing half of one's lifespan, a loss they couldn't afford. But they couldn't just abandon the medicine god and run back, could they? Since the medicine god had spoken with such confidence, they decided to trust him and follow. This was a level 20 elite monster after all. If the medicine god really had a way to kill this monster, his teammates, they would gain a significant amount of experience, and they might even level up 1 or 2 levels directly. They had no choice but to go along. Lao Ma nodded and quickly followed. Roar! Just as they entered the village, they heard a furious roar. Immediately following was a dull thud as a house in front of them exploded and a giant worm burst out from the ground. This worm was at least 4 to 5 meters long with 2 rows of saw-toothed teeth on top. As it wriggled, it looked like a chainsaw in motion, which was quite disgusting. Strong mutant worm, level 20. Truly a level 20 elite monster. Faced with this huge worm monster, even the experienced Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma couldn't help but curse. The medicine god was spot on. Compared to their shock, Lin Bei was much more composed. Exactly as I remembered, Lin Bei said, taking out a bottle of chaos potion and another of thorn apple potion from his backpack. Given that it was a level 20 elite monster, relying solely on the chaos potion for damage seemed insufficient. Although he could slowly grind it down, Lin Bei didn't want to waste time here. He was eager to reach the lost city and find the soul of Xiang Yu. Moreover, with a large supply of thorn apple and hemlock in his backpack, he didn't need to worry about running out of thorn apple potion. Pop, the 2 potion bottles almost simultaneously hit the ground. Plumes of poisonous smoke instantly spread, especially from the thorn apple potion, which enveloped nearly a 30-meter radius area. One potion caused 840 points of damage per second and the other 2,352 points of damage per second. Stacked together, that's a whopping 3,192 damage per second. Though this worm was a level 20 elite monster, it couldn't withstand such high damage and its health bar was wiped out by 90% instantaneously. 3,192, 308, 3,500, minus 308, as the worm was attacked. It immediately roared and charged at the three of them. A stench-filled whirlwind burst out from the worm's mouth. Chen Jianxi's face turned pale and he exclaimed, Medic, maybe we should just leave. Old Ma was equally pale. The worm's oppressive aura was overwhelming, leaving him without the slightest will to fight. However, just as he spoke, the previously fierce worm suddenly lost its strength and fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the worm's health bar again. Where's the elite monster's health bar? Killed in seconds again. The 2 men's eyes were wide open, staring dead at the worm's corpse. Their faces couldn't be more animated. Oh my god, that's a level 20 elite monster. According to the difficulty of the game Battle of Gods and Demons, even a full team facing an elite monster of the same level wouldn't take it lightly, as any small mistake could lead to defeat. Yet Lin Bei alone managed to take down a level 20 elite monster in seconds. How on earth did he do it? He's only level 18. Jianxi, did you see clearly how Medic killed that elite monster? Old Ma touched his cheeks, feeling a bit stiff. He couldn't imagine how Medic did it. Jianxi took a deep breath and said, Medic just threw 2 potions over there. I don't believe Old Ma didn't see it. It's just that he's like Old Ma, finds it hard to accept this outcome. What the heck, that was too easy. No wonder Medic could level up to 10 overnight. Is he even human? Potions? Could these potions be like those little red potions? Suddenly Chen Jianxi thought of something. He had previously traded for 3 little red potions from Medic and their effects were fierce, not on the same level as those made by ordinary alchemists. It was like heaven and earth. Could it be that aside from the little red potions, the attributes of the other potions were also so monstrous? Killing the robust mutated worm, they gained 500 experience points. The experience was split among the 3, but Chen Jianxi and Old Ma had a 30% experience bonus, causing white lights to appear above their heads, 2 consecutive white lights. Under the 30% experience boost, this robust mutated worm directly leveled them up by 2 levels. They had now reached level 5, far surpassing the leveling progress of other professionals. They gained 81 days of tradable lifespan. They also acquired an item, Mutated Worm's Blade. Lin Bei opened his backpack to check the attributes of this equipment. It was an assassin-class weapon, unfortunately. Not from the Lost series. Mutated Worm's Blade, green attack power plus 45-inch causes a ripping effect on the enemy with each attack, tearing 10 points of armor each time, stackable up to 10 times, requires level 10 or higher. How could a level 20 monster drop level 10 equipment? Lin Bei was quite disdainful. The attributes of the equipment really weren't that great, far inferior to void equipment. Although the armor-piercing effect looks good, each attack can only break through 10 points of armor. It's not like archers' equipment where you can stack it continuously. Assassins usually strike suddenly, dealing high burst damage in a short period of time and then quickly disappearing to find the next flaw. There's simply no chance to stack it up to 10 layers. Take it. Lin Bei casually tossed the equipment to Chen Jianxi for them to divide among themselves. Holding the equipment, Chen Jianxi was somewhat stunned. Bro, this is level 10 green gear. You're just giving it to us like that. Anyone who didn't know better would think it's as common as cabbage. That's really bold. Old Ma was also full of surprise. The elite monsters gear was just casually handed over to them. This was truly impressive. Let's head to the Lost City ahead. Lin Bei didn't pay attention to the shocked duo and headed straight through the village towards the Lost City. The Lost City wasn't far from the village, and about 15 minutes later, the trio arrived. It was a castle built halfway up a mountain, not like the ancient megacities, but more like a private estate. In the west, the two were slightly excited. This time they were truly witnessing Yaoshen's capabilities. Even a level 20 elite monster was instantly killed. What was there to fear? They could just stride through confidently. Now, as they faced the castle, the two were no longer as nervous as before. Instead, they were eager to try their luck. Stay close to me inside. There are many monsters, and if you stray too far, I can't protect you, Lin Bei reminded. The Lost City was teeming with miscellaneous monsters, and he planned to forcefully clear them using Chaos Potion and Thorny Poison Potion. Though the combined damage from the 2 potions was high, accidents could still happen. Hearing this, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma quickly nodded, their excitement replaced by solemnity. The 3 of them followed the path towards the castle and soon encountered the first batch of monsters. 3 black bats, each as big as a winter melon, immediately screeched and flew towards them upon seeing the trio. Mutated big-mouth bats, level 20, 3 of them. Seeing the 3 level 20 monsters charging at them, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma's scalps tingled. Their prior excitement was gone and they quickly assumed combat stances. Although Yaoshen's damage output was high, his skills had cooldown times and one person couldn't possibly handle 3 monsters at once. Yaoshen, can you take on 2 of them? Old Ma and I might only be able to hold off one, Chen Jianxi said with a wry smile. They were only level 5 and their gear was nothing more than shabby weapons provided by the system. Holding off one monster was already pushing their limits. Old Ma nodded resolutely, ready to die if necessary, as dying after gaining 3 levels was still worth it. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and glanced at them as if they were fools. You 2 think you can take on a level 20 monster? Where did these 2 get their confidence from? He might dismiss a level 20 monster, but Chen Jianxi and Old Ma, 2 level 5 newbies, actually thought they could spar with a level 20 creature. Wasn't this just like looking for trouble, literally lighting a lamp in an outhouse only to spotlight the mess? They were bound to be defeated. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma exchanged an awkward glance. You guys just hang back and soak up the experience points. I'll handle these 3 beasts, Lin Bei said nonchalantly, pulling out a bottle of poisonous tribulus and advancing towards the enemy. These 3 mutated big-mouthed bats were just ordinary monsters that didn't require the stacking of 2 potions. In fact, if Lin Bei spent some time, he could have taken them down with just a confusion potion. However, he wasn't short on poisonous tribulus potions right now, and he was in a hurry to find the secret compartment in the hidden room, so he went straight for the more damaging poisonous tribulus potion. Pop! The potion hit the ground and a pale cyan smoke exploded on the spot. In an instant the smoke enveloped the entire path and the three mutated big-mouthed bats screamed tragically, turning instantly into wisps of gray smoke. -2000, it seemed Lin Bei remembered right, this thing did massive damage, but it was inherently frail. Observing the red numbers popping up above the bats' heads, Lin Bei had anticipated this. The mutated big-mouthed bats dealt high damage and even tanks of the same level dared not face them head-on, but their bodies were fragile with only 2,000 hit points each. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma's mouths twitched, feeling a stiffness in their faces. Another instant kill. Watching Lin Bei's calm and collected silhouette and recalling their own earlier readiness to face death, they suddenly felt their noses burn red like clowns. The pharmacist's potions seemed to be area attacks. This smoke affects any within its range. Old Ma looked at the road enveloped in smoke, feeling numb. Such high damage and it's still an area attack. Where are the game designers of Battle of Gods and Demons? Come out and see if this is reasonable. It seems so. Chen Jianxi was also shocked. This is kind of OP, dealing 2,000 to 3,000 damage per second, and it's an area attack too. Now he understood why the pharmacist was so formidable. If he had an area attack skill that was both broad and dealt high damage, he too could level up to 10 overnight. He too could be number 1 on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, there are no what ifs. Suddenly he turned to Old Ma. Old Ma, do you think it's possible that everyone has misunderstood the pharmacist profession? Maybe it's not a support class at all, but a powerful combat class? Keep up, said Lin Bei, unaware of the thoughts running through their minds. After dealing with the three big-mouthed bats, he briskly walked towards the castle. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma hurriedly followed. The castle's gate was ajar, and as the three of them approached, the door, covered in cobwebs and seemingly unopened for a long time, creaked open just enough for the three to walk through side by side. As they stepped into the castle, the gate behind them slammed shut firmly. Damn! Seeing the scene inside the castle, Old Ma couldn't help but curse. Chen Jianxi felt a tightening at the back and swallowed hard. Behind the massive doors along the pathway leading to the castle stood 2 rows of 12 soldiers clad in golden armor. As the castle doors shut, the 12 golden armored soldiers turned their heads simultaneously to look at the trio. A horrifying scene unfolded. Beneath the 12 golden helmets were pale gray skulls, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie green flames. The soldiers were of 2 types: aberrant golden guards wielding broadswords, level 20, and aberrant golden guards wielding spears, level 20. Click. Clack, click. The next moment the 12 skeletal soldiers launched their attack. The sound of bones rubbing against armor echoed back and forth in the corridor. God of medicine. Old Ma's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he spoke. Lin Bei immediately took out a bottle of thornapple poison and threw it, enveloping the corridor in a poisonous fog. The 12 skeletal soldiers were struck simultaneously and streams of red numbers floated above their heads. -2352, -2352, -2352. With a leisurely pace, Lin Bei walked forward after throwing the thornapple poison. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma watched anxiously. Was he that confident? In the next moment the health bars of the skeletal soldiers appeared. 2,675 inch, 5,026, 75, 5,000. They could only withstand the poison for about 3 seconds. Lin Bei had timed it perfectly. Just as the leading skeletal soldier raised its broadsword to strike, its last bit of health vanished completely. Clang! The flames in the eye sockets of the skeletal soldiers suddenly extinguished and the gray-white bones turned to ash, causing their golden armor to clatter to the ground. Fall, Lin Bei murmured internally. Beams of white light flew from the armor, transforming into spoils of war on the ground. For defeating the aberrant golden guard with the broadsword you gain 300 experience points. For defeating the aberrant golden guard with the spear you gain 300 experience points. Rising to level 6, the Northeast's #1 god of war gains 45 days of tradable life. Gaining 59 days of tradable life. Items obtained: aberrant golden guard's chestplate, green; aberrant golden guard's leg guards, green. Lin Bei collected all the spoils of war with Chen Jianxi and Old Ma following him, raising no objections. They trusted Lin Bei. Since he had said the spoils would be shared equally, they believed it would be so. Even if Lin Bei were to distribute them individually, they felt there was nothing wrong with it, considering they had done nothing but follow and gain experience since entering the dungeon. Passing through the corridor, they were soon met by another wave of monsters. The monsters in the castle were primarily humanoid, but all had undergone bizarre transformations. They were either skeletons or zombies, and their numbers were vast. Without area attacks, it was almost impossible to break through. Fortunately, Lin Bei had two types of area damage potions, the Chaos Potion and the Thorny Poison Potion, which he used to clear a path straight through, bringing Chen Jianxi and Old Ma with him as they effortlessly advanced into the depths of the castle. A warning then sounded. A powerful boss guards ahead. Your levels are too low, please leave immediately. At that moment a notification rang in the trio's ears. Was the boss just ahead? Chen Jianxi took a deep breath, his eyes not showing fear but excitement instead. Old Ma felt the same. Following Lin Bei, they had been able to instantly kill all the monsters they encountered, feeling invincibly powerful. Now, hearing that the boss was just ahead, they didn't feel pressured but were rather curious about what the boss in this game of gods and demons actually looked like. Let's go this way. However, at that moment Lin Bei suddenly changed direction, turning to the other side. Medicine God, aren't we going to fight the boss? Seeing Lin Bei turn away, the two were puzzled. Wasn't the next part of the story supposed to be Lin Bei leading them to the boss room, then defeating the boss, completing this hidden level? Why did the medicine god run away? Could it be that he was no match for the boss? Although confused, they quickly followed him. Without Lin Bei's protection, they wouldn't last 3 seconds against these level 20 minions. Lin Bei first turned left, followed the narrow corridor straight ahead, and stopped only when a pharaoh's mural appeared on the left wall. This is it. Seeing the mural, Lin Bei's face lit up with joy. In his past life, someone had boasted in a forum that the entrance to a hidden compartment was behind this very pharaoh mural. Following the boasted location, he indeed found it. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Bei turned to Chen Jianxi and Old Ma and said, "Wait here for me, I'll be back in no more than 3 minutes." "What? Medicine God, don't leave us, what will we do without you?" Hearing Lin Bei was going to leave them alone, their faces instantly fell. They were only level 8, and if level 20 monsters appeared later, they wouldn't last even half a minute. Lin Bei pondered for a moment and then said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll buff you." After saying this, he took out 2 small red potions from his backpack and tossed them to the 2 men. He also took out 2 bottles of blood revival powder and applied it to them. His potions not only had an 84 times effectiveness boost, but their duration had also increased by 84 times. One small red potion could now last a full 21 minutes. The original duration of the blood revival powder was 20 seconds, now it was a staggering 28 minutes. As the potions hit them, Chen Jianxi and Old Ma's status bars immediately displayed 2 new buff icons. After applying the buffs, Lin Bei pressed his hand against the pharaoh mural. Whoosh, he was sucked right in. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma exchanged glances, unsure. The medicine god had told them to wait, and they didn't dare to go in rashly, only praying that no monsters would spawn nearby. However, reality always seems to fear what one fears the most. Just less than half a minute after Lin Bei left, a streak of white light suddenly flashed through the narrow corridor, and a mutated giant-mouthed bat appeared not far from the 2 men. Disaster. Upon seeing the level 20 mutated giant-mouthed bat, their faces turned ashen. Together their levels didn't even match up to that of the giant-mouthed bat. How could they possibly fight it? When the giant-mouthed bat noticed them, it immediately roared and charged at them. What to do? Fight it out. The 2 exchanged glances and made their decision instantly. As a soldier, one would rather die in battle against a monster than flee. Moreover, they were trapped in a dead end with nowhere to run. Rather than dying a coward's death by the monster's bite, they might as well fight it honorably. After all, they were already at level 8, not mere beginners fresh out of the novice village. Let's do this. No sooner had they decided than they swung their greatswords and charged forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the battle started, they sensed something was amiss. How has my attack speed become so fast? Me too. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma were stunned, their hands wielding the greatswords as if they weren't their own, wielding such great strength that their swords seemed to create phantoms. Bang bang bang. Their greatswords pounded on the giant-mouthed bat like raindrops, and although their attack power wasn't high, the rapid speed at which they attacked quickly decreased the bat's health bar visibly. Meanwhile, the giant-mouthed bat bit into Chen Jianxi, taking away a significant portion of his health. However, before Chen could react, the healing buff from a small red potion instantly replenished his health, making his health bar jump back and forth like magic between the bat's attacks and the potion's healing. What incredible healing! What amazing attack speed! This is exhilarating. Jianxi, I feel incredibly powerful right now. Same here, I feel like I could vanquish gods and demons alike. Their hearts raced wildly, their faces glowing, feeling as if their blood was boiling. By defeating the mutated giant-mouthed bat, they earn 300 experience points. Finally, Chen Jianxi's sword struck the giant-mouthed bat, ending its brief life. 2 flashes of white light dropped to their feet. They gained 45 days of tradable lifespan. Items obtained: giant mouthed bat's sharp fangs, green. A piece of equipment burst forth. Chen Jianxi picked up the item from the white light. His face could not hide his excitement. This was his first time getting an equipment drop from a monster, and it was a high-level green item at that. What's the equipment? Old Ma also came over, his face full of excitement. Chen Jianxi took out the giant-mouthed bat's sharp fangs from his backpack and opened the equipment details. Giant-mouthed bat's sharp fangs, green. Assassin class weapon, attack power plus 50, agility plus 20, injects poison into the enemy upon attack, causing the poison enemy to lose 10 health points per second for 5 seconds, requires level 10 or above. Unfortunately, it was a weapon for the assassin class. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma sighed. Both of them were greatsword warriors, and this assassin weapon was not suitable for them. At that moment, Old Ma suddenly turned to Chen Jianxi and said, "Jianxi, I've got an idea. Do you want to go out and grind some monsters?" Chen Jianxi guessed Old Ma's thoughts immediately, as he had the same idea in mind. "Yes, the buffs that the medicine god gave us last for a long time. Why don't we take this opportunity to grind some monsters and level up?" "Okay, I'll send a message to the medicine god." The two were in perfect agreement. With the beneficial buffs given by the medicine god, they knew they had to cherish this rare opportunity. Chen Jianxi sent a message to Lin Bei, "Medicine god, we are waiting for you outside the boss room." At this time, Lin Bei had just finished the battle in the secret room. Several level 20 minions and a level 20 elite monster fell one after another, turning into streaks of white light that dropped to the ground. Ding! A new message notification. Lin Bei didn't even glance at the spoils of war beneath his feet, nor did he have time to check new messages as he walked straight towards the altar in the center of the secret room where a chest was placed. According to the boasts of a warrior from his previous life, the scroll for a hidden profession was inside this silver chest. Without hesitation, Lin Bei placed his hand on the chest. The chest, about the size of a wash basin, was made entirely of pure silver and emitted a silvery glow from the inside out, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Mysterious chest, 10,000. Seeing the gray shield value that appeared on the chest, Lin Bei was slightly taken aback. What does this mean? Does the chest need to be forcefully opened? After a moment of thought, Lin Bei commanded the void magic cauldron to strike the chest with a basic attack. Minus 19,999. 10,000. Chest unlock countdown, 60 seconds, 59 seconds. Lin Bei was even more baffled now. What did this countdown mean? Although unsure of the situation, he guessed that he needed to attack the chest, perhaps to deplete the chest's shield value before the countdown ended. With this in mind, he immediately took out a bottle of corrosive potion from his bag. Uncertain if the potion would work, Lin Bei was nervous. His reliance on potions had brought him this far, as his own attributes were quite poor. If the potion didn't work, it would be disastrous. Smash! The corrosive potion shattered. Minus 4,200, minus 4,200. It worked. Seeing the gray numbers floating above the chest, Lin Bei was overjoyed. The potion was effective, and the high damage of the corrosive potion instantly cleared the chest's gray shield value. Furthermore, with each effective attack, the color of the chest changed. After the first 4,200 points of shield were depleted, the chest changed from silver to gold, and after the second time, it changed from gold to multicolored. 55 seconds. At 55 seconds, the final shield value was cleared. The chest remained multicolored, but its colors were now even more vivid and bright, making his eyes somewhat uncomfortable and moist at the corners. Pop! A soft sound, and the lid of the chest automatically opened. An ancient sheepskin scroll and a stone that looked like emerald gleaming green lay quietly inside the chest. Pick up items. Lin Bei quickly collected the items into his backpack, then eagerly opened it to check. Hidden Profession Scroll. Divine. When used in a class change magic circle, the scroll offers additional hidden profession options for the user. It can be used during the first class change as well as the second and third. The ancient parchment indeed was the hidden profession scroll he desired. However, why was this scroll of the divine tier? He recalled from his past life that the braggart in battle mentioned it was of the multicolored tier. His gaze then shifted to the stone glowing green like jade. Could it be a fusion stone or a refinement stone? Lin Bei muttered to himself as the stone resembled those stones, yet it was far more beautiful. Ordinary ones are grayish white, rare ones pale blue. Fusion Stone, Divine. This stone can merge a set of equipment into new gear, inheriting 100% of the original attributes with no level restrictions and unlimited uses. No level restrictions and unlimited uses. Lin Bei's eyes nearly popped out upon reading the description of the stone. It truly was a fusion stone, but its attributes were outrageous. Ordinary fusion stones, after merging a set, can inherit 30% of the original attributes and rare ones 50%. That was already incredible, but this divine fusion stone directly inherits 100%? And also without any use restrictions. Usually, both ordinary and rare fusion stones are single use and success isn't even guaranteed. This is why fusion stones are so precious. They have a low drop rate and no guarantee of successful fusion, especially for high-level equipment sets. Merging them later requires numerous fusion stones. Now, this divine fusion stone with no restrictions on uses or levels could mean a 100% successful fusion of sets. The value was immense, even more precious than the hidden profession scroll. This trip was incredibly worthwhile. Feeling overjoyed, Lin Bei decided to be a bit selfish. He resolved to keep both items, maybe offering some extra favors to the military like donating some equipment or potions. First, he'd merge the sky-shattering bow and cloud-piercing arrow to see what equipment they would create. Thinking this, Lin Bei immediately took out the legendary equipment and using the fusion stone merged them directly, unlike needing the sacred blood from 4 divine bosses for the power of the 4 saints. As for Qin Jian and Old Ma, equipped with blood activation powder and little red potion buffs, they would be fine as long as they weren't instantly killed. Sky-shattering bow plus cloud piercing arrow plus fusion stone, divine, equals, your legendary equipment. Sky-shattering bow and cloud-piercing arrow has not yet reached full level. The method of upgrading will change after fusion. Do you wish to continue? Lin Bei did not hesitate and chose to merge. The sky-shaking bow had to be worn to level up by attacking monsters. It was unusable by non-archers, and once worn by someone else it could no longer be traded but only directly fused. As the 3 items intertwined in the air, a dazzling green light suddenly made his eyes hurt, tears welling up. Congratulations, fusion successful, item obtained, sky-shaking sunset, 0100, it was a success. Lin Bei took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. This was a discontinued item not even owned by the powerful in his previous life, yet now he had obtained it and even fused it into new equipment. He wondered about its attributes and whether there were any job restrictions. With a long sigh, Lin Bei prepared for the worst. If nothing else, he could sell it to the military for a high price later on. Checking the attributes, sky-shaking sunset, discontinued, 0100, artifact level equipment, all attributes plus 999, acquiring skill, obliterating sunset, no level requirement, obliterating sunset, temporarily possesses the power needed for sky-shaking sunset, charging up to strike the target with a blow, dealing 99 times one's own attack damage, executing targets under 20% health, cooldown 24 hours. No job or level restrictions, and it doesn't even occupy an equipment slot. A true artifact. Lin Bei's hanging heart relaxed and he immediately wore the sky-shaking sunset. This was a discontinued artifact and it was still upgradable, requiring 100 monster kills to level up. Its current attributes were already monstrous. Heaven knows what the ultimate form of sky-shaking sunset would look like. With a pop, as the sky-shaking sunset was worn, a golden halo instantly surrounded him, looking very impressive. If 2 discontinued items fused into an artifact were this powerful, what would the attributes of an artifact made from 4 discontinued items be? Lin Bei had never been as excited about the 4 saints' power as he was today. This is just a common fault among men. Although leveling up depended mostly on potions and equipment quality didn't matter much, he still wanted a set of godly gear far surpassing other professions, just like how girls love to collect various lipsticks and bags. No reason, just love. It's time to go. Lin Bei glanced at the secret compartments in the chamber to make sure he hadn't missed any spoils of war, then quickly left the place. Arriving in the corridor, he didn't see Qin Jian and Old Ma. His brow furrowed, a bad feeling arose. Those 2 guys hopefully weren't sent back to the respawn point by monsters. The team information didn't indicate their deaths. Lin Bei, puzzled, opened the team information and his mouth twitched. Their health bars jumped back and forth like an ECG, half full one moment and full the next. That's when Lin Bei remembered a message alert he had received, since now he had only Qin Jian as a friend, so that message must have been from Qin Jian. heroic and imposing. Medicine God, we are waiting for you outside the boss room. Those two guys, seeing the message from Chen Jian, Lin Bei immediately understood what those two were up to. These two must have realized the potent effects of the little red medicine and the blood activating powder and went out to grind monsters. Not one to dawdle, he headed straight toward the boss's location, with the hidden class scroll already in hand. It was time to finish off the boss and exit the dungeon, and this was the perfect moment to test the power of the earth-shattering sunset. 5 minutes later, two figures entered Lin Bei's line of sight. Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma were swinging their giant swords wildly at the monsters, the ultra-fast attack speed boost from the blood-activating powder creating blurs of their weapons, making it hard to imagine where they got such strength to attack at such a rapid pace. Looking at their levels, wow, both were level 9 already. In just a few minutes, they had each leveled up again. Medicine God, are you done? Chen Jianxi, after dispatching a monster in front of him and about to help Lao Ma with another, suddenly spotted Lin Bei and hurriedly called Lao Ma to join him. Lao Ma also quickly finished off the monster before him and hurried over. Medicine God, the buff you gave us is too strong. This attack speed is insane. How do you sell this potion? Can you sell us a few bottles? The two looked hopeful, wanting to buy a few bottles of blood-activating powder from Lin Bei. This stuff was invincible. Combined with the little red medicine, it allowed them to challenge level 20 monsters at only level 12, and they had gained another level in just a few minutes. If these potions could be mass-produced, the military strength would surely leap forward significantly, not only securing domestic discourse power to maintain social stability but also dominating internationally. I only have these 2 bottles. Lin Bei spread his hands. In fact, he had one more, but he didn't want to expose too much about these potions. The recovery effect of the little red medicine was already monstrous. If the military saw the specific attributes of the blood-activating powder, they would surely be ravenous for it. Selling the little red medicine to Chen Jianxi was also because he represented the military, and as a citizen he felt obliged to do something for the country. But Lin Bei was not the kind of blind patriot. The little red medicine was enough to give the military an edge over other professionals. Just 2 bottles? That's a pity. The effects of this potion are too strong. Knowing there were only 2 bottles, the two didn't doubt their authenticity. Just felt a bit regretful. But soon they came to terms with it. Such potent potions couldn't possibly be common. Let's go to the boss room. Lin Bei passed by them and headed towards the last unknown area of the castle. Crossing a long downward staircase, the three arrived at a closely guarded laboratory filled with various test tubes and equipment, although the flickering lights gave it a somewhat eerie feeling. A set of silver-white armor was displayed on a high platform in the middle of the lab. What kind of place is this? It looks a bit like a scene from a foreign horror movie, but this armor looks like our ancient armor. A bit awkward. Lama furrowed his brow while Chen Jianxi stared at the silver-white armor, analyzing it seriously. Lin Bei looked at the silver armor, his expression calm. This is the armor of Xiangyu, the king of Chu. He knew that this was the dungeon boss of the lost city, the soul of Xiangyu, and the armor before them was the very one worn by the king of Chu himself at his suicide at the Wu River, though it was a mystery how it came to be here. What? Who? Both were shocked, disbelieving. How could it be possible that Xiangyu's armor was here? Suddenly, the sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air. Reflexively, they looked towards the source of the noise, only to see the silver-white armor that had been on a stand now eerily floating in midair. Each piece hovered perfectly in its place as if held up by an invisible spirit. In a flash, 2 ghostly flames lit up beneath the silver helmet. At that moment, the boss's information also appeared. The soul of Xiangyu, platinum, the soul of Xiangyu. Chen Jianxi and Old Ma were stunned by the boss's information. The setting was clearly a Western-style castle and the lab resembled a scene straight out of a Western horror movie, yet the guardian boss was Xiangyu, the great hero from their own daxia. Such an incongruity was the only thought in their minds. Be careful, both of you. He's not like those other minor monsters. Lin Bei's expression was solemn as he warned them, moving forward to confront the enemy. The soul of Xiangyu had high attributes. In a previous life, countless had failed in the lost city, most falling at the hands of this very soul. Typically, mutant monsters were 1 level weaker than void monsters. For example, a gold-level mutant boss would be equivalent to a silver-level void monster, while a platinum-level mutant boss would match a gold-level void monster. Therefore, logically, the combat power of the soul of Xiangyu before them should be comparable to that of the Hell Level difficulty Void Eye. However, in reality, the platinum level boss, the soul of Xiangyu, was even more formidable, especially when it unleashed a skill called with the strength to uproot mountains and the spirit to cover the world, becoming immune to all control and magic damage. This move could leave most teams helpless, leading directly to their defeat. Not to mention the significantly enhanced attack power after the soul of Xiangyu released its skill, attack. At that moment, the soul of Xiangyu let out a deafening roar. Its weapon was not the legendary King Spear, but a greatsword longer than ordinary swords and blades, which it swung at Lin Bei. Corrosive potion. Lin Bei quickly stepped back to dodge and threw a bottle of corrosive potion. Following that, he filled the entire lab with vials of chaotic potion, adding one more with a wider range of poisonous tribulus potion. Affected by the three types of potions, the health of the soul of Xiangyu began to rapidly decrease, -4,200, -2,352, -840. In an instant, the soul of Xiangyu lost 7,392 drops of blood, and at that moment the health bar of the soul of Xiangyu finally revealed itself in front of the 42,600, and 8 out of 50,000, 50,000 health. Seeing the long health bar, Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their voices sharpening considerably. Was the spirit of Xiangyu really that strong, possessing 50,000 health points? With such a thick health bar, even if they were to stand still and allow themselves to be hit, they wouldn't make a dent. Both of them grew increasingly alarmed as Lin Bei's damage output was also ridiculously high, with over 7,000 damage per second. Is this even human? They knew that even though they had leveled up to level 9, each of their attacks only barely surpassed 100 in damage. The only reason they could challenge level 20 monsters was by relying on the high attack speed of the blood revival powder, literally grinding the monsters to death. If it were up to their own strength, they would be nothing but a lump in front of a level 20 monster. Not to mention the spirit of Xiangyu, they didn't even have the courage to stand here. A single slap could send both of them packing. During the moment of their astonishment, Lin Bei had already used a potion to reduce the health of the spirit of Xiangyu by 1/3, and he himself was swept by a sword from the spirit, reducing his health bar directly to white, leaving only a sliver of health. The damage was exactly as calculated. Lin Bei was taking a risk. He had calculated the damage from the spirit of Xiangyu, and his current health was just enough not to be killed instantly. Thus, he didn't use the last ion tonic in his backpack, which was his only trump card. Currently, without the materials to make more ion tonics, he needed to save every bottle he could. This was indeed a risky move, as Lin Bei was like dancing on a tightrope where any slight mistake could send him directly back to the respawn point. But as he anticipated, the calculated damage was spot on. After taking that sword strike, Lin Bei quickly used a small health potion he had prepared earlier, which quickly restored his health to full. By then, the health of the spirit of Xiangyu was already below half. 20,680, 50,000. Lin Bei's heart tightened, and he immediately lunged forward to increase the distance between him and the spirit of Xiangyu. -4,200, -2,352. The next second, red numbers floated above the head of the spirit of Xiangyu again. It was supposed to be a 3-hit damage, but as the first 2 hits were registered, the spirit of Xiangyu let out a roar, and its body suddenly grew much larger, a silver halo covering its armor. The effect of the chaos potion was instantly nullified, and the third hit did not come through. As expected, the potion was also immune. Lin Bei took a deep breath, seemingly having anticipated this. Although the potion dealt fixed damage and was not affected by magic resistance, the power unleashing skill of Xiangyu's spirit, which was an immunity type skill immune to all damages except physical damage. This was a very buggy skill, making elemental mages completely useless against the spirit of Xiangyu. Try the earth-shattering sunset. Lin Bei stood in place, watching the approaching spirit of Xiangyu, and directly activated the annihilation skill. A beam of golden light pierced through the castle, cascading down on him like a waterfall, forming a layer of golden film on his body, looking extraordinarily mystical. Moreover, part of the golden light even condensed in the air, turning into a golden giant bow engraved with dragons and phoenixes. Lin Bei immediately stretched out his left hand to grasp the giant bow firmly, while his right hand pulled the bowstring back to full draw. At this moment, the golden light attached to his body seemed to be summoned by some force. All the energies converged onto Lin Bei's fingers as he pinched the bowstring, and in an instant, they transformed into a golden arrow. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lin Bei aimed and released the arrow straight at the soul of Xiangyu. Accompanied by a loud tearing sound through the air, the golden arrow penetrated through Xiang Yu's soul's silvery white armor, trailing a long string of red numbers, minus 14,128. Behind the red numbers, there was also an icon indicating a kill. Originally, Lin Bei's strength attribute was 330, but after equipping the Skyfall of Sunset, his strength attribute increased to 330 plus 999 is equal to 1,329. The damage from the Sunset Obliteration skill was 99 times his attack power, and it would instantly kill the enemy if their health was below 20%, which is why this scene unfolded. However, the kill effect was actually redundant, because even without triggering the kill, the damage from the Sunset Obliteration skill was more than enough to slay the soul of Xiang Yu with a substantial overflow. As the health bar emptied, the two flickering flames beneath the helmet extinguished and the silvery white armor, as if losing its support, clattered to the ground, killing the soul of Xiang Yu. Platinum, awarded 2,000 experience points. You have successfully cleared the Lost Ruins dungeon, rescued the soul of Xiang Yu trapped in the laboratory, and earned the title, Little Conqueror. As the system announcement sounded, two silvery orbs flew out from it, landing on the fragments of the armor. Another title. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and opened the title panel, Little Conqueror. Platinum strength plus 100-inch agility plus 100 and a 10% chance to trigger the Overlord's Spear effect during attacks, dealing 120% of one's own attack power as damage. Adding 100 to both strength and agility was quite decent, but the attack effect was rather useless for him. His damage output relied entirely on various potions. He didn't need to use basic attacks, making it hard to trigger this passive, and the effect of this passive was not impressive, certainly not compared to a corrosive potion. Closing the title panel, Lin Bei walked towards the armor to collect the spoils of war. Meanwhile, Chen Jian and Old Ma, stunned into silence by the shocking display, finally came back to their senses. What was that just now? And isn't the medicine god supposed to be an alchemist? How come I just saw him draw a bow and shoot arrows like a godly archer, instantly taking down that boss? Old Ma, looking as if he had seen a ghost, turned his head to Chen Jian. Chen Jian was also full of confusion. He too had seen Lin Bei draw the bow and shoot arrows. In that moment, bathed in golden light, holding the golden giant bow at full draw to shoot the soul of Xiang Yu, he looked damn cool. Moreover, for some reason he was suddenly reminded of Hou-Yi, who shot down the 9 suns. It was as if the legendary ancient god Hou-Yi should look just like Lin Bei did just then. Unaware of their astonished gazes, Lin Bei focused entirely on the dropped loot. He gained an item with 180 days of tradable lifespan. Item acquired, Lost Tyrant's Gauntlets, blue, indeed a piece from the Lost series. Lin Bei had anticipated this. The soul of Xiang Yu, as the boss of the Lost City, would only drop items from the Lost series. The Lost series isn't a specific set but rather a broad category similar to the Void series, where equipment of various levels can be combined to form different sets. The Lost Tyrant series is considered one of the better sets at level 20, it's only slightly inferior to the Void set of the same level. Checking the stats, Lost Tyrant's Gauntlets, blue strength plus 300, when worn with the Lost Tyrant's armor, Lost Tyrant's leggings, Lost Tyrant's boots and Lost Tyrant's helmet, the set bonus Tyrant's power is activated requiring level 20 and above. Tyrant's power increases physical damage by 20%. The Lost Tyrant set is an extreme output-oriented set. The attributes of the 5 items in the set are very straightforward, all adding to strength, including the Tyrant's armor, which typically would have defensive properties but instead adds strength. In the past, there have been individuals who assembled the complete Lost Tyrant set. It indeed offered unrivaled offensive capabilities, though its wearers were notably fragile. If worn by warriors, they often couldn't withstand hits and were quickly defeated, and since archers don't rely heavily on strength, focusing more on agility in the later stages, the set is only really suited for assassins who follow an extreme path. Hence in the past people often opted for individual pieces like the Lost Tyrant's Gauntlets, which provides a 300-point strength boost without occupying a crucial equipment slot. Lin Bei definitely wouldn't consider wearing the Tyrant set, not even a single piece. His offensive capabilities rely entirely on potions. Strength attributes, while not completely useless, are essentially of no value to him. Moreover, with his abilities, he would definitely wear a stronger Void set, which also has the advantage of countering Void monsters. Better give it to the military. After some thought, Lin Bei decides to give the Lost Tyrant's Gauntlets to Chen Jianxi. They had agreed to split the spoils evenly, and while he could have reneged on that agreement and kept the gauntlets for himself, there was no need. he was currently collaborating with the Dacia military and narrowing that path wouldn't be wise. Why fret over a level 20 blue item? If the cooperation goes well, the next time the military discovers such a random dungeon, they'll surely ask for his help. First, what he could gain then would be far more valuable than a mere blue item. Medicine God, did you get some equipment? Just then Shen Jianshi's voice came from behind. Shen Jianshi and Old Ma approached, a hint of shock still visible in their eyes. Seeing Lin Bei nod, their eyes lit up with excitement. An equipment drop from the platinum level boss, the soul of Xiangyu, must at least be of blue quality. However curious they were, they restrained themselves from asking to see the stats right away. After all, the boss was killed by Medicine God and they hadn't even dared to touch a hair on Xiangyu's soul, so naturally, the equipment had nothing to do with them. To be honest, reaching level 9 on this trip was already far beyond expectations. Besides, Yaoshan had already given him an equipment earlier. If he were to insist on this equipment now, it would seem a bit greedy. These are all for you. Lin Bei took out 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack, including the Lost Tyrant's gauntlet and several pieces of gear that had exploded from the variant Jinwu guards. Hearing this, and seeing the 5 pieces of equipment in Lin Bei's hands, the two were slightly stunned. All these for us? Yaoshan, are you joking with us? They were extremely excited, hurriedly cupping their ears to ask again. Yaoshan, you're saying, all these are for us? 5 pieces of equipment? And we can see clearly one of them is even from the soul of Xiangyu, platinum level boss equipment, and Yaoshan is just giving it to them? Didn't we agree to split it evenly? You also helped me gather herbs, and besides I can't use this equipment myself, so it might as well go to the state. Hearing this, Lin Bei smiled and handed the 5 pieces of equipment to Chen Jianshi. As a citizen of Dacia, I should also contribute to the stability of Dacia. Hearing this, their eyes brightened, deeply moved. Look at that, Yaoshan's vision. For the stability of Dacia, he unhesitatingly gave them military equipment worth millions. At this moment, they really wanted to say Yaoshan deserves to be worshipped in the Grand Temple. Since that's the case, we won't refuse. I will take these equipments back and let the leadership distribute them. Thank you, Yaoshan, for your support to our military. We will definitely not let you down. If there's ever a need for me, Chen Jianshi, as long as it's not against my principles, just a word from you, Yaoshan, and I will rush through fire and water without hesitation. Me too, Old Ma also quickly nodded, rubbing his hands. Yaoshan, could you possibly add me as a friend? Hearing this, Lin Bei looked towards Old Ma. He couldn't help but feel emotional. In his previous life, such important figures wouldn't even glance at him, but now they were so humble and seeking his favor. Indeed, only the strong are respected. However, seeing Lin Bei silently staring at him, Old Ma thought Lin Bei was reluctant to add him as a friend, and his heart suddenly sank, his face becoming somewhat unnatural. As the commander of the Northeast region, when had he ever been treated so coldly? But there was no helping it, after all his level was so much lower. Ah, how awkward. Old Ma forced to smile, seemingly calm but internally very rich in emotion. Just then a new notification popped up on the system panel. Ding. I'm not Yaoshan has sent you a friend request, Yaoshan. Seeing the friend request, Old Ma was momentarily stunned. His mood instantly switched from complicated to excited, and he couldn't help but look up at Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled. Pleasant cooperation, pleasant cooperation. Old Ma's mood immediately improved. Although he couldn't see Yaoshan's face, getting affirmation from Yaoshan having him initiate the friend request, that was enough. After distributing the spoils of war, Lin Bei searched the dungeon again and did not find any large patches of herbs, so he and the two exited the dungeon. Having declined Old Ma's invitation, I took Qin Jian's armed helicopter back to Ningxing. Medicine God, I must also return to the Kyoto military district to report back, said Qin Jian. He saluted Lin Bei and then quickly boarded the helicopter, disappearing into the horizon. This trip yielded 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, and I even leveled up to 9, which was an incredibly rich haul. I could already imagine the excited expression on the old leader's face when he saw what I had brought back. In fact, Hu Xinjian, who was stationed far away in the Kyoto district, was already excitedly slapping his thigh in the command center. Level 9, these two guys went into a dungeon with the Medicine God and jumped straight to level 9. Hu Xinjian, looking at the leaderboard with 2 new additions, was incredibly pleased. Just a day ago, these two were only level 3 like the other professionals, and now, while others were at most level 4, these two had reached level 9, ranking just after the Medicine God. There were only 3 people on the leaderboard, including 2 from the military and 1 the Medicine God, who had closely collaborated with them. As the military's commander-in-chief, how could he not be joyful? All this was thanks to the medicine god. It's hard to imagine what kind of legendary figure the medicine god is, capable of achieving such feats. Indeed, everyone said, look at our generals working day and night, and now they are barely level 4. Not only is the medicine god's leveling speed fast, but he also boosts the efficiency of the newcomers so high. A true master among the people, one has to admire him. Several leaders clicked their tongues, having personally experienced how difficult it is to farm monsters. They naturally understood the value of bringing Qin Jian and the other man to level 9 in just half a day. Achoo! Lin Bei sneezed as he stepped on the corpse of the Spider Queen. He didn't go home after getting off the plane. Instead, he headed straight to a noodle shop where he ate 2 large bowls of noodles before heading to the wilderness. Having obtained the hidden job scroll, the next step was to quickly level up to 20 and then head to the main city for his second-class advancement. He was immensely excited and curious about what hidden job he might turn into. Based on a past life example, the difference in attributes and skills between Magic Warrior and Warrior 3rd class was at least tenfold. But for now, he put that aside and focused on reaching level 20. Now only a little bit of experience short of level 19, Lin Bei looked at the empty Ghostface Stone Forest and decided to go to the Mud Swamp to farm monsters. The experience needed from level 19 to 20 was substantial, and the monsters in the Mud Swamp had higher attributes than those in the Ghostface Stone Forest, naturally offering more experience. Especially since he had just farmed the Spider Queen, he couldn't just sit around and wait. First, he needed to concoct the thorny burdock potion. After walking a few steps, Lin Bei stopped again. Finding a safe spot, he sat down and began to concoct the potion. The thorny burdock potion covered a wide area and dealt high damage, making it very useful, and he had plenty of raw materials in his backpack to make more just to avoid running out. Moreover, the poison thistle potion is of high grade, and it might even provide a few evolution points during its concoction. Without hesitation, Lin Bei immediately took out all the raw materials from his backpack. The void cauldron hovered in front of him, sucking in the poison thistle and the intestine-breaking herb. Accompanied by bursts of red light, a bottle of poison thistle potion dropped into Lin Bei's hands. Item obtained. Poison thistle potion *1 item obtained. Poison thistle potion *1 item obtained. Poison thistle potion *1. Soon Lin Bei had used up all the raw materials in his backpack. The herbs gathered around the outskirts of the Lost Mist City were primarily thistle fruits, with a slightly smaller quantity of intestine-breaking herbs. In total, he concocted 89 bottles of poison thistle potion with 32 thistle fruits remaining. Concocting 89 bottles granted him 4 evolution points. Lin Bei frowned slightly as the evolution points awarded for concocting poison thistle potion were starting to diminish. Previously 7 to 8 bottles would yield 1 evolution point, but now concocting 89 bottles only granted 4 points. This was related to his level nearing 20, and he guessed that after the second transformation the points given for concocting poison thistle potion would be even less. All 4 evolution points were used to evolve his alchemy mastery. Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 5, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 5. Level 18 can concoct potions below level 15, receiving a 50-fold efficacy boost, now at Silver Level 5 combined with the effects of the Void Cauldron, that's a 100-fold efficacy boost. Lin Bei stood up, invigorated. The potions he now concocted would receive a 100-fold efficacy boost. The damage and healing would increase significantly. To the Mire Marsh, Lin Bei, brimming with confidence, headed straight for the Mire Marsh. Shortly after leaving the Ghostface Rock Forest, the ground became soft. The tall trees were replaced by low shrubs, and the smell of rotting vegetation hung in the air. Aside from the main thoroughfare that could support a person, the surrounding area was soft mud constantly bubbling, making the whole area seem lifeless. However, Lin Bei knew what dangers lurked within these muds. Bang! Suddenly, the mud exploded not far away. A fish-shaped monster over a meter long burst out of the mud, its long mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth, viciously biting at Lin Bei's arm. Mutated Man-Eating Loach, level 15, -48. The man-eating loach bit into Lin Bei's arm, taking away 48 points of his health. This attack power was much stronger than the Ghostface spiders of the Ghostface Rock Forest. Consider this, Lin Bei was wearing the armor of Celestial Sunset, which added 999 to all attributes. What does that imply? 999 points in Constitution, meaning Lin Bei had at least 999 points in dual resistance. The same level 15 Ghostface spider couldn't even break his defense, and even if someone of the same level attacked, they might not be able to reduce his health. yet this man-eating loach managed to take away 48 points of his health. That's no small feat. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and threw a bottle of Chaos Potion, -1000, the Chaos Potion instantly wiped out half of the man-eating loach's health. With a health pool of only 2000 points, it wasn't very thick. Realizing that Lin Bei was not to be trifled with, the mutated man-eater fish turned around, attempting to burrow back into the mud. It had been a long time since it tasted fresh flesh, but it preferred to stay alive. However, the Chaos Potion gave it time to regret but no chance to survive. -1000, in the next moment, another red number floated up. The mutated man-eater fish flipped belly up, dead in the mire. A beam of white light shot out, landing not far from Lin Bei's feet, killing the mutated man-eater fish. Lin Bei gained 850 experience points and 80 days of tradable lifespan. Collecting the drop tradable lifespan, Lin Bei glanced at the calm mud layer and without hesitation began to spread bottles of Chaos Potion and Poison Tribulus Potion throughout the entire mud swamp. Instantly, the tranquil mud swamp erupted in chaos, with numerous man-eater fishes leaping out of the mud seeking safe ground. Some fierce ones, locking onto their hatred, opened their long mouths aiming to bite Lin Bei. Regardless of their choices, all were belly up in the mud within 2 seconds. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 19. A surge of experience filled the last gap in the experience bar. At the same time, Lin Bei also harvested a large amount of tradable lifespan and equipment. Boom! Before he could tally his spoils of war, the mud in the distance exploded once again, this time with much more force than the disturbances caused by the man-eater fishes. Mud splattered everywhere and a giant crocodile over 10 meters long appeared before Lin Bei, its body wrapped in thick mud like a layer of hard armor. Roar! The giant crocodile roared at Lin Bei, charging quickly with its robust limbs. Mud Demon Crocodile, Silver, level 20. This level 20 silver boss, the Mud Demon Crocodile, is the strongest monster in the mud swamp. Known for its high health, high defense and not insignificant attack power, many professional teams in the past have failed. Here, compared to the more fragile Ghostface Spider Queen, this was much harder to defeat. Corrosion Potion. Lin Bei immediately deployed his strongest attack, the Corrosion Potion, capable of dealing 5000 points of instant damage. As the potion took effect, the health bar of the Mud Demon Crocodile immediately appeared before Lin Bei. 35,000, 40,000. A mere silver boss surprisingly had a shocking 40,000 health. However, Lin Bei was not surprised. As a reborn individual, he naturally knew the staggering health of the Mud Demon Crocodile and its ridiculously high defense. However, since the potion inflicted fixed damage, it did not reveal the monster's astounding resistance. If it were any other profession, they might not be able to break through the Mud Demon Crocodile's defense at all. Snap, snap, Lin Bei threw out another bottle of Poison Tribulus Potion and a bottle of Chaos Potion. With the 3 potions simultaneously taking effect, the health bar of the Mud Demon Crocodile visibly rapidly decreased, jumping down with each tick. In just a few seconds, only a sliver of health remained. Roar! Just then, the Mud Demon Crocodile raised its head and let out a furious roar. Waves of sound radiated from its center outward, and simultaneously countless mud spots flew out, transforming into hard mud spikes that launched an indiscriminate attack in all directions. These are the 2 abilities of the Mud Demon Crocodile. Demon Crocodile's Roar and Mud Attack. Normally, it should randomly unleash one ability every 2 minutes, and whenever its health drops by 20%, it randomly unleashes another ability. Both abilities deal substantial damage, which is why they often cause ordinary players to fail. At this moment, 3 potions instantly depleted most of the Mud Demon Crocodile's health, causing the 2 skill release mechanisms to overlap, naturally leading to the simultaneous release of both abilities. He anticipated this, promptly downing a small red potion for himself. In fact, there are strategies to defeat the Mud Demon Crocodile boss. When it releases the Demon Crocodile's Roar, players only need to lie down in the mud to avoid this multi-hit damage skill. For the mud attack, one needs to find cover in advance. For instance, in this mud swamp, there are many dense bushes or large boulders that can be used to dodge the mud attack. Lin Bei didn't need to dodge. With the high recovery from the small red potion, he could just withstand it directly. The Demon Crocodile's Roar is a multi-hit damage stack, and if one takes the full brunt of the skill, the damage is indeed high. However, because it is a multi-hit attack, the small red potion can refill the health between the first and the second attack, making these 2 abilities virtually harmless to Lin Bei. Whiz whiz whiz! The next moment, the sonic attack of the Demon Crocodile's Roar vibrated through the air. The the surrounding atmosphere seemed to tremble as Lin Bei was engulfed by the invisible sound waves, his health bar pulsing like an EKG. Lin Bei was confident, thanks to his constitution boosted by all his free attributes, he had a substantial amount of health. Although the Mud Demon Crocodile's skills were damaging, a single hit could only take off 1/10 of his health at most, and even with the additional damage from the mud attack, there was no fear of being instantly killed. Moreover, with the high poisonous damage from 3 potions, it only took a few breaths for the Mud Demon Crocodile to meet its end. As Lin Bei had calculated, the Mud Demon Crocodile soon emitted a mournful cry, its limbs lost strength, and its huge body heavily fell into the mud. With the boss dead, its skills were naturally interrupted. Beams of white light flew out from the massive body of the Mud Demon Crocodile, dropping to the ground and shining brightly. Killing the Mud Demon Crocodile, silver, he gained 1,500 experience points, he gained 113 days of tradable lifespan, he obtained items, Mud Demon Crocodile's leather armor, he obtained items, Mud Demon Crocodile's wand. Lin Bei picked up the spoils of war from the ground, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. This Mud Demon Crocodile had given him 1,500 experience points, definitely worth more than grinding on regular monsters. With this pace, just hopping between the mud swamp and the Ghostface Stone Forest 5 or 6 times would be enough to reach level 20. To the Ghostface Stone Forest, Lin Bei set his plan and immediately headed towards the Ghostface Stone Forest. The routine of grinding monsters continued until the sky darkened once more and a white light finally emanated from Lin Bei. He had leveled up. Lin Bei spoke softly, his voice lacking any significant joy. His leveling speed was now slowing down primarily because he had reached the mid-phases where each level required an exorbitant amount of experience. It was becoming difficult to replicate the rapid advancements of his earlier levels, where he could ascend 5 levels in a single day, unless he challenged higher-level map bosses or waited for the system to refresh high-level world bosses. For instance, now at level 20, if he managed to defeat a level 100 elemental dragon, not only could he possibly ascend 5 levels, but even 10 levels. However, that was improbable, not to mention whether Lin Bei could defeat an elemental dragon, but also because the rules wouldn't allow the spawning of level 100 bosses before someone cleared the level 90 upgrade trial. Congratulations on reaching level 20. Since the main city in your area is not yet activated, the main city quest has been activated for you. The main city quest. The silent main city requires a massive amount of energy to be activated. If you can defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins and retrieve the Guardian's Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins, you can successfully activate the main city. Quest rewards: title of founder of the main city, first-class citizenship of the main city. Defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins. Lin Bei muttered under his breath. In his past life, he was merely an alchemist and only knew that reaching level 20 could activate the main city. He was unaware of such a main city quest. However, he was familiar with the boss of the Ancient Ruins, known simply as the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, but he had never heard of this Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins before. Let's check out the Ancient Ruins. Lin Bei cleared his path, once again cleaning up all the monsters in the mud swamp marsh thoroughly. Then he traversed through the marsh to one of the 3 maps for levels 10 to 20, the most challenging one, the Ancient Ruins. Unlike the other 2 maps, which featured level 15 monsters, the mobs in the Ancient Ruins were all level 20 and the boss, the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, was a level 25 golden boss. The attributes weren't too outrageous, but this Guardian had a very problematic passive skill. Adventurers aiming to defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins had to deplete a health bar within 10 minutes. Otherwise, once 10 minutes passed, a powerful energy would overflow within the Ancient Ruins, fully restoring the Guardian's health. Hence, teams that could clear this map were generally stable, and those who couldn't simply failed to do so because if they couldn't deplete the health bar within 10 minutes, they either had to give up and leave to regroup or fall into a vicious cycle of insufficient damage. Lin Bei had not attempted this map before, but he had seen some pioneering videos on forums. Many teams failed to clear the Ancient Ruins simply because their output wasn't sufficient. Not only were alchemists like himself lacking in damage, but even some under-equipped guardian professions or great sword warriors with neither sufficient tankiness nor damage were undesirable. On the contrary, the assassin profession, which is unpopular in other instances due to its high single target burst, has become highly sought after when clearing the Ancient Ruins. Soon Lin Bei arrived at the Ancient Ruins. Compared to the Ghost Mask Stone Forest and the Sludge Swamp, the environment here was the most comforting. a gray land surrounded by various statues, some humanoid and some beast-like, some buried halfway into the ground, others lying haphazardly. The place looked desolate. From time to time, colorful energies erupted from the ground like colorful fountains, creating a beautiful sight. Some monsters made of stone roamed aimlessly in the area. A level 20 aberrant stone monster in humanoid form targeted Lin Bei. Lin Bei noticed the aptly named creature, Poison Tribulus Potion. Without hesitation, he threw a bottle of Poison Tribulus Potion. There were several other stone monsters nearby, so he might as well send them all back underground. The stone monster, having locked onto Lin Bei, opened its mouth and let out a roar, charging towards him with large strides. Its body was heavy, each step making a dull thud, driven by some mysterious force that composed this stone creature. Minus 2,800. The Poison Tribulus Potion was as effective as ever, and it had a wide range, instantly enveloping the other stone monsters as well. 5,200. 8,000 ordinary mobs all have 8,000 health. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. No wonder assassins were so popular on this map. The monster's health bar was so thick, even thicker than the Jinwu guards in the Lost Mist City. Relying solely on an archer and a mage in the back row, the output was indeed somewhat insufficient. However, in the face of the 100x effect amplified Poison Tribulus Potion, even the thickest health bar didn't stand a chance. In just a few breaths, the 6 stone monsters here were successively cleared of their health bars. The magical force driving the stones disappeared, and their massive bodies fell to the ground, turning into scattered rocks. Streaks of white light flew out, falling to the ground. Killing the level 20 aberrant stone monster, Lin Bei gained 999 experience points. Killing the level 20 aberrant stone monster, Lin Bei gained 999 experience points. Gained 78 days of tradable lifespan. Gained 109 days of tradable lifespan. Gained item, magic source of the stone monster, green. After collecting the spoils of war, Lin Bei looked at the scattered rocks on the ground with a calm heart. The monsters of the ancient ruins were nothing more. He thought no further, taking out bottles of potions and began to uniformly spread them across the entire ancient ruins. The monster density here wasn't as high as the previous 2 instances, but the experience given was relatively higher. Lin Bei pushed forward, wiping out all the monsters in the ancient ruins. On a distant mountain peak, a gigantic humanoid stone monster had already become extremely agitated. Streams of colorful energy spilled from the ground, drilling into its body made up of countless stones, turning its originally gray body gradually to a golden glow as the energy accumulated. Bang, bang. The 2 iron chains that bound it were pulled taut and then snapped by its sheer force. Roar. The stone creature let out a furious roar and leaped down from the mountain peak. Today it had amassed more energy than ever before, feeling as if its body would explode. It needed to release this energy as soon as possible, and the best way to do so was to brutally beat the intruders who had entered the ruins. Boom. Lin Bei only heard a loud noise in the distance, as if something had fallen from the sky, crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Amidst the flying dust, a huge stone hand emerged, followed quickly by the gigantic body of the stone monster, which climbed out of the indented ground, roaring and charging towards Lin Bei. It had locked onto the intruder, the guardian of the ancient ruins, golden, level 25. A golden level boss. Lin Bei frowned. He remembered the video walkthrough stating that the guardian of the ancient ruins was supposed to be a silver level boss, but the name and level matched, so it must be the right one. He didn't think further and threw 3 potions towards the guardian of the ancient ruins, one after another, quickly stepping forward to meet it. With the small red potion by his side, he didn't bother to dodge but started to stand and fight directly with the guardian of the ancient ruins. This big guy might look intimidating, but its attack power wasn't particularly high, and with the attribute protection of the sky-shattering sunset, he wasn't afraid of any monsters of the same level. 21,200. 30,000. The stone monster was tough and fleshy, and 30,000 health might not seem much, but it had to be killed within 10 minutes, otherwise, no matter how much damage you did before, it would fully regenerate its health due to the infusion of magic. For other teams, dealing 30,000 damage within 10 minutes wasn't just difficult, it was an epic challenge. However, Lin Bei wasn't worried. The 3 potions combined had already dealt a staggering 8,800 damage. This 30,000 health would only last a few seconds. It was almost an instant kill. The Guardian's health bar was rapidly decreasing, and it even started to break out of its previous enraged state, showing signs of wanting to flee, and its hatred value began to waver. Lin Bei wasn't surprised. Early-stage monsters were brash, only knowing how to fight to the death. but as the game progressed these monsters became more human-like, and by the late stages level 60 monsters would turn and run if they couldn't win, significantly increasing the difficulty of monster farming. Those void creatures were even more cunning and vexing. Lin Bei wasn't worried about the guardian of the ancient ruins fleeing, as his damage was high enough that even if it turned to run, now the corrosive potion's poison damage was enough to clear the remaining health bar. Sure enough, the next moment the guardian of the ancient ruins lost all its energy. As its health bar was emptied, its huge body collapsed and large boulders fell, shaking the ground. In the midst of shimmering white beams, a golden light emerged from the colossal stone figure, landing at Lin Bei's feet. By defeating the guardian of the ancient ruins, Golden, he earned 1,400 experience points. He received 200 days of tradable lifespan. He also acquired an item, Guardian Stone Helm. Having defeated the Guardian, Lin Bei obtained the mission item, Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins. He was urged to hurry to the main city and infuse the Energy Stone into the city's core. Thud, a small white dot flickered on the mini-map. Lin Bei glanced at the map, confirming that it indicated the location of the main city. The distance from the ancient ruins was not far, merely a half-hour's journey. Without hesitation he stored his spoils in his backpack and headed towards the direction of the main city. Half an hour later, a majestic city appeared before Lin Bei. However, the city seemed translucent, as if existing in a realm of illusion. Lin Bei approached and gently touched the semi-transparent wall, but his palm felt nothing tangible. Could the unactivated main city be out of the real world? Lin Bei was astonished. At that moment the white dot appeared again on the mini-map, blinking continuously. It wasn't too far ahead. So Lin Bei walked through the city's translucent wall towards the flickering dot. Soon he stood in front of a circular platform over 2 meters in diameter. This was the only tangible object in the illusory city, made of unknown material with a cylindrical recess in the middle that perfectly fit the energy stone of the ancient ruins. Lin Bei opened his backpack and took out the energy stone of the ancient ruins. A stone containing magical energy from the ancient ruins, capable of powering the energy core of a Class C city. Refinable? Lin Bei paused. The description of the energy stone was straightforward, but what did refinable mean? After a moment's thought he pressed the refinable button. Unexpectedly, the next moment a void magic cauldron materialized and swiftly sucked in the pale blue stone. Lin Bei grew anxious. This was the key item for activating the main city. If it were lost, who knew if defeating the guardian of the ancient ruins a second time would yield another stone? Buzz, the void magic cauldron vibrated, emitting a deep blue glow. Then a brighter blue energy stone than before fell into Lin Bei's hands. Relieved to see the stone intact, Lin Bei exhaled. Wait, could it be that this so-called energy stone, like a potion, could be refined? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hurriedly accessed the properties of the energy stone of the ancient ruins. A stone containing magical energy from the ancient ruins, capable of powering the energy core of a Class SSS city. Indeed, its level had increased. Seeing the upgrade of the energy stone, Lin Bei's face was filled with disbelief. This object, which is clearly just a rock, how could it possibly be refined like a potion? Moreover, this energy stone can now power the energy core of an SSS tier city. If placed in this C tier core, could there be any impact? In the battle between gods and demons, there are 6 city levels. CBASSSSSS corresponding to main cities of levels 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 and 120 respectively. The higher the level of the main city, the larger its scale. Not only can it accommodate more professionals, but it also enhances various functionalities. Lin Bei looked at the azure cylindrical object in his hand, hesitated for a moment and then placed it into the cylindrical depression on the disc. Whatever, let's activate the main city first. Buzz. As the energy stone was embedded, the entire disc began to vibrate violently. The next moment a surge of magical energy overflowed and the city core started to operate. The originally semi-transparent giant city at this moment gradually materialized into a solid form. This process was quick. Almost in the blink of an eye, the magnificent main city stood erect on this vast land. National announcement. I am not a medicine god has activated main city 001. Nearby professionals may head to the main city for supplies. National announcement. For successfully activating main city 001, I am not a medicine god is awarded the title of god-level main city founder. National announcement. As I am not a medicine god is the first god-level main city founder, a first-class citizen status is awarded. These 3 consecutive national announcements floated past the eyes of all professionals in Dacia, complete with fireworks effects. You have obtained the status of a first-class citizen of Main City 001 and can freely buy and sell buildings within the city. Thud. On the minimap, a flash of white light flickered. A prompt informed Lin Bei that he could now engage in the buying and selling of city buildings. God-level Main City? Watching the notifications float by, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Isn't a level 20 main city a C-tier city? Even if the energy stone can activate an SSS tier main city, the core is still that of a C-tier city. How could even the city's tier be elevated? A god-level main city is the highest level an SSS tier city. After the confusion came the surprise. An SSS tier main city offers many features that a C-tier main city does not, such as enhanced basic health and magic regeneration. A C-tier city provides a 10-fold base recovery. For instance, if normally 1 health point regenerates per second, it would be 10 points per second. In contrast, an SSS tier city offers a 100-fold recovery, meaning within the range of Main City 001 professionals' health and mana regeneration will be 10 times higher than in other main cities. Additionally, an SSS tier city distributes 100 days of tradable lifespan each month as opposed to the 30 days provided by C-tier cities. Of course, the fees for resting and resupplying in the main city will accordingly increase. Lin Bei was unaffected by this as he was a first-class citizen and did not need to pay for lodging. First to the second advancement. Suppressing his joy, Lin Bei followed his memory towards the central square of the giant city. The NPCs responsible for helping professionals with their second-class advancement were located there. Soon a vast pentagonal square came into view. However, the square was deserted at this time, with only a few second advancement NPCs chatting with each other to pass the time. Lin Bei approached an NPC, a white-bearded old man. This white-bearded old man, named Daoist Chang Chun, specialized in the alchemist profession's second-class advancement. However, the old man's face was flushed and his body swayed as if he had drunk fake alcohol. "Hello, I would like to proceed with the second-class advancement," Lin Bei said to the old man. The old man glanced at Lin Bei, yawned and turned his face away. "Greetings, senior, I would like to proceed with the second-class advancement." Lin Bei did not get angry and spoke again. However, this time the old man became annoyed, turned his head back impatiently and said, "Go over there and make 3 bottles of potion. Complete the task and you can advance. Prepare the materials yourself, don't bother me." The old man was correct. The normal process involved accepting a second advancement task and then completing it to advance. But Lin Bei was not aiming for a regular profession this time, he was aiming for a hidden profession. "Senior, if I have this, is the advancement task still to make potions?" Lin Bei asked, showing a scroll of hidden profession. Seeing the scroll in Lin Bei's hands, the old man's face showed surprise and he sobered up considerably. Scrolls of hidden professions were rare. With 1 inch the task could not be just making simple basic potions. "In a moment I will summon an altar for you. Just follow the altar's instructions to make the potion, and the grade of the potion you produce will determine what hidden profession you obtain," the old man explained. After speaking, he squatted down and began to arrange a magical formation. He quickly drew an arcane and complex formation, much more complex than the one Lin Bei used for his first advancement. As the formation activated, beams of white light began to overflow. An altar slowly emerged within the formation, materializing from a translucent state into a tangible, touchable altar, much like the city's transition from illusion to reality. "Go, child," the old man pointed at the altar, signaling Lin Bei to enter. Seeing this, Lin Bei did not hesitate and placed his hand on the altar. Whoosh! A suction force came and Lin Bei was pulled into a peculiar space. This place was all gray. The sky and the ground were a uniform gray-white, and the surroundings were enveloped in a thin gray mist, obscuring the distant scenery. The entire space contained only a gray vortex in front of him. Advancement task. Please concoct a stiffening potion. Note: this task will consider the time taken, success rate and quality of the potion to determine the appropriate hidden profession for the practitioner. Seeing the system prompt, a smile appeared on Lin Bei's lips. These 3 indicators were all related to the tools of an alchemist, such as the rusty iron cauldron given at the start, which had a 100% success rate for level 1 potions but a drastically reduced success rate for level 10 potions. Time and quality were also factors to consider, yet Lin Bei had no need to worry about such things, for his void cauldron was of a rare red quality. Even concocting potions of level 40 posed no challenge for him. moreover he possessed the ability to endlessly evolve his skills crafting potions with a 100-fold increase in efficacy. It was uncertain what hidden profession he might transition into after creating such potent concoctions. At that moment 3 ingredients emerged from the vortex. They were the level 15 autumn moonflower, level 20 black amaranth, and the level 20 cassava root. These were the essential components needed to create the stiffening potion. The crafting began. Lin Bei summoned his void cauldron and drew the 3 ingredients into it. Moments later, the cauldron emitted bursts of white light, rapidly refining the materials and fusing them together in an extraordinary chemical reaction. 5 seconds later, a black potion flew out from the cauldron. Just as Lin Bei reached out to catch it, a sudden suction force from the vortex pulled the potion back in. Buzz! Immediately Lin Bei felt the entire space tremble. Potion rating for control type, SSS grade, quest for profession change. Please concoct a large red potion. Elated by the SSS rating, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned to see new ingredients reappearing from the vortex. More crafting to do, so be it. Without hesitation, Lin Bei pulled the ingredients into the void cauldron and began concocting the large red potion. Similar in principle to the small red potion but requiring higher grade materials, the cauldron vibrated intensely as he commenced its creation. Just like with the stiffening potion, the newly crafted potion was instantly sucked into the gray vortex. Potion rating for recovery type, SSS grade. This time Lin Bei distinctly felt the ground beneath him shake as if astonished by the potion's rating. Quest for profession change. Please concoct a corrupting potion, a potion for inflicting damage. Was he to craft every type of potion in existence? Lin Bei couldn't help but murmur to himself as he read the prompt once more. Nonetheless, he had to follow the system's quest requirements. If it meant crafting every type of potion, so be it. Lin Bei once again activated the void cauldron, drawing in the materials needed for the corrupting potion. This was a more advanced type of damage-inflicting potion, capable of dealing 200 damage per second to enemies, which with a 100-fold increase amounted to 20,000 damage per second, extremely useful for boss fights. However, the required materials for this potion were not easy to find, especially not in the current level maps. Soon, the corrupting potion was ready. Whoosh! The potion was sucked away by the vortex. Potion rating for damage type, SSS grade, quest for profession change. Please concoct a blood activating powder. Indeed, one must concoct various types of potions one after another. This time, Lin Bei truly understood the process. He had already crafted control potions, recovery potions, and damage potions. Now he was tasked with crafting a buff potion. Essentially, he had to make one of each type. If his guess was right, the next one would be a defense potion. As expected, after receiving an SSS rating for the blood activating powder, the system issued the final task: to concoct the defense potion Iron Fortification Elixir. With no other choice, Lin Bei followed the job change quest's requirements and crafted the Iron Fortification Elixir, which also received an SSS rating. You have successfully completed the job change quest rating, SSS. Now matching you with a suitable hidden class. Buzz! The next moment, dazzling lights began to twinkle within a gray vortex and streams of golden light flew out, swiftly entering Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei, standing too close, had no space to dodge, but he knew in his heart that this was the beginning of the second job change, and he eagerly anticipated what hidden class he might turn into. He wasn't worried about the second job change being subpar, as the second and third job changes only add new skills and attributes without affecting the skills and attributes already learned. Soon the job change process ended. With the last stream of golden light entering his body, a golden luminous screen appeared on the surface of his body, much like the scene when using the obliteration skill. Ding! You have successfully changed your job to God of Medicine, Hidden, Divine Alchemy. Ignore potion grades when crafting. Can simultaneously craft 20, current level, bottles of potion, exclusive God of Medicine formulas: Super Red Potion, Super Blue Potion, World-Ending Dark Orchid, Iron Fortress, Fiery Capsule, Frost Capsule, 5 Elements, Chaos Exclusive God of Medicine Space, Divine Herb Garden *10. God of Medicine. Lin Bei had a strange expression. This class name matched his codename quite fittingly, and these class skills. He could craft potions equal to his own level numbers simultaneously, which would greatly increase his potion crafting efficiency. But what surprised him the most were the so-called divine exclusive formulas: Super Red Potion, Super Blue Potion. What were these? He had only heard of Advanced Red Potion and Advanced Blue Potion, which are mid to late game potions, only craftable at level 60 and can recover 500 points of health and mana per second. They are highly sought after in the mid to late game to fill the gaps during healer skill cooldowns and to prevent insufficient healing. Just by the name, Super Red and Blue Potions seemed even more powerful. Lin Bei immediately looked forward to their effects, which must be stronger, plus his own 100x amplification. He couldn't help but imagine a thrilling scene in his mind, standing alone in the void surrounded by various buffing auras with a super red potion recovering 10,000 health per second, a 100% damage reduction from Iron Fortress, and various attributes boosted by 99,999% from blood activating powder, countless void monsters rushing at him only to be single-handedly suppressed, even level 100 void bosses kneeling before him. Ha ha ha, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then there were the world-ending Dark Orchid and Fiery Capsule. Just from the names you could tell they were incredibly powerful. The potions mentioned in these exclusive formulas were unfamiliar to him, he had never even heard of them before, yet their names exuded a commanding presence, signaling that they were no ordinary concoctions. He checked the recipes. Super Mega Red Potion, Heart Nurturing Herb *99 plus Crimson Vine *9 plus Sacred Spring *1, Super Mega Blue Potion, Spirit Nurturing Grass *99 plus Magic Stone Grinding Powder *9 plus Earth Spirit Flower *9 plus Magic Spring *1. Seeing the ingredients for these potions, Lin Bei promptly closed the system panel. Damn, no wonder the names were so imposing, they required such rare materials. Crimson Vine and Earth Spirit Flower were both level 40 materials, while Sacred Spring and Magic Spring could only be obtained in the level 60 dungeon, the Lost Temple. As for the so-called Magic Stone Grinding Powder, he had never even heard of it. Never mind, he didn't need these potions for now. Lin Bei quickly pushed these recipes to the back of his mind. At this stage, regular red and blue potions were sufficient. With a 100x boost, even a level 60 dungeon would be a breeze. Most importantly, with his trio of Chaos Potion, Corrosion Potion and Thorny Poison Potion inflicting triple poison damage, even the strongest bosses were as fragile as paper mache before him. He hardly ever needed recovery potions. He guessed that later on the primary use for the red and blue potions would be to trade them with the military in exchange for tradable lifespan. By the way, what was that personal space thing? Lin Bei looked towards the top left corner of the system panel where an icon resembling a QQ farm game had appeared. Open it. As his thoughts shifted, the space around him began to warp. The next moment he found himself in a small courtyard. There were 10 neatly arranged plots of dark soil, each about 10 meters square, making the courtyard considerably more spacious than his grandfather's vegetable garden back in the countryside. Medicinal God Personal Space, Level 1, Current Growth Rate of Medicinal Herbs, 200%, Personal Space. Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, so this was his private space. With another thought, he returned to the gray space. Swish, swish. After switching back and forth twice, Lin Bei couldn't contain his excitement. Could it be that he could now cultivate his own medicinal herbs here, achieving complete independence in herb supply? Moreover, with a 200% growth rate, herbs that would take 2 days to mature outside could mature in just 1 day here. In the rules of the Divine Demonic Confrontation game, herbs needed time to grow. They didn't just spawn instantly. Although this shortened the time needed for growth, it was also why high-level materials were scarce in the later stages. Lin Bei had thought about this before. Even if he leveled up quickly, a single person's efficiency in gathering herbs was limited. With this personal space, he no longer had to worry. But how to plant the herbs? Where to get the seeds? Just as this question arose in his mind, the system voice rang in his ears. Current planting method: transplantation. Transplantation. Transplanting herbs from the outside world into the divine herb garden guarantees a 100% success rate. Notice, the maternal plant in the divine herb garden reproduces and spreads at a rate of 1 plant per day. If not harvested after maturing for 10 days, the system will recycle it and automatically exchange it for seeds. Can plants from the outside world be transplanted into one's personal space? Can they automatically reproduce and even be automatically converted into seeds after maturing? Lin Bei was overjoyed. This personal space was quite useful indeed. Let's try it out. Returning from the personal space to the gray space, Lin Bei planned to go out and find a plant to experiment with. Young man, what profession did you choose for your second job transfer? At that moment a drunken voice rang in his ears. The gray space suddenly twisted like a shattered mirror, continuing to crack and break until it completely disappeared. Lin Bei was back in the main city. The drunken NPC who handled job transfers was smiling at him and without his consent cast a detection spell on him, a divine profession. In the next moment, the old man jumped up. The drunkenness on his face vanished without a trace and his normally narrow eyes were now wide open, filled with disbelief as he stared at Lin Bei, taking several sharp breaths, inadvertently contributing greatly to global warming. I never thought that in my twilight years I would see a divine profession again, the old man sighed, as if lost in memories. Soon he shook his head, patted Lin Bei on the shoulder with deep emotion. Young man, with great power comes great responsibility. Keep leveling up. Thanks for the advice, senior. I'll be on my way now. Lin Bei bowed perfunctorily, eager to go out and find some herbs to transplant into his personal space. The old man waved his hand and Lin Bei turned and left without hesitation. But after just a few steps he stopped, looking curiously at the wishing tree in the center of the square. Could the wishing tree be brought into his personal space? Struck by a sudden idea, Lin Bei immediately took action. Since there was no one else in the main city now, he might as well give it a try. Though the wishing tree was just a decorative piece and not particularly useful, Lin Bei was itching to try. Soon he arrived under the wishing tree. Young man, are you here to make a wish? A girl in a red dress stood under the tree, the NPC responsible for handling wishes. It's nothing, I'm just. Looking around, Lin Bei shook his head awkwardly and moved to the other side of the wishing tree. When he placed his hand on it, a transplantation button actually appeared before his eyes. I'll just try it out, I can transplant it back later if needed, he muttered under his breath, no longer hesitating, and pressed the transplant button. Whoosh. The wishing tree, which had been rooted in the center of the main city square, disappeared without a trace, leaving the NPC standing beside a large pit, looking bewildered. Lin Bei entered his personal space along with it. There, one of the 10 plots of dark soil was completely covered by a lush tree, its golden leaves shimmering brilliantly against the dark soil. For some reason, Lin Bei felt that once the wishing tree entered the personal space, its leaves seemed even fuller. The wishing tree, level 99, current status, growing phase, days until fruiting, 3223. At this moment the properties of the wishing tree emerged. There's a fruiting phase? Seeing the properties of the wishing tree, Lin Bei was slightly startled. How did he not know that this wishing tree could bloom and bear fruit over 3,000 days? When he saw that it was over 3,000 days until the fruiting phase, he suddenly realized that the 200% growth speed in his personal space had shortened the growth cycle. If calculated at double, it would be over 6,000 days, 16 to 17 years. No wonder he had never heard of it. What kind of fruit could the wishing tree bear? What uses would it have? Shaking his head, Lin Bei suddenly dismissed the idea of sending the wishing tree back. This was a level 99 plant. What if the fruits had some miraculous uses? Moreover, with the accelerated growth speed provided by his personal space, the fruiting cycle of the wishing tree could be greatly reduced. Otherwise he would have to wait 16 or 17 years in the main city to see it bloom and bear fruit. With his decision made, Lin Bei immediately left the central plaza. He did not leave the main city. Instead, he headed to the location previously marked by the system where buildings within the city could be bought and sold. The Lord's Mansion, a massive castle, came into Lin Bei's view. Lin Bei had seen this castle in his previous life, so he wasn't too shocked at the moment, but he hadn't expected that the place to buy and sell buildings would actually be the main city's Lord's Mansion. But on further thought, it made sense to buy or sell main city buildings. One should indeed find the lord of the city. With this thought, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and strode towards the Lord's Mansion. 2 soldiers in silver armor holding long spears stood at the door. Seeing Lin Bei approaching, they immediately shouted, "Lord's Mansion, no entry for non-invitees. I wish to meet the Lord to purchase a property in the city," Lin Bei said to the 2 soldiers with a fist salute. The soldiers eyed Lin Bei up and down, their expressions suddenly changed, recognizing his first-class citizen status. "Please wait, sir, I will go and ask the Lord." After recognizing Lin Bei's first-class citizen status, the soldiers' attitude softened considerably, even changing their address from non-invitee to sir. Is the first-class citizen status really that powerful? Watching the soldier go in to report, Lin Bei couldn't help but mutter quietly. In his previous life, people who wanted to enter the Lord's Mansion were directly thrown out by the guards. He had a first-class citizen status, so he wasn't worried about not being able to see the Lord, but he hadn't expected this status to be so effective. "Sir, please come in." Soon the soldier returned. Lin Bei puffed out his chest and followed the soldier into the Lord's mansion, making his way to the council hall. "The Lord is waiting for you in the council hall." The soldier stopped at the door of the council hall and made a gesture for Lin Bei to enter. Lin Bei didn't waste words and directly stepped into the council hall. The decor of the Lord's Mansion council hall was simple yet elegant, with a long wooden table placed in the center of the hall and a figure in silver armor was sitting cross-legged at the head of the table. "Lord of the city, Shangwan Feishue, level 60, you wish to purchase property within the city?" Shangwan Feishue sized up Lin Bei, her attractive eyebrows slightly knitting together. "You're not a native of Main City 001, are you? How did you obtain first-class citizenship?" Citizenship in Main City 001 is stringently reviewed. How did Lin Bei, a foreigner, obtain first-class citizenship without her approval? "Greetings, my lord." Lin Bei greeted, clasping his fists, his gaze inadvertently lingering a moment too long on Shangwan Feishue's chest. He hadn't expected the Lord of Main City 001 to be a woman, and such a stunningly proportioned beauty at that, especially with that impressive chest which under the armor gave a very strong visual impact. Noticing Lin Bei's somewhat impolite stare, Shangwan Feishue's brows furrowed. Coughing, Lin Bei quickly shifted his gaze and displayed his hidden title bar. As the title with blazing flame effects appeared above his head, a look of astonishment surfaced on Shangwan Feishue's initially cold face. "The founder of a god-level Main City, you activated Main City 001, the brave who purges hell." Before she could recover from her shock, another title Lin Bei earned from passing the hell level upgrade trial appeared above his head. This completely unsettled Shangwan Feishue, who suddenly stood up, staring intently at the several titles above Lin Bei's head, her expression shifting from shock to doubt and finally to admiration. "You passed the hell level difficulty of the upgrade trial?" She could hardly believe that Lin Bei had managed to pass the deadly hell level difficulty upgrade trial. What potential he must have. "Yes," Lin Bei responded, neither servile nor overbearing. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Feishue then asked, "What about the others who took part in the trial with you? Why aren't they here?" She was eager to meet this miraculous team to see for herself what kind of five-person combination could possibly pass the virtually impossible hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. The others. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. "Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to witness. What kind of legendary team could pass the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial?" Shangwan Feishue explained with a smile. "Such potential individuals, even at level 60, she couldn't help but want to make their acquaintance." Lin Bei touched his nose with a strange expression on his face. He had passed the trial alone. What teammates could there have been? "I have no teammates." "No teammates? You mean you soloed?" Shangwan Feishue's eyebrows knit together, clearly disbelieving Lin Bei's words. The fact that he had passed the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial was shocking enough, but soloing it was beyond her acceptance. How is that possible? But looking at the flashy titles above Lin Bei's head, she had to admit he wasn't lying, as the system wouldn't deceive. "Your feats are truly astonishing." She took another deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, her armor's curves fluctuating with her breaths. "As the Lord of Main City No. 001, in gratitude for the young hero's efforts in repelling the void monsters and soloing the hellish difficulty upgrade trial, I have decided to gift the young hero a property as a token of appreciation. The young hero may choose any building within the main city to reside in, except for the Lord's Mansion, of course." Meanwhile, from Lin Bei's perspective, a pink heart slowly appeared above Shangwan Feishue's head, followed by a string of pink numbers. "Affection level 40. Shangwan Feishue's affection for you plus 10. My lord, are you sure?" "Any building." Lin Bei touched his nose, his expression peculiar. "Any building within the main city except for the Lord's Mansion, if he were to take over the potion shop or the equipment forging shop. Wouldn't he become a monopolistic unicorn? All the professionals in Main City No. 001 would have to work for him." He had originally planned to buy an ordinary building to have a place to settle down in the main city and to completely end his previous life. He didn't expect the Lord to be so generous, allowing him to choose freely. "Of course, my word is as solid as gold." Shangwan Feishue smiled, took out a blank deed from his backpack. "This blank deed, issued by the Lord's Mansion, grants absolute authority over any property in Main City No. 001. Simply attach the deed to the desired building, follow the instructions to complete the transfer, and it's yours." "I'm truly grateful, my lord." Lin Bei quickly took it, barely containing his excitement as he bid Shangwan Feishue farewell. "Then I'll go pick a place to live now." "Nice, nice, nice." Leaving the Lord's Mansion, Lin Bei could no longer suppress his excitement and shouted out loud. He then headed straight for the city's only official drugstore, with the official drug store's endorsement. He could sell potions without worry of being targeted. With the quality of his potions and his monopolistic position, he was sure that riches would soon roll in. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Upon arriving at the drugstore, there stood a mustachioed clerk at the door. "Huh, pick whatever you want, it's all priced above." The mustachioed clerk yawned lazily, standing at the doorway, making no move to serve Lin Bei. Lin Bei glanced at the mustachioed man and joked, "Aren't you worried about being fired for being so lazy at work? TCH, this is a property of the Lord's mansion. The Lord himself hardly visits once a year." The mustachioed clerk casually stroked his sexy little mustache and suddenly glared at Lin Bei, shooing him away. "Now who do you think you are? If you're not buying, just scram." Hee. Lin Bei smiled, directly attaching the blank deed to the wall of the drugstore. "Do you want to transfer this building to I am not a god of medicine?" "Yes." Lin Bei didn't hesitate to choose yes. Ding, drugstore has been transferred to I am not a god of medicine, and the deed is immediately effective. "What are you doing?" The mustachioed clerk frowned and began to scold Lin Bei. "Get out now or I'll..." But he was only halfway through his sentence when he froze. What the heck? Where did this kid come from, and how did he just transfer the drugstore? Did the Lord really sell the pharmacy? A series of question marks popped up above the small mustachioed clerk's head. How could it be that in the blink of an eye Lin Bei had become his boss? "The Lord has gifted the pharmacy to me. Is there a problem?" Lin Bei looked at the small mustachioed clerk with a smile, waving the already signed deed in his hand. "No problem, of course, no problem. Please come in, boss." The clerk's face changed faster than flipping a book, his previous arrogance instantly turning into obsequiousness. He bowed and gestured for Lin Bei to enter, then scurried into the shop to wipe down a stool with his sleeve. "Please have a seat, boss. I'll make you some tea right away." "Humph." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. This NPC is too human-like, just like some sycophants in real life. Soon the small mustache brought over a cup of tea. Lin Bei took the tea and started to assess the current state of the pharmacy. "Take down these small red potions. We won't sell this junk anymore. Replace all the small red and blue potions with ones that are 100 times more potent. From now on, we will sell these. Each bottle of the red potion extends tradable life by 100 days, and each blue potion by 50 days, 100 days." The small mustachioed clerk's mouth twitched, looking at Lin Bei as if he were a fool. "A bottle of red potion for 100 days of tradable life. Has your brain been waterlogged, or were you squeezed by a door? Previously, a bottle of red potion was only sold for 2 days of tradable life. What did you make these new red potions out of gold, selling them so expensive? The new boss is crazy. Let's set it at 100 days per bottle for now, and we'll consider raising the price later." Lin Bei glanced at the clerk, speaking indifferently. Pfft. Upon hearing this, the small mustachioed clerk almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Raise the price depending on the situation? My beloved boss, you're going to run this shop into the ground." The clerk was on the verge of tears, even starting to worry whether Lin Bei would be able to pay his salary on time. "I have to see for myself why this red potion is so expensive." He picked up a bottle of the red potion from the counter and checked its properties. Red potion, upon use, it restores 1000 health points per second for the user, lasting 25 minutes, 1000 health points. Looking at the potion's properties, the clerk almost spat out another mouthful of old blood. This wasn't just a simple red potion. Even the large red potions in the shop couldn't come close to a tenth of this effect. He continued to read, and upon seeing the duration was counted in minutes, he was utterly dumbfounded. 25 minutes. The clerk slapped himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then looked at Lin Bei in shock. "Boss, where did you get this miraculous medicine from? 100 days of tradable life is too cheap. This miraculous medicine should sell for 150. No, 200 days of tradable life." Lin Bei took a sip of tea, saying softly, 200 days? All right, let's settle on the price you mentioned. As long as you can sell it, I'll give you a 1% commission per bottle. "Thanks, boss. Thanks a lot. I'll definitely work hard. I won't be as lazy as before. Just you watch, boss, I'll make sure our shop thrives." The mustachioed clerk, his face full of obsequious smiles, appeared completely different from his earlier demeanor. "The shop is in your hands now, do." "Well," Lin Bei patted the mustachioed clerk on the shoulder and walked towards the door, only to stop as he reached it. "Boss, do you have any other instructions?" The clerk followed behind like a faithful dog. "Nothing much," Lin Bei said with a smile, shaking his head, "but I still prefer your original rebellious self. Try to bring that back." Hearing this, the clerk immediately wiped the smile off his face. Take care, boss. Meanwhile, in Ning's city in the wilderness, this medicine god is not human, he's already level 20. Yeah, the medicine god is insane. We struggle so much just to kill one monster. How does he level up so fast? It's so frustrating to compare. He's already unlocked the level 20 main city and we haven't even broken past level 5. While drawing his bow and aiming at the backside of a mutated black scorpion, Suchin sighed. He had initially been full of pride, thinking he could level up as fast as the medicine god, but after several days of hardship his sharp edges had been worn down. If only we could team up with the medicine god, we wouldn't be stuck here fighting level 2 monsters. Lin Shirshir sighed enviously upon hearing this. They had barely managed to reach level 3, but they couldn't even defeat the level 3 monsters stuck fighting level 2 mutated black scorpions instead. You think you've got it tough? Upon hearing this, the new beauty warrior in Su Chen's team wasn't pleased. Lin Shirshir is so weak and just plays around, she barely contributes, and her friend Tian Min is like a brainless chicken, always failing to heal in time. If it weren't for Su Chen's sake, I'd have kicked Lin Shirshir and Tian Min out of the team already. With 2 competent people fighting level 3 monsters would be no problem. What do you mean I'm holding you back? Lin Shirshir exploded upon hearing this, turning quickly to Su Chen. Su Chen, brother, you see this? She owes me an explanation. Su Chen frowned, unsure whom to support. Wang Jia was already level 3 and he had spent a good deal of effort convincing her to join and help them level up, and indeed, what Wang Jia said wasn't wrong. Lin Shirshir's gaming skills were indeed quite painful to watch, but since Lin Shirshir was his girlfriend, it was difficult for him to say anything. Aren't you holding us back? If it weren't for me leading you, you'd still be in the safe zone acting like an NPC. I've never complained about teaming up with you guys to fight level 2 monsters, and now you're the first to feel aggrieved? Wang Jie scoffed coldly, turning to Su Chen. Su Chen, if I had known you were bringing along these 2 burdens, I wouldn't have come at all. Look at the teammates you've found. Wang Jie, please don't be angry. Su Chen quickly patted Wang Jie on the back, whispering, she's young and doesn't understand things, don't stoop to her level. Wang Jie, there are many people around, I'll definitely talk to her when we get back. Humph, who doesn't understand things? What do you mean by that, brother Su Chen? Are you siding with this old woman against me? Lin Shirshir's emotions exploded upon hearing Su Chen's words. She couldn't believe that Su Chen would call her childish. It was clearly this old woman who was too sensitive. She merely mentioned that teaming up with the medicine god would definitely speed up leveling, and this old woman started being sarcastic. She was obviously doing it on purpose. This old woman just wants to compete with her for brother Su Chen. Who are you calling an old woman? Wang Jie exploded too. Although she was only 4 or 5 years older than Lin Shirshir, she took great care of her appearance. Everyone who saw her praised her natural beauty and lovely appearance. And yet, this little wretch dared to call her an old woman. Say whoever knows it in their heart. Wang Jie retorted, old woman, shameless, wanting the old cow to eat tender grass. Go to hell, you little slut, I'll tear your mouth. The two exchanged heated words and the argument escalated quickly. It seemed they were about to physically fight. Enough. Su Chen's face turned grim as he forcefully separated them. Then he turned to Lin Shirshir, gritting his teeth. Shirshir, you are being too unreasonable. If it weren't for Sister Wang leading us, we'd still be level 2. How could you say such things to Sister Wang? Apologize to her now. I won't. Brother Su Chen, you want me to apologize to this old woman? Do you like her now? Lin Shirshir pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. How could I possibly like? Su Chen began, but realizing something was amiss, he quickly turned to Wang Jie. No, Sister Wang, I didn't mean that. Shirshir, stop talking nonsense. My relationship with Sister Wang is pure. If you keep making things up, don't blame me for being harsh. Apologize to Sister Wang now. Although he had a preference for the younger Lin Shirshir, Wang Jie was not only talented but also much stronger in combat than them, and he still hoped to follow Wang Jie to reach level 10. Without Wang Jie leading the team, relying on his and Lin Shirshir's combat abilities, they wouldn't reach level 10 even if they grinded for a month. I don't want to apologize to this old woman. Lin Shirshir's eyes reddened, nearly crying. She felt that brother Su Chen had changed. He used to indulge her every whim, but now he was asking her to apologize for an old woman. How can your mouth be so foul, you unraised wretch? Wang Jie's suppressed anger flared up again, the sprat calling someone an old woman repeatedly. Even a clay Buddha has a 3-point temper, thinking she's easy to bully because she's normally calm. Su Chen, today I give you 2 choices. Either team up with me and kick them out, or you team up with them and I'll leave on my own. Sister Wang, don't be mad. Su Chen gave a bitter smile, feeling as if the sky had fallen. On one side was his angry girlfriend, and on the other was the gorgeous and powerful lady he was supposed to be carrying in the game. He really didn't know which one to choose. Weren't they just happily grinding monsters together moments ago? How did it turn into this mess? For the first time he felt that Lin Shirshir was such a dramatic person. Shirshir, what's going on with you? You weren't like this before. Su Chen grabbed Lin Shirshir's arm and pulled her aside, whispering, Shirshir, don't be angry for now. Aren't we struggling to find a teammate? Just bear with it a little longer. Once we're both level 10 we won't include her anymore. For now go apologize to Sister Wang, consider it laying low for a bigger comeback. I don't want to. Shirshir, listen to me. Lin Shirshir pouted and under Su Chen's coaxing and deceiving reluctantly looked towards Wang Jie and said sorry. You think of apologizing now? Too late. Wang Jie, wearing a sarcastic smile, outright rejected Lin Shirshir's apology. She then issued an ultimatum to Su Chen. Su Chen, I'm asking you one more time, who do you choose, her or me? Sister Wang. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Humph, brother Su Chen will never choose you, old woman, just give up. Seeing Su Chen look towards Wang Jie, Lin Shirshir immediately puffed out her chest, stepping forward and tightly clinging to Su Chen's arm, a triumphant expression on her face. Wang Jie didn't speak, just silently staring at Su Chen, believing he was a smart man who knew what the wise choice was. Su Chen glanced at Wang Jie, then turned to look at Lin Shirshir beside him, speaking somewhat guiltily. Shirshir, why don't you and Xiaoman go back and rest first? I'll catch up with the levels and then I can carry just you. How about that, brother Su Chen? Lin Shirshir looked at Su Chen, suddenly finding him incredibly strange. Was this still the gentle and considerate brother Su Chen she knew? Why did it seem like he had become a different person? Shirshir, you go back and rest first. Once I reach level 10, I'll carry just you. Su Chen gently caressed Lin Shirshir's hand, whispering in a volume only the two of them could hear, you have to think of the bigger picture. With the descent of the gods and demons into reality, if I don't level up, how am I going to support you? How am I going to support our home? Listen to me, I'm just temporarily yielding to her. Once I reach level 10 it'll just be the two of us, no one else, okay? No need, you continue grinding with her, I'm going back to school. Lin Shirshir jerked her hand away from Su Chen's grasp and stormed off towards the safe zone. Shirshir. Su Chen frowned deeply but didn't follow her. Instead he turned to Wang Jie and said, it's okay Sister Wang, I told her to go back and rest first. She might be cranky from grinding too many monsters these past few days. I'll talk to her properly when she gets back. He then looked towards Tianmin, signaling her to catch up and comfort Lin Shirshir. Tianmin smiled and showed no intention of leaving. It's okay, she's got strong emotional resilience, she'll be fine in a bit. I want to keep grinding for a while longer. Alright, shall we recruit someone else to continue? Su Jin nodded and looked towards Wang Jie. Wang Jie snorted lightly. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Tianmin staying, the thought of Tianmin abandoning Lin Shirshir for a promotion made her feel quite refreshed. You guys rest up first, I'll bring my bestie over. Meanwhile Lin Shirshir was walking alone on the road, her face full of anger. Stupid Sujin, why isn't he coming to comfort me? She kicked a small stone on the ground, feeling not only angry but also a bit nervous. In past arguments, Sujin would usually catch up to her after she hadn't gone far and apologize proactively. Just then a faint sound of footsteps came from behind. Lin Shirshir took a deep breath, her fists clenched, her anger subsiding somewhat. Actually, what Brother Sujin said wasn't wrong. Advancing levels is the most important thing right now and Brother Sujin is leveling up for himself. He said once he reaches level 10, he'll ditch that old woman and only take me with him. Alright, as long as Brother Sujin apologizes and gives me a way out, I'll forgive him. The footsteps behind her grew closer until they were right next to her. Lin Shirshir, still clenching her fists, couldn't help but turn around to look. You go level up with that old woman, why bother with me? Before she could finish she froze on the spot, her suppressed anger flaring up again. Because the person who had caught up wasn't Sujin at all. A man with glasses quickly passed by Lin Shirshir. Hearing her muttering to herself, he pushed his glasses up and muttered softly, crazy. Lin Shirshir felt like she was going to explode. Sujin hadn't come after her. He had chosen that old woman over chasing her. Lin Shirshir was about to cry, squatting down by the roadside and dialing Tianmin's number. Tianmin surely wouldn't keep following that old woman. At crucial moments a bestie is what you need, not some useless boyfriend. Shirshir, you go back to the dorm and get some sleep. I'll come find you later. Hanging up now. Tianmin's voice came through the phone, but before Lin Shirshir could respond the call was dropped with a beep. Wow, Lin Shirshir could no longer hold it in and squatted down, hugging her legs and crying. What a useless boyfriend, what a useless bestie, all fake and insincere. If it were Lin Bei, he would definitely have scolded that old woman and then just taken her away. Stupid Lin Bei. He always apologized first before. Why is it so hard this time? She thought of Lin Bei again. She used to find Lin Bei annoying, always stopping her from being with Suzhan. Now thinking back, maybe Lin Bei had a point. Damn Lin Bei, stupid Lin Bei. You win this time, I'll apologize to you first, okay? After crying for a while, Lin Shishir wiped the tears from her face, ready to go and apologize to Lin Bei. Humph, just you wait, I don't need you guys to reach level 10. She pulled out her phone, thought for a moment, and then put it back into her pocket before quickly walking towards the safe zone. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped under an old residential building. Lin Shishir got out of the taxi and looked up at the familiar building, feeling overwhelmed. It had only been a month since she was last home, yet it felt like years. Hesitating for a moment, she gathered her courage and went up. She retrieved the key hidden under the carpet, unlocked the green-painted security door, and was greeted by a familiar scent. It was the scent of the medicinal sachet Lin Bei had bought online, which she had always hated and had secretly thrown away several times. But every time she came back home, the strangely scented sachet would reappear. Now the scent didn't seem as unpleasant. Lin Bei, she locked the door and called out softly. The room was silent except for the ticking of an old clock. Brother? She called out louder, but there was still no response. Lin Shishir frowned and walked towards Lin Bei's bedroom. The door was open, but no one was inside. She went back to her own room, which was neat and tidy, and felt a twinge in her nose. She quickly took out her phone and dialed Lin Bei's number. The number you have dialed is currently busy. That Lin Bei, he still hasn't taken me off the blacklist. Lin Shishir angrily threw her phone aside and covered her head with the blanket. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had left the pharmacy, returned to the Lord's mansion. Are you sure you want to buy man or no? 001, Shangwan Feishua looked at him in surprise and confirmed again, you need to think it through, man or no. 001 costs 5,000 days of tradable life. With that amount you could buy 2 or 3 smaller manors elsewhere. Just moments ago Lin Bei had found her intending to buy the most expensive villa in the best area of the main city. Man or no, 001, it puzzled her because she had just given Lin Bei a blank deed. If he wanted man or no, 001 inch, why didn't he just transfer it directly instead of coming back to her to spend money on purchasing it? Was it because he thought it was too expensive and feared she might not agree? Confirmed. Facing Shangwan Feishua's doubts, Lin Bei nodded without hesitation. If he was going to move, it had to be to the best house in the main city of man or no, 001. Otherwise, what was the point of striving to level up and earn money if not to live above the masses and enjoy the finer things in life? Although spending 5,000 days of tradable life was nearly all his fortune, he decided to bite the bullet and buy it. Alright then. Shangwan Feishua sighed and sent him the trade invitation. Soon, the transaction was completed. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at how decisively Lin Bei had spent the 5,000 days of tradable life without a second thought. With a lifespan of 5,000 tradable days, not merely 5, one would seriously contemplate before deciding to spend such a currency. How could Lin Bei be so carefree? Just how many tradable days did he possess? Shangwan Feishua found herself increasingly intrigued by this young man. Shangwan Feishua's favorability towards you plus 10 inch. Shangwan Feishua's favorability towards you plus 5. Does buying a garden also increase favorability? Lin Bei felt a sudden pang in his heart, wondering if he was being tricked by this woman. He should have bargained earlier. But no, he quickly dismissed this thought. If Shangwan Feishua had really tricked him, she would likely think him a fool, so why would she increase her favorability? He realized then, this woman must have been stunned by his generous charm. Ha! Women, the deed was signed with no option for return or exchange. Now you are the new owner of man or no, 001, Shangwan Feishua eyed Lin Bei with some suspicion, noting his alternating frown and foolish grin, which made him seem somewhat unintelligent. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lin Bei came back to his senses and gave Shangwan Feishua a fist salute before announcing his departure to his new home, leaving her with nothing but a view of the back of his head. This young man indeed was swift and decisive. Shangwan Feishua's admiration grew as she watched him. Such a swift and decisive character, no wonder he could rise to level 20 so quickly and even pass the hellish level upgrade trial. Every aspect of him was a plus. Moving back home, saying a final goodbye to the past, Lin Bei sighed, suddenly recalling Lin Shishir, and scoffed coldly. With Lin Shishir's clumsiness, even if someone guided her, she would barely reach levels 3 to 4 without his substantial help. What was she without him? Ha! Lin Bei scoffed again, completely dispelling any lingering image of Lin Schercher. Moving to manner no, 001 meant a complete farewell to the past. Ding, Shangwan face you as favorability towards you +5. Why another inexplicable increase in favorability? Damn, was this woman overwhelmed by my dashing charm? Lin Bei twitched his mouth, remembering that NPCs weren't so easy to charm. In his past life, a powerful tycoon spent countless money in 5 long years just to raise an NPC's favorability to 100 points, merely changing their relationship from strangers to casual acquaintances without unlocking any intimate interactions. That tycoon, persistent as he was, spent yet another fortune over 5 years to increase the favorability by another 100 or so points. Lin Bei, previously busy with potion making and forum browsing, heard that they were just 20 or 30 points away from becoming close friends. Whatever. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Bei quickly made his way to the newly purchased manor. No. 001 changed the entry permissions to allow only himself access, took a quick tour around the vast garden that felt spacious enough for over a dozen people, and then prepared to move from Ning City. Truly, manor no. 001 was a place of grand scale. Go home. Leaving from main city 001, Lin Bei headed straight for Ning City. Who is this person dressed so strikingly? Wait, why does he look so familiar? Look at his outfit, doesn't he look like the medicine god who was dramatically picked up by the military helicopter that day? You're right, he really does. As soon as Lin Bei entered the safe zone, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. It was all because of his void suit, which was simply too eye-catching with its Dark Styles series and a very dramatic mask on his face, making everyone turn their heads. Someone took out their phone to compare it with the hot topic on the forum about the medicine god being picked up by the military. It turned out that the medicine god was wearing the same Dark Style suit as the one Lin Bei was wearing now, with an identical silhouette and aura. It wasn't just similar, it was him. Is this the medicine god? When people realized, the whole safe zone exploded with excitement. Many people took out their phones to snap pictures of Lin Bei, and some fangirls followed behind, seemingly wanting to strike up a conversation. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble as surely as a pig fattens up, and Lin Bei, seeing the crowd swelling behind him, rubbed his cheeks in frustration. He had no choice but to speed up and dash into a nearby alley, with the professionals behind him also quickening their pace, and the fangirls, no longer hesitating, chased into the alley with fervor. Medicine god, I love you. Can you take me with you? I can assume any position. Me too, medicine god, take me with you, I'll do anything. Listening to the outrageous comments behind him, Lin Bei was completely overwhelmed, his skin crawling. Up ahead was a dead end, but it wasn't that Lin Bei had panicked, he had intentionally led them there. Facing a 3-meter-high brick wall, Lin Bei didn't slow down at all, seemingly planning to crash into it. Void traverse. In the next moment, Lin Bei activated the skill of the void boots. Whoosh, his figure disappeared just before hitting the brick wall, leaving behind only a medicine bottle that fell from midair and cracked right at the feet of the fangirls. The chaos potion immediately took effect, enveloping the leading fangirls. -800, -600, -550. A series of red numbers floated above their heads, sending them back to the respawn point instantly. With screams echoing, the alley quickly fell silent. The professionals who arrived later turned pale, unclear about what had just happened, but they had clearly seen dozens of female professionals wiped out in an instant, and nobody dared to move forward anymore. Meanwhile, Lin Bei appeared on the other side of the dead end. Trails of red light followed him. The identifier above his head, originally white and capable of being hidden, now revealed itself and turned into a striking blood red. Due to your attack on other professionals in the safe zone, you have been marked as a slaughterer. Other professionals attacking a slaughterer in the safe zone will not be marked, and when a slaughterer is killed, they will lose an additional 10% of their lifespan. If he was to be a slaughterer, then so be it. These pests were too annoying. Lin Bei's expression was calm, as he had anticipated this. After entering the city, there were noticeably fewer professionals around. With everyone having transitioned to new professions, most people had gone out to hunt monsters, leaving the city much quieter than before. Only some of the older generation who were not interested in leveling up still stuck to their original posts, like the taxi driver. Lin Bei encountered a man in his 50s who did not recognize Lin Bei nor feared the blood-red identifier above his head. Half an hour later, Lin Bei arrived at his front door. Snap! As he turned on the light, he immediately noticed something amiss. There were 2 rows of not yet dry muddy footprints on the floor. Had someone broken into his house? Lin Bei's first thought was exactly that. Moreover, from the direction of the bedroom he could vaguely hear sounds resembling short videos or a live broadcast. What kind of thief was this bold? He had only been away for a few days. Did they really think this was their home? Lin Bei frowned and took out a bottle of corrosive potion, quietly heading towards the bedroom. The light was on in another bedroom, the wooden door covered with a poster of a blue chubby character was slightly ajar and the sounds were indeed coming from inside. I advocate letting things be if they can't be stopped. This struggle between desire and despair. She liked the warmth of passing through the door, and as she left, she casually turned off the lights. At that moment, a familiar ringtone came from the gap under the door. Lin Bei's eyebrows knitted together. It was Lin Shishi's ringtone. Lin Shishi was back. Wasn't she supposed to cut ties with me? How shameless to just show up like that. So annoying. I can level up without any of you. Lin Shishi's voice came through, sounding annoyed as she hung up the phone. Confirming that it was indeed Lin Shishi inside, Lin Bei put away the corrosive potion. He didn't open the door to confront her. Instead, he turned and went back to his bedroom. Arguing with someone like Lin Shishi was pointless. He had already decided to cut off all ties with her. Back in his bedroom, Lin Bei quickly packed his things. There was a wooden sword his father had made for him in his childhood, an amulet his mother had gotten from a temple a few years ago, and a few family portraits. Looking at the family of 4 in the portraits, he thought for a moment, then tore Lin Shishi's image from the photos. That looked much better now. After packing his belongings into a backpack, Lin Bei took out the property deed from a cabinet. Then he quietly left the home he had lived in for over 20 years. Standing under the apartment building, he looked around at the familiar surroundings filled with emotion. It was time to say goodbye to the past. Without hesitation, Lin Bei quickly left the complex and headed to a nearby real estate agency. I have a house to sell. After the dawn of the era where everyone could switch professions, most people went off to level up by battling monsters outside, and very few remained at their original jobs. The Little Red Riding Hood real estate agency, which once had a dozen employees, was now down to just one person, Fat Auntie, who held the fort alone. The real estate market had plummeted. Upon seeing a customer walk in, Fat Auntie stood up from the sofa and spoke with a sense of helplessness. The housing prices have been on a decline, and with the onset of this universal job switch era, the process has only accelerated. Houses that used to sell for over $1 million can now hardly fetch $300,000 to $400,000. If only I could understand these professional skills, I would have ventured out like the young folks too. It doesn't matter, just help me get rid of this house, Lin Bei said, throwing the house key on the table. Fat Auntie chuckled upon hearing this. If you're not worried about the price, then it's easy. She took the property deed, glanced at it, and frowned. Prosperity District, this is an old neighborhood. The housing prices here are very low. 925 square meters, what's your price point? Lin Bei pondered for a moment, estimating a price internally. Although every sector was somewhat sluggish after the onset of the universal job switch era, this was still a blend of game and reality. Professionals couldn't literally live like in the games without eating or drinking. Necessities such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation were still essential. So this was only temporary. In the mid to late phase, every industry would likely flourish again. 200,000-inch final offer, Lin Bei said, looking straight at Fat Auntie, then added, I don't care about anything else. If that works for you, I'll leave the keys here. If not, forget it. 200,000? Fat Auntie's eyes widened. Are you joking? This house should be worth over 300,000 at least. No joke, just 200,000. Take it or leave it. Take it, I will transfer the money to you right now. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Fat Auntie immediately took out a stack of agreements, fearing that Lin Bei might change his mind. She added, leave the property deed here and don't worry about the rest. I will handle the transfer. Okay, no problem. Lin Bei signed his name swiftly on the paper. Ding, China Merchants Bank, your account has been credited with 200,000 yuan. After signing, Lin Bei received a text message alert. Leaving the keys and the property deed behind, he left. The property transfer was something the real estate agency could handle through their own channels, so he didn't need to worry about it. By evening, Lin Bei returned to Main City 001. The 200,000 yuan from selling the house was all spent on daily necessities. Main City 001 was yet to see other professionals move in and was quite desolate. If he didn't stock up on food and drinks, he would starve alone in the courtyard. It was time to prepare for the level 20 upgrade trial. Lin Bei, while barbecuing in the estate of Main City 001, contemplated his next steps. Having completed his second-class change, his next goal was to clear the level 20 upgrade trial and unlock the new maps and features that came with level 20. This time, he was determined to try the hellish difficulty level upgrade trial, so he had to make thorough preparations before entering the trial, including stocking up on various potions. A level 20 upgrade trial was definitely much harder than a level 10 one. He needed to figure out how to gather materials for the steel concoction. Lin Bei pondered for a moment, then went online to post on the forum, "I'm not a medicine god, willing to pay top dollar for all kinds of herbs. If you have unidentified herbs, come to me for appraisal, fair prices, honest dealings, harassment welcome." After posting, Lin Bei turned off the anti-harassment function. A person's power is ultimately limited, especially since the mid-level herbs were too scarce early on. Often it was all down to luck to find them. Rather than painstakingly searching himself, it was better to buy them from others with some of his life's trading time. He then opened the chat box and contacted both Heroically Towering and the #1 war god of the Northeast, listing various herbs and asking for military assistance in their procurement. Just then Lin Bei's phone rang in his pocket. Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" The voice on the other end sounded familiar, like the plump lady from the real estate company he had dealt with during the day. "Yes, it's me," Lin Bei responded. "Mr. Lin, we're coming tonight to clear out the house. Why are there still people living in it? Could you handle that for us?" The plump lady sounded anxious. She had paid, yet the clearing team reported that a young girl was living there and refused to leave despite persuasion. "People living there? Who? I have no idea. How could you not know? The young girl claims to be your sister. Could you contact her?" "Sister? I don't have a sister. The house is yours now. You're a big agency. Can't you handle this minor issue? Can't you call the police?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone, then the plump lady confirmed again. "Mr. Lin, are you sure you don't know the girl in the house? We don't want to cause any misunderstandings. If you're sure you don't know her, we might have to use special means to get her to leave." Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but snicker. "Do whatever you want. Why should I care? I am absolutely sure there is no misunderstanding." The next morning, Lin Bei lay on his luxurious solidwood bed and opened the forum again. The post he'd made the day before had exploded, over 1 million replies, overwhelming him. The number of people messaging him privately was too many to count. "When will I ever get through all these?" Lin Bei chuckled bitterly. He had underestimated the power of the netizens, especially when he opened a dozen or so private messages, most of which turned out to be useless chatter, with only a few mentioning basic herbs like heart-nurturing herb and spirit-soothing herb. It seemed that his idea of buying herbs from all over the network wasn't going to be easy to realize. Lin Bei directly closed his forum private messages, then casually flipped through a few pages of the forum to see if there was anything new. Very quickly his attention was captured by an anonymous post. This post was very popular, garnering over 100,000 replies in less than 5 hours, ranking second in the forum's hot search, just behind his post from last night. "The snow beneath, thousands kneel and pray for the medicine god to look this way. Please forgive my ignorance. What kind of herb is this?" The title of this post is quite intriguing. Not only does it ride on the popularity of the medicine god, but it also has a knack for catching one's attention, even if the topic was not about herbs. Lin Bei would still feel the urge to click on it. Upon opening the post, what first appears is a pitch-black photo. At first glance, the photo seems unremarkable, and upon closer inspection it remains unclear, shrouded in darkness. Scrolling down, there are 3 or 4 more similarly dark photos. Lin Bei frowns, about to label this post as clickbait and exit, when something in the corner of his eye in the last photo looks familiar. Ghost orchid vine? Quickly Lin Bei recalls the item in the photo. It's a level 40 material ghost orchid vine. This vine is rare. Even after the level 60 maps were opened in his past life, Lin Bei had only seen it a few times. Mainly, this material could be used in limited potions, serving as a secondary ingredient in some. In his past life, Lin Bei wouldn't have been interested in the ghost orchid vine, but in this life he has become a second-tier, hidden-class medicine god. He knows many unique potion recipes unknown to other alchemists, among them the world-ending ghost orchid potion requires this vine, which grows in areas with heavy yin energy, suggesting that other necessary ingredients might be nearby. Checking the exclusive recipe, Lin Bei opens the crafting formula for the world-ending ghost orchid. World-ending ghost orchid, 10x netherworld flower plus 10x ghost orchid vine plus 10x yin eroding grass. All these materials are level 40 and rare, growing in places with heavy Ian energy, such as the dungeons of the Netherworld series, which are of a similar level to the Lost series. However, whether it's the Lost or Netherworld series, these are dungeons for levels above 30 appearing randomly, like the Lost City dungeon in the Northeastern District. Wait a minute, that photo. Suddenly Lin Bei seems to realize something and quickly scrolls back to the first photo. He enlarges the photo and examines it several times. A sudden realization hits him. Could this be a large patch of ghost orchid vine? Could this be someone discovering a random dungeon from the Netherworld series? He can hardly believe it. Finding a Lost City dungeon early on was rare enough, and now there's possibly a Netherworld series dungeon appearing. This development is quite different from the script of his past life. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone discovering such high-level random dungeons in the early stages. Of course, it's also possible that he was just uninformed due to his level. Making contact might confirm if it really is a Netherworld series dungeon, potentially giving him a chance to craft the world-ending ghost orchid. Lin Bei clicks on the poster's avatar and sends a private message to the snow beneath. Ding. The snow beneath requests to add you as a friend. Not long after sending a private message, Shallow Snow sent Lin Bei a friend request. Accepted. Lin Bei added Shallow Snow as a friend. Shallow Snow: hello Master of Medicine, do you recognize this herb? Photo. Shallow Snow sent 2 more photos clearer than those posted in the thread. Lin Bei recognized them at a glance as the level 40 herb Ghost Orchid Vine. I'm not a medicine god. This herb is called Ghost Orchid Vine. Where did you see it? Shallow Snow: as expected of the master, my friend found it in a special instance in the wilderness area of Haicheng. There are many of these vines and nearby these flowers too. Shallow Snow. Photo. Shallow Snow: are you interested in this instance? Is that really a manjasaka? Upon seeing the new photos sent by Shallow Snow, Lin Bei was surprised. Although the photos were taken from a distance, he recognized at once that the flowers growing on the riverbank with no leaves were Manjasaka, where the leaves fall and flowers bloom, leaves grow and flowers wither. And that riverbank must be the hallmark of the Underworld series instances, the Netherworld River. Just not sure which instance of the Underworld series this is. I'm not a medicine god. Interesting. Shallow Snow: not to hide from you, master, we tried exploring it before, but the monsters inside are too strong. A single skill wiped our group out. If you're interested, we're willing to offer 10 million each to have you lead us through this instance. Shallow Snow: equipment goes to whoever it suits and all the herbs are yours, how about it? Seeing Shallow Snow's message, Lin Bei frowned slightly. He wasn't really keen on leading others, but the items in the instance were indeed tempting, and he was really curious about what level of potion the exclusive formula was. I'm not a medicine god. No need for money. 1,000 days of tradable lifespan each. Equipment shared equally. Herbs are mine. I'm not a medicine god. You must follow my orders. Inside the instance or bear the consequences. Shallow Snow: 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. We don't have that much tradable lifespan. Please master, how about 20 million each? I'm not a medicine god. If not, forget it, come back when you have enough. After saying that, Lin Bei directly closed the chat box. He had figured it out. This Shallow Snow must be a rich second generation, but he now had no use for money. In the later stages, money would drastically depreciate, eventually being completely replaced by tradable lifespan, turning into worthless paper. Shallow Snow did not speak again. Just as Lin Bei was about to give up, Shallow Snow sent a new message. Shallow Snow: fine, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan it is then. Let's agree on that. Shallow Snow: master, shall we come to pick you up? I'm not a medicine god. Coordinates. Lin Bei sent Shallow Snow the coordinates of Main City 001. What kind of place is this coordinate? He's not just messing with us, is he? In a wilderness area, a black armored track vehicle slowly drove by with 2 people in the back seat, somewhat complaining. They had been walking through the wilderness for over an hour and still hadn't reached the coordinates given by the medicine god. The level of the monsters around them was getting higher and higher, which somewhat unsettled them. Stop talking nonsense. The medicine god doesn't have time to play games with you, said a female mage dressed in black, her face hidden behind a ghostly mask. She shook her head and continued, don't forget the medicine god is already level 20. Isn't it normal for him to farm level 20 monsters deep in the wilderness? When we meet the medicine god later, keep your unnecessary chatter to a minimum. Anyone who disrespects the medicine god will have me to answer to. I'm warning you now. Alright, Sister Roland, we wouldn't dare disrespect the medicine god, the others replied, scratching their heads self-deprecatingly. Exactly, the medicine god is a level 20 boss and we mere level 5 novices wouldn't dare show any disrespect, they spoke. The truth, merely venting a bit, they should feel honored that a level 20 boss was willing to take them along. There was nothing to complain about. Another hour passed and a long shadow on the horizon caught the eyes of the group. The driver, a warrior named Jean too, brightened up and said in a deep voice, "Everyone look ahead, what is that, a city?" Chao Roland and the two in the back seat looked up eagerly. As their vehicle drew closer, the long shadow on the horizon grew taller eventually, revealing a colossal city that stretched as far as the eye could see. Wow! In awe of the grand and majestic city before them, the group couldn't help but gasp, their excitement metaphorically accelerating global warming. This was shocking. They had never seen such a splendid city before. The key question was, how could there be a city here? They had never heard of it, and it wasn't marked on any map. It was as if they had entered a fold in space. Suddenly a message flashed before Chao Roland. Player Xiaxia's Snow has not passed the level up trial and cannot activate the entry to Main City 001. Please proceed to the trial tower and complete the level up trial. This message blinked repeatedly before her eyes. Did you all get a message too? She asked. You got it too? It says I haven't passed the level up trial and cannot enter Main City 001. So this city ahead is the medicine god's activated Main City 001? The other three had also received the same message as Chao Roland. Being only level 5, they did not qualify to enter Main City 001, only those who complete the level up trial could activate the entry rights to the main city, a necessity as future dungeon difficulties would increase. Particularly with the Void series dungeons, which were despairingly challenging. If one wasn't well prepared before the Void invasion, many wouldn't survive even a week. Wait, let me message the medicine god. Chao Roland quickly opened the chat box where she had added the medicine god to her top contacts and special attention list. Shallow Snow, medicine god, we've arrived outside Main City 001 but we don't have the access to enter. Awkward, I'm not medicine god. Just wait, soon. After Chao Roland took a deep breath, visibly becoming nervous, medicine god told us to wait, he will come out soon. Her voice trembled slightly. Phew. The other three also took a deep breath. They were about to meet their idol and it was natural to feel nervous. They wondered what kind of person medicine god was and whether he was easy to get along with. 5 minutes later, Lin Bei, dressed in a dark purple suit, walked out, immediately drawing gasps from the group. So young, wow, medicine god's outfit is so cool. Just like in the photos, the outfit is indeed stunning. Why does he look familiar to me? The four didn't dare to delay, quickly getting out of the car and walking up to Lin Bei. Medicine god, hello, it's you. Chao Roland was the first to step forward, extending her hand to Lin Bei. Lin Bei paused for a moment upon seeing Chao Roland, surprised that Shallow Snow was actually Chao Roland. He remembered from a past life that Chao Roland didn't use this code name. Medicine god, you know me, Nya Chao. Roland was equally stunned, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly under her mask. She also felt that medicine god looked familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him or if he was a friend. I don't know you, but I've heard of you, Miss Chao. Lin Bei gently took Chao Roland's hand and squeezed it, then smiled and said, let's go, I can't wait to see the dungeon you've discovered. Okay. Chao Roland withdrew her hand, her heart beating a bit faster. She took a deep breath and introduced her three friends to Lin Bei. Medicine god, these are my three teammates. Chao Daji, codename Tornado Old Black, a warrior with a shield and sword. My cousin, Song Yuanshu, codename Swordsman of the Rivers and Lakes, a ranger archer, a good friend of mine. Lu Wenbo, the young master of the Lu's real estate in Haicheng, codename Neighbor Lu. His profession is a guardian and he's the one who discovered the dungeon. Chao Roland introduced the other three. Besides Lu Wenbo, the other two were locals from Ning City and Lin Bei had some impression of them, though not deeply. It seems Song Yuanshu was Chao Roland's loyal follower. Nice to meet you. Lin Bei smiled and shook hands with the three men. Shallow Snow requests to join your team, do you agree? At that moment Chao Roland sent a team request. Lin Bei did not refuse and joined the team. Just as they were about to get into the car, Chao Daji suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his hands. Medicine god, could we take a photo together? Lin Bei looked at Chao Daji, who quickly explained, you're my idol. With a photo, I can brag about it to others. Is that okay, medicine god? Lin Bei nodded, and upon receiving his approval, Chao Daji immediately took out his phone and snapped several photos together. Cough cough. Chao Roland coughed twice and glared at Chao Daji. She also wanted a photo with medicine god but was too shy to say it. Medicine god, please get in the car. She graciously gave up the most comfortable seat in the front passenger side and instead took a seat in the back row and said to Chow Daji, you take the trunk. No way sis, don't mess with me, Chow Daji replied, his smile immediately drooping. 2 minutes later, Chow Daji, clearly reluctant, crawled into the trunk. The armored track vehicle started and turned towards another direction. After a 5-hour journey, the vehicle finally stopped near Haicheng. Lin Bei remarked, this vehicle is steady, but it's too slow. Compared to the armed helicopter that Chen Jianxi used to pick him up, it was significantly slower. Too slow. We've wasted another 5 hours of leveling up time. What are you complaining about? The medicine god's time is no less precious than ours, and he hasn't said a word. Chow Roland glared at them fiercely. She already felt awkward for having wasted so much of the medicine god's time. With his leveling speed, he could have gained a level in 4 to 5 hours, yet these two kept bringing up inconvenient topics. No worries, once you reach level 28 you'll unlock the mount system, which will greatly improve your mobility, Lin Bei said as he jumped off the vehicle and stretched. Hearing this, all four turned to Lin Bei curiously. Mount system? There's a mount system in this game? They all showed a longing expression, imagining how cool it would be to ride various fancy mounts like in regular online games. Medicine god, what kinds of mounts are there? Tell us about it. Chow Daji approached Lin Bei full of curiosity. His admiration for Lin Bei was growing. He felt Lin Bei was like a prophet, navigating the game's rules with ease while others were still groping around. Only what you can't imagine, Lin Bei chuckled, leaving them hanging with his cryptic response. Where's the entrance to the dungeon? Lin Bei quickly changed the subject. Since Lu Wenba had parked here, it was clear that the dungeon entrance was nearby, but a quick scan of the surroundings revealed nothing unusual. Here Lu Wenba and Chow Roland spoke up at the same time, pointing to a dense thicket in the distance. Chow Roland then took the lead, pushing aside the outer branches, revealing a palm-sized gray whirlpool. Such a hidden entrance, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. Random dungeons really depend on luck. I wonder how these guys even found this entrance. Well, let's go in. Lin Bei stepped forward and placed his hand on the gray whirlpool. Whoosh, are we just going in like this? But Chow Roland hadn't finished speaking when Lin Bei had already disappeared. She wanted to discuss the dungeon situation with the medicine god, but he was so confident he just went straight in. You truly are a big shot. Chow Daji gave a thumbs up, then stepped forward into the dungeon. We can't back down now, let's go. Chow Roland shrugged helplessly. At that moment Song Yuanshu frowned and said, this guy is too confident, diving in without even understanding the situation. Roland, let's hang back a bit when we go in. I have a feeling Yaoshan is going to fall here. He had been through this dungeon before and had seen the terror of the monsters inside. Even now thinking about it made his heart flutter. Although Yaoshan was 15 levels higher than them, the monsters here were level 40. Yaoshan was definitely going to take a fall. I have the same feeling. Lu Wenba sighed and shook his head. He might have found some kind of shortcut, which is why he leveled up so quickly. His temperament and other qualities aren't that great, and it probably won't be long before he's overtaken by someone else. He then looked at Chow Roland and said, Roland, this person isn't worth our effort to make connections. Let's go. Chow Roland's expression soured slightly, but she said no more. Contrary to Lu Wenba's view, she thought Yaoshan must have enough confidence, which is why he would enter the dungeon directly. Who was Yaoshan? A legendary city founder, a hero who cleansed hell itself. Could such a person be arrogant and lacking in character? It was nothing more than invincible confidence. Perhaps Yaoshan didn't even consider this dungeon a challenge. Suppressing her thoughts, Chow Roland entered the dungeon. Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu exchanged glances and followed her in. At that moment Lin Bei stood on a vast expanse of yellow-brown land, his expression solemn. It was indeed a Yellow Springs series dungeon characterized by its yellow-brown earth, a gray sky devoid of sun and moon, and the endlessly winding rolling river, the Yellow Springs. Yaoshan, that cluster of black vine plants is just ahead, Chow Roland pointed out as she entered the dungeon. Lin Bei nodded, and once everyone was inside, he said in a calm voice, this dungeon's level is not low. Stick close to me. If you wander off and get sent back to the respawn point, don't blame me for not keeping you safe. With that he walked forward. If he remembered correctly, all dungeons in the Yellow Springs series followed the river forward, depending on the level of the dungeon, including the homeward viewing platform, the Ghost Gate, the Bridge of Helplessness, and the 10 Yama Kings. Even the lowest, the homeward viewing platform, was at least a level 30 to 40 dungeon. Soon the group of 5 arrived at the spot where Chow Roland had taken her photos, a large patch of dark intertwining ghost orchid vines rooted in the Yellow Springs. there's a level 30 corpse ghost here. Chow Roland pointed at the ghost orchid vines ahead, her voice tinged with trepidation. That was where they had been sent back to the respawn point by a single skill from the level 30 corpse ghost. Lin Bei hummed in response but did not stop walking. Seeing Lin Bei march straight forward, Chow Roland frowned worriedly. That was a level 30 corpse ghost with outrageously high damage. Continuing forward like this was akin to seeking death. It would be another matter if Yaoshan was level 30-inch or if Lin Bei was a warrior class. Could it be that Yaoshan is just a level 20 alchemist? Is this for real? Could Yaoshan actually be as Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu described? Marching forward like this is courting death. Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu halted in their steps, not daring to move any further. Only Chao Daji, oblivious and perhaps carefree, raised an eyebrow and continued to follow. Boom! In the next moment, tumultuous waves surged from the distant yellow springs. A corpse ghost towering 4 to 5 meters high crawled out from the murky waters. Its flesh was corroded by the yellow springs, leaving only a ghastly white skeleton that was extremely chilling to look at. Level 30 Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost, Corpse Poison Attack. As soon as the corpse ghost clambered onto the shore, it launched an attack at Lin Bei, spewing a gray-green poisonous mist from its mouth, which rapidly surged towards Lin Bei and Chao Daji. Yaoshan, Chao Daji felt a tightness in his chest. He had been sent back to the respawn point last time because of this corpse poison. Not only does the poison cause severe damage, but it also lasts a long time. Once it touches the body, death is certain. Moreover, the speed of the poison mist is incredibly fast, making it impossible to dodge. Swoosh! In the next moment, both were engulfed by the corpse poison. Run! Upon seeing this, Lu Wenba immediately retreated. Chao Roland was also pulled by Song Yuanshu, running towards the back, escaping the range of the corpse poison. Sigh. After moving to a safe distance, Lu Wenba sighed helplessly while Song Yuanshu couldn't help but speak sarcastically. Roland, the sky is no good either. Chao Roland pursed her lips, feeling somewhat disappointed. Her admiration for Yaoshan suddenly wasn't as fervent. Seeing Chao Roland remain silent, the corners of Song Yuanshu's mouth slightly curled. He had been harboring resentment since Chao Roland always talked about Yaoshan. Now, seeing Yaoshan lose face in front of Chao Roland was immensely satisfying for him. This healing is too intense. However, just as he was secretly rejoicing, a startled shout from Chao Daji came from ahead. The three of them looked up simultaneously, puzzled. They saw Yaoshan and Chao Daji standing amidst the poison mist, surrounded by a faint red halo. The health bar above Chao Daji's head fluctuated dramatically like an EKG: -799, +799. -799, +799, red and green numbers alternately floated up. Chao Daji stood within the corpse poison completely unharmed. How is this possible? Impossible. This corpse poison causes extreme damage. How could he possibly withstand it? Seeing Chao Daji stand unscathed in the poison, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba's eyes nearly popped out, their faces filled with disbelief. They had earlier been sent back to the respawn point together by the corpse ghost and knew well how terrifying the damage from the poison was. Even if Chao Daji was a shield and sword warrior, he could only withstand a second or two more than them. They had been sent back to the respawn point together earlier, so how could Chao Daji now withstand the corpse poison? The only difference this time was the presence of Yaoshan. The three couldn't help but look towards Yaoshan. This glance was careless, nearly causing their brains to shrink, their faces even more shocked. The medicine god doesn't bleed. The attributes of the medicine god are too exaggerated. Seeing the single-digit red numbers floating above Lin Bei's head, the three of them were completely dumbfounded. These were level 30 monsters. Even though the medicine god was level 20, which was 10 levels lower than the corpse ghost, how could he grind down a level 30 monster? The response to their shock was Lin Bei pulling out a bottle of corrosive potion. With a snap, a crisp sound that only Lin Bei and Chao Daji could hear, the originally pristine jade-like bones of the Yomi corpse ghost were immediately corroded into black by the potion, emitting wisps of black smoke. -5,000. 35,000, 40,000. Chao Daji stood next to Lin Bei, exclaiming in disbelief twice. The first exclamation was because of the Yomi corpse ghost swapping 40,000 health points. Previously he had been dispatched before even seeing its health bar. Now, seeing such a thick health bar, his mind was filled with images of muddy prairie horses. Such a thick health bar, even if it stood still and let him attack, would exhaust him to death 3 times over. But then he was shocked by the medicine god's damage, exclaiming a second time, 5,000 damage per second, level 20 against level 30 to deal such high damage? Could this be serious? Is this even reasonable? Swoosh! Lin Bei pulled out 2 more potion bottles, throwing them at the Yomi corpse ghost. Snap, snap, 2 crisp sounds and 2 different types of gray smoke rose at the same time, instantly engulfing the Yomi corpse ghost. The medicine god also uses poison. Seeing this smoke, Xiao Daji shuddered. The smoke looked similar to the corpse poison that the Yomi corpse ghost emitted, probably some kind of poison smoke as well. -1,000, -2,800, -5,000. The next moment 3 strings of red numbers floated above the Yomi corpse ghost's head. Each string of numbers was in the 4 digits. Xiao Daji felt numb. With such damage, he suddenly understood why the medicine god leveled up so quickly, carrying such potent poison. Who could withstand this? Moreover, the last 2 potions had such a wide range, wider than his own villa. No wonder monster farming felt so exhilarating. He decided to ask the medicine god later if he could buy a couple of bottles. Xiao Daji's eyes rolled around, his mind becoming active, and there was also the recently used potion bottle that healed hundreds of health per second. That wasn't just healing. It was like directly transfusing blood into the veins. Imagining a future where he could pull a group of monsters and then throw a potion bottle into the crowd from his backpack, Xiao Daji's smile was harder to suppress than Aka's. Roar! The Yomi corpse ghost let out an angry roar. It was furious. How could it lose so much health in just a moment of distraction? This insignificant ant to cause such terrifying damage to itself. Damn it, kill! The next moment the Yomi corpse ghost lunged toward the 2 men, its huge palm swinging high and then crashing down fiercely like the legendary palm technique that descended from the heavens. The oppressive force of this palm was immense, compressing the air, emitting unbearable cracking sounds as if it was about to smash the 2 into pulp. Medicine god. Xiao Daji broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling and his pants nearly wetted. If it weren't for the knowledge that he wouldn't truly die even if crushed into a pulp, merely losing half his life and returning to the respawn point, he would have cried out for his mother long ago. Yet Lin Bei was utterly fearless. Facing the descending skeletal palm, he kicked Xiao Daji, who was behind him, out of the palm's reach and then straightened his back and delivered a forceful punch upwards. Bang! The enormous palm collided with the small fist, creating a loud noise. The visual impact of this scene was immensely shocking. The mobile-like palm was actually held back by the tiny fist, unable to move a fraction lower. Lin Bei stood firm, not moving an inch. He possessed the heavenly attribute enhancement of Sunset 999. Why should he be afraid? If it really came down to a contest of strength, he might not necessarily be weaker than the Yellow Springs corpse ghost. Moreover, under the rules of the Divine Demon's confrontation game, if you can't break the defense, you simply can't break it. Even if you're a titan, if your attack power is less than my defense, it's just tickling me. At most, it's just visually stunning. Xiao Daji, watching the medicine god confront the corpse ghost with a mortal's body, couldn't help but let out 3 exclamations of awe. The 3 people behind were also shocked, filled with horror. Xiao Ruolin couldn't help but glance towards Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo, curious about their expressions. Weren't they just criticizing the medicine god's temperament a moment ago? And now what's with that expression? You, who were instantly killed by the corpse ghost, dare to judge the medicine god? Is this a joke? Look what it means to confront gods and demons with a mortal's body. Just as they were shocked, 3 types of potions once again inflicted damage on the Yellow Springs corpse ghost, directly clearing its health bar. Clatter! A pile of skeletal remains scattered on the ground like a rain of bones. If the neighbor's dog Wankai saw this, he'd probably dream so happily that bubbles would come out of his nose. Killing the Yellow Springs corpse ghost, he earned 1,000 experience points. Such high experience. Lin Bei was slightly startled. Divided among 5 people, there shouldn't have been so much experience. Although the Yellow Springs corpse ghost was a level 30 elite monster, since it was divided among 5 inch, if it were just him, it would probably have been around 1,500 to 1,800 experience points. Realizing this, he turned to look at Xiao Daji and the others. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a white light of leveling up was emanating from Xiao Daji's head, and he had leveled up 2 levels in a row. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruolin and the other 2 in the distance showed no reaction. Lin Bei immediately understood that because Xiao Ruolin and the others were too far away, even being in the same team, they couldn't share in the experience. This was a balance mechanism to prevent people from freeloading in the team. it turned out to be a boon for Chao Daji, who was much lower level than the Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost, likely triggering an experience bonus allowing him to level up twice in one go. I've leveled up again. Chao Daji, looking at his system panel, was so excited his mouth almost twisted into a smile. In just a short while he had leveled up twice. Teaming up with the medicine god is such a thrill. Chao Daji was thrilled, but the three people behind him were filled with regret, watching helplessly as Chao Daji gained 2 levels while they got nothing. What's going on? We're all on the same team, why didn't we get any experience? Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo looked upset, their hearts bleeding. Just thinking about Chao Daji being 2 levels higher than them felt as uncomfortable as swallowing dead flies. They could accept being at a lower level themselves, but not a friend being higher than them. It's all your fault. Chao Roland was somewhat angry and strode forward. If it weren't for these two not believing in the medicine god, she could have also gained a level or two like Chao Daji, but now she didn't even get a thing. Truly more trouble than worth. From now on, if you were scared, just stay far away and don't hold me back from leveling up. Leaving these words behind, Chao Roland walked up to Lin Bei, gave a thumbs up and said, "Medicine god, you are really awesome, to be able to kill monsters 10 levels higher." Of course, Chao Daji interjected before Lin Bei could speak. The damage medicine god dealt just now was outrageous. Mixing 3 types of potions together, he could deal nearly 10,000 damage per second. Not to mention a level 30 monster, he feels even a level 40 or even 50 monster could be slowly worn down by medicine god. It would just take a bit more time. The key is medicine god also has those clanging transfusion bottles, making him invincible in battle. Now I understand why he is called the medicine god. Lin Bei ignored them and stepped forward to collect the spoils of war. Several white orbs were scattered among the skeletal remains. It seemed the underworld wraith had dropped quite a few items. He gained 200 days of tradable lifespan. Items obtained: bone blade of the underworld wraith, bone armor of the underworld wraith, and a drop of turbid underworld water. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 material, plus 200 days of tradable lifespan. Indeed, the big guy had dropped quite a bounty. Just these 2 pieces of equipment were worth a fortune. Although they were the lowest level in the Underworld series, they were already very rare godly equipment at the early stages. He remembered in his previous life when people had just reached level 30, a bone helmet of the Underworld wraith had been auctioned for the sky-high price of 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. The bone blade and bone armor were clearly more valuable than the bone helmet. As for the drop of turbid underworld water, it was something all Underworld series monsters dropped upon death. But even until Lin Bei was reborn, no one had figured out what this material was for. Medicine god, did you get the equipment? Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo came over eagerly, rubbing their hands, and said, "We mean no harm, just curious about what good stuff this big guy could drop. Can you show it to us to broaden our knowledge?" Hearing this, Lin Bei glanced at them indifferently with no intention of showing the equipment. Just now, during the battle with the Netherworld Corpse Demon, only Chao Daji stood by Lin Bei's side. The other 3, including Chao Roland, stayed far away. Now that equipment had dropped, they suddenly remembered to come over. Yes, it was agreed that both parties would split the rewards 50-50, but if there was any splitting to be done, it should be with Chao Daji not letting these 3 reap benefits for nothing. "What are you looking at? What were you 2 doing when we were fighting the monster?" At this moment, Chao Daji stepped forward. Staring down the 2, he shouted, "The Netherworld Corpse Demon was slain by Yao Shen alone. The spoils rightfully belonged to Yao Shen alone." "What right do you 2 have to demand Yao Shen to share the items?" "Chao Daji, why are you everywhere? We were just looking, we didn't say anything else." The 2's faces turned sour, not expecting Chao Daji to suddenly jump out and support Lin Bei. Whose side was he really on? "Yao Shen, I'll help you gather herbs." Chao Daji glared at the 2, then smiled at Lin Bei and began to gather the eerie vines. He focused on the issue, not the person. It was clear that Yao Shen himself had slain the Netherworld Corpse Demon. These 4 had no right to demand anything. Also, were these 2 idiots really that brainless, offending Yao Shen over a couple of pieces of equipment? What if Yao Shen got upset and didn't bring them along anymore? Didn't they see that just by being with Yao Shen they had leveled up twice as fast? With such leveling speed, let alone 2 pieces of equipment, even 10 wouldn't compare. What Daji said is correct. These spoils should rightfully belong to Yao Shen. Suddenly Chao Roland spoke up. She too felt that Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo were being excessive. They had been the quickest to flee just now, and now they had the gall to come over and split the loot, citing curiosity, but clearly they were after the spoils. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and help Yao Shen gather." After saying this, she ignored the 2 and began to gather eerie vines. In the world of demons and gods, all classes could gather materials, but they didn't have Lin Bei's high level, so their gathering speed was much slower. These siblings were alright, Lin Bei thought to himself. His regard for Lu Wenbo and Song Yuanshu had already plummeted to freezing point. If it weren't for Chao Rolan and Chao Daji, he would have given these two a bottle of chaos potion, sending them back to the resurrection point. Lin Bei wasn't a stingy person, but he hated it most when people demanded things from him. It's good enough that I'm willing to bring you along, take what you're given, and if not, just shut up. Suppressing his annoyance, he began to quickly gather eerie vines, and when the others weren't looking, secretly transplanted 2 vines into his personal space. Soon a large amount of eerie vines had been gathered into everyone's backpacks. Hand over the items. Chao Rolan collected the eerie vines gathered by the 3, and all were traded to Lin Bei. Eerie vines, level 40, a bizarre vine that grows on the edge of Netherworld, thriving on Netherworld water and harboring eerily powerful energies. Scanning the properties of the eerie vines, Lin Bei stored all of them in his backpack. A total of 391 strands of ghost orchid vine, a fruitful harvest. This brings Lin Bei one step closer to crafting the world-ending ghost orchid. Feeling quite pleased, Lin Bei pulled out the bone blade of the Netherworld zombie from his backpack and tossed it to Chao Daji. This piece of equipment is yours now. This is. Chao Daji stared at the massive pale bone blade in his hands, slightly stunned at first. But when he saw the properties of the Netherworld zombie's bone blade, he couldn't help but burst out in excitement. Medicine god, this isn't right. Though he was reluctant to give it up, Chao Daji shook his head. I can't accept such a valuable item without having contributed anything. We agreed on a 50-50 split, so let's stick to that. Lin Bei glanced at Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo, speaking in a calm tone. However, I decide how the split goes. Any objections? No objections. Chao Rolan was the first to regain her composure, hurriedly shaking her head. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo almost ground their teeth to bits, feeling more disgusted than if they had swallowed dead rats, but in order to not be kicked out of the team, they had no choice but to swallow their pride. The 5-person squad continued on. Along the way, they encountered numerous skeletal minions. Under the widespread high damage effects of the chaos potion and the thorny poison potion, the group effortlessly cleared a path. Finally, after nearly half an hour, Lin Bei halted. Ahead was a sea of flowers with green stalks topped with bright red blossoms. The flowers were unusual, not resembling typical petals but rather many slender branches twining around the buds, strikingly beautiful. Amidst the floral sea there stood a large banner. What's that? Chao Daji pointed at the large banner ahead. Chao Rolan, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenbo exchanged glances, then looked towards Lin Bei for answers. Soul summoning banner, Lin Bei said, gazing at the banner. It's the first boss of the Netherworld's nostalgia platform instance, and also the toughest one to beat, the 1000-mile soul summoning banner. The challenge of this stage lies in its simplicity. There are no tricks, just brute force and attributes to smash through. We need to destroy it before the real soul tide arrives. Otherwise, even level 40 professionals can hardly withstand it. But for Lin Bei, this is just a piece of cake. What he lacks in everything, he makes up for in damage. With 3 potions triggered simultaneously, he can deal up to 8,000 plus instant damage, plus area damage from the chaos and thorny poison potions. Even if the soul tide arrives, there's no need to fear. He even considered waiting intentionally for the soul tide, as that would bring a massive amount of experience. Though the monsters in the soul tide don't provide particularly high experience individually, their sheer number is frightening. A single wave of the soul tide could net at least half a level's worth of experience. Let's do this. Lin Bei decided to wait for the soul tide intentionally. You guys wait here for me. This boss is tricky and can be dangerous. Saying this, Lin Bei walked a few steps forward and drew a line on the ground. Do not cross this line before it shattered this banner. He was going to wait for the soul tide and couldn't afford to be distracted in protecting Chao Rolan and the others. This was the range he estimated the soul tide would affect. Even if there were errors, Chao Rolan and the others, being on the edge, could escape to a safe area. But if they crossed that line once the soul tide arrived with their meager 4-dimensional attributes, they would be torn to shreds by the soul tide in minutes. Medicine god. Chao Rolan opened her mouth to speak, but by then Lin Bei had already strode towards the sea of flowers, leaving her no choice but to swallow her words back. Why won't he let us go over there? Could it be more dangerous than the Yellow Springs corpse ghost? Song Yuanshu frowned, staring at Lin Bei's back. I think he has a grudge against us, so he wants to monopolize the experience and spoils of this big flag. Indeed, how dangerous could this chess piece be? Lu Wenbo nodded in agreement. By this time Lin Bei had already reached the big flag and there was no reaction from it, clearly indicating that Lin Bei was exaggerating the danger. Most likely, as Song Yuanshu said, he had a problem with them and did not want to share the experience and equipment. No, can you stop assuming the worst in people? Xiao Daji was displeased with their petty talk and couldn't help but retort, the medicine god must have his reasons for not letting us cross this line. Your thinking is too narrow. How come I never realized you were like this before? What, Xiao Daji, are you out of your mind? Song Yuanshu frowned, glaring at Xiao Daji and scolded. Which side are you on, always speaking for others? Just because he helped you level up twice you treat him like a godfather, like a groveling dog. It's a disgrace to the Chao family. Who are you calling a disgrace? Xiao Daji stood his ground. The two were about to come to blows when Chao Roland coldly snorted and commanded, shut up, Song Yuanshu, if you're looking for trouble leave my team now, and Daji, hold your tongue. Chao Roland pulled the two apart, then looked at the line drawn by Lin Bei and said, the medicine god told us to wait here, so we'll wait here. If anyone doubts the medicine god, feel free to follow him and see. I have no objections, but if you encounter danger, don't blame others. She too harbored some doubts. The medicine god had already started fighting with the flag and didn't seem to encounter any danger. However, she didn't want to be misunderstood by the medicine god, so she chose to follow his words. -1,000. 49,000, 50,000. In the distance, Lin Bei was already battling with the soul summoning flag, but he didn't use all three types of potions, only the chaos potion, fearing that the flag wasn't resilient enough and might be destroyed before the soul tide arrived. As the damage numbers floated up, the 1,000-mile soul summoning flag immediately launched an attack, the blood-red flag shimmering with a faint red glow. A blood-red skull flew out from it, opening its bloody maw and biting towards Lin Bei. Bang! The blood-red skeleton bit into Lin Bei's shoulder, dealing him 35 points of damage. This damage was actually not low, but because Lin Bei's resistances were so high, he only lost 35 points of health. If it had been Xiao Daji or the others, this single attack could have sent them back to the respawn point, and this was just a normal attack from the soul summoning banner. When the health dropped to 80%, it would summon the soul tide, revealing its truly terrifying power. However, this scene made Lu Wenbo and Song Yuanshu even more convinced that Yao Shen intended to monopolize the experience and spoils from this banner. Perhaps the rewards offered by the banner were especially good, which is why Yao Shen had tried to scare them off with dire warnings. Let's go and see, said Song Yuanshu, nudging Lu Wenbo's arm and giving him a meaningful glance. Seeing this, Lu Wenbo glanced at Chao Roland and, unable to suppress his curiosity, nodded. He and Song Yuanshu crossed the line on the ground and walked towards the sea of flowers. You too? Xiao Daji frowned as he saw the two of them cross the line. Chao Roland also furrowed her brows but stopped Xiao Daji, shaking her head. Let them go. They won't stop until they've learned their lesson. I'm just afraid that it won't be a simple lesson and they might end up being sent straight back to the respawn point. It shouldn't be that bad. I saw that the banner's damage isn't that high, Chao Roland said, having seen that Lin Bei only lost 35 points of health. That's why she didn't call out to stop Lu Wenbo and Song Yuanshu. Yao Shen only lost about 30 points of health in one hit. Even if their attributes aren't as high as Yao Shen's, they would lose at most 300 points in one hit. Could Yao Shen's attributes really be more than 10 times higher than theirs? By then, the soul summoning banner's health had dropped to 79%. Boom! The soul summoning banner changed its attack mode. Ripples spread out rapidly from the banner as its center. Skill: Summon Soul Tide. The next moment, countless blood-red skeletons rose from the netherworld, rushing towards Lin Bei and the two behind him, Lu Wenbo. The number was uncountable, and this was just the beginning. When the real soul tide arrived, tens of thousands of fierce souls would cover the sky, truly a sight of despair. What in the world is this? Run! Lu Wenbo's face changed. They had just reached the vicinity of the Sea of Flowers when they saw numerous blood-red skeletons with ferocious gaping mouths rushing toward them. The two broke into a run, but how could their speed compare to these fierce spirits? In almost the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a dozen fierce souls which began viciously tearing at them. Yao Shen, save us, Yao Shen! The two screamed tragically as their health bars rapidly decreased. Faced with their cries for help, Lin Bei didn't even spare them a glance. He had noticed earlier that they had crossed the line but couldn't be bothered to speak further. Good advice is wasted on the doomed. Within just a few seconds the two were torn to pieces, their voices stretched thin. Two beams of white light emerged from their shredded corpses, and a dozen fierce souls pounced voraciously, sucking away their lifespans. Although the souls of Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu returned to the respawn point, their complexions were terribly pale, not just from their mood, but because their vitality had been greatly sapped. It looked like they hadn't recovered from a serious illness, or as if a female ghost had drained their life energy. Damn it, the medicine god won't even save us. Song Yuanshu kicked a small stone beside him angrily. Lu Wenba sighed, a bitter smile on his face. Forget it, what can we do when our level is so low? Let's see if we can find a way back into the dungeon. This time entering the dungeon, the two of them gained nothing and even died once. They needed to quickly find a way back, or else their loss would be too great. Humph, Song Yuanshu snorted coldly, clenching his fists. I really misjudged Xiao Daji before. How could this guy be such a suck-up, benefiting that fool? Thinking about how Xiao Daji not only leveled up twice but also obtained an item from the Yellow Springs series while they got nothing made his liver ache with spasms of pain. In the dungeon, Xiao Rolan and Xiao Daji saw the two men die and their faces immediately turned pale, hurriedly searching for the medicine god among the soul tide. At the same time they were extremely shocked. What was happening? Why did so many fierce souls suddenly appear? Could the medicine god withstand them? They clearly remembered that the medicine god had just been under that large banner, but now that spot was overwhelmed by countless fierce souls. If the medicine god couldn't hold on, they would have to quickly leave the dungeon, otherwise once they attracted the monster's hatred they would be sent back to the resurrection point in minutes. They had already lost half their lifespan and didn't want to die a second time. Sister Roland quickly checked the team interface. Just then Xiao Daji suddenly shouted excitedly. Xiao Roland was startled, slightly stunned by his words, and then opened the team interface. Sister Roland looked quickly. The medicine god is still alive and his health hasn't dropped at all. Xiao Daji's face was full of excitement as he danced around. The medicine god is really fierce, surrounded by so many monsters, and yet he hasn't lost a drop of blood. Strange. Xiao Roland also noticed something odd. The medicine god, unlike Lu Wenba and the others, wasn't kicked out of the team, which meant he was still in the dungeon and his health bar hadn't moved. Could it really be, as Daji said, that the medicine god hadn't lost a drop of blood? How was that possible? With so many fierce souls, how could not a single drop of blood be lost? Suddenly, she thought of the potions used by the medicine god, some of which were area attacks. Could it be that these fierce souls were killed by the area effect of the potions before they could even get close? Xiao Roland's heart trembled. It seemed very likely. The medicine god had shown strong offensive capabilities when fighting the Yellow Springs zombies earlier, and it seemed reasonable that these minor monsters couldn't get close to him, but this was still incredibly fierce. She looked forward at the large number of fierce souls, envy appearing in her eyes. So many monsters, that would be so much experience. Indeed, as she guessed, Lin Bei stood under the 1,000-mile soul banner, directly laying down a large amount of chaotic potions, and those fierce souls couldn't even get close to him. Their forms and spirits annihilated within the chaotic area. Kill fierce soul, gain 15 experience points. Kill fierce soul, gain 15 experience points. The malevolent spirits are merely summoned creatures providing limited experience. However, their vast numbers ensure a substantial total. With at least 10,000 spirits in this surge, the experience bar climbs slowly, much like a thermometer during a fever, nearly full within mere seconds. Yet he had intentionally reduced his damage output, using only a potion for defense, and still, the thousandly soul banner could hardly withstand it. Its health bar rapidly depleting. What a pity. Lin Bei reluctantly gazed at the continuous stream of malevolent spirits approaching from afar and sighed. So much experience wasted. 5 seconds later, the health bar of the thousandly soul banner was completely depleted. Boom! The blood-red banner exploded violently, leaving behind only a wisp of blue smoke that slowly dispersed in the air. Killing the thousandly soul banner, you gain 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 21. A beam of leveling up light shone above Lin Bei's head. Level 21, the surge of spirits had almost filled his experience bar, and the additional 2,000 points from the thousandly soul banner directly elevated Lin Bei to level 21. Time to collect the spoils. Lin Bei felt somewhat unsatisfied. Grinding experience here was indeed thrilling. He obtained 511 days of tradable lifespan. Items acquired: a fragment of the thousandly soul banner. Blue, a drop of murky Yellow Springs water. Surprisingly, he gained over 500 days of tradable lifespan. Lin Bei was astonished. The thousandly soul banner had granted so much lifespan, unlike the earlier void eye and the spirit of Xiangyu, which had only given 200 to 300 days. And what about this fragment of the Thousandly Soul banner equipment? He opened his inventory to check the items. Thousandly Soul banner's fragment. Blue, a mage's weapon plus 200 intelligence, 100% magic recovery increase, and a 10% chance to summon a minor spirit surge during skill release requiring level 30 or above. Minor Spirit Surge summons 9 malevolent spirits that attack indiscriminately within a range lasting 10 seconds, with the spirits possessing 20% of the user's total attributes. This equipment attribute is quite impressive. Lin Bei nodded, stowing the equipment in his bag. The stats of the Thousandly Soul banner's fragment were average, being a level 30 item. Adding 200 intelligence might seem significant, but it wasn't particularly high. However, the 10% chance to summon a minor spirit surge was quite powerful. Summoning 9 spirits with 20% of his own attributes could significantly increase his damage output. He decided not to give this equipment to Chao Roland. He had already been generous enough to give Chao Daji a Yellow Springs Ghoul's Bone Blade, and this dungeon run hadn't been a pleasant experience. It lacked the enjoyable atmosphere of working with the military. Medic, are you alright? Chao Daji and Chao Roland approached. Lin Bei shook his head and said softly, looking ahead, one last boss and we'll have cleared it. The difficulty of the Yellow Springs Hometown Lookout dungeon wasn't high and the map was straightforward, featuring only a few miscellaneous monsters, 2 elite creatures, Yellow Springs Ghoul and Thousandly Soul banner, and 1 dungeon boss. If Lin Bei remembers correctly, the boss of the Netherworld Lookout stage instance should be a golden level boss, the Ineroding Ghost. Are we done already? Chao Roland was slightly stunned. This was too fast. Aside from the experience gained from those miscellaneous monsters, she hadn't managed to obtain anything else, and now it seemed to be ending already. Don't worry, the rewards from the Ineroding Ghost will be substantial. You won't have come here for nothing. Lin Bei seemed to read Chao Roland's mind and spoke up. Then he looked up at the vast sea of flowers beside him, his eyes burning with passion. Hellflowers, level 40 flowers bloom on the other side. When the flowers bloom, the leaves are unseen. When the leaves appear, the flowers are gone. Neither flower nor leaf can be seen. Love does not stem from cause and effect. Fate dictates life and death. Would you like to collect them now? Such a large patch of hellflowers, no less than the dark orchid vine. This instance was truly worth it. Looking at the sea of flowers, Lin Bei's mood visibly improved. He immediately transplanted 2 hellflowers into his personal space, then started to rapidly collect them. With these hellflowers, he only needed the Ineroding herb to be able to concoct the Divine Healer profession's exclusive potion, the Apocalypse Dark Orchid, and since the Ineroding herb lacks shady energy, it typically grows in areas where Ineroding ghosts are active, which means he might be able to gather all 3 ingredients in this one instance. Seeing this, Chao Roland and Chao Daji also joined in the collection effort. Minutes later, a large patch of hellflowers was completely harvested, just like the Dark Orchid vine, all handed over to Lin Bei by Chao Roland. Looking at the 268 hellflowers in his backpack, the unpleasant experience caused by Lu Wenbo and his companion evaporated at this moment. He was eager to defeat the Ineroding Ghost and find the Ineroding herb to make the Apocalypse Dark Orchid. Let's go, the main event is next. Lin Bei looked into the distance again, pulling out 2 bottles of Chaos Potion from his backpack. Chao Daji and Chao Roland had helped him collect the Dark Orchid vine and hellflowers, and the coordinates of this instance were also provided by them. It was only right to help them level up. Stay close to me. This round should get you both up 2 levels. Thanks, Divine Healer. Upon hearing this, their hearts shook. Leveling up 2 levels, he made it sound so easy. If it were outside, they might not achieve 2 levels even after 3 to 5 days of grinding. Clap, clap, clap. Without any pause, Lin Bei liberally spread the Chaos Potion as if it cost him nothing. Chao Daji and Chao Roland followed closely behind, wincing at the sight. The potion was highly damaging, and using it so liberally seemed rather wasteful. Since it's an area attack, we should first gather the monsters together before using the potion. That could at least save half of the potion. Even if it was self-made, it shouldn't be wasted like this. Even Chao Roland, the heiress of the Chao Corporation, felt that Lin Bei was being wasteful. A bottle of this potion was worth at least 100 days of tradable lifespan, equivalent to hundreds of thousands in cash. Hundreds of thousands again and again, watching Lin Bei throwing out bottle after bottle of Chaos Potion, she became numb. Even she had never spent money like this. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at a valley. The Styx meandered through the valley, racing along a narrow gorge, and at the bend stood a very tall platform. At first glance, it was impossible to count the number of steps as if it was as tall as the adjacent mountain. This was the nostalgia platform, and the dungeon boss, the erosion ghost, was atop it. Lin Bei pointed upwards towards the platform and said, "This boss doesn't deal much damage, you can join me in fighting it." The two nodded, then looked suspiciously at Lin Bei. "The boss doesn't deal much damage? How come it sounds like Yaoshan has been here before?" Lin Bei, unaware of their suspicion, continued to introduce the dungeon. This platform, called the Nostalgia Platform, is the first stop for souls heading to the underworld. Stepping onto this platform is akin to entering the realm of the underworld. Living beings are not allowed to enter the underworld. Once they do, they will lose 1% of their health every second. If there isn't sufficient healing, it's very likely you won't make it to the top of the platform before needing to respawn. Losing 1% health every second, Xiao Daji and Xiao Roland's faces paled slightly. Although 1% per second didn't seem much, the continuous loss was a concern and they had no means of healing, so their gaze turned to Yaoshan. Knowing what they were worried about, Lin Bei took out 2 small red potions from his bag, giving them a healing buff. "Let's go." He then threw a red potion on himself and quickly walked towards the platform. Along the way they encountered no other monsters. The constant health loss of 1% per second was already enough to deter most adventurers, and if more monsters were placed, no one would be able to pass this dungeon. 5 minutes later, the three reached the top of the platform. On the square platform, a huge ghost floated in midair, dressed in tattered clothes, with a green face and sharp teeth, utterly hideous. Swoosh! Suddenly, the ghost opened its eyes. They were like copper bells, flickering with pale blue flames as it licked its lips at the trio. "The taste of humans. It has been so long, no living person has dared to step into the underworld for ages." The cold and hoarse voice came from all directions, creating an eerie feeling. Although the ghost was right in front of them, the voice seemed to whisper right into their ears, like something crawling on their backs, making their skin crawl. "Damn, what the hell is this thing?" Xiao Daji's skin goosebumped. "This is way too scary." Although Xiao Roland didn't speak, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her nervousness. Only Lin Bei remained calm, his attention not on the erosion ghost but on the few deep blue grasses emerging from the cracks in the blue bricks behind and to the right of the ghost. Erosion grass, a pity there were only 4 or 5 plants, but with Yaoshan's unique personal space they could soon grow a bunch. "I'll draw its aggro, you two try to deal as much damage as you can. Watch out for when its health drops to 70%, it will unleash a skill. Make sure to run away in advance," Lin Bei said, charging straight towards the erosion ghost. Hearing this, Xiao Daji quickly swung his rusty greatsword and shielded himself with his rusty round shield. Following closely, Xiao Roland also waved her staff, beginning to chant the fireball spell. Lin Bei led the attack, throwing a bottle of chaos potion at the erosion ghost. With a pop, the potion took effect and the ghost immediately lost 1,000 health. However, the next moment, with a swoosh, the ghost escaped from the chaos zone, then opened its huge maw, launching a series of sonic attacks at Lin Bei. "Forgot this thing has a long attack range," Lin Bei chuckled coldly, unfazed. He then dumped the last dozen bottles of chaos potion from his backpack, instantly covering every corner of the platform with a chaotic zone. At the same time, he spread the thorny poison potion across the entire platform, and the corrosive potion hit the erosion ghost right on the forehead. "Long attack range? Let's see if you can escape to the bottom of the stage." The ghost, injured, immediately sidestepped. But soon it realized that no matter how it dodged, it couldn't escape the poison's attack, as the entire platform was engulfed in a terrifying poison fog. Its health began to plummet rapidly, -5,000, -2,800, -1,000. 3 strings of red numbers continuously floated above the ghost's head. The erosion ghost let out a piercing scream, causing pain in the trio's eardrums, and red numbers also appeared above their heads. Ghost King's Roar, a wide indiscriminate attack, although not very high in single damage, it was effective due to its large range, affecting anyone on the platform. It was supposed to be a useful group attack skill, but upon affecting the trio, the ghost was dumbfounded. Why weren't they losing health? This is Wangxiang Terrace, and it had just used Ghost King's Roar. How come these 3 aren't losing health? No, it wasn't that they weren't losing health, they were immediately regaining it after taking damage. Was such healing even reasonable? Fireball. In response to the erosion ghost, Xiao Roland chanted out her fireball spell. A fireball the size of an adult's fist fell from the sky, smacking right into the ghost's face. -1, it didn't break the defense. The damage was low, but the insult was severe. However, the Een Erosion Ghost exploded in anger. Night Parade of 100 Demons. It immediately released its strongest skill, its towering body bursting open and transforming into countless ghostly creatures the size of wash basins resembling bats sweeping towards the trio. Run to the edge, Lin Bei shouted to the others. The ghostly creatures, each possessing 100% of the Een Erosion Ghost's attributes, were too much for anyone to withstand if they attacked all at once. But there was a flaw in this skill. Most of the ghostly creatures were concentrated in the center of the platform with far fewer near the edges. As long as one was agile, it was easy to dodge, and even if one couldn't completely avoid them, having the 100-fold boost from the small red potion, getting hit by one or two wouldn't be lethal. In the central area, even a formidable fighter like Lin Bei, without resorting to his steel compound, would have to concede defeat to the northwest. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, two figures dashed madly towards the edge of the platform. Lin Bei himself moved to the nearest side, dodging and weaving at the edge to avoid the onslaught of spectral ghosts. 5 seconds later, all the ghosts regathered at the center of the platform, coalescing into a massive form with a ghastly pale face and ferocious fangs. Yet at this moment its massive head was filled with questions. It was the first time it had encountered these three people, but why? It seemed as though these three had seen right through it, even knowing how to counter its strongest skill, the Night Parade of 100 Demons. What was the point in fighting? Seeing its health bar nearing depletion, the ghost's morale exploded in frustration. Damn it, Lin Bei didn't give it any chance to resist, promptly activating his devastating skill, Sunset of the Shaking Heaven. Lin Bei held a golden bow in his hand from which countless beams of golden light descended like rain, smashing towards him and forming a layer of golden armor over his body. What the heck is this skill? Chao Daji, watching from behind, was so impressed that he burst into exclamations of awe. It was just too cool. It felt like a deity descending from the heavens. Even the usually calm Chao Roland covered her mouth in shock. My heavens, this is. The ghost sensed something was amiss and looked down towards Lin Bei. That look alone seemed to completely shatter its already fragile morale. Divine power? How does he possess divine power? Why, the ghost's eyes nearly popped out of its skull as it internally screamed in madness. There's no way to fight this. Just kill me. At this moment it desperately wanted to be slain, to end this unfair battle. Whoosh. As Lin Bei released the bowstring, all the golden light coalesced onto the great bow, turning into a brilliantly glowing golden arrow that shot towards the ghost with a thunderous speed. Bang! The golden arrow pierced through the ghost's chest, and its huge ghastly face exploded with a loud bang. If one looked closely, there was actually a smile of relief on its fierce face. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh! 4 or 5 white orbs flew out from where the ghost exploded, scattering across the platform, killing the eroded ghost. Golden earns 2,800 experience points. Lin Bei gained 2,800 experience points, and Chao Daji and Chao Roland, benefiting from an experience buff, gained even more, with Chao Roland jumping 2 levels from level 5 to level 7. So many spoils of war! Chao Daji exclaimed joyously, looking at the white orbs on the ground, but he did not touch the spoils, waiting instead for Lin Bei to collect them. Seeing this, Chao Roland suppressed her curiosity and also looked towards Lin Bei. Without the medicine god, they wouldn't even have gotten past the first monster, the Hades corpse ghost. It was a great honor to level up in the dungeon with the medicine god. The spoils of battle, it was agreed, should be distributed by the medicine god himself. Lin Bei, without any hesitation, began gathering the loot. He acquired 186 days of tradable lifespan. Among the items he picked up were the spectral cloak of the Een Eroded Ghost, blue grade, the soul shard of the Een Eroded Ghost, and a drop of turbid nether water. This equipment won't be of use to you, Lin Bei commented as he examined the properties of the Een Eroded Ghost's cloak, addressing Chao Daji and Chao Roland. It's an agility-based item, indeed not suitable for either of you. Both nodded in agreement, not daring to voice any objections. After distributing the loot, Lin Bei quickly moved forward to transplant all the Een Eroded grass he found on the ground into his personal space. Unfortunately, he could only find 10 stalks at the morning platform. Fortunately, his personal space was equipped with an automatic propagation feature which would soon yield a large patch of Een Eroded grass. Otherwise, those 10 stalks would only be enough to concoct a single bottle of world-ending Yulon. Leaving the instance, the trio boarded the armored track vehicle parked by the roadside. This time, Chao Daji didn't have to ride in the trunk as they needed him to drive. After a half-day's journey, they finally returned to Ningqing County. After bidding farewell to his companions, Lin Bei headed straight for Main City 001. he wasn't in a hurry to concoct the world-ending Yulon. Instead, he waited for the eroded grass to reproduce in his personal space. He had collected plenty of otherworldly flowers and Yulon vines, but the amount of eroded grass was too scarce. Waiting 2 more days for the 10 stalks to reproduce before extracting some for the concoction wouldn't be too late. In a blink 3 days passed. Already a few professionals had surged to level 10, with the most ambitious leading the pack. 2 days ago they had messaged Lin Bei to inquire about the choice of difficulty for the leveling trials. Lin Bei had firmly advised them, if they weren't willing to lose half their lifespan, they should stick to the normal mode. Those willing to take risks might try the hard mode. As for anything more terrifying, they shouldn't even consider it. 3 days should have been enough for substantial propagation. Lin Bei sat on his bed and entered his personal space. From 10 stalks to 20-inch and then from 20 to 40, the medicinal patch was now lush with eroded grass. Oddly enough, while other herbs had propagated, the wishing tree remained a lone stalk, showing no signs of division. Without hesitation, Lin Bei took out 9 stalks of eroded grass ready to concoct the world-ending Yulon. He also pulled out 9 otherworldly flowers and 9 segments of Yulon vine from his backpack. Holding the 27 stalks of raw materials in his hands, he was filled with anticipation. What properties would this medicine god's exclusive elixir, the world-ending Yulon, possess? Lin Bei activated the void cauldron, drawing the 27 stalks of materials into it. True to its name as a concoction exclusive to a medicine god, the process took unusually long this time, a whole 2 to 3 minutes. Finally, the void cauldron shook, not with the usual burst of white light, but with billowing black smoke. With a buzz, the lid of the void cauldron burst open. A pitch-black potion slowly emerged from the void cauldron and landed in Lin Bei's hands. This potion bottle had a bizarre design resembling a skull. Holding it, one could feel a strong surge of energy, indicating it was no ordinary item. Lin Bei held his breath and opened the potion's properties. Apocalypse Orchid, exclusive. Apocalypse Orchid, exclusive, delivers a devastating strike to the targeted area, inflicting 100,000 points of explosive damage on enemies within the area. Subsequently, a hellflower will bloom at the site, poisoning all enemies in the area, causing them to lose 20,000 life points per second for 10 seconds. 100,000 points of explosive damage. Lin Bei gasped in astonishment. Such properties were incredibly powerful. Monsters below level 60 would be instantly annihilated, and even those above level 60 would lose a significant amount of health. Moreover, the Apocalypse Orchid also had a poisoning effect lasting 10 seconds, with a total of 200,000 damage points. Lin Bei could hardly imagine any creature withstanding such damage. It was a pity the effect only lasted for 10 seconds. Lin Bei licked his lips in regret. Unfortunately, only the large red and blue potions had enhanced duration. Other potions did not receive such benefits. If only the duration of Apocalypse Orchid were longer, he felt he would be invincible. Even the 4 holy beasts would crumble like paper before him. Even with just 10 seconds of duration, it could still instantly kill all monsters and bosses below level 60. This was not just any potion, it was akin to a nuclear bomb. Planning to craft a few more iron elixirs, Lin Bei clenched his fists, thinking to himself, the level 20 hell difficulty trial was much harder than the level 10 one, requiring thorough preparation. However, with Apocalypse Orchid and a few more iron elixirs, he felt almost unstoppable. Deciding to act immediately, Lin Bei took out the remaining 32 tribulus fruits from his backpack and began crafting. Item obtained, Iron Elixir *1. Iron Elixir *1 inch wishful empty hand. Iron Elixir *1 earning 1 evolution point. 15 iron elixirs would be sufficient for a while. After using 13 tribulus fruits to craft 15 iron elixirs, Lin Bei stored the remaining fruits. His current attributes were quite robust and he didn't really need more iron elixirs. He decided to save the rest of the tribulus fruits for crafting poison tribulus potions and also gained an evolution point. Lin Bei then opened his skill panel and allocated the acquired evolution point to his potion mastery, boosting its amplification effect from 100 times to 104 times. Afterwards, he reorganized and refined all the potions in his backpack. Currently, he had a good stock of small red potions, while the Chaos Potion had been used up in the Yellow Springs Nostalgia platform instance, and only about 40 poison tribulus potions remained. Opening the auction system, Lin Bei impulsively threw all the equipment below level 20 from his backpack into the auction, keeping only the newly acquired bone armor of the Nether Ghoul and the cloak of the Shadowy Ghost. these items could sell for at least tens of thousands of days of tradable lifespan. Moreover, as people's levels gradually increased, the demand for equipment above level 10 grew significantly. Importantly, after some time, everyone had accumulated a considerable amount of tradable lifespan, meaning the prices for equipment were likely to be even higher than before. Lin Bei thought to himself that even tens of thousands of days might be an underestimate. After listing the equipment, Lin Bei sent reminder messages to both Xiong Jojo Qianong and Dong Bei Dai Zhanshun. He then opened the auction system and began a massive buying spree. He purchased 19 heart-nourishing herbs, 78 more of the same, 99 spirit-nourishing herbs, 1 jus fruit and 3 heartbreak grass. Apart from the basic materials, heart-nourishing herb and spirit-nourishing herb, he bought all the herbs above level 10 as long as the prices were reasonable. In the end, he acquired 1,000 heart-nourishing herbs, 879 spirit-nourishing herbs, 4 jus fruits, 13 heartbreak grasses and 3 segments of ghost orchid vine. He was preparing to concoct chaos potions. Without resting, Lin Bei crafted 100 bottles of chaos potion in one go. Currently, Chaos Potion offered the best cost-performance ratio. It could be used like a hand grenade in dungeons, allowing indiscriminate bombing without any regrets. Once he had prepared enough potions, Lin Bei left the main city and headed to the second trial tower outside the city. Identical to the first, this dark ancient tower stood several kilometers in front of City 001 inch with a vague area behind it. Only by passing the level 20 upgrade trial could one unlock the new maps beyond level 20. Without hesitation, Lin Bei entered the trial tower. The options were: normal, recommended for teams of 2 to 5, hard, recommended for teams of 5, terror, highly dangerous, nightmare, extremely dangerous, hell, death is almost certain. As usual, there were 5 levels, and without a second thought, Lin Bei chose the hell difficulty. As soon as he selected hell difficulty, a prompt appeared. Warning: hell difficulty is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to enter the hell difficulty upgrade trial? Warning: once entered, the death probability is 999%. Lin Bei ignored the warning and confirmed his choice. He was fully prepared, specifically aiming for the hell difficulty. Naturally, he had nothing to hesitate about. With a whoosh, the space around him blurred, followed by a dizzying sensation. When he set foot on the ground again, he found himself in a mine tunnel, the Void Mine Tunnel. Lin Bei had visited this place in his previous life, but this time being hell difficulty, the void monsters here were far more numerous and challenging than those in the void nest. Roar! Just as Lin Bei adjusted to the dim light of the mine tunnel, a furious roar echoed ahead. A level 20 void crawler, shaking its head vigorously, charged forward. Despite its bulky appearance, its movement was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, its gaping maw aiming for Lin Bei's lower leg. Snap! A chaos potion shattered on the ground, engulfing the void crawler. Minus 1,040. 5,967,000. Lin Bei squinted at the health bar of the void crawler. A level 20 void crawler had twice the health of a level 10 one. Thankfully, he had prepared plenty of chaos potions and thornapple potions. Otherwise, dealing with these brutes would be quite troublesome. Opting not to waste his thornapple potions, Lin Bei decided to face the void crawler head-on. His dual resistance was high, and the void crawler, despite its persistent biting, barely made a dent in his health, while the chaos potion effortlessly wiped out its health bar. Roar! A wretched scream sounded as the void crawler collapsed to the ground with a thud. Killing the void crawler, Lin Bei gained 1,000 experience points. The creature had double the health and thus provided double the experience. Seeing the experience gained, Lin Bei nodded. It was more than he had anticipated. Onward! Picking up the tradable lifespan on the ground, Lin Bei held a chaos potion in each hand and hurried along the mine tunnel. Snap, snap, snap! Chaos potions laid a path of destruction. Numerous void crawlers and void marauders fell rapidly, filling up Lin Bei's experience bar, which soon rose by half. While Lin Bei bulldozed through the hell level upgrade trial at level 20 far away in Kyoto, a level 10 team arrived at the base of Kyoto's trial tower. There are 5 difficulty levels. Which one shall we choose? The team leader, a sword and shield warrior, had just checked the difficulty levels of the upgrade trials. He was tempted to challenge the hell level difficulty, but he was also worried. What if they couldn't make it through? After all, dying meant losing half of one's lifespan, and he couldn't decide alone. He needed to hear everyone's opinion. I say we take on the hell difficulty. If Medicine God can solo it, why can't we 5 strong? Let's do the hell difficulty, boss. We're probably the first group to enter the upgrade trials besides Medicine God. If we can get through the hell difficulty, it'll definitely cause a national sensation. Hearing the captain's words, all 4 teammates spoke up, surprisingly unanimous in their desire to tackle the hell difficulty. Are we sure about challenging the hell difficulty? The sword and shield warrior asked his teammates once more. The 4 were resolute. Confirmed. Upon hearing this, the warrior hesitated no longer and shouted, all right, hell difficulty it is. If Medicine God, a mere alchemist, can solo the hell difficulty, there's no reason we can't. It's settled then, we're doing the hell difficulty. With it, he placed his hand on the trial tower. Select hell difficulty. Whoosh. A suction force enveloped them and the surroundings whirled dizzyingly. The 5 appeared in a pristine jungle, gazing at the towering ancient trees around them with curiosity. I thought the hell difficulty would be terrifying, but it seems it's not so much after all. The woman known by the nickname Milk Lover in the team waved her wand to the audience in the livestream and greeted them. Brothers, get ready. We're about to start the hell mode tier trial. Please be patient. She had been a streamer for a while but never quite hit it big. However, with the advent of the era where everyone switched careers, her live streams of leveling up in the wilderness suddenly caught fire. Now, she is one of the hottest streamers on the Muyu gaming platform, with millions tuning in daily to watch her team's live streams. They had even started hyping up the event 3 days earlier, announcing on forums, Weibo, and other media platforms that they would be taking on the hell mode tier trial. Hence, she had started the live stream even before entering. 169 million viewers were in the live stream, eagerly waiting to see what this hell mode trial was all about. Meng Long Wei Jiang commented, this so-called hell mode doesn't look that tough. Satuashan Yanlang replied, you can't tell much from the environment, monster attributes are what really matter. Better be careful. Hey added, don't just stand there. Milk Lover, move forward and let's see what the monster attributes are like here. A flurry of comments whizzed through the live stream chat. Even some renowned figures from the online gaming world who had previously caused major uproars entered Milk Lover's livestream. They too had reached level 10 but were not rushing to progress through the tier trial. Instead, they were watching, preferring to first observe others' performances. After all, dying once meant losing half of one's lifespan, which was crucial both personally and in the game, a major setback if things went wrong. Coincidentally, a 5-person team was live streaming their first attempt at the trial, and naturally, they were happy to tune in for a first-person view of the hell mode tier trial. In a villa in Kyoto, Shallow Dream sat on a sofa facing a man who had also reached level 10. Shallow Dream, how do you think Old Cow and their team will fare in the hell mode? The man codenamed Jing Long asked as he sipped tea from the table. The team leader of the live streaming group, known by the nickname Nyoemo Ba Wang, was the son of a big shot in the Jing circle and had previously set up an esports club with some acquaintance with Shallow Dream. Shallow Dream, who was watching the live stream, looked up and shook her head. I don't have high hopes for them. They are likely to fail. The strength of the monsters doesn't need further mention. I had only considered the hard mode before. As for the hell mode, she shook her head helplessly. Although I don't know how Yaoshin managed to get through it. Someone who could outlevel her by over 10 levels must be extraordinary, perhaps finding some special mechanics, or perhaps even more skilled than her. They are much stronger than them. Just because someone else can make it through hell mode doesn't mean they can. People need to be aware of their own limits. You're really not optimistic about them, huh? Jinglong burst into laughter upon hearing this, idly playing with his teacup. I think the same as you, old Miao, and the others are too reckless. Trying the terror difficulty might have been possible, but hell mode is indeed too tough. However, I guess they just want to use this event to boost their club's fame. If they find it unfeasible, they'll surely pull out. After all, whether they succeed in this initial raid or not, they'll still attract a huge amount of traffic. Shen Meng nodded slightly, seemingly uninterested in the topic. Just then Jinglong whispered, I just got insider info from my old man. Many from the military have already passed the promotion trials, all choosing the normal mode. Oh, Chen Meng finally showed interest. At that moment the robust and steady voice of Nilma Bawang came through the livestream. Let's go check out what's ahead. Is it starting? Watch the live stream first. Jinglong raised an eyebrow and immediately entered the live stream hosted by Loves Drinking Milk. In the virtual dungeon at that moment, team leader Nilma Bawang shook his head, signaling his 4 teammates, and took the lead into the dungeon. Unlike the female mage, who was less vigilant, he tightly gripped his shield in his left hand and held his sword ready in his right, prepared to unleash skills and counterattack at any moment. The other 3 members also vigilantly scanned their surroundings, except for Loves Drinking Milk, who was streaming live, casually chatting with his viewers. At the back, focusing on creating an entertaining show, suddenly a strange clicking noise echoed from a distance. click click click. Following that, a purple creature over 2 meters long emerged from the primitive jungle, its body covered in purple spines resembling a giant hedgehog. Its large eyes were white without visible pupils, giving it a bizarre appearance. It was a unique monster from the Void Nest, the Void Crawler. Prepare for battle. Nyoma Bawang immediately set up for combat, charging forward with another warrior. The three at the back quickly arranged themselves in formation, and Loves Drinking Milk stopped chatting with the viewers, his expression turning serious as he waved his magic staff, beginning to chant spells. "Here it starts," exclaimed Bring a Maiden Home. "Holy crap! What kind of monster is that so huge?" commented Rich Bamboo. "Awesome, the real show begins," said Family Reunion. As the Void Crawler appeared on camera, the live chat went wild and the audience in the stream had already surpassed 3 million and was still rapidly increasing. "Hit it," Nyoma Bawang shouted loudly. Boom! The three in the back immediately launched attacks, starting with a thunderbolt descending from the sky hitting the Void Crawler precisely. Then an arrow shot out aiming directly at the head of the Void Crawler. -22, -8. Two strings of red numbers floated up and the Void Crawler's health bar appeared in front of the 5 players. 3,500 health. Another warrior couldn't help but curse aloud. A single thunder calling spell only dealt 22 damage, and the archer's normal attack was even more ridiculous, only hitting single-digit damage. With the Void Crawler having 3,500 health, there was no way they could defeat it. Under attack, the Void Crawler let out a sinister clicking noise as the bone spurs on its body suddenly shot towards the two leading warriors. "Bull Demon Kings, get ready to heal us," bellowed one of the Bull Demon Kings, activating his shield skill in the nick of time. Whoosh! A dozen bone spurs descended from the sky, red numbers flickering rapidly above their heads. -199, -199, in the blink of an eye both warriors had lost nearly half of their health. "Heal us," cried the Bull Demon King, his face turning pale as he retreated, shouting. Even with their shields up, a single skill from the enemy had cost them dearly. This was only the first monster they encountered in hell difficulty, and thoughts of retreat began to creep into his mind. They had already gained enough attention. Even if they failed now, people would remember their valiant group of 5. It wasn't worth dying here. Regeneration. The team's guardian immediately waved his staff, casting a regenerating spell on the Bull Demon King. He then turned to another warrior to cast another healing spell, but the Void Crawler charged at them ferociously. Charge! The creature's speed was astonishing. The formation of the small team was instantly disrupted. The two at the front were sent flying by the impact. -368, -368, red numbers popped above their heads as their health bars were completely depleted by the collision. "Heal me, I'm going to die," was the desperate cry, but it was too late. "Boss, run!" The guardian, his face ashen, yelled to the Bull Demon King. He only had 2 healing skills, and after just healing another teammate, both were on cooldown. It would be 5 seconds before he could cast regeneration again. Hearing this, the Bull Demon King despaired. "Run your mother's head. I'm not going." He hadn't finished his sentence when he screamed tragically, his body brutally shattered. The other warrior was not much better off. The tremendous force threw him high, smashing him against several trees, his body smashed into a pulp. "The boss is gone," the guardian, pale with horror, screamed upon seeing the remains, "and so is General Liu." Click click click. The eerie clicking noise approached. Stiffly he turned his head to see the Void Crawler bearing down on him, its foul mouth biting fiercely towards his chest. -299, a regular attack took nearly 300 of his health. "Run!" Just then he heard a teammate's voice. The guardian finally reacted, quickly grabbing a small red potion from his bag, slapping it on his forehead, and turned to run. Click click click. The Void Crawler leaped, its massive claws fiercely digging into the guardian's back. -299. The guardian stumbled, his speed increasing even as he felt the dire thinness of his health bar, which was now as fragile as paper, barely holding 800 health. One more hit and he would end up like the boss and General Liu back at the respawn point. The rejuvenation spell was ready. Suddenly, he noticed that the cooldown for the rejuvenation spell had ended. Overjoyed, he immediately waved his staff and healed himself. +180, green numbers floated above his head, and seeing his health bar slightly replenished, the guardian let out a long sigh of relief. However, just then a strange clicking noise echoed in his ears. Bang! A tremendous force suddenly surged, knocking the guardian flying. The Void Crawler's massive body hit the ground with a loud thump as it released its charging skill again. The guardian's slender body was flung high into the air and then smashed heavily back to the ground. minus 350, the damage numbers floated up spelling the end for the Guardian. What to do? What to do? I don't want to die. Nyo's eyes reddened as she witnessed this scene. Her teammate died right in front of her in such a gruesome manner, whether torn apart or smashed into a pulp. Although she knew they could revive, the incredibly realistic scene terrified her. At this moment the speed of the scrolling comments in the livestream was beyond what the eye could follow. Everyone was frantically typing urging Nyonai to run, but just a few seconds later the live stream plunged into darkness. Nyonai's voice also abruptly stopped. What happened? Did Nyonai also die? Damn, did they all get wiped out? This hell mode is too terrifying. They got wiped out by just the first monster. I told you, the attributes of the monsters are what really matter. This monster's attributes were freakishly strong, much stronger than our level 10 professionals. This is too brutal. I'm going home to find my mom. The comments in the live stream continued to roll rapidly, everyone discussing the Ascension trial of Hell mode, all shocked by the monster's formidable combat power. Remember, this was just the first monster. With such a large dungeon map, there couldn't be just this one monster, right? There must at least be a boss, and if the first monster was this fierce, what kind of monstrous entities would the later bosses be? They didn't even dare to think about it. Inside a villa in Kyoto, Qin Meng and Jing Long were profoundly shocked. Although they had anticipated that the Bull Demon King's team wouldn't make it through hell difficulty, seeing the extent of the team's devastation still left them stunned. They even put themselves in their shoes, wondering if they stood a chance against this void crawler. After a moment, the two exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They made various assumptions but despaired to find that victory was impossible. Their gear was not significantly better than that of the Bull Demon King's team. A single normal attack took 299 points of health, and with two other decently damaging skills, even if it were them, they could only last a second or two longer. What difference would it make? Even if they spent a fortune to buy 2 pieces of equipment sold by the medicine god, what then? This was only the first monster, and there would be a second, a third, a fourth. There was simply no chance of winning. How on earth did the medicine god manage to get through this? Thinking of this question, the two were once again shocked. Previously, they did not know how difficult Hell mode was and simply thought it was impressive that Medicine God could solo Hell mode. Now, it was different. They knew how terrifying Hell mode was. It was precisely because of this that the value of Medicine God soloing Hell mode significantly increased. Not just the two dreamers, but also a group of tycoons and their descendants gathered together on the top floor of a 100-story skyscraper far away in Magic City. At this moment, they too were shocked, looking at each other, not knowing what to say. You guys should stick to the normal mode. Finally, the white-haired elder sitting at the head of the table spoke, shaking his head at his younger relatives. Dying once meant losing half of your life. Although he had high hopes for his family's younger generation after seeing the brutal live-streamed pioneering of Nyomo Overlord and others, he immediately changed his mind. Having a 30% confidence is called challenging the limit. Going for it with less than 1% confidence is foolishness. If there was one place in the Great Dacia where smiles abounded, it was only in the command centers of the Kyoto and Northeast districts. They had already passed the normal mode's promotion trials, and now, seeing the tragic wipeout of Nyomo Overlord and others, they felt immensely relieved. They too had once thought about trying Hell mode, but fortunately they had asked Medicine God, who advised them to honestly choose normal mode. Lucky indeed. They also felt an even more fervent admiration for Medicine God. Only Chen Jianxi and Old Mai knew you guys don't understand a thing. Medicine God's fierceness is beyond your imagination. It's not just fierce, it's super invincible, cool, spiral fierce. What they didn't know yet was that their revered Medicine God was currently in the 20th level Hell mode promotion trial, slicing through the entire map. 20th level Hell difficulty promotion trial, Void Mine Tunnel. It was pitch black, a deep and bottomless mine tunnel permeated with the power of the void, filled with eeriness and ominousness. Lin Bei held a medicine bottle that emitted a faint luminescence, barely illuminating the mine tunnel in front of him but also making him particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Click, click, click. The dense clicking sound kept coming, and he could sense that there were a lot of void creatures ahead in the mine tunnel. Kill, Lin Bei shouted lowly, swinging his arm to throw the potion. The next moment, one after another void crawlers appeared, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were enveloped by the chaos potion, and a series of red numbers kept floating up. Minus 1,352. Minus 1,352. Thankfully, he was well prepared and the potions were barely sufficient. Watching the splendid scene in Front of him, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. These abnormally attributed monsters were like paper in front of the 104-fold amplified potions, and Lin Bei, with his small red potions for healing, directly resisted their output and pushed deeper into the mine tunnel. Killing the void crawlers, he gained 1,000 experience points. Lin Bei slayed the void crawler, earning 1,000 experience points. Taking down a void raider granted him 1,200 points. Occasionally interspersed among the less formidable void crawlers was a void raider, a creature of high damage yet low durability, almost instantly vanquished upon appearance. Soon Lin Bei reached the end of the mining tunnel. This wave of void creatures boosted his experience bar significantly, nearly filling it, and he collected 7 or 8 pieces of void equipment. These items, all level 10 blue gear like the ones he was wearing, offered no enhancement to his capabilities. They were merely to be sold at the auction house in exchange for tradable lifespan. At the end of the tunnel stood a massive bronze door, slightly ajar, casting dazzling purple light from behind, illuminating the dark mine. Click, click, click. A familiar yet slightly different sound emanated from behind the door. The clicking was louder than the noises made by the void crawlers and void raiders. Although Lin Bei was still some distance from the door, the sound was clear, as if right next to his ear. Lin Bei frowned, clutching a vial of poison thorn potion in his left hand and pulling out an iron concoction with his right. After waiting a bit longer, the clicking continued intermittently, but no monsters appeared. Do I really have to go in to trigger the new monsters? Lin Bei muttered, slowly approaching the bronze door. Upon reaching the slit, he took a deep breath and forcefully pushed the door open. Chiu chiu chiu. As soon as he stepped past the bronze door, 3 purple beams shot towards Lin Bei, leaving him no space to dodge. The eyes of the void. Lin Bei's face paled, and he quickly crushed the iron concoction in his hand. A sandy yellow shield enveloped him, and the next moment the 3 beams hit him mercilessly, floating 3 strings of gray numbers above his head. Minus 13,999. Minus 13,999. Minus 13,999. Seeing the numbers, Lin Bei's expression turned ugly. The bronze door was a trap, a deadly one at that. Had he not prepared the iron concoction in advance, just one of those beams would have been enough to obliterate him. With damage of 13,999, who could withstand that? This was still with him wearing the void suit, benefiting from the void killer's 30% damage reduction effect. Otherwise, the damage would have been even higher. This hell mode clearly wasn't meant to be survivable. No wonder it was rated as a certain death. With a forceful effort to compose himself, Lin Bei immediately threw the poison thorn potion, followed by a chaos potion. Ahead, 3 huge purple vertical eyes stared intently at Lin Bei. Die, Lin Bei muttered as he pulled out 3 vials of corrosive potion and threw them. Minus 1,352, minus 3,785, minus 6,760. The 3 eyes of the void simultaneously suffered high poison damage, with red numbers continuously floating above the vertical eyes. Chiu chiu chiu. At the same time, the 3 eyes of the void launched another attack. This time it wasn't beams, but 3 orbs of light that smashed into Lin Bei at high speed. Minus 629, minus 629, minus 629. The Eye of the Void's basic attacks were not weak, but the duration of the iron elixir had not yet ended, and the triple attack still did no substantial damage to Lin Bei. 18,103, 30,000. Fortunately, the health bar of the Eye of the Void remained unchanged, still at 30,000. Under the effects of a 104x multiplier and the Void Slayer, Lin Bei's damage to the Eye of the Void reached an astonishing 11,897 points per second. 3 seconds later, the 3 eyes of the Void let out reluctant screams as Lin Bei sent them back to the void. At this moment, the effect of the iron elixir on his body just began to flicker, signaling its impending end. Killing the Eye of the Void, gold. He earned 4,000 experience points for each, gained 108 days of tradable lifespan, gained 179 days of tradable lifespan, gained 88 days of tradable lifespan. Items acquired. Void Blood *3. This time, killing the 3 eyes of the void yielded no equipment, but he obtained 3 units of void blood. This golden material could infuse weapons with the power of the void, forging them into weapons of random quality. However, the double effect of the void cauldron could stack with his mastery in alchemy, so he wouldn't risk reforging. It would be too great a loss if he ended up with something worthless, but if he didn't use them, he could sell them to others, or keep them for later to forge other equipment. After killing the 3 eyes of the void, Lin Bei finally had time to observe the scenery behind the bronze door. This place seemed not to be Earth's space, but rather a parallel dimension he had come upon. A massive purple-black crack stretched across the sky as if someone had torn a huge gash in the heavens, with a dim purple light scattering from the crack illuminating the purple-black land below. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed intently on the crack. To be precise, he was staring at the clouds below the purple crack, which were tinted purple by the light. Just now he seemed to have seen something flash by the periphery of the clouds, a large lone figure much like the mysterious creature from the legends of the Great Xia, the dragon. In the next moment, that figure reappeared. This time Lin Bei saw it clearly. The figure was slender like a snake, or perhaps a dragon, twisting and sinking in the clouds. Could it really be a dragon? Lin Bei took a deep breath, contemplating whether it would be a better choice to use the Apocalypse Orchid from his backpack to end it, should this creature turn out to be an overly formidable boss for the level 20 advancement trial. Roar! Just then a thunderous roar that could split stone echoed from above, and the figure in the mist twisted its body, finally revealing its true form. Roar! Another thunderous roar shook Lin Bei's heart. Upon clearly seeing the true appearance of the mysterious creature floating in the clouds, Lin Bei's mouth twitched slightly. It was not the dragon he had anticipated, not even a Jelone, but rather a giant loach. Yes, the mysterious creature looked exactly like a loach. Its body was slippery and smooth, only it was purple-black with long, thin fins on both sides and 4 whiskers fluttering in the wind, looking rather comical, yet somehow imposing. It was nothing less than massive, at least dozens of meters long and as thick as a water bucket, its mouth filled with terrifyingly large fangs. Circling in the air, it charged towards Lin Bei on the ground. The Void Devourer, Platinum, a platinum-level void boss. Lin Bei took a deep breath, somewhat taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a creature. It hadn't appeared in the void before. He decided to test its attributes first, instead of immediately using the Apocalypse Orchid. Lin Bei threw a bottle of corrosive potion as the creature dived towards him. Windblade slash! The Void Devourer unleashed its skill, condensing blades of wind out of thin air like translucent razors sweeping towards Lin Bei. The coverage of the wind blades was immense, leaving no room to dodge. Steel Elixir. For safety, Lin Bei immediately crushed a bottle of Steel Elixir. With 100% damage reduction, even the highest damage couldn't take him down instantly. Clang clang clang! In the next moment the wind blades struck. Countless wind blades hit the shield of the Steel Elixir, creating a barrage of impacts. -199, -199, -199. Perhaps due to Lin Bei's high resistance, each wind blade didn't deal much damage, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. After 5 seconds the wind blades dissipated. Lin Bei roughly estimated that at least 100 blades had struck him. That meant, without the Steel Elixir, even with his equipment, he couldn't have withstood this skill. The attributes were indeed monstrous. It was clearly not intended to be survivable. Lin Bei had the Void Devourer above and couldn't help but sigh. After the corrosive potion took effect, although it dealt significant damage to the Void Devourer, the creature's health bar was despairingly high. -6,760, -6,760, 186,480 out of 200,000. Even for Lin Bei, who was often criticized harshly, it felt ridiculously strong. Even using 3 types of potions, it would take tens of seconds to defeat. Lin Bei weighed the Apocalypse Orchid in his hand, considering whether to give it a try. Although the panel clearly showed the damage, he was still curious about the actual effect of throwing this potion. Just try it. Soon Lin Bei made up his mind. Potions could be refined again, but being cool was a lifetime affair. Plus, he was too curious. He wanted to see with his own eyes if it was like the fireworks Eagle Sauce had set off during the festival. With that thought, Lin Bei gripped the only bottle of Apocalypse Orchid he had and hurled it forcefully at the Void Devourer. Meteor Fall. At that moment the Void Devourer also roared and launched another skill. Boulders 3 to 4 meters in diameter materialized out of thin air, crashing down towards Lin Bei's area. Both the Apocalypse Orchid and the boulders moved swiftly, about to collide. Seeing this, Lin Bei's expression changed. He couldn't help but curse and quickly turned to run towards a safe area. Boom! The next moment a loud explosion sounded. Immediately following, a powerful shockwave swept across at an extremely fast speed, passing right over Lin Bei. However, the shockwave caused him no harm. It was as if they existed in separate spaces, passing directly through his body. But other objects weren't so lucky. Everything hit by the shockwave turned into dust in an instant, and even the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, causing Lin Bei to fall into a deep pit. What in the world? He steadied himself and turned to look back. With just one glance he froze on the spot. The originally dark purple earth had been blasted away to reveal a deep yellow soil untouched and unpolluted. Above in the sky a massive infernal flower bloomed. The floating clouds were shattered and even the crack that spanned the sky was affected with purple light inside fluctuating violently. For a moment it seemed as if something was emerging from it, but it quickly concealed itself again. The giant mudfish, with its 200,000 health points, was devoured by the infernal flower, turning to ashes, killing the void devourer. Platinum, you have gained 8,000 experience points. As the system notification sounded, streaks of golden light fell from the sky, landing near Lin Bei in the deep pit. This was the first time Lin Bei encountered a monster that left no corpse behind. Congratulations on successfully killing the void devourer. Platinum, and unlocking new maps. Tiger Roar Ridge, level 20, Bone Land, level 25, and Spider Cave, level 30. National announcement. Player I am not a medicine god has completed the level 20 advancement trial, Hell difficulty, becoming the first in the universe to clear the Hell difficulty advancement trial, rewarded with Dragon Egg tainted by the Void's power. National announcement. Due to the player I am not a medicine god completing the level 20 advancement trial, Hell difficulty, new maps are now available. Tiger Roar Ridge, level 20, Bone Land, level 25, Spider Cave, level 30. Players below level 20 receive a temporary bonus of 30% experience gain. Following that, two national announcements rang in his ears. Lin Bei had anticipated this and wasn't too surprised, but he hadn't expected that completing the Hell difficulty of the level 20 advancement trial would reward him with a pet egg. After level 20 the pet system would be activated. However, in the Divine Demon's Conquest game, capturing pets and mounts required learning the capture skill in the main city and then going into the wilderness to capture them. The freedom here was immense. Any monster, including bosses, could be captured using the capture skill, though the success rate was quite touching. Receiving an egg tainted by the Void's power was unheard of for Lin Bei. Just by the name it was clear it was no ordinary item. Dragons, after all, were rare and terrifying entities in Divine Demon's Conquest, and Lin Bei knew that even the weakest dragon found in the level 40 dungeon Dragon's Nest could instantly dispatch a level 40 god-armored sword and shield warrior with a single breath of dragon fire. In the Eastern Sea dungeon, the celestial level boss, the Azure Dragon, commands awe across the heavens. Lin Bei couldn't help but get excited thinking about the dragon egg he had stumbled upon. It had to be at least on par with the Western giants. With a wave of his hand, in the future a mighty dragon would sweep across the sky. No need for him to lift a finger, as ordinary bosses would kneel and call him father. Just the thought was thrilling. Hastily Lin Bei took out the dragon egg to inspect its properties. In Lin Bei's hands was a round smooth egg about the size of a goose egg, covered with fine scales and rough to the touch. Originally pale blue in color, the egg seemed to have been tainted by the forces of the void, turning a large area of it to a dark purple black. The egg, influenced by the void, platinum grade, was in the process of hatching. 1 day 100,000 days. The note indicated that the dragon egg had the ability to devour items, equipment, potions, materials, which could shorten the hatching time and enhance its quality, with the amount of time shortened and the probability of quality enhancement varying based on the item's quality. Could it even advance in quality? Lin Bei was initially disappointed seeing only a platinum grade, but the ability to devour items for quicker hatching and quality improvement was a surprise. What quality could it reach if fed with his specially crafted potions that amplify effects 100-fold? He decided to try it later. Curiosity contained. Lin Bei stored the egg and quickly gathered the loot that had burst forth, packing everything into his backpack before leaving the trial dungeon. Shortly after Lin Bei's departure, from a purple rift across the sky a giant hand emerged, reaching down towards a huge crater on the ground where strands of free-floating golden light appeared. The power of gods. This world still harbored remnants of ancient gods. Intriguing. How long had it been since he had tasted the blood of an ancient god? Meanwhile, as two national announcements sounded, the whole of Great Xia was abuzz. What was happening? Had the medicine god once again conquered the hellish difficulty of the Ascension trial solo? Just recently a team had failed at that same level, and here was the medicine god breezing through it. Was the gap really that wide? No. How could the medicine god be so formidable? Were they missing the point? Shouldn't the reward be the focus? That was a dragon egg. A dragon egg? Could it be that the game also had a pet system? Of course, what game doesn't have a pet system? they speculated there might even be a mount system coming up. Everyone was heatedly discussing the medicine god's feat, and the topic quickly dominated social media platforms, with the top 10 trending topics all related to him achieving unprecedented popularity. I previously posted our great Xia's level rankings and equipment rankings on the international websites, and a bunch of people called me a braggart. They said they were only at level 7 or 8 and it was impossible for anyone to be at level 20. Just now I posted about Yashin clearing level 20 of the hell mode and they are bombarding me with messages. Go check it out and have a laugh. Pfft, isn't this just bullying the honest folks? I'm dying of laughter. Why didn't you post about our 30% experience gain on the international websites to make them jealous? Are you trying to keep our foreign friends up all night? One of the posts became so popular it shot up to the top of the trending searches. Many people are commenting below expressing their envy and jealousy, which at this moment all turned into a deep sense of pride. Weren't you the ones who said that Great Xiao was behind? Didn't you say that even if we were on the same starting line in the battle between gods and demons, Great Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up with your pace? We have. Yashin, we have a 30% experience gain. Do you laugh now? Why aren't you laughing now? In the Kyoto district's headquarters, Hu Xinjian and a group of senior officials were sitting around a conference table engaged in a heated discussion about Yashin's feat of clearing the level 20 ascension trial in hell mode. Yashin is truly fierce, unbelievably fierce. The difficulty of the hell mode ascension trial is immense, as others have tried before, but Yashin just broke through the level 20 hell mode ascension trial like it was nothing. Yashin is from our Great Xia, and having him is our fortune. Have you heard of the legend? Whenever Great Xia faces a crisis or bottleneck, there always appears a person who defies common sense to help us overcome these challenges, even lead an era. Don't talk nonsense. But it's true, Yashin is unbelievably fierce. It's hard to imagine a few military officials in their 40s and 50s now discussing Yashin with the excitement and spit-flying fervor of young men in their 20s. Listening to everyone's words, Hu Xinjian sighed deeply. Old Hu, why the sigh? Everyone turned their heads to look at Hu Xinjian, who was sitting in the middle, puzzled. Yashin is one of Great Xia's own, and he has good relations with the military, so why does old Hu seem unhappy? He is indeed very strong. Hu Xinjian rubbed his forehead, smiling helplessly, but it's exactly because he's too strong that I can't help but worry. Such a pioneering figure, if he continues as he is now, it would indeed be a good thing. But what if one day he harbors other intentions? Who among us could stop him? Old Who are you suggesting? Chen Jianqi furrowed his brows, his words stopping short as he swallowed them back. But everyone present was no fool and immediately understood the implication, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. They looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Old leader, did someone from above say something? At this moment a man sitting next to Hu Xinjian wearing glasses spoke up. Hu Xinjian sighed. I have to be honest with you. Someone higher up is quite displeased with our progress in upgrading, as well as how we've been interacting with the medicine god. They want us to incorporate the medicine god into our organization. They've even laid out an ultimatum. If the medicine god refuses to join, then what? Are they insane? Chen Jianqi's face turned pale. He knew very well how powerful the medicine god was. Forcing him to join the military would backfire and might even push him to the opposing side. Driving such a formidable person to become an adversary would surely lead to massive social upheaval and chaos. I also think this is inappropriate, he continued with a sigh. I knew suspicions would arise. I reckon even if the medicine god agrees to join, he will be under close surveillance, possibly even controlled and used as a guinea pig for experiments. Old Hu, please talk to the higher-ups again. We must not antagonize the medicine god. If it were the old days, we could simply set a trap and eliminate him, but in this era where everyone can resurrect, death isn't the end. Believe me, we only have one chance to deal with such a strong character. If we really turn against him, what awaits us is an unimaginable nightmare. Everyone disagreed with the upper management's demands. Doing so would be akin to playing with fire. Rubbing his temples, Hu Xinjian nodded. Of course I understand. My biggest worry now is that the higher-ups might bypass us and send another department to approach the medicine god. Below the trial tower, Lin Bei did not head to the newly opened map but instead found an empty spot to sit down and once again took out the dragon egg tainted by the void's power. Let's feed it and see. He took out a small red potion from his backpack. As soon as the potion bottle touched the dragon egg, it was sucked in by a strong force. The originally purple and green egg now glowed red. Lin Bei wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the dragon egg seemed larger than before, and its scales appeared clearer, is that all at 8, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and checked the dragon egg's attributes again. Dragon egg tainted by the void's power, platinum, current status, incubating, 1001 days 100,000 days, current vitality, 99, seeing the incubation period shortened by 1,000 days surprised Lin Bei a bit. Although he had anticipated the 100-fold amplified potion would reduce the incubation time significantly, 1,000 days reduction was beyond his expectations. What does this additional vitality mean? The dragon egg gently shook as if responding to Lin Bei or as if it was asking for more food. Let's try some equipment. Shaking his head, Lin Bei pushed his doubts aside. He didn't continue feeding it potions. Instead, he took out some Void Series equipment that had exploded out of the Void mines. These pieces overlapped with what he was already wearing, so there was no need to replace them. Originally, he had planned to sell them to the military, but now he decided to feed them to the dragon egg to see whether the equipment or the potion would reduce more time. He placed a void staff next to the dragon egg. This time, however, the dragon egg did not quickly devour the void staff but gently touched it, seemingly disdainful of this less appetizing food. Eat it or starve, Lin Bei frowned, tapping the dragon egg lightly with the staff. The dragon egg suddenly exerted a force of suction, pulling the void staff into itself. A faint purple glow emerged on the surface of the egg and quickly merged into it. The dragon egg underwent another change, with the purple-black area on its shell spreading slightly. The dragon egg, tainted by the power of the void, platinum, was currently in the state of hatching, day 1131 of 100,000, with a vitality of 99. The hatching time had only shortened by 130 days and there was no change in vitality, but the power of the void on the egg seemed to have intensified slightly. Lin Bei held the purple and blue intertwined egg in his hand, muttering softly to himself. He wondered what changes would occur if the entire egg turned purple-black. Typically, creatures from the void are significantly stronger than ordinary creatures of the same level, a fact vividly demonstrated by dungeon bosses. A golden-level void boss could match a platinum-level ordinary boss. The denser the void power, the stronger the theoretical combat ability should be. It should be beneficial. With this thought, Lin Bei threw all 8 pieces of void equipment he held into the dragon egg. Whoosh! All 8 items were devoured by the egg, this time with a more noticeable change. The purple-black area expanded by nearly half an inch, leaving only a palm-sized blue area on the entire egg. The dragon egg, tainted by the power of the void, platinum, was now further into the hatching process, day 2056 of 100,000, with a vitality of 99. Seeing the attributes of the dragon egg, Lin Bei could confirm that the equipment did not increase the newly emerged vitality value, which seemed to be related to potions. Lin Bei then took out a bottle of 100-fold amplified red potion and threw it to the dragon egg. The egg gently shook, and as soon as the red potion touched it, it was sucked in, seemingly relishing the food. As the red mist was absorbed by the egg, Lin Bei checked the attributes again. It had risen to 198. Indeed, the vitality value had increased by 99 points, reaching 198. Confirming that the red potion could enhance the vitality of the dragon egg, Lin Bei took all the 100-fold amplified red potions from his backpack, leaving only a few dozen bottles of 42-fold potion intended for sale to the military. Then Lin Bei began to continuously feed the dragon egg, 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 15 bottles, until after a straight 18 bottles the egg flashed with a dazzling white light. Streaks of milky white light intertwined, forming a delicate cocoon of light. Swish! Minutes later, the white cocoon of light was completely absorbed by the dragon egg. A significantly larger purple-black dragon egg, about the size of a wash basin, appeared before Lin Bei. At this moment, the scales on the egg became clearer and Lin Bei could even feel the rich life energy emanating from the shell. It seemed to be breathing, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, markedly different from before. The dragon egg, tainted by the forces of the void and now of emerald quality, is currently in the midst of a lengthy hatching process. 13,056 days out of a necessary 100,000 days, with a vitality of 1180. The jump in quality to emerald caused Lin Bei to leap from his rocking chair, astonished. Just 12 small red potions had upgraded the egg's quality level. Moreover, it seemed there was no limit to the number of daily feedings, which meant potentially limitless upgrades to the egg's quality. Could it reach the rank of king or even sacred? The thought of possibly owning a pet that could rival the sacred class boss Azure Dragon excited Lin Bei tremendously. He wasted no time feverishly feeding the egg every potion in his backpack. After 24 small red potions, the egg was again enveloped in a white cocoon, now a diamond-quality dragon egg still hatching. 37,056 days of the required 100,000 with a vitality of 3564. Lin Bei continued until all the highly potent small red potions were gone and the egg underwent another transformation. This time, the cocoon wasn't white but dazzled with brilliant golden light which persisted for a long time. Half an hour later, the golden light finally began to fade, revealing a giant dragon egg half the height of a man before Lin Bei. His face lit up with excitement and anticipation. Beyond diamond quality was the Lord level, and the Western giant dragon with fire attributes was a Lord level boss. Checking the properties, the Lord quality dragon egg still in hatching. 97,056 days of the necessary 100,000 with a vitality of 9504. It was nearly hatched at Lord level, which made Lin Bei both happy and worried. He wanted to further enhance the egg's quality, but with the hatching days already at over 97,000, a mere 3 or 4 more small red potions wouldn't suffice to elevate the egg to the next quality level before it hatched. Sighing, Lin Bei pondered if he was fated never to own a sacred level pet. After all, beings of sacred quality were ancient divine creatures, not typically the pets of adventurers. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to his fate. What will be and what won't. Now out of small red potions he still had plenty of small blue potions, which he refined a bit before tossing one to the dragon egg to see if it might increase vitality. Like the red ones? It worked. The dragon egg absorbed the small blue potion and its effects mirrored those of the red potions. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei fed it 3 more blue potions, accelerating the hatching process to that very day. The Lord quality dragon egg, now at 100,000 days of 100,000 with a vitality of 9,904, began to shake violently. The eggshell emitted dazzling golden light, and through it one could vaguely see a long figure shifting inside, eager to break free and glimpse the colorful world. The dragon egg has reached the conditions for hatching. Should it be hatched now? Is there even an option not to hatch it? Lin Bei hesitated for a moment, swallowing back the words that were almost out of his mouth. He had thought that once the dragon egg reached its hatching day it would automatically hatch, but to his surprise he could choose freely. If he chose not to hatch it, could he continue to feed it to enhance its quality? With this thought, he took out a small blue potion and placed it on the dragon egg. Whoosh! The dragon egg absorbed the potion once more. It could still devour. Lin Bei was delighted and quickly checked the attributes of the egg. Indeed, its vitality had increased. He hurriedly began feeding it everything he could pull out of his backpack. While he still had the chance to feed it, he wanted to give it as much as possible to see if he could enhance its quality further. No sooner said than done. Lin Bei fed all the small blue potions he had stockpiled to the dragon egg. He had made quite a few of these potions before, and finding them useless, they had just been gathering dust in his backpack. Now refined, they finally came in handy. All 67 bottles were fed to the dragon egg. Buzz! The dragon egg emitted a buzzing sound and began to shake violently as if it was about to hatch. But soon a golden glow enveloped the egg. It calmed down again, starting to absorb the golden cocoon on the shell. This time, it took more than an hour for the cocoon to be completely absorbed by the shell, and the dragon egg was upgraded from Lord level to King level. It was now just 1 grade away from the sacred level. Lin Bei opened the auction system and began a crazy shopping spree, purchasing a large amount of heart-nurturing herbs. He bought 199 plants, then 263, then 79 in a wild shopping spree, spending over 400 days of his tradable lifespan to acquire thousands of heart-nurturing herbs. All were refined into small red potions. Lin Bei controlled the void cauldron, beginning to rapidly produce small red potions. After advancing to a second level medicine god profession, he broke through the limit of processing only 1 batch of materials at a time. Now he could process as many batches of materials as his level allowed, which meant he could handle 21 batches simultaneously. This significantly boosted his efficiency in potion making. Acquiring small red potions *21 small red potions *21. Soon Lin Bei had transformed all the heart-nurturing herbs into small red potions. 312 bottles of small red potion neatly arranged on the ground, their gem-like red color shining beautifully under the sun. Without hesitation he began feeding the potions to the dragon egg, 1 bottle after another. To upgrade from king level to sacred level, the energy required seemed exceptionally vast. 100 bottles went down without causing even a ripple. 200 bottles fed to the dragon egg only made it wobble slightly. It was not until all 312 bottles of small red potion were devoured that it finally showed some reaction. The originally pitch-black scales on the eggshell now emitted a hint of golden light, turning into a dark gold color. Still not enough, Lin Bei was taken aback. This dragon egg was incredibly gluttonous. It had consumed over 300 bottles of potion as if they were nothing. Not enough with 300 bottles, then let it be another 300. He opened the auction system again. Since the price for nurturing herbs was not high, he refused to believe that this dragon egg could bankrupt him. Another 300 bottles went down and the dark golden scales on the dragon egg seemed to come to life, slowly moving across the surface of the shell, shimmering brilliantly. Lin Bei's face darkened as he accessed the auction system once more. After bottle, he eventually lost count of how many he had fed the dragon egg. His tradable lifespan had decreased by a third. Finally, as night fell, the dragon egg on the ground began to change. Streaks of colorful dawnlight formed around it, encircling the egg. This time the process took even longer. It lasted throughout the night until the next morning, when the glowing dawnlight gradually faded. The dragon egg had grown from the height of half a person to that of a full person. Lin Bei, looking at the dragon egg now taller than him by half a head, felt immensely satisfied. This had to be a divine class dragon egg. If its attributes weren't fierce, all those potions would have been wasted. Checking the attributes: dragon egg contaminated by the void, divine class, current status, incubating, 100,000 days, current vitality, 193,457, divine class success. Although he had anticipated it, seeing the words divine class still thrilled Lin Bei immensely. A divine class pet who could understand its true value. Just as he was about to hatch the dragon egg, a sudden thought struck him. Was there a class above divine? Lin Bei quickly shook his head. Divine class was the noblest lineage in the world. How could there be anything higher? Even so, his actions belied his thoughts as he opened his inventory again. But at that moment he realized he had no more potions left. Maybe he should just give up. Lin Bei suppressed the urge to continue shopping. After all, even if there was a higher class above divine, he couldn't afford it. Upgrading to divine class had already cost him a third of his tradable lifespan. Going up another class might cost him his life. Wait, how had he forgotten about this? Suddenly Lin Bei exclaimed softly, pulling out 3 drops of void blood from his backpack. This material could infuse void power into equipment, and feeding it to the dragon egg should also provide it with void force. With these 3 drops of void blood, he should be able to completely cover the remaining blue area. Could it absorb void equipment? Void blood should work too, right? He muttered tentatively, placing the 3 drops of void blood on the dragon egg. Instantly a suction force emerged and the dragon egg actually absorbed the 3 drops of void blood. The purple-black area on the dragon egg immediately began to expand, steadily compressing the blue area. In just a moment the blue area was completely covered. The entire dragon egg turned a deep purple-black, and the dark golden scales slowly moved across the surface of the shell, looking extraordinarily mystical. Just at that moment a surge of purplish-black mist erupted from within the dragon egg. In the blink of an eye it enveloped the entire egg. What's happening? Before Lin Bei could react, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Crack! A loud thunderclap boomed, and in an instant the wind picked up and clouds gathered. Thick dark clouds amassed overhead and purple lightning dragons appeared among them, roaring angrily as the clouds pressed lower and lower as if to crush the city beneath. Lin Bei looked up at the sky, then down at the dragon egg shrouded in black mist, his face a mask of shock and uncertainty. What's going on now? Boom! In response, a bolt of purple lightning struck. It came crashing down from the clouds directly onto the shrouded dragon egg, scattering the purplish black mist and revealing a crack on the surface of the egg. Lin Bei's face changed, and he quickly issued a command for the egg to hatch immediately. However, to his profound shock, when his gaze aligned with the egg, there was no option to initiate hatching. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck. More and more cracks appeared on the shell, and at the same time a terrifying aura seeped from the cracks, causing Lin Bei, standing beside it, to shudder with fear. As if sensing the creature within the egg about to emerge, the clouds in the sky thickened and bolt after bolt of lightning struck, seemingly intent on obliterating the creature in its cradle. Just as a bolt struck, the dragon egg exploded with a bang. The shell shattered into countless pieces, shooting outwards, and a purplish-black figure burst forth from the fragments, not retreating but instead speeding towards the incoming lightning. "Awoo!" Accompanied by a youthful roar, a half-meter-long little black dragon soared into the sky, swallowing the lightning bolt in one gulp. It circled in the air and then roared back at the clouds. "Awoo!" The sound was not loud, even somewhat babyish, yet the dense clouds, as if startled bizarrely, rolled back upwards and dissipated within a few breaths. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched the dragon egg tainted by the force of the void and obtained the pet Chaos Demon Dragon, Genesis, a Genesis level. Lin Bei was somewhat startled. He hadn't expected that there were creatures beyond the sacred level, Genesis level creatures. However, he quickly became excited as this Genesis level creature was his hatched pet. Come here, Lin Bei waved to the little black dragon. Circling in the air. The little black dragon responded with an ah-woo and flew towards Lin Bei, circled around him once and then landed on his palm. Would you like to sign a contract? Once a pet contract is signed, it cannot be changed. Yes, Lin Bei didn't hesitate and immediately chose yes. A golden light emerged from the little black dragon, transforming into a golden rune that merged into the dragon's body. The same transformation occurred on Lin Bei as a golden rune appeared on his forehead and then quickly receded. Upon the completion of the contract, he immediately felt a peculiar sensation akin to a blood connection. With a loving nuzzle against Lin Bei's wrist, the small black dragon looked up with eyes as red as rubies, brimming with trust. Check attributes. Lin Bei couldn't wait to see the stats of a primordial class pet, for this was the first primordial creature he had encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It's noteworthy that even the Azure Dragon of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace capable of wiping out a level 60 fully staffed team with 1 skill was only considered a sacred creature. Chaos Magic Dragon, Primordial, current level, 1,000%. Health, 20,000 inch mana, infinite constitution, 2,000 strength, 2,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, 2,000 talent. Apocalyptic dragon might. Water can carry a boat but can also capsize it. A primordial creature can also bring about the end of times. The Chaos Magic Dragon boasts the strongest bloodline in the universe. Lower-tier creatures are suppressed by this bloodline, receiving 30% increased damage while dealing 30% less damage to the Chaos Magic Dragon. Talent, diamond body, possessing the strongest physique in the universe, immune to 30% of physical damage and completely immune to magical damage with a full attribute bonus at every level up. Skill, summon wind. The Chaos Magic Dragon summons a hurricane, indiscriminately attacking the target area, dealing physical damage equal to 3 times its agility and continuously pulling all enemies in the area for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill, Call Rain. The Chaos Magic Dragon summons a torrential rain indiscriminately, attacking the target area, dealing magical damage equal to 3 times its spirit and shattering the enemy's 20% resistance for 10 seconds, with the shatter effect lasting 15 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill, Command Lightning. The Chaos Magic Dragon summons a thunderstorm, indiscriminately attacking the target area, dealing magical damage equal to 3 times its spirit. Enemies hit by the thunderstorm may enter a paralyzed state, frozen in place for 1 second, duration 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill, Source of Darkness. The Chaos Magic Dragon stimulates the void bloodline within its body, temporarily increasing all attributes by tenfold, reducing all skill cooldowns by 50%, lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown 7 days. Seeing the attributes of the Chaos Magic Dragon, Lin Bei couldn't help but be astounded by the opera of his homeland. Even having lived twice, he was shocked by these outrageous attributes. It was hard to imagine just how formidable they would become if it were at the same level as him. And these 4 skills, each dealing 3 times the attribute damage plus a 30% damage increase to other creatures, meaning at level 1 it could deal a staggering 7,800 damage per second. Truly terrifying, worthy of a primordial creature born in unrivaled existence among its peers. Lin Bei felt that he might not need to fight monsters himself anymore. Once the Chaos Magic Dragon caught up in levels, he could just unleash its skills in the dungeons and those ordinary monsters would have to kneel and call it father. Indeed, the dragons of the Great Xia are more splendid and far stronger than those western lizards. Looking at the Chaos Magic Dragon coiled in the palm of his hand, Lin Bei's smile was harder to suppress than ever. The more he looked, the more pleasing it appeared. It has to be said that the Chaos Dragon indeed holds a special place in the hearts of the people of Daxia. Its 4 strong and vigorous claws support its slender body covered with thick purple-black scales. Its fierce dragon head with a pair of horns winding upwards looks both imposing and handsome. However, it's quite small, being less than half a meter long. It's still a baby dragon. From now on, let's call you Xiao Hei, Little Black. Lin Bei patted its little head and said with a smile. Xiao Hei opened his small mouth full of sharp teeth and roared at Lin Bei, seemingly discontent with the name. Come on Xiao Hei, let's go to Tiger Roar Ridge to test your combat strength. Xiaohei roared as he flew up, circling around Lin Bei, still wanting to protest. Lin Bei ignored Xiaohei's dissatisfaction and quickly walked towards the direction of Tiger Roar Ridge, roaring. It seemed that protesting was useless. Xiaohei roared again, accepting the not-so-dominant name, and swayed his slender body to follow. Together, the man and dragon quickly disappeared into the mountains. At this time, professionals from various regions had already completed their advancement trials. With the overturning experience of the Bull Demon King's team, most professionals honestly chose the normal mode. Although the process was also full of bumps, as long as there were no dead weights dragging them down, the normal mode was still quite manageable. After passing the advancement trials and unlocking new maps, some professionals became arrogant. The difficulty of this game is just so. It was tough at the beginning when you don't understand the rules, but once you get the hang of it, the game is actually quite simple, right? Going from level 1 to level 2 felt incredibly hard at first, but now it feels okay. It's only been a few days, and aren't we already at level 10? Have you guys noticed that the Medicine God's level hasn't changed in days? You know what, I noticed that too. I guess he just got lucky, found a bug in the newbie area and quickly rose to level 20. Now that he's moved to a new map, the bug doesn't work anymore, and naturally he's stuck. On various social platforms, some transformed into critics, catching the Medicine God not leveling up in 2 days and mockingly ridiculing him. The fans of Medicine God naturally didn't take this lying down, and a fierce war of words ensued. However, these fans were also curious. What was Medicine God up to? The once swift leveling Medicine God had been quiet for 2 days. Could it be, as those critics said, that Medicine God's level was stuck, unable to advance beyond 21? Just when the entire network was doubting Medicine God, he, along with Xiaohei, had already arrived at Tiger Roar Ridge, level 20 area. Tiger Roar Ridge. Just as Lin Bei entered the Tiger Roar Ridge area, he heard a powerful tiger's roar. This sound was deep and forceful with a strong deterrent effect. Soon, a majestic tiger with hanging eyes and a white forehead appeared not far from the man and dragon. Its formidable and sturdy body stood over 2 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters long. Seeing Lin Bei and the floating Xiaohei, the robust female tiger, level 20, was instantly scared, crouched down on the ground and emitted an uneasy growl. Go, let me see your combat strength. Lin Bei, with his hands behind his back, spoke to Xiaohei. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Xiaohei swiftly flew out. The robust tigress, seeing Xiaohei approaching, immediately let out a low warning growl. She was tempted to kill this little black bug with one bite, but her instincts told her not to, and for some reason, the sight of Xiaohei made her limbs uncontrollably tremble. A voice in her head screamed at her to flee immediately, not to stay even a second longer. Boom! Xiaohei opened his mouth and spat a glob of black phlegm at the robust tigress. A fist-sized fireball of black flame struck instantly, mercilessly hitting the tigress. Minus 4,550, 3,450, 8,000. The robust tigress had just over 8,000 health points, and Xiaohei's ordinary attack had wiped out more than half of her health in one go. Roar! The robust tigress roared in anger, finally overcoming her inner fear, and charged at Xiaohei. Boom! But before she could reach him, Xiaohei spat out another black flame fireball. The fireball whistled through the air, pulled into a long black trail by the wind, and collided mid-air with the charging tigress. Minus 3,450, the black flame fireball exploded instantly, clearing the remaining health of the robust tigress. The tigress even ended up owing Xiaohei over 1,000 health, whimpering. The robust tigress let out a mournful cry as her massive body heavily fell to the ground, turning into 2 beams of light. Killing the robust tigress, Lin Bei gained 990 experience points. Killing the robust tigress, he gained 1999 pet experience points. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei has leveled up to level 2. Ding! Your pet Xiaohei has leveled up to level 3. Since Xiaohei was only level 1 and the tigress was a level 20 monster, Xiaohei received an experience boost for an over-leveled kill. 1999 experience points directly made Xiaohei jump 2 levels. Checking attributes, Lin Bei opened Xiaohei's attribute panel, curious about the growth potential of a creation-level creature. Nickname, Xiaohei. Race, Chaotic Dragon. Creation, current level, 3, 812%. Health points, 40,000. Inch mana, Infinite Constitution, 4,000. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Seeing Xiaohei's attributes, Lin Bei was completely stunned. What the heck? Leveling up increases 1,000 points in all attributes. Is this the growth potential of a creation-level creature? You see, a regular professional only gets 5 free attribute points per level. the difference is just too vast. If Xiaohe reaches level 100 even without any equipment, he would have 100,000 in all attributes. 100,000 points in Constitution equates to 1 million health points. Don't think that this health bar isn't thick enough. Although that Void Devourer also has 200,000 health points, it only has high Constitution, not much attack power. But Xiaohe has all attributes. Not only could his health reach up to 1 million, but his attack power could also reach an astounding 200,000. What does that represent? This signifies that even if Xiaohe doesn't use any special abilities, merely attacking with a spit of black phlegm is too much for a fellow level 100 professional to handle. It's absurd. Xiaohe, show me your apocalyptic skills. Lin Bei was brimming with excitement. This was his pet. With this divine beast, coupled with his exclusive pharmacist potions, even a true void descent would hardly faze him. Hearing Lin Bei's command, Xiaohe roared and darted toward the depths of Huxiao Ridge. Lin Bei hurriedly followed, and together, man and dragon charged in. After leveling up to 3, Xiaohe could now instantly kill regular mobs with ease. In just a few minutes, the duo stood at the deepest part of Huxiao Ridge. A giant tiger, half purple black and half white, was pacing its territory. Suddenly sensing a deep, soul-stirring fear, it abruptly looked up. The sight of man and dragon charging towards it elicited a fierce roar from the tiger, trying to suppress the fear welling from its soul, and it lunged at Lin Bei. Silver-striped Tiger King, Platinum level 25. At the same time as the Tiger King roared earth-shatteringly, a dozen robust tigresses suddenly appeared, all charging at Lin Bei. Lin Bei's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled out a bottle of thorny poison potion and a bottle of steel mixture. However, he didn't use them immediately, just in case. Summon the wind, Lin Bei commanded Xiaohe, who spiraled into the sky emitting a dragon chant different from any before. The next moment, a whirlwind with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the silver-striped Tiger King and the dozen muscular tigresses it had summoned. Strings of red numbers floated through the whirlwind. -8,000, -8,000, -19,500, -8,000. With 10 times the agility damage, Xiaohe, now at level 4, could deal a maximum of 19,500 damage instantly. In the blink of an eye, aside from the boss Silver-Striped Tiger King, all other mobs were instantly killed, and the Tiger King's health bar plummeted rapidly. Just 2 seconds later, the Silver-Striped Tiger King let out a mournful cry and collapsed thunderously. Formidably strong, Lin Bei was overjoyed. With Xiaohe clearing mobs, he hardly needed to intervene unless facing an incredibly strong monster. Xiaohe alone could handle them all. After sweeping through Huxiao Ridge, Lin Bei turned his attention to 2 other new areas. That day, Huxiao Ridge, Bone Land and Silk Cave were all chaos incarnate. Winds blew, rains fell, thunderstruck, and poisons were unleashed. The monsters in these 3 areas were terrified, clueless about what was happening, almost thinking that the apocalypse was upon them. Lin Bei's experience bar soared at a breakneck pace under the devastating monster-slaying mode. 3 hours later, Lady Whitebone met her demise under the thunderous clouds, crumbling into a pile of skeletons. Killing Lady Whitebone, Platinum, netted 2,000 experience points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 23. Ding! Your pet Xiaohe has advanced to level 10. Xiaohe reaching level 10 brought Lin Bei more joy than his own level up to 23. Although the drop rate in higher level areas had decreased, the attributes of these items were truly exceptional. Lin Bei couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the dozen items in his backpack. These were all tradable lifespans. Just listing them in the auction system would see them sold out in less than 3 minutes. At this rate, could he live forever? It's unbelievable that what the greatest emperor of all time failed to achieve in his lifetime I have now accomplished. Let's check and see if there's anything suitable for me to wear. This void set can be melted down right away, Lin Bei muttered to himself. He possessed a sacred fusion stone which could merge sets together. After fusion, the new set would inherit 100% of the original attributes and take up only 1 slot, retaining all the original set properties. No time like the present, Lin Bei immediately returned with Xiaohe to Main City 001 and headed straight for the weapon shop. He needed a weapon master's help for the equipment fusion. Soon Lin Bei was back in Main City 001. The weapon shop was a large establishment with a beautiful NPC named Lu Qianqian at the door, her skirt ending at her thighs. She bowed upon seeing Lin Bei. Welcome to Lin Lang Pavilion. Are you here to purchase or fuse equipment? Fusion, Lu Qianqian made a welcoming gesture with her hand, nodded and said, then I'll take you to Master Shangguan. Walking into Lin Lang Pavilion, Lin Bei was greeted by an array of equipment. Almost all the items he had previously collected were on display here, from the twisted Trent's breastplate to the stone creature's source of magic, including the items he had acquired today, though they were quite pricey. Passing through the display area and down some steps to the basement, an old man NPC with white hair was standing hands behind back next to a massive furnace. Master Shangwan, this customer would like to fuse equipment. Lu Qianqian introduced them and then left. You wish to fuse equipment? Master Shangwan Fei Hong asked in a calm voice, looking at the furnace before turning to Lin Bei. With just one look his eyes widened and he quickly approached Lin Bei, exclaiming, equipment infused with the power of the void, and a complete set. Where did you get these? As he spoke, Shangwan Fei Hong was visibly excited, his words accompanied by flying spittle. It was Lin Bei's first time here for equipment fusion and he wondered about the significance of this void equipment. In his previous life he had focused solely on concocting potions for Lin Shishir, with any spare equipment going to Lin Shishir and Su Chen. If the attributes were decent, Lin Shishir would sell them off for tradable lifespan. He was only left with subpar gear. And if not for his potion making, Lin Shishir and the others wouldn't even consider taking him monster hunting. So he had never been to the weapon shop before, nor did he understand anything about merging equipment. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Bei looked at Shangwan Fei Hong and said, "It doesn't matter where I got these from, just tell me if you can merge this set of equipment or not." "Yes, of course I can," Shangwan Fei Hong replied, his face flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands and muttered to himself, "I never thought I would see a complete set of void equipment in my lifetime and even get to merge it myself. Hand over the equipment to me." Should the equipment be removed and handed over to the weapon master Shangwan Fei Hong? Yes. Lin Bei did not hesitate and quickly removed the equipment, leaving himself in only a t-shirt and shorts. Shangwan Fei Hong took the complete set of void equipment and immediately started the giant furnace, mumbling to himself about how his life was worthwhile. Watching Shangwan Fei Hong throw the pieces of equipment into the furnace, Lin Bei was about to take out the sacred fusion stone when Shangwan suddenly produced an ordinary fusion stone and threw it in. Bang! He closed the furnace door and the extremely high temperature geothermal heat burst forth, beginning to heat the furnace. Shangwan Fei Hong's face was a mix of tension and anticipation, his eyes fixed on the furnace. He couldn't see anything, but it was as if he could see through the furnace and make out the void equipment inside. The furnace vibrated slightly and the surrounding temperature rose higher and higher. 5 minutes later, the furnace suddenly made a dull bang and the door was blown open. A thick cloud of black smoke rushed out, engulfing Shangwan Fei Hong instantly. Fortunately, Lin Bei was not too close and managed to dodge the smoke attack swiftly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the basement's fire suppression system activated, quickly sucking out the black smoke. Shangwan Fei Hong emerged with his hair standing on end and his face as if it had been smeared with a layer of carbon powder, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? Why did the furnace explode? Why did the merging fail?" Lin Bei was slightly shocked and peered into the furnace through the blown open door. The pieces of void equipment lay peacefully inside the furnace undamaged, which made him sigh with relief. "Sir, what's going on? Are you capable or not?" he asked somewhat speechlessly, wondering if the old man was really competent. How can merging equipment even fail? Fortunately, the equipment was not damaged. Strange, how could this happen? How? I know, Shangwan Fei Hong ignored Lin Bei, continuing to mutter to himself until suddenly he slapped his forehead, turned around, grabbed Lin Bei's arm and shouted, I know what happened. It's the fusion stone's fault. This is void equipment containing the power of the void, and an ordinary fusion stone cannot melt the power contained within. Young man, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, I cannot merge this equipment." He looked helplessly at Lin Bei and sighed, shaking his head. "I remember now, my master once told me that the power of the void does not belong to our world. Ordinary fusion stones cannot merge with equipment that contains the power of the void. One must use the legendary holy fusion stone. But such top-tier items exist only in legends. Even I have only heard about them from my master and seen them in books. You should give up on that idea." Sighing with regret, Shangwan Fei Hong's face was filled with disappointment. It was such a pity that he had finally come across a complete set of void equipment but couldn't fuse it into its ultimate form. If he could merge them into a real set, his fame in the forging world would soar. Holy fusion stone. Lin Bei was slightly startled upon hearing Shangwan Fei Hong's words. Wasn't that item in his backpack existing only in legends? With that thought, he promptly took out the holy grade fusion stone. Holding the glowing green gem in his palm, he asked, Sir, is this the holy fusion stone you mentioned?" I've never even seen a holy fusion stone, Shangwan Feihong said disdainfully. However, when he turned to look at Lin Bei and saw the glowing green gem in his hand, he froze on the spot. Even the words that were on the tip of his tongue now refused to come out. After a moment, Shangwan Feihong snatched the green gem. He examined it closely for a long time before finally lifting his head to look at Lin Bei, then back at the gem in his hand, repeating this several times. His eyes wide, he exclaimed, "This is the holy fusion stone? No, young man, who exactly are you and where did you get this fusion stone?" Shangwan Feihong's worldview was crumbling. Who was this person in front of him, not only wearing a set of the strongest void equipment of its kind but also holding a holy fusion stone that even his master had only seen once? Fantastic. I never expected to not only see a complete set of void equipment today but also to encounter the once-in-a-century holy fusion stone, and now I will use this stone to merge the complete set of void equipment into a true set. Before Lin Bei could speak, Shangwan Feihong's doubts were washed away by his excitement. "Wait here, I'm going to fuse the set for you right now." With a wave of his hand, he ran towards the furnace, looking almost mad, not even bothering to straighten his appearance. Soon, the furnace was activated again. This time, the vibration was different from before. Although frequent, it was not intense. 5 minutes passed. Bang! A crisp sound came from the furnace, and Shangwan Feihong's eyes lit up. "It's done." Without caring about the furnace's high temperature, he opened the door and reached in to pull out the now unified void set in the holy fusion stone, causing Lin Bei to tense up. A true master of weapons, Iron Hand indeed. "How much?" Lin Bei asked. Shangwan Feihong, utterly fascinated by the purple gem-like set in his hands, waved his hand and said, "This is indeed the strongest set of void equipment of its kind, absolutely the best masterpiece of my life. Talking about money is too vulgar. I have only one request." After speaking, he looked at Lin Bei with hopeful eyes and raised a finger, stating firmly, "You must engrave my name on the suit." "Of course," Lin Bei replied with a smile. As soon as Lin Bei agreed, Shangwan Feihong immediately started to carve his name into the gem using his finger as a chisel, etching into the purple stone. Lin Bei was momentarily stunned by this display, but he quickly came to terms with it. Had he not just seen Shangwan Feihong reach into a furnace of several thousand degrees? If Iron Hand could use his finger as a chisel, it shouldn't be too surprising. "Here you go, young man." After finishing the engraving, Shangwan Feihong handed the purple gem to Lin Bei. Basic void suit, blue, all attributes plus 90-inch vitality plus 50, agility plus 30, dual resistance plus 200, movement speed plus 100, gains 100 points of adaptive attack power, comes with the skill Void Shuttle, and when worn with void weapons it triggers the effect Void Slayer, requires level 10 and above. Void Shuttle. Teleport to any location within 10 meters regardless of terrain. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Void Slayer reduces damage from void monsters by 30%, increases damage to enemies by 10%, and if the enemy is a void monster, increases damage by 30%. Once fused, the suit appears as a single purple gem, but it contains all the properties of 5 pieces of equipment and can be worn regardless of the usual specific locations. Normally, a practitioner could wear up to 12 pieces of equipment, namely bracers, gloves, armor, belt, leggings, shoes, necklace, rings, mask, helmet, cloak, and weapon, with artifacts not included. Each piece has a designated place. For example, bracers can only be worn on the wrists. However, this suit is different. It can be worn in any of these 12 slots. "Thank you, sir." Lin Bei clasped his fists and wore the purple gem on his wrist. "It is I who should be thanking you." The old man waved his hand and cheerfully saw Lin Bei out, leaving Lu Qianqian astonished. How could the proud master Feihong personally escort someone to the door, and why did he seem so reluctant to part? "Young man, if you ever get more void equipment, remember to come to me." Shangwan Feihong's affection for you plus 50, Shangwan Feihong's affection for you plus 30, the current affection, 80. "Oh, he's even adding affection points." Lin Bei chuckled and didn't look back, just waved his arm and turned a corner to a secluded spot where he opened his backpack. Now, apart from the bracers and weapon, all other equipment slots were empty. He started picking some tattered pieces from his backpack to wear, knowing that higher attributes are always better. Silver pattern Tiger King's leather armor. Green vitality plus 100-inch. Each attack received reduces the damage of the next attack by 1%, can stack up to 5 times, requires level 20 and above. Trash, not wanted. Lin Bei dismissed the item with just a glance at its stats, tossing it into a corner of his backpack. The silver-striped Tiger King's leather armor boasted only one stat worth noting, a mere 100 points in constitution. As for that stackable damage reduction trait, it seemed decent at first glance, but upon closer inspection it was just a mess. It reduced damage of the next attack by 1%, requiring 5 stacks to reach a mere 5% reduction. This meant having to take 6 hits to max out the reduction. In the brutal world of gods and demons battle, by the time the reduction maxed out, one would have lost too much health for that 5% reduction to be of any use, and this was a level 20 piece of equipment, a joke in the realm of combat gear. The silver-striped Tiger King's Tiger Tooth Dagger, just 80 points of strength, plus a 5% damage increase, trash. The Bone Demon's Bone Armor, 80 points of dual resistance, 50 points of constitution, not even close to the Void Bone Armor I'm wearing, trash. The Bone Demon's Hand Bone Staff, a mage's weapon, trash. The Bone Lady's Skull Mask, adds 100 points of constitution, this one is somewhat decent. After discarding 4 or 5 pieces of equipment, he finally found an item with passable attributes. The Bone Lady's Skull Mask, blue, increases constitution by 100 points, temporarily transforms the wearer into the Bone Lady, hiding their code and title. After transformation, retains 100% of original attributes transformation. Duration lasts 50 seconds, cooldown time 1 hour. This transformation skill was interesting. Used well, it might produce unexpected effects. He decided to wear it. It was a bit ugly, but passable. As he donned the Bone Lady's Skull Mask, a mask made from a human skull appeared on his face, looking just like a real skeleton head from the front, quite chilling. Continue. The Silk Fairy's Spider Silk Robe, also decent. The Silk Fairy's Spider Silk Gloves were passable too. Lin Bei examined a few more items. The equipment exploded out of the Silk Cave had better attributes than those from the Tiger Roar Ridge and the Bone Land. The Silk Fairy's Spider Silk Robe, blue constitution plus 150 inch, absorbs 10% of incoming magical damage and stores it as energy. When energy storage reaches 100%, a shield is obtained that can block the next magical damage. The Silk Fairy Spider Silk Gloves, blue constitution plus 100, dual resistance plus 30, simple attributes, but the numbers were decent enough. After putting them on, Lin Bei's appearance changed. A sleek robe appeared on his body and his hands were covered with pristine white gloves, making his ordinary hands look much more slender and elegant. The remaining equipment Lin Bei tossed all into the corner, planning to later throw them into the auction house. Young hero, what brings you here? Just then, a pleasant and familiar voice sounded from behind Lin Bei. He was slightly startled and instinctively turned around. There stood Shangwan Feishui, clad in silver armor and a long sword at her hip. Seeing Lin Bei turn around, Shangwan Feishui smiled gently, her face brightening considerably. What a coincidence, Lord Mayor. Lin Bei nodded at Shangwan Feishui with a smile and said, Lord Mayor, are you out for a stroll? Shangwan Feishui shook his head and sighed. A few days ago, a mine outside the city was attacked. People heard terrifying screams coming from inside the mine. I've already dispatched the city guard to investigate, but now even the city guard has lost contact. It's really worrisome. Ding, a quest has been triggered. The Bloodstained Mine. Quest description. A few days ago, a mine outside the city was attacked with horrifying screams heard from within. The Lord Mayor has sent the city guard to investigate, but they too have lost contact. Please head to the mine as soon as possible to investigate and rescue the city guards trapped inside the mine tunnels. Quest reward, 300 days of tradable lifespan. Do you accept the Bloodstained Mine quest?